Attention! Alexander Tachenko Sinavyev speaking. Vol, ne? Montreal, it is. When they told me about 1 year anniversary of Rainbow Six, I knew I had to be here. So I want to thank all of the fans, developing team, professional Rainbow Six players who made it happen. Each and every one of you poured your blood, sweat, and tears into this game to make it what it is right now. Brave and unbreakable. And before I go, one thing I want you to remember. Tachenko will always stand by you!
Tachenko is here, and he has spoken to us, so we must heed his call. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, after an incredible year, this is the Six Invitational! Hi everybody, I'm Matt Andrews and welcome to Montreal, the home of the Ubisoft Montreal development team who made the incredible Rainbow Six Siege. And we are here for 3 days of fun and celebration all about this incredible game. We're going to be looking forward to what's coming in year 2. We'll be telling you everything you want to know about Operation Velvet Shell, but you'll need to hold on a little bit longer. All about year 2 coming up, and of course we're going to look back at what's happened in year 1, but we're going to go before that as well. We're going to look into how the game was designed in the first place, where it came from, tell you all about its history, and we're also going to look at some of the technical parts of the game and take questions from you later on as well if you have any questions you want to ask some of the developers. And around all of that, we will be, of course, having world-class competition. We have 12 teams who've flown in from Europe, North America, Latin America, Asia, and Oceania. They are here to compete for the title of being the first ever Rainbow Six Siege World Champions. So great competition and a lot of fun with some panels and some Q&As to come over the next 3 days. Make sure you tweet us, #6Invitational. Now to get into those competitions, we've assembled the Pro League team. You've seen these guys on stream casting throughout the qualifiers and throughout the 3 amazing seasons of international competition we've had. Let's first go over, we have Emzo and Bloodbath. Emzo and Bloodbath, morning to you.
Good morning, Matt. How are you doing today?
Very well, thank you. Emzo and Bloodbath, everybody.
So,
guys, the Six Invitational is finally here.
It is, and I cannot express how excited we are today. I mean, this is the culmination of 14 months of Rainbow play, where it's not only been blood, sweat, and tears, but we've had fun along the way.
It's been super exciting. The build up to this is just incredible. And for Ubisoft to do something just this huge, to really celebrate the first year, I mean, this game cracked off right off the bat, and this year's just going to be amazing, and next year, even more phenomenal.
I mean, you think about where we started at. We started at, and we up until 3 months ago, we were just Europe and North America. Now like we've said, we've included Oceanic, we've included Asia, we've now got Latin America. This is the literal first worlds for Rainbow Six, and we couldn't be happier. So we do have lots of teams here today, 12 total. Typically at our previous lands, we've had 8, 4 from each Xbox and 4 from PC. But we've got 6 here from each of the sides, and they're fighting for the largest grand prize pool that we've ever had. So with that, we're going to swap it on over to the analyst desk. Matt, take it away.
Thank you very much, Enzo and Bloodbath. Yeah, here we are then in Montreal. We've got those guys. Let's welcome the rest of the cast, the team. We have Panky and Kickstar.
Thanks, Matt. Hey.
How's it going?
It's good. Isn't it nice that you guys get a cheer, right? You guys work so hard. You're doing the season again and again and again. You cast all the way through. Panky, you've been with us since day one, right at the beginning. We've had 3 seasons of the European and North American Pro League. Now we're bringing it all together in a World Championship. Yeah, a little clap. Yeah,
It feels. We didn't do
Done
anything.
now,
We
that's
just,
it, no more clapping.
we just talk lots of rubbish. It's fine.
Yeah.
But the team's what we're here to celebrate. Rainbow Six is what we're here to celebrate. We wouldn't be here without that, and this game has given this to us for the last 14 months, and the players that we've got coming up later are what makes our job so easy.
So easy. Is it easy, Kicks?
Just a little bit. I mean, you know, when you see all these people, these familiar faces every time you come to one of these events, it's great to get to connect to them, and they really, you know, lends their support to you.
Yeah, and it is fantastic having a live audience here. So thanks to everybody who's come to join us in Montreal, and we know there'll be lots more people over the rest of today and Saturday and Sunday. It's only just gone 10 o'clock here in Montreal. It's just a little bit early,
Pretty
but
early
don't
Friday
worry,
morning.
because we're going to have a lot of fun. Let's show you what's coming up over the next 3 days. We've got about 30 hours of Rainbow Six Siege for you, and it's looking like this. Today, we're doing quarterfinals, as Enzo and Bloodbath are saying. We have 12 teams here, 8 of them qualified through open and closed qualifiers throughout December and January. Any team could enter those, but some teams have made it. Those 8 teams will be playing in today's quarterfinals. We'll also be having a panel about how Siege was originally conceived. We'll be talking about you wonderful people in the community and all the fun and memes that you bring to it. And later on, we'll be having the first of our Q&As this weekend, the creative Q&A. If you have any questions for the developers, tweet them with the hashtag 6Invitational. Same as any other thing you're tweeting, but if you do have any questions that you want for the developers, tweet them and we'll get some of them involved in our creative Q&A panel. And as I say, around all of that, today are the quarterfinals. Then tomorrow, Saturday, the 4 winners of today's quarterfinals will be facing the 4 invited teams. 2 teams from each of North America and Europe, 1 on Xbox, 1 on PC respectively. They await the winners of today's quarterfinals. And remember, this whole tournament, it's basically knockout. If you lose it, you are out. That is done. So tomorrow is semi-finals day, along with 2 teaser panels telling you a bit more about the operators and Coastline coming to you in Operation Velvet Shell. And we'll be having a tech Q&A later on tomorrow as well. And Sunday, it's finals day. It's Let's Crown Some World Champions Day. We'll be looking at Year 2. We'll be showing you the world's first ever exclusive look at Coastline live with those new operators in our Velvet Shell live demo show match. Before that, let's make some Xbox World Champions and some PC World Champions afterwards as well. Those are a good 3 days.
That's a lot of information and a lot of video games.
Yeah. And all about the wonderful Rainbow Six Siege. No other games are available. So this is going to be fun, isn't it? Some of us have been involved. Well, we've all been involved for a long time with Rainbow Six. You casting it, as I say from the beginning. I get to come in and join in with the finals, which I'm thrilled about. Please keep hiring me. Kicks, though, you used to play.
Yeah, first 2 seasons I used to play as a professional player, and then in the 3rd season I went and joined Panky, the caster desk, which was a lot of fun.
Yeah. And we did have a great Season 3 as well. I mean, Today we've got teams, as I mentioned, coming in from other regions who have not featured in the Pro Leagues we've been doing. We've been doing European and North American Pro Leagues. In a season finals, the top 2 from each played each other. But here we have teams representing other regions because this is the World Championships. So exciting to see some teams who we've not seen much of and their opponents haven't seen much of.
Yeah, like the Brazilian teams, the Latam teams, our Oceanic teams, our Asian teams, they've got big scenes that have grown up over there. They've big scenes that have been there in their own sides. And while North America and Europe are very well publicized, we've had 3 seasons of Pro Leagues and we see all those. We've got now these darker horses which have big followings of their own, lots and lots of fans and lots of experience playing at high levels that are going to come out and show the world what it is they have to offer. So with, as you say, 8 of these teams that have qualified through, and then our invited teams, we've got 2 days of very tight competition.
Or 3.
And then our grand finals to reveal who's the best.
Oh, right then.
I was getting there. I was getting there. You chopped me off.
I did. I feel bad now. I feel bad, man. I'm sorry. I trust you to do your job. You know. Let's show you, of those teams, who's playing who. Here's our brackets, and we'll start off on PC. So our first quarterfinal today will be Era against the Singapore team Envy. And the winners of that will go through to tomorrow's semi-finals to play the European stars of Sisu And then we have Euronics Gaming in our second PC quarterfinal today, playing the Brazilian Santos Dexterity. And the winner of that will go and play the winners of Season 3 from North America, Continuum. Yeah.
There's a few fans in the crowd.
On Xbox, Lucky 7 Gaming will be in our first quarterfinal later on Xbox. They're going to be playing Supremacy. Unfortunately, Santos Dexterity's Xbox team, they couldn't make it here, so we have Supremacy stepping in very last minute. They only flew in very late yesterday, but we are thrilled to have them with us because they gave us that amazing final at the end of Season 3. So it's going to be Lucky 7 against Supremacy. The winner of that will go and play Elevate, and then Lethal Gaming take on Mind Freak from Oceania. And the winner of that will play the Season 3 champions, Team Vitality. Yeah, some support for them as well. I know a lot of teams have got some fans coming over the next few days, some of them already here. Thank you to everybody who made it here early today. But yeah, these teams, exciting mix. Teams we've seen throughout previous seasons, like Sisu, for example. Like, they're an incredible team from Europe. We've seen them in every season's final. They've just never won one.
Well, that's why, so the invites went out. I know there's a lot of people that were unsure how the invites were formed. The invites went out for teams that have been consistent, the teams that have performed well, the teams that have been here for the entire year. This is a celebration of that first year of Rainbow. Sisu are the embodiment of everything with that. They've been a very solid roster the whole time. They've been at every single finals. They've just not quite managed to clinch a title each one. And Error are their North American counterparts that, they've had a little bit more of their roster changes, but they've also been at every finals. They've been top of the boards every time. And then you've got those guys sitting there in the crowd at the moment, watching these quarterfinals, ready to meet two of these open qualifier teams after today's games, and see if they can still pull that off after these last 3 months of quiet practice, shall we say.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, because as I said, the open and closed qualifiers, they were throughout December and January. But yeah, so people could see some of those games. Not every game was streamed. We didn't have VODs of everything. So, research is really important, as we know in these kicks. I know you're a big fan of doing that as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, when it comes to these matches leading into this, yes, we see Sisu, Continuum, Era, all the teams we've seen at all the season finals so far. And then obviously we have the Brazilian teams and as well the Asian teams. But yes, they have experience, but they haven't actually had time. We've never seen them compete against the North American teams, against the European teams. We want to see how those metas really mesh against each other, because as of yet, they've been isolated, just working off what they have to go with in their particular region. So that's, for me, going to be the most interesting thing to see, is that, like, which team's going to run a Montaigne meta, and which team's just going to run something we've seen before.
Well, let's find out. 3 days of competition. Loads of fun panels about what's coming up and how this game ever got to us when it started back on the 1st of December 2015. Let's get some quarterfinals ready. I know Montreal are ready. I hope you're ready as well. Let's find out who our first quarterfinalist is.
We're a very passionate team when we're on stage and even at home. There's a lot of yelling while we're playing. We like to, hype each other up. We see weaknesses in the opponents somewhere they're not ready, and we can quickly change what we're doing to attack that. You learn a lot when you go to the finals, when you get really close to winning it all. I think that you have to lose a couple times in order to finally win it. This time we're ready to win it all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the 6th Invitational, Era!
Team Arrow, one of the oldest teams coming out of North America. They have been to, so far, every single LAN event hosted by ESL, and they have, as of yet, not been able to take home that first place victory. But here they are at the final event of the year, the Invitational, trying to do something with it, trying to bring home that trophy finally.
Era in our first quarterfinal, and now let's see their opponents.
Team Envy is from Singapore. Also, we feel very honored to be able to represent Asia here for the very first time in an international event. Yes, like any other team, we can get very aggressive towards each other, but bottom line is we're all still friends and we take friendship over whatever arguments that we have. A lot of people around the world aren't really sure how Asians will fare against the top NAEU teams. I think we are quite the underdogs here, and we definitely have the most to prove.
Their opponents, the #1 team in Asia, all the way from Singapore. This is Envy!
You heard it in the video, they consider it, and I think everyone else does. They are the underdogs of this tournament. But with this patch and with their current playstyle and the meta, there is no better time for them to come out and make their mark. Envy have a very aggressive Montaigne style. Envy are now the face of Asia, and they are ready to make their mark and show the world that their region is something to be taken seriously.
Iran versus Envy in our first PC quarterfinal. That's a match to get things started with. That's going to mix some things up.
Yeah, it's going to be a big and explosive start. As you mentioned, Era have been so close to a title every time. This is the big one. This is the one that they said in the video. This is, if they're going to win any, they can forget the rest of the year if they win this one. This is what they're really pushing for. But against it, you've got, as we mentioned, some of possibly the biggest underdogs in the tournament, the biggest underdogs in Rainbow Six as a whole. The Asian scene has some of the least exposure of all of them. But
that could work for their advantage, though.
yeah, it can work.
You've got a fully new meta that no one's ever seen before coming out against Era, which we've seen throughout the entire competition history of Rainbow Six Siege. And it really, again, it comes down to whose meta is going to be able to overpower the other one and who's going to be put on the back foot early on.
Yeah, and like Envy, as I mentioned, they're a team heavily set on friendship. These guys have been playing games together, whether obviously not Rainbow, but they've been playing games together since as early as 2011.
Right.
These guys are a very tight-knit group. Yeah, original Left 4 Dead competitive as a four-man squad. They picked up Revik as their fifth and new one, and that's their Rainbow Six team now. So as far as knowing how each other works, knowing each other's playstyles, being in each other's head, they've got that down possibly better than some of the Rainbow teams we have here, because none of those go all the way back to 2011.
Yeah.
So there's a very, very old, deep-set teamwork within Envy to begin with.
Right. You mentioned Era as a team. We've seen many times. It's true. We've seen them under different names. They started off, of course, Euro guys on Orbit.
Right.
Orglitz as well, you'll have known them as, and they were most wanted during Season 3. Still most wanted, really, but, the name changed.
Yeah.
Means they're now here as Era Eternity. And that team look like this. It is K9, Snake, Eclipse, Slashug, and Avian. Players, as you say, we know quite well. K9 and Snake in particular, those two guys, finals
Been here
every
since the beginning.
single time we've had them.
And Eclipse is a recent pickup for replacing Jarvis coming out of the last season. But for the most part, this is a team that has known each other for a long time. And going into this competition, I don't think they're going to have any problems with communication.
They look confident and ready there? Obviously,
They do.
plenty of
They
time
look
to
like
work.
a very
So Slash has
relaxed
given us those thumbs
team.
up. He's
Yeah.
ready to go.
That is what we usually expect from them. They're a team of great skilled individuals. I think it's fair to say they've always been able to win this thing. They've just never got there.
Yeah, one thing to say about Era is that they have been, and we've already said this, they have been at every single LAN event, and that experience builds up. The pressure from being at a LAN event sort of lifts after you've been there a couple of times already. So that is one thing that Era has going for them here, especially in this matchup going up against Envy.
You say that, but this is also the biggest crowd we've ever had
True.
for an event. So yeah, okay, they've been on stages, they've played in arenas, but in front of this many people, it's a completely new environment. And while there may be an impact, there's bigger things to play it here. And what we've seen from Europe and North America in many previous matches is they have their metas, yes, but then they have their maps which follow that. And we've seen teams just unravel from a bad pick ban phase. So that's going to be our first hurdle for Era to get over and to come out on top of, with, as we've already said repeatedly, very little info in the grand scheme of things to go on in Envy's side.
Yeah, and this is the Envy squad. They are, let's bring you up their team, Quantic, Ysera, Luna Metal, Revek, and Corey. A team who've been together for ages. You said, like, Left 4 Dead players of this squad have been together since last June. This is a team who came together for fun. This is a team who got together. They loved this game. They love Rainbow Six Siege. They got together for fun, and it stuck because they were good at it and are good at it and are going to be a proper challenge today.
Yeah, like the biggest competition they've competed in, bar this one to say, is community cups. It's weekly fun tournaments run by ESL, run by the counterparts in Asia. Like there's nothing quite like the Pro League or the major leagues that have come in or the Challenge League. It's nothing else there. Yeah. So you go from these online community cups with your friends, with your five-man squad. And now you're in Montreal on a stage in front of 500 people fighting for an amazing trophy and big money and big prestige. There's a lot of pressure there, but these guys are probably some of the calmest people we've had backstage in the last couple of days.
They're incredibly relaxed.
They're some of the most relaxed people we've got here, very, very friendly guys, and it doesn't seem to faze them at all.
No, I mean, I guess with no experience at a LAN, normally that's sort of thing we would hold up as we are and go, oh, big pressure. And I've seen it happen at Rainbow Six Siege Pro League Finals. I've seen it happen on other games that I've had the pleasure of working on as well. I've seen teams, great teams, turn up at LAN in front of, maybe only 50 to 100 people, a smaller deal. And it affected them because it's not where they usually play. And we've highlighted this at other LANs. This is a big one. at Season 3, we had a live audience, but it was only sort of about 100 people in the Katowice studio.
Right.
Now we've got 500 people in this amazing arena in Montreal. We have this amazing stage to play on. For a lot of teams, they might crumble, but Envy look like a team who are just sort of going, we love being here. Thanks for having us. We're going to show you how we do it.
Yeah, I've actually had a good chance to talk with Envy. I was on the plane right here with them, and they are, like you said, incredibly relaxed. They seem ready to go. And Era also, they have that experience. So for both of these teams, I feel like, yes, we have the biggest audience we've ever seen, and yes, it is the biggest event we've ever been at. But both of these teams seem ready to go. I don't think any of it's really phasing them. I don't think it's going to hold either of them back.
No, and that brings us back to our maps. That brings us to where they're going to play, how are they going to play. Envy are very public with their Montaigne speciality. This patch, this most recent meta, Montaigne is in a very strong position.
And Envy's been pioneering that, really.
Yeah,
They've been pushing that out hard.
Yeah, there are some teams in Europe and North America which they bring him in because, yeah, he's really strong. Now, you can't ignore him in a lot of situations. So, we'll give him a go. But no one's quite managed to get it to that point that Envy has. Envy have got these very refined strategies, very well thought out ideas, and just, as we mentioned, because they're such an old team, because they've all been together for so long, this cohesion which you need when running with a shield like that just is almost effortless for them. So how Era are going to handle that and what maps they're going to go on play on, because some of them have far bigger impact for shield play than others, is going to be a very, very big impact as to how this game unfolds.
Yeah.
When we had Envy playing in Season 3, they seemed quite a lot to like Clubhouse, Chalet, and Canal. When they went through the qualifiers, they picked Skyscraper 4 times, the brand new map, of course, that came with Red Crow. They played Border, they played Blank, they played Clubhouse. They basically play on all of the maps. If I was Envy, I don't know what I would think, oh, we must ban out, but I also don't know what I would think, oh, we'll let them have that. They're not strong there. They are good across most of our pool.
I would say for Envy, if I'm going to be doing a ban phase against Era, I would say probably want to cut out the more strat-heavy maps, the more refined ones from the North American and European regions, like, for example, Clubhouse. Clubhouse, especially during Season 2, we saw played almost every best of 3, every best of 2 even. It was a very commonly played map, and it got really refined down to the point. And then also, equally so, for Era, they're from North America. I know for a fact that North America has been pushing hard on Skyscraper practice, so maybe Envy's not going to want to take them to that.
Era also have had a long history of LAN finals and cross-region play where Canal doesn't really fare too well for them.
Yeah.
So we could bring that out, but again, it doesn't work too well with Montaigne. He doesn't fit greatly on Canal because it's a lot of window play, it's a lot of range play, it's a sit back and take pop shots, which, yes, Era may be weak at, but you can't use your trump card in there. So the question is, have Envy done their research? Do they aware that Envy's weakness is here? Have they trained to deal with it? Or would they rather just take them to their comfortable holds and use their Montaigne?
Well, so that's a very good question. So do you think Envy have done their research? Because my instincts on that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
They look a lot
Envy's
at what's
prepared.
going on in NA and EU. Envy are clearly the #1 team in Asia. They are deserving to be here. And they've researched what's coming up. Here are the pick and bans. Let's
see how
let's find out how this goes. So we have live pick and bans now, and Envy will be banning.
Envy banning out the first one. We've had the player backstage, warm up area, everyone was screaming and training and looking at things. Envy didn't play as much as the other teams. They were walking around, they were being friendly with people, they were chatting to people, and they were just keeping an eye on everything that's going on. So they're confident with the way they play and just learning and keeping an eye on what everyone else is up to.
Envy have banned out Border, and Era have banned out Bank.
Bank's not really huge in North America. It's not a very popular map. I think that's just a comfortable ban for them.
Era, who I said played Skyscraper 4 times in the qualifiers, they won't be playing that.
Well, as Kick said, Skyscraper has become very prominent in the North American meta, and we know this and have got rid of it. The strat-heavy maps like Border, as you mentioned, Bank in some bomb sites too, all gone already.
And there's Oregon, which is a less strat-heavy map. It's a little bit more free-form.
We've seen so many different ways to play Oregon recently with the Hibana changes and with the most recent patches. We've had teams, Euronics storm through it in the closed qualifiers in Europe by running very roamer heavy, by very free-form.
And I don't think either of these teams wants to play Cafe Discorsi. I don't think either.
So they were waiting to see who's going to spend their ban on that.
Who's going to use up their ban on that one. And now, of course, we'll pick one each, and the remaining map will be our deciding go-through. So Era still have Canal here to worry about.
Now they're looking at their last ban.
And as you mentioned earlier on, Clubhouse is still sitting here in the mix. It's something which we didn't think Envy might want to play. They didn't want to give that up to Era.
I'm thinking that Era's going to be banning Canal here, like you said.
It's a pick.
No, it's a ban. Era have their last ban.
Sorry,
Yeah, I'm thinking that Era's going to ban Canal here leading into this, and then they're going to get Clubhouse for their first pick. But I'm not sure here. I'm still thinking about it.
Remember to
Canal
tweet
makes
us
sense.
all weekend with the hashtag 6Invitational. Let us know who you think is going to win between Era and Envy. Let us know who you think is going to win the whole
Consulate.
thing. Consulate.
No, that's actually interesting. Era has historically not been very good at Consulate, so that makes sense that now they had to choose between, okay, do we go with a map which used to be our go-to map, which was Canal, which ended up being one of our not better maps, or do we go with a map that we've never been good with, which is Consulate? And
See, yeah, Consulate is not anything that I'd attribute Era's success to
No,
during Season 3
definitely
or the qualifiers. So,
It's a
yeah,
really-
they've thrown that, I guess they've thrown that not because they're worried about Envy on it, but just because it means nothing
they're not
to them.
comfortable on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so our best of 3, and every series this whole weekend, all the way through to quarters, semis, and finals, it's all best of 3s.
I see Clubhouse being our last and third map here. It's a question of Chalet and Canal. Envy, what do you want to take them on first?
I think overall this ban phase is definitely favoring Era. I know that Era's comfortable in Chalet.
Clubhouse.
They're comfortable in Clubhouse. And there's a Clubhouse pick from Envy. Now that's really interesting. I didn't imagine that Envy would be wanting to take the Era to a very refined map, one they've played a long, long time.
They both played it
That
3
said,
times in
They both played it,
qualifiers.
a long time, but I mean, the North American meta has been evolved on Clubhouse.
Yeah, but
extensively.
we also talked about how Envy are very active with their research. They've done
Right.
a lot of looking, and there's a lot out there to see on Era. And with the amount of playtime on it, Envy clearly feeling confident in what they've got and the
Hard
knowledge they
counter-strike.
have, and have something up their sleeve to deal with it.
So it's Clubhouse, Chalet, and then the server picked Canal. Thank you, server.
Yeah.
We're going to see a lot of the server picks at the
Yeah.
end of the map picks. I'm glad the server's getting some fun. So Clubhouse, Chalet, and Canal. Are we going to 3? We're going to see some Canal?
Clubhouse Chalet, I would say it's going to be 2-0, I would say, but I'm not really sure in which favor.
Oh.
It's going to be really, I think it comes down to how much research Envy did on Era's strats on both those maps, because Era's been playing Chalet, Era's been playing Clubhouse for a long time in a lot during pro leagues and outside in scrims. It's 2 maps that they're very comfortable on, and it really, again, it has to do with how much research Envy has done and how much time they've put into counter-stratting that.
I'm fascinated that you reckon it's going to be 2-0, but you won't call which way round.
I won't call which one because Envy could have done extensive research, because when you're playing a map and you've played it for so long on so many VODs through so many pro leagues, like you said earlier, it's really easy to look at what the team is doing on that map and just counter all of it. Just be like, okay, we're going to throw an 8 here because this player is going to be playing in this position all the time, something like that. And if Envy has done that research, then it is likely that they will be able to pick apart what Era is doing on both these maps.
But you're saying that if a team get off to a good start, either team, you reckon they'll take the second map as well.
Yes.
So how do you feel about this, Spanky?
Chalet being the second map is one of the ones which recently has started to develop a slightly more free-form meta in it too. We talked about Oregon being the most prominently free-form, people all over the place. Chalet, while the bomb sites tend to stay, we're seeing more and more players be left on the top floors, whether it be the libraries or the master bedroom. We've even seen some teams start to take that master bedroom bomb site as a choice to their point to defend it. So Envy could have this freedom to throw the spanner in the works and to bring something up there, while at the same time they've got lots of information on what and how Era have been playing Chalet up until this point, where they sit, as you mentioned. It's a very destructible vertical map, whether it be from above or low, and if they are confident in they know how and where Era are going to sit in these places and have something up their sleeve to attack and deal with it, I can see why they're confident in taking Chalet.
All right. Clubhouse, Chalet, and Canal await us then for the first quarterfinal of the 6th Invitational. Remember, there's a $200,000 prize pool this weekend for our world champions, $100,000 spread across PC and $100,000 on Xbox. And as I said, it is do or die. We've got teams here who came through the qualifiers. Some of them we've seen before, some of them we don't know so much about. But if you don't win your map, it's over. We've had all these months of competition. They've flown all this way to Montreal. Now it's time to make it count. We are going to Clubhouse for the first quarterfinal of the 6th Invitational.
But not quite yet.
All right, we'll be going there soon. Oh, look at the crowd.
Like, I'm liking the Lord Chanka sign. So, Clubhouse, I wanna hit on Envy's.
We'll be going to Club. Sorry, we will be going to Clubhouse in a minute. We're just getting something ready. Well done, everybody. Good dress rehearsal, audience.
We're prepped and ready to go. But on Clubhouse, I think, again, it's this very strat-heavy map. It's going to come down to who's countering who, what research has been done, and it's going to be very cut and dry. Now, I think Envy, with the new Montaigne meta, it's going to be giving them a leg up leading into this match because I feel like it can be really efficiently used. So one of the problems when you're attacking a basement on Clubhouse is you have to force your way through these tight little corridors. You've got Blue Hall leading to Garage. You've got the main stairs, which leads to the Church Hall, and then you've got the tunnel. And all three of these are really, really small lanes that you have to force down. And with Montaigne meta, which is what Envy's really good at, they're going to have an edge up in that sense.
Yeah, like the other thing which North America does, Europe hasn't done for a long time, is focus on that secret construction tunnel. Focus on that back entrance, which we have all talked about. If no matter what meta, no matter what operators are in, the key to Clubhouse is stretching your defense. It's a 5-man defense. It's a 5-man basement. Very rarely you'll see roamers on the map because of how spread out and how sectionalized that bomb site is. So you need to keep everyone down there. But if you can start to pull them apart by sending a solo Montaigne down a construction tunnel, who is a formidable force in his own now, you can sometimes take, and a lot of the time, have that doorway on the way out, having 2 players' attention to keep that guy locked in there. And that gives you 4 other players with 3 other points of entry to focus on and mess with and pull them apart and pick players off.
I think attacking basement Clubhouse, again, like you said, when you put a Montaigne in that tunnel, that construction tunnel, it's all about denying angles. It's all about making it so, okay, we have a Montaigne in this construction tunnel. You can't sit over there next to Blue Hall anymore, which allows you to move attackers through Blue Hall. And when you have control of Blue Hall, then you can force your way into Church through, for example, the bar drop. There's a lot of options that get opened up when you have an invincible sort of forward-facing plate with Montaigne. So I'm actually curious to see if Era is going to be adopting that in the middle of these matches because it seems, especially on Clubhouse, it's a very sensible, plan meta. It makes a lot of sense.
And then that's just downstairs. Then we head upstairs. The bar bomb side is where there's it's been something that people tried before Montaigne was buffed. It's been something people tried before he was good. It's trying to plant in that B bomb site, knock it behind it. Which it means it's practice. It means people have ideas of how to deal with it. But when Montaigne is your specialty.
Yeah, and you can even technically do it on the other bomb site. You can walk your way in through
the strip corridor.
Strip corridor, exactly, and just plant right in the doorway. You have a lot of options between stock and strip. You can deny anything pretty much with a Montaigne. So I think, yes, on Clubhouse it's going to be pretty insane.
Yeah, it's something which, again, it's been tried. It's been attempted by teams post and pre-buff. But Montaigne strats on that site still haven't been perfected by North America or European teams. We've seen them pulled out once as a rabbit out of the hat. And we get a quick lucky round. Or in more often cases than not, actually, it's crumbled and fallen apart very quickly.
Yeah, usually Montaigne lost back before the buff.
Back before the buff. And even after the buff, to be fair, teams would put so much pressure on, would you get in and plant fast, and they die to someone that's standing in the corner with a shotgun, a Valkyrie that would run around, or smoke grenades are just in the corner, and while everyone's panicking to get them out of the smoke grenade, they're just getting picked off from their other angles. It does require, yes, it's nice and easy to plant behind a Montaigne and stay safe when you're there, but you still need to, if you're planting B, have control of construction. You still need to have that crossfire stage. You still need to have control of the garage and the lounge area. Or if you're in strip, you need to have the pool table. Even if you're not planting there, someone just sits on top of it, runs up and over and can C4 it or throw it down or shoot down it. It's not just a run in and plant. And a lot of the teams didn't seem to want to invest that extra time in controlling the rest of the map. They just went, we've got a Montaigne, just stand behind and plant. And it fell apart. So providing they take their time and they're cool about it, which when you play it as your focus operator, they kept mentioning it, you have that. You have that idea in your mind, and if Era aren't ready for the other stuff that's going to happen first, then the Montaigne's just going to freely just stroll on in and stick a bomb down, and then it's 45 seconds of you to run at me, and this doorway is immovable. Yeah,
but taking a step back from Montaigne for a second, and just looking at the map itself, we've got, what have we got? We've got a map, Clubhouse. It's a very strat-heavy map. It's very refined. It's been played a lot. And I think, and I've talked about this earlier, but I think that it's going to give Era the leg up here, regardless of the new meta, regardless of the fact that Envy has been pioneering that, and regardless of the fact that it is extremely strong, Montaigne, I get it. But Era has been playing this map for a long time, and they are going to have some things up their sleeves to deny stuff like that. Like a stock take, for example. Yes, Montaigne is now almost impervious to C4 from the front, but there are other ways to deal with somebody trying to plant in stock. There's smokes, of course. There's barbed wire. And I think but even more so on basement, barbed wire is going to be one of the leading forces in stopping a Montaigne push. Because when you have a Montaigne, you have to sacrifice something. Like, for example, grenades. So let's say you only have one grenade operator and maybe an Ash if you're lucky. That means you're only going to be able to get rid of 2 spaces of barbed wire and then whatever Ash can take care of on top of that. So if you bring enough barbed wire or something along those lines, or if you have enough smoke to delay that Montaigne and or eventually just stop him, there's not a whole lot he can do about that, really. He will start to stall out. So I'm curious to see, will Era be able to put that into effect? Will Envy, if Era is doing the same thing, what's going to happen with that mix-up?
We also have, along the same vein as Smoke now, Echo is a recent brought in.
Oh, yeah.
Who does a very similar job to varying levels of success on different maps, but it's also something which a lot of the American teams have said are now starting to bring Echo into their meta. And if they bring out both a Smoke and an Echo, advancing in such a split way is a very, very tough task against a shotgun in Echo's hands, his drone in his hands, and a shotgun in Smoke's hands. That's a very tough thing to do as a single player, even with a shield in front of you.
Right.
Right, so we've got lots to look forward to. I'm hoping to see some Echo play as well. He's been underused since he's been launched, but I'm suspecting this weekend we're going to find out a lot about how to have some success with him. Right, we are going to do this then. The 6th Invitational, the first qualifier, and we're going to Clubhouse.
So here we are. I mean, it's round number 1, and one of the things that we've heard about in the past is that Envy is only going to bring one of their operators here for with nades, and that's the buck that we see being brought right now.
Yeah, Kix brought up why that could be a problem earlier with a lot of the barbed wire situations going on here. You also do see Smoke and Echo, as Penky was just mentioning. That could be interesting in combo in terms of stopping them from coming from 2 different sides or denying a plant if they're able to try and creep it in. But they are bringing that Montaigne that they were talking about.
Yeah, and one of the things that we're going to see here from the attackers, though, is the Hibana Thermite being brought. And the biggest reason that's going to be brought here on this map is mainly to open up all 3 drop hatches and still be able to get that church wall or open up construction tunnel.
Yeah, and we are seeing a buck. Something we have been able to see now that Hibana's in the mix is them actually being able to open up the kitchen floor and the kitchen hatch now. So you have Buck able to open up a lot of the floor, Hibana able to open up the hatch safely from the window, makes it so that you can actually put a lot more pressure on than you used to be able to, especially with both Thermite and Hibana here.
And so now that action phase has just begun, we are going to see everyone rotate back downstairs. Now, what I'm curious to see about is how Slash is going to play Echo. We talked a little bit about how Echo is necessarily not an operator that has been chosen a lot recently.
Yeah, usually he plays Valkyrie, so
he does.
It's a surprise that obviously they want to change things up a little bit. They are going to have a little less intel, though. They're not going to have the cameras, but he's still going to be playing an intel role, having a drone that he can move that has a camera on it. So he's going to be a little more mobile in terms of providing that intel.
Now, Quantic did get spotted at by that camera as he pushes on into the bar. Very, very erratic with his line of sight here, trying to see who might be peeking around, pre-firing his way through the map, and it's exactly what you should be doing. You know that players could potentially be around, so they're always looking for that pre-fire, looking for that quick shot. Now, Buck's going to open up that hallway as Hibana makes his way down. Ysera's coming down the main stairwell here.
You see a lot of aggressive play in this top floor where they're just pre-firing and looking around corners because they know with Hibana in the mix there has to be a lot more roam play, but we're not seeing Era actually do that roam play that we would expect from the current meta.
Now we're going to be watching Lunar come on down here as Montaigne. The wall above Church is going to get opened up here. That's going to allow for a nade to get thrown on in from Rev.
You're seeing Slash actually standing there on his drone. You see him on his camera. He's just finally switched off now that he knows that's about to get breached.
Slash gets hurt just a little bit by that Hibana charge as a nade comes down on through. And Lunar trying to reload his weapon as he comes on through Motorcycle. And he's going to be pushing into Church here momentarily after he throws a couple smoke grenades out. Snake is still underneath inside of the kitchen, or underneath the kitchen, as Rev is trying to peek on down to get the shots down onto the castle. Corey finally moves his way into the basement hallway, opening up that church wall, which is going to be exactly where they're moving into plant. He's got the diffuser in hand. Lunar pushing on in now as the full shielded Montaigne. He spots Slash right behind the minibar, who's rotating around towards the motorcycle hallway.
A lot of pressure coming in here, and the plant actually coming down already.
Plant's coming down. Corey's going to fake it out as we have the revolver kill right onto Slash. Lunar getting the first kill of the game. And now there's 60 seconds left to go. Corey's still stuck in motorcycle. There is that smoke grenade. That's going to push them here even further in. And with a shotgun here from, I believe that was Eclipse. Yes, Eclipse is going to get that kill right onto Corey as Avian strafes across and gets a headshot down onto Quantic. You've got a 3-on-3 at the moment. 40 seconds left to go. And Buck's DMR is just annihilating K9 there. We've got Ysera here at the bottom of the central stairs. Looks as though we're going to have multiple people down. And it's going to be Quantic, Ysera, and Revik both getting all the kills there.
That was really looking like it was a round that was going in Era's favor. They'd only lost Slash like very much towards the end there, and then all of a sudden all the tables turned. That Montaigne pushed in, they got all the kills. Like Thermite being down didn't matter, but that was very much a last-minute push on there. But it was well played, and I like some of the things that the small details they were doing. Like you saw, for example, when the Havana discs went onto the reinforced wall, he shot out the bottom row to leave just the top 3 to make it a thinner hole. Obviously, they had planned that.
Yep.
That's not something you just do improvised.
Yeah, and one of the things we saw from from Arrow was that gas grenade. It pushed Montaigne, pushed Thermite into the motorcycle, and that allowed Avian to get that, or Eclipse, I'm sorry, to get that shotgun kill. What I would have liked to see is Smoke rotate around, throw another one in from the doorway of Church instead of just through the walls by the minibar.
Yeah, it looked like Era lost their kind of pinch control at a critical moment, and that's what cost them. They had a great pinch, and then when Eclipse got that kill but got downed, they lost a lot of control of that Church area right there, and I think that's ultimately what cost them, is just not being able to keep it like just solidly pinched from both sides.
Yeah, it was a very well sought after defense, but I definitely think that Envy just came on strong with the Montaigne, came on strong with all their attackers, and ultimately we were able to take away all the angles that the defense was expecting to be able to have.
Yeah, well, they can't play Montaigne on defense. This will be interesting to see how they play this a bit differently. They are bringing Pulse, which is good. We've seen Pulse used a bit more sometimes for kitchen floors again, like he had previously, but he's not as strong as he was in say, Season 2. But he's still a very useful operator.
Now this is one of the operators we haven't really talked much about, is Fuse. Avian's picking the Fuse. He's right outside of the kitchen hallway now, which is where Ysera's peeking on down. Now he got droned out, destroyed it in time, but there goes the pre-fire from Avian, and I want to say that was the that is the AK-12 that we heard.
Fuse has definitely made a big comeback now that his Fuse cluster charges are really lethal compared to how they used to be. Very useful for getting people out of position, especially in a map like this. You saw Era very much dedicated to positions. When they get pushed out of those, it can be very hard to hold your particular defense.
Yeah, and I think we heard about earlier how it's going to come down to who basically got more footage, who did more practice and more scoping out on the other. I want to say that Envy has done a lot of that. Seeing as how they brought the Pulse here, they know that there's most likely going to be a Fuse waiting for the time that Fuse is going to place one of these chargers. And we see it being placed right down now, main hallway, most likely to get rid of some of the barbed wire. He's going to place one more down here, right inside of the kitchen. That's going to be right at kind of close to the doorway, inside the kitchen.
You see Avian's got very specific spots. They do not look XL, but that...
Ooh, Ysera comes on up into the kitchen hallway, downs and finishes off Avian, but he will be traded up by K9. Revek was able to pick up a kill into Eclipse now, turning it into a 4-on-3. Still over half the round left to go, as K9 just destroys this kitchen floor, looking down into stock.
Now, Eclipse being down is definitely going to hurt them as well. Blackbeard, not as strong as he used to be, but still an important operator for putting a lot of pressure on the defenders. Now, that being down and the Fuse charge is not doing a whole lot, means Era's on a bad foot here.
And so with K9 being drastically hurt, it looks like Slash is going to come down the main stairwell, but even in his low state of health, K9 was able to pick up that kill onto Corey. Now a 3-on-3, still 60 seconds left to go. Lunar's going to be that Echo. And he's most likely going to try to hide his way. He comes around with that bearing and picks up Slash, who managed to make his way into the B-bomb site. Quantic's over inside a motorcycle as Rev's going to be by lockers. K9 still looking to come through that kitchen drop. He's figuring out where is the one person that just killed Slash. Still a 2-on-3, 45 seconds to go.
I liked what Slash was trying to do there with that sneaky plant, but he didn't have the coverage I think he needed to be able to get away with it once they caught him out.
Yep, and so right now you can hear the footsteps inside the kitchen. Snake's gonna drop, he's gonna spot Rev. And it looks as though the gas grenade's gonna force him on over towards Locker. Comes in for the pinch, and Lunar's gonna get it from behind. Last one alive is gonna be K9 inside of the kitchen. He's gonna drop, looks down towards Lockers. Lunar's gonna be inside of construction. They know they have a crossfire. They have an enormous pinch on him. Echo Drone's gonna disorient him, and now it's gonna be time for a push in here. Rev just needs to pop his head up from the crouch position. Quantic's gonna be pushing in from Church, and there's gonna be Lunar pushing on in, making it 2-0, Envy.
That was really good use of Echo there, just stalling him out, keeping him in a bad place, and then pinching them from both sides. Not only was the Echo drone there to actually hit him, it was giving intel. It gave away his position. Not that he didn't do it already by shooting, but just keeping him trapped there was just brutal. Now, I wouldn't write Era off yet, though. This is something we've seen from them time and time again, where they'll lose the first couple of rounds, feel things out, figure out how to kind of call an audible and change things up. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Era make a bit of a comeback here. But who knows? I mean, Envy are kind of a big question mark for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and that's definitely one of the things that Era has been known to do, is to possibly not be as forefront, not as strong up at the very first parts of the matches, but they always seem to adjust. They seem to be that team that has very good in-game leadership, able to adjust, call stuff on the fly, and like you said, make that audible.
To be fair though, I think they're really good on Clubhouse, but I've seen them lose it more often than I would expect in critical finals matches and things like that. So this could not be their map this time as well, especially if Era or Envy have some stuff they're just not prepared for. Like some of those Montaigne pushes were very quick. You know, you expect Montaigne to be that slow guy, but it's just some serious aggression from these Asian teams.
Yeah, we can see Revek top of the leaderboard right now with 3 kills after 2 rounds. Still has yet to take a bullet to his head yet.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to make some serious adjustments to how they play here. It's how they've been playing has not been working out. They are getting to defend the same bomb spot again, though, because they didn't win it, and that means they can make some adjustments. But it also means that if they play the same defense, that Envy are going to know how to tear that apart.
See, what do you think about the lack of Jaeger being chosen in this situation? Because they know, I guarantee you, they know they only bring 1 buck or one nade operator.
Yeah.
So being able to get rid of those nades, you can also bring Jaeger, get rid of the nades, as well as bring 2 barbed wire.
Not to mention Jaeger's a good aggressive operator, fast, things like that. So it is a little bit surprised, but you know, you have 5 operators, that's it. You really got to make the tough choices in terms of what utility you absolutely need. And sometimes those Jaegers just get denied by smoke grenades and things like that anyways. So maybe they're just used to that in the meta, but like you said, maybe they don't, or maybe they do know that they don't bring a lot of grenades.
Yep, so a very quick push here into Bar, as we also have Buck, who managed to make his way up top. He's going to push down from the offices up top above Bar. And I suspect we're going to see Ysera making his way here into Kitchen. Make sure it's all clear first, but he'll get that drop hatch opened up, and they won't be moving forward.
They are definitely playing this a little bit differently, but still basically aggressive into this area. Not sure how much droning they did, but they definitely want to make sure it's clear. Almost shooting each other there.
Now, Corey, I like this thing. What he's basically doing here is going to try to open up, looks like possibly the floor a little bit more here. But we do have Buck still moving his way into Kitchen. Looking at Ysera and Quantic. They're coming down the main stairwell, going to drone it out first. Looks like they might be doing a similar push as they did previously, which got them the win.
They're getting some good intel in that room there, and the drone not getting shot. Definitely helping them out.
Yeah.
But Snake sneaking around over here.
Yeah, so Snake has managed to come on up. Looks like they forgot to get that Claymore down. Looking at the at the ladder, he's going to peek around and gets the kill into Quantic. First kill of the round here. Looks above, able to get Lunar, but doesn't finish him off. Throws one impact grenade, which doesn't do the trick just yet.
That's really going to hurt their attack here.
Picking up a second kill. That is also the Bug that's been killed off. The gas from Eclipse finishes off the Montaigne, and Ysera finally able to get 1 kill, turning it back into the favor here of Era. A 4-on-2, 50 seconds left to go. And you've got Corey here stuck inside of the basement hallway. Peak angle from the kitchen drop, or from the stockroom, moving on over to motorcycle.
Electrocuted by the wall as well.
Gas grenade's going to cut off his escape as Slash is going to station himself inside the blue hall. You still have Ysera, who's looking to go towards garage and come on down from the stock drop. Slash knows he's a point of interest over here. Avian's still covered. Looks as though Slash gets that kill into Ysera. Last one alive is going to be tormented here by the yokai inside of motorcycle. Avian knows he's around here. He's going to be peeking around the B-bomb. As Slash knows he's got Diffuser, but Corey picks up the kill onto Slash. It's now a 3-on-1 with 15 seconds left to go. Turns around for the shot, but the low angle from Avian able to pick up Corey. And that's going to be 2-1 right now. Era's finally on the board.
You see the importance of that barbed wire there. He wasn't able to get in fast enough to peek one of them. Not that he was going to be able to do much against 2 right there, especially the bomb in between. But that barbed wire just stopped him from being able to really be able to do anything. You saw him just trapped in there. I liked his response on Slash, though, into the blue tunnel. Quick shots, especially from a thermite gun. Not necessarily the best gun in the game, but a lot of people have gotten used to it. But Snake, man, right at the beginning, taking out those 2 in bar, super critical, just tore apart their entire attack due to overconfidence and not droning everything. Like I was saying, playing very aggressive, and they didn't play any roamers the first time, so Envy wasn't prepared for it.
So what we saw from Envy was pretty much a very similar push to what they did. They opened up drop hatches, but then they just decided to proceed down the main stairwell and then force their way into motorcycle, into church, which I think, like we said, Era can adapt very well. Their adaptability is probably one of the highest of any team that we've ever seen. And so being able to recognize, hey, they aren't focusing on garage, they aren't focusing on construction. Now it's time that they're going to focus down the main stairwell. We can come around for that flank. We can look for those opportunities.
And now we're going to see a new bomb spot because they're going to have to play up in bar now that they can't play the downstairs from winning that, which gives Era an opportunity to continue their comeback if they can do so, because it is generally a weaker bomb spot. That doesn't mean there aren't great ways to play it, solid defenses for it, but overall you just have less advantages playing on that bomb spot.
A very good Valk cam here by Corey, able to hop out undetected.
Dangerous.
Now what I do like here from the setup here of Envy is they've managed to open up the walls in between the two top floors, so they can rotate around should they need to without being detected.
That's something that's going to be important, I think.
Definitely. They've pre-opened it up so that we'll give it away to Era, but they're able to make that adjustment, make that transition without being detected is magnificent.
Now, hopefully Eclipse can last a little longer as a Blackbeard this time. Like we said, he's been nerfed quite a bit in terms of his shield power and things like that. Not quite the powerhouse he was during the last season, but still a very useful operator with a pretty strong gun.
I mean, when you've got Eclipse who's been pinpoint accurate with his accuracy here for months and months and months, all you need is that one bullet at a time to get that shot, and there it is. Gets the headshot there under Revik, and that turns it into favor here for Era.
Definitely cost him a bit, but you know, that's what matters, is just getting those kills early on so that you have the numbers advantage.
Yep, and so there's that rotation point that Avian has now identified, called it out to his team, and knows that someone's up here, seeing as how his drone just got killed off. He's looking towards the offices, which is where Ysera is stationed at the moment. Now, Diffuser is still in the hands of Eclipse. He was down by Stock, picked up that kill into smoke. Monstrous kill there. A nade from Slash is going to take out Corey. And now it looks like they're going to collide here. K9's inside a garage, looking down towards Bar. Snake pushes on in as Hibana, getting that shot into Quantic. Looks like K9 gets Ysera. A 5-on-1 now as Lunar is the last one alive, coming out of the strip club here. Moving his way into Bar, looking to get Slash. Slash is peeking around. Looks as though the corner doesn't get spotted. Lunar finally gets seen. Takes a couple pre-fires towards the lobby as Avian's coming around from behind. Pulls out the SMG. Does not land. Oh, he does. He gets a trade as Lunar and Snake go head-to-head there.
The only kill of the round for them, the very last second in the trade. I mean, I really liked some of what Envy was doing. They opened up all these holes to make the roofs unsafe. And in doing so, not giving up that roof territory to allow them flexibility to rotate around. But ultimately, they just couldn't actually hold it as a solid defense, and they just got picked apart one at a time. You saw Eclipse getting that kill early on, K9 and some of the other guys getting kills early on, and just whittling away till they didn't have enough defense left to hold any angles, and they just got pushed from all sides.
Yeah, I think what kind of led to the downfall of Envy on that opportunity was the fact that Era put so much pressure up top. I mean, you did have the identification, the call out that, okay, they are ready to swap on over, and that's one of the things that a lot of teams don't necessarily look for. They're focused horizontally on this map.
Yeah,
they're focused horizontally on this map, and when Era is able to take this into a three-story map and actually play every level, that's what's going to be the victor for him.
Now, like, this Bar isn't as strong of an attack for the attackers as it used to be because of the Blackbeard not being as strong, but it's still a very strong attack-to-attack from the club side. However, we just saw like a very different defense from Envy. And we're not going to see necessarily, it looks like, the same level of verticality from Era, as they're playing a bit more spread out. And you see K9 even in an interesting position, but
I'm
doing a lot of droning.
And Snake right now. Snake is playing Castle, and he's actually reinforcing the garage wall.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the wall between the lobby and garage, but the garage and the exterior portion.
Definitely wants to use that to his advantage. You don't waste time on that unless that's part of your defense. Definitely using the castle in interesting ways as well to kind of, you can't completely cut off rotations and stuff with that, but you can really slow them down in terms of which choices they make, especially at a team that plays aggressive like this. I think Castle's a great counter.
Yeah, now here we're actually not going to see the Thermite get chosen. They're going to have Ysera play Capitao instead.
They're still bringing the Montaigne though. So they've got to have somewhere in mind to push with that. Obviously, as Pink was talking about, there's the stock take, which is pretty typical, but we're not seeing Lunar go there just yet. They may be going for a different way to push in, maybe from the club side or pushing into that doorway, as Kix mentioned earlier.
Yeah, we're going to have 4 attackers from Envy, all motioning over here towards the strip club, and we've got 1 defender. That is Avian inside a strip club right now. He's got to go 1-on-4 at the moment.
He's got to be ready to retreat. Your job there is to delay them, maybe get a kill, and then pull back.
Now, what is good about, if we look over here at Revik, he's looking in towards the hallway, the strip club hallway. Looks as though we're going to be pushing in, and Ysera's able to pick up that kill into Avian. Taking out the bandit, now they're going to push on in even more. However, the shot from behind. Snake able to get Lunar as he moves on down the strip club hallway. Trying to even out man count here, a 1 minute and 40 to go.
That was a good kill. They killed the Montaigne. Montaigne being a critical part of a lot of their strats. You know, they know how to play without him, but it's still, they pick him every time for a reason. This is going to hurt.
So Snake still playing very sneakily up there on the pool table. Strip club is going to be in the hands of Ysera. However, it looks like Rev has fallen down. He might get picked off here. There's the smoke grenade from Slash, able to take him down. Now Quantic comes around going hunting here. Looks like he's hunting for, I want to say...
Eclipse, I think, ran off.
I think Eclipse did run off downstairs. He's looking like he might try to transition himself over towards Garage.
It looked like he pre-fired as someone chasing him.
Yeah, Quantic knows that someone's down here now. He saw the gunfire go his way, but he's going to be in a very vulnerable spot there on the stairs.
You know, even if he does catch Eclipse, this is burning up a lot of their time.
It is. There's 55 seconds left to go. Ysera's got the diffuser inside a strip club. He wants to move on forward. He picks up that kill on a Snake, though. It looks like Snake moved in. Now, right on the other side of the brick wall is Slash, pulling out that SMG-11 to get Quantic. A 3-on-2. 40 seconds remains. Now Eclipse also gets taken out here by Ysera. However, the trade comes in, and now it's a K9 and Slash versus Corey. Corey's pushed in, but he doesn't get a kill as K9 peeks up from the bar, able to get that headshot.
I feel like really seeing K9 actually get a lot more kills than we're used to seeing sometimes. He's a very heavy sight player, very defensive, but he's been getting a lot of really good picks this time. Same with Slash. Sometimes I'm used to seeing a lot of work coming out of Avian and Eclipse and Slash as well, being the more aggressive guys, but we're seeing some great defensive angles and just really good smart play from K9 and Snake, just really catching them off guard.
Yep.
So I definitely am seeing the comeback here from Era, but I do think there's a good chance we might see Envy, get their thing together and be like, okay, obviously we need to change what we're doing because we see how they play now. They've had a chance to study Era a bit more than Era's had a chance to study them. Now's the time for them to adapt because one more point puts them on match point, and they don't want to lose this first map because you lose that momentum.
Agreed. And so we saw actually Envy started up in a 2-0.
Yeah.
And this has been that adaptability we've been talking about. They've come back. Era's come back three wins in a row here. Now it's time for Envy to trade it back. It's time to come back, get that momentum back. They started off with it very well. They stayed in that calm fashion. They were able to get their wins.
Now, Era have not won this attack yet on this basement, so they're going to have to adjust what they're doing a little bit differently because it didn't work last time. We saw them attempt, for example, with Avian trying to bring those fuse cluster charges. They didn't end up doing anything, and he got killed doing it. So they've got to be prepared for that, for example, to cover him and make sure that he doesn't get killed doing it. So.
Oh, a very nice shot by Ysera. As Slash comes around from the white van, that's taken out a monstrous kill there onto Capital.
Ysera's got some serious accuracy with that ump.
It's a very nice shot. Now, that was perfect timing. What you typically see is a player unload their weapon, break open a window. He pushed in at that exact time. Slash thought it was all clear, and unfortunately, it was not for him.
Great timing on his peak. See, Avian making sure he's a little more clear when he goes to try and put those cluster charges this time.
Now what we're going to see here is K9 pushing in towards Garage. I didn't spot a Claymore there to watch for the flank from behind.
Yeah, I think they're bringing more nades than they are Claymores because they want to take out barbed wire and things like that to push aggressively when they need to.
Avian peeking out and getting Ysera, who again has not gotten back downstairs after that first kill. He will be picked off.
I mean, Ysera got an important kill early on, and that helps a lot. So I think it's worth it. Anytime a roamer at least trades 1 for 1, he's done his job.
So Eclipse now playing the Blackbeard, moving his way down the oil pit into Garage Tunnel. We're going to spot Snake again, trying to get these drop hatches open. Stock has been opened, bar's gotten opened, and so is Kitchen. That's a Bonda doing her job. We all hear the fuse charge from Avian now going down. It looks as though it's going to be inside a church. I'm sorry, inside of the stock room.
Looks
here.
like Lunar's putting his Echo drone where he did last time when he was using it against K9. So hopefully they're prepared for it this time and know to actually take it out there if they can. But no one's really pushing construction tunnel, so he's just kind of free to sit in there.
Now Eclipse has gotten in here. He's moving down very slowly, very quietly. Rev's going to go for a peek here, but Eclipse is ready for it.
He's going to hear that wire.
Looking around. Barbed wire's going to make a peek. Rev will fall after he destroys one shield and does about 60 damage to Eclipse.
That shield saved his life, though.
It did, and this is the reason. You've got that reaction time to just win the fight if you just have that extra bullet or two opportunity. So now Eclipse is going to make his way down Garage a little bit further. Quantic, though, is knowing that he might be popping in through the little crouch hole. Corey's trying to stay in cover. He does get spotted. Looks like a push in. 1 kill from Eclipse. They try to go for the crossfire. They get the trade, but Eclipse manages to get 2 kills downstairs inside of that Garage tunnel.
That's really going to give them a good advantage here. They have a numbers advantage right now, 3-2, and they've got some good angles, but that...
Ooh, a very good peek here from Quantic, able to get Avian down. Now it's all up to K9 and Snake. Last 2 alive, however, Snake falls to Lunar. K9's going to drop on in, and there's going to be the echo drone. This is a repeat of round number 2. Now K9 has gotten his way in, but he is disoriented and will be finished off by Lunar. Again, Lunar and K9 just cannot make it work, and K9 will fall once again.
I really don't know what happened with K9 at the end there. I'm going to have to ask him after because that was just awkward looking. But I mean,
the disorientation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You don't see it in the spectator mode.
That's right.
But
So
that was the yokai drone doing its work.
We are seeing that Echo.
At least he got in the doorway.
Yeah, no,
he made it into the doorway. He went to the cave wall.
The drunk stumble. So nicely played. Echo just hiding in there the whole time. I was surprised to see a repeat of last time, though. That was a little awkward.
It was 100% a repeat, especially of the end of it. So a very, very good job by Envy trying to hold down the fort.
That is twice they've defended that bomb spot from Era. Era really needs to figure out something different if they want to lock this out for them. Because, I mean, the nice thing is that forces them back up to bar so Era can take up on bar again, assuming they're not able to adjust their defense. But still, it was a little bit of a surprise ending there. They had a strong go.
Yeah, so it looks like Avian playing the Bandit. He's gotten one drone out, but won't get the other as he's going to move his way into stock to get the drop hatches. But talking about the volatility and the viability of Echo, I mean, we saw him play a monstrous role for Envy. Have we seen that same outcome for Snake or for Slash here?
I think what we're not seeing is him using it as a camera, because we haven't really seen that from the spectator point of view. And I've talked to these guys before, and I played with Avian when he plays the Echo drone as well, and they like to use it as an aggressive roam drone. So they'll actually use it to lead their roamers around and things like that, to give them an advantage in doing roam attacks. Who knows, Snake might have even used it to his advantage when he was doing that Roma's Castle before.
Very possible.
It's something we're just probably not seeing yet, but I wouldn't count out Echo being a vital part of their strats as well.
Yep. So now we've got Ysera pushing on in. Now he opened up the door, going to move in here from Kennels into Garage, just making sure it's all clear for the time being. Now I can tell you one thing that Envy will do here is they will place a Claymore down, hopefully, seeing as how they were bombarded last time by Snake.
Yeah, they don't have one on Habana here. That ladder top is a great place to place the Claymore, as you don't have a way to avoid it if you climb up that ladder. You can't take it out ahead of time unless you use some kind of grenade.
Yep, so the 5-man onside defense from Arrow will have to suffice because they have cleared out all the roamers, and now they're making their push here into the bar.
Important thing is they cleared out that jukebox. Habana getting all the charges down before blowing any of them, interestingly, like getting all 3 down. That's a risky move because if you get shot up through that floor, you're not triggering any of them at that point.
Yep. So we have a pre-fire from Ysera, however, they're going to go right into the castle wall as Quantic makes his way down the main hallway.
Looks like he might have missed that ash charge and hit the wall instead. He thought he was taking out some barbed wire. But either way, that's 2 ash charges down.
Very possible. Now Corey, seeing as hell, they've managed to, for the most part, push in from the main stairwell. They're now going to look like they're opening up construction. They're going to spot out K9 here. He's going to get called out. Now they're going to open up from Thermite, open up that construction tunnel there by Corey.
That's pretty aggressive K9 play into that construction tunnel we saw there. Usually he'll stand right by the entrance and just watch down into the door. But it looks like this time he's wanting to push a little more aggressively and not give up some of that construction tunnel. As he knows they have the Montaigne, right? He wants to know if there's going to be one pushing down that and putting pressure on the armory.
So in the final moments of preparation, we're here trying to get our way, trying to watch the attackers here get situated for this push. We've got 60 seconds, 1/3 of the round left to go. Lunar's going to be dropping into stock here momentarily, just throwing in one flashbang, going to go full shield and hold onto the doorway. Looks like he's going to focus his way into Snake. All he has to do is stay in the doorway. There's the shot from Ash, though. Quantic getting that kill into Snake. Now that's from above inside of the stock drop. Looks like Lunar pushes on in. K9, he knows is inside. Corey's trying to make his way in, but K9 gets the drop shot onto Corey. And now he's going to push in. Looks like K9 to going one-on-one here against Lunar. Last time, previous 2 times these two players have engaged, and it's going to be a 3rd time. There goes the kill onto K9. Lunar and Rev each get 1. It's now up to Slash and Avian. A 2-on-4, 30 seconds left to go. Avian's inside of the church as we have Rev coming down the main central stairwell. Diffuser's getting planted by Quantic, and Avian, try as he may, gets Ysera, and Quantic, though, gets Avian on the trade. Slash gets Lunar. Now, Diffuser's still in the hands of Quantic, 15 seconds. It's getting planted now. He's going to pull out that Yokai, won't spot him in time, though. So it looks as though he's going to get right behind that B-bomb and go in for the plant. Now, Slash trying to stay hidden. There goes the kill there onto Revik. Now a 1-on-1. Diffuser has been planted now. It is here onto Envy, going up against Slash. Slash is very much hurt. He's down to about 20 health. Reloading his weapons to make sure, but the Supernova at this close range can prove to be very deadly. There it is going to be, and now he's going to have to rush on in. He's got about 10 seconds to spot where Quantic is going to finally be. He peeks on up, but Quantic, disoriented, gets the headshot on the Slash, turning it into a win here for Envy.
Well, you asked whether or not that Yokai drone was going to be something important for them. It was, but he just couldn't land that shot at the end. And I liked what he was doing there, but it was just constantly back and forth on the drone, back and forth on the drone, but he was not close enough to act on it.
So the reason I think that was back and forth, because at first I was thinking, why isn't he going into the stockroom? Why isn't he going into Arsenal? He knows that the plant's going down. I think it's because he was getting that sound effect. You saw how Ash rotated away from the blue entry point, moved on over to behind bomb site. That was that, trying to just waste a little bit more time, get some intel, get them to move, hear it out, and that's why you want to get out of that drone in time so you can hear those footsteps, hear that rotation.
I would have liked to see if he would have been able to get on that drone earlier, them to actually deny the plant going down enough time for them to actually just time out and lose by not being able to plant. He might have been able to pull it off, but they had a nice angle. They were right behind the box where he just couldn't hit him with that drone.
Yeah, so it was a very, very good attempt by Envy, but unfortunately, it looks as though we just had a win there by Envy.
Yeah, and that puts Era on match point here. Like, if Era don't win this, they're out this map. So it is 4-3. It's a very good place for Envy to be because they're putting a lot of pressure on Era now to make this attack. However, this is an attack Era has won. So they're going to have to play it a bit differently. You see them still playing very aggressively upstairs like we saw before, opening up all those rotate holes. They're even just pre-opening tons of windows, some so they can throw cameras out, some so they can peek out. They got to be prepared for an aggressive top-down push like we saw Era do to them last round.
Now, Corey's been hurt just a little bit here. I don't know if it was by his own C4 or an impact grenade.
Yeah, it looked like he might have got a little close to one of those explosives.
No.
There's no Twitch. Well, there's a Twitch drone. It's possibly could have got tagged by it as well.
Yeah, it looks like Kanan's going back to the Twitch play. Twitch was always his first choice.
Yes, in Season 1.
Season 1 and part of Season 2. Then moved over to the Thatcher, and then now he's going full circle over here to Buck. But what we're going to see here from at least the defensive side of stuff is going to be a pretty much a horizontal play. We're going to see Corey here. He was inside of the stock. Almost window got opened up by Eclipse. Would have spotted him possibly.
Yeah, we saw last time him get this kill from this attack over here, attacking onto here, but they're going to be a little more prepared for it this time. He may not get the advantage he had last time where he was just laying at an awkward angle. He's pushing this window instead of the door this time, though. I think he's a little worried about getting jumped out from behind because they know he might be playing over there.
So I can tell you for a fact right now that Eclipse knows that Smoke's going to be in stock room. That's going up against Rev. This is the engagement they had before. He doesn't want to open up the door all the way just yet. He's trying to bait it out, but it looks like Ysera gets that first kill onto the fuse of Avian. And now Ysera pops on out of kitchen, moves on upstairs with Quantic. They're going to be taking over the top floor. They do have those rotation holes. We're going to see them used here momentarily.
Interesting that that fuse was down there. I'm not sure what his plan was as far as the cluster charges, so we didn't get to see him really use those. Nice quick rotate, though. I think he did get marked before he could get in, though. So that is going to give away that he moved over there.
Yeah, he did get marked, but as you talked about, the Yokai drone is what's being used to try and help spot for the roamers, call out what's ahead for the roamers, and that's exactly what the Yokai drone is doing. However, Quantic knows he's been detected, so he knows Snake is now here on top of the bridge of the garage.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of places to go, and like if he jumps down, he's going to take a little bit of damage. Interesting throwing that in there. That's a little unsafe, but he does spot him out. He's giving himself some intel to push in there, and Slash is helping.
Now Slash gets that kill into Lunar. That's taking out the Yokai, taking out the Echo. A 4-on-4, however, Blackbeard Eclipse is going to be very much hurt here. He's got Diffuser outside by Kennels. And it looks as though Snake and Kanan are now rotating on over, going to try to help him out. I want to say they're actually looking to rotate all the way over to Strip Club.
Yeah,
it's a very aggressive move, considering they've got 50 seconds remaining.
No one's really going to be expecting it, but if Quantic peeks at the right time...
Oh, there it is. Slash gets that kill on Quantic, moves on over, gets the second kill on Corey. We might be going into overtime here because it's 4-2, 4-1 with K9 picking up the kill on the Rev. You've got 35 seconds left to go. Diffuser gets planted. Ysera, full health as he may be, it's going to have to come down these central stairs, which is right.
Fight 4. Good luck with the Diffuser planted.
1-on-4.
Not looking great, but if Ysera could get one kill, that'll feel good. There it is.
He got one looking to the left, but he's going to get sideswiped from the right here. Snake knows it's there. He's right by the jukebox. He's right by the slot machine. And there it is. Ysera will fall to Snake.
We didn't really know what to expect from Envy, but so far what we're seeing is they're putting up a great fight and could possibly take this. But either way, this is going to overtime. This is going to be intense for just the very first map here. But that's how it should be, right?
I agree. And as much as I would like to agree with our fellow analyst over there in a 2-0, I think we're going to see this go into overtime every single map. And I think we're going to get to a final overtime. I think it's going to be very similar to the Playing Ducks era that we saw in the Season 3 finals, where we saw 32 out of 33 rounds played.
Yeah, and what I think is interesting is a lot of these maps I think favor Era traditionally because they're all maps that I know they're good at. But the thing is that also means there's a lot of video of them playing it.
Yep.
There's a lot of, as Kix was pointing out earlier, a lot for Envy to study. So Envy could just play that constant wild card on them and that Montaigne strats and things like that. And if Era's not prepared the same way, we may see a lot of them just losing the first couple rounds to feel stuff out.
Yeah, and like you said, the game footage that Envy probably has on Era is just enormously more than what they've got in return. And so I think that is what's definitely favoring Envy here.
Now, Envy are on the bomb spot that they've won twice in a row now. Both times they've played it. So it is all on Era to really figure out what are we doing wrong every single time in attacking this? Why are we ending up with K9 fighting Echo at the very end every time?
Yep.
Let's not do that a third time.
So we are going to have Ysera trying to go for a quick peek again. He is up top. Last time he peeked on outside of pool table window once Blackbeard opened it up, and then was able to get that kill onto Slash.
Yeah, I hope they're expecting him to be here last time, because getting those kills did help them early on.
So I think what Ysera knows is he knows that they're more cautious. They know that he's probably going to be roaming around, so he's going to situate himself on top of those main stairwell and play it safe for the time being.
Yeah. I like how we see him playing Pulse like it's Jaeger or something, playing this 3-speed, fast, aggressive plays, and really good accuracy. And so it's something that's really helped him, as he's able to do some, remodeling for himself before he does that roam.
Now Snake is going to open up. All he's going to basically do is probably situate himself inside of the window well here, open up the drop hatch from above in a safe distance so he doesn't get C4'd. You can see him rappel upside down, able to get the drop hatch from a very safe distance.
It's nice that Kitchen's viable now because of that, because that's something that they'd kind of lost out on due to C4ing the floor, and especially when you had Valkyrie in the mix as well, able to get some cameras in there.
Now that's going to be a nice crawl-through hole, but however, it is a crawl-through hole, so if they need to retreat out of there, they will have to take.
They're definitely going to have to drone that tunnel ahead of time. There's that C4 attempt. Going up the bottom, just trying to drone him out. He doesn't have a C4 anymore, but at least he can shoot through the floor.
So tucked away in the corner of Arsenal room, he knows that that is Buck coming in from the freezer.
Aggressive play by Bandit there.
Ooh, K9 gets that shot down. That gets the nade down onto Ysera. That's taking out the pulse from underneath. Now Revik able to get Snake for the trade. Taking out the Hibana, but I believe Hibana's already done her work. Slash is going to move on in, try to get rid of the push here from the tunnel. Fuse charge going to go down. We're going for a very quick push here from Era. They're all going to drop right after the fuse charges. All three. They're moving on in. K9's going to go in for the plant back of Arsenal, but he's got to watch out because Quantic is there. Eclipse able to get that shot into the rev as Quantic gets flashed for the trade. A 3-on-3, a minute 10 left to go. And K9 is looking down towards Motorcycle. Quantic wants to go for another peek. He's going to hop on a cam real quick, see what's going on in his way. 60 seconds left to go in the way. Avian now. Looks like Diffuser baiting it out here from K9. You still have Eclipse who's above, trying to look on down through. Avian looks as though he's going to be inside of the main floor as well. Quantic over the push. His kneecap was seen, but K9 is still trying to bait him out. And they finally gets the bait as Avian also gets a kill. A 3-on-1 now from Lunar. Lunar tries to move on in from Church, and Avian able to pick up another kill down onto him. 5-4 here. Match point for Era.
Era finally cracks the basement with a very different push. Very aggressive drop into Arsenal there. I think they got tired of K9 being the last one falling down in there. It looks like we may have ended a little prematurely, though.
Might have ended just a little bit. Might have had a few different game settings, potentially.
Yeah, as there are a setting for it to be 5-4 versus 6-4. So I believe we're going to have one more match here. So, but that's going to give both teams a chance to recollect for a moment and be like, okay. All kinds of adjustments have made.
You've got to think about how much this might affect the momentum.
Absolutely.
Whether for positive or negative, this could unfortunately affect the momentum.
Yeah.
And so with that, I mean, what we saw there, we are going into overtime. This was the first round of overtime. Era took it. As you said, they finally identified how to take down that bottom floor defense. They figured out how to break it down, and that's the adjustability we've been talking about.
I think that favors Era a little bit in the sense that they were having to make all those adjustments, and they finally cracked them. Like they came back, they took it to overtime, and then they cracked their biggest weakness on that overtime. I think that spells well for Era, but Envy are going to have a chance now to think, okay, we know some things that have worked, we know some things that haven't worked. We're going to have to figure out, okay, like our aggressive play is working in certain aspects, but they're figuring out our Montaigne, for example, and they're getting behind him. We need to play it a little bit differently so he's not as predictable.
I will say, though, that I do see some change up of operators from Envy. They went with, they chose the Capital and got rid of the Thermite. Now, are they going to do that on this downstairs push? Who knows? Because it's now Era's turn to head on downstairs, try to hold down their site. First round they tried doing that, they lost. Second round they won. So it's just a matter of who's going to be adjusting, who's got the little tweaks. I mean, when you think about it, you've got Era lost their first defense, won their second defense downstairs. That gave it gave Envy the opportunity to basically see what they did to change, and now they've got the next turn to adjust themselves. It's kind of a back and forth fight before that basement hold.
Yeah, and there is a chance, depending on how this goes, we could see Era having to attack that basement again. Because if it goes to, if Envy gets a point now, then we could go back to that defense because they lost it. They could defend there again.
Yep.
And the question is, would they? Like, will they continue, like, okay, we're going to adjust? Or will they say, never mind, we'll go back to bar and we know what we're doing wrong there? Probably not, but there's a chance that could happen, assuming Envy are able to win this next round.
Yeah, and we are back here. It is round number 10 now. 5-4. Era is in the lead, so we're going to show on over here what the operators are being chosen right now because everyone is in lobby ready to go, and looks like Ysera is still going for that Hibana pick, and the Montaigne still making an appearance here for Envy.
Yeah, not too big of a surprise on the attackers. I think they changed it up a little bit in terms of who they're bringing, but overall, like, it's a pretty solid attack. So it's not a big surprise. Bar, again, is still not the easiest one to defend, so this is a good chance for Envy to get their point back and bring us to 5-5.
What's a little odd is this is overtime. They were not forced to choose this one. They chose it of their own will. So they must be thinking they're going to be. They must be thinking that Envy is going for a strat downstairs.
That's a good point. Like, that's one of the things that you can do to another teams when they count on something, and it's an important round like this. They're going to pick their specific lineup for it. Although they haven't shown that they're going to change Montaigne based on the bomb spot at all, at least in this particular map.
But what they did change up when it was the bar time was they brought in the Capital instead of the Thermite.
Absolutely.
So taking away 2 nades as well as the fire arrow is something that is drastically going to hinder the attacking push for
Thankfully,
Envy.
Thermite's still a little useful on this because there are some walls that are useful, like the club wall, for example. Still useful to blow open, but that didn't look like to be their strat last time. And if they want to push that doorway, then they're definitely not going to do that. Last time we saw Montaigne trying to push that doorway, though, he got lit up by smoke and then shot in the back by K9.
Yep.
So it was something that didn't work out for them.
Now it looks as though Quantic, as much as he's been droning out here, will get off the drone and plop on up to the top of Candles, up to the top of Cash Room and Garage, which is also where Lunar's going. Now, I want to suspect that they might be trying to come on down from Cash Room.
Yeah.
Might be trying to pinch in from Garage as well, and then also a little bit into stock.
Now, that Cash Room push is even better when you bring Buck, which they didn't do, because it gives you the opportunity to open up that Cash Room floor and put a lot more downward pressure onto the diffuser when it's planted in stock. So they're not going to be able to do that, but they still may be going for this stock door push from Montaigne and just taking top-down control of that room.
Eclipse has been droned out here. They know he's here somewhere inside of Cash Room, which is why they're collapsing on him. Corey's made his way, looks almost inside of Garage, still fighting outside.
I like how Eclipse was using that crack, though, to his advantage if they tried to rush in on him.
So here we have Corey now focusing his way up here into the subroof, the half roof, right outside of Cash Room. Now Ysera's going to move his way into Garage here shortly, as Montaigne has already managed to make his way down the main stairs, pushed Eclipse out of there. Slash is still stationed, though, inside of the stock room.
Interesting, that was a Jaeger ADS. They did actually bring Jaeger this time. Something we discussed earlier, them not bringing because of the grenades. But it looks like they wanted to change things up a little bit on this particular defense.
Now we do hear the rumble and tumble of that EMP grenade, as well as a few grenades getting thrown out. What we are looking to see here is going to be Lunar trying to make his way towards that stock doorway.
Looks like he's not sure whether or not to push it just yet.
And the door is fully shielded, still up, and he's still the only one out here. So what we are going to witness, though...
Drop the bomb diffuser.
It looks like there might have been an issue with Hibana charge there, so they may need to do a remake.
Gotcha.
So,
yeah,
unfortunately, we'll see that round again.
Yeah, so unfortunately, there are little quirks here and there. The issues do pop up, and it looks as though one of those did come up. So we are going to have to remake that last round. Again, it is still 5-4, still round 10.
But both teams got to see what the other one's doing.
Agreed.
So that is going to be
This is where the
really
mind game
pivotal.
comes in.
Absolutely.
The mind games comes in. Is Era going to choose the bar and stock again, or are they going to go downstairs and hopefully they're going to bait Envy into choosing?
Yeah, just keep throwing them off.
I know.
Yeah.
Right?
And are they going to guess that they're going to do that? And then you get into Sicilian mind games here at that point. So it is a question of, now that they both have seen what the other's going to do, obviously I think the defense is more exposed than the attack. In terms of that, because attack can be a little more flexible in rotations and things like that, whereas the defense got kind of spotted out like, oh, now we know Eclipse is playing this stairwell, for example, and then they're bringing Jaeger. So if they bring the same defense, that will be a good advantage for Envy, as you mentioned earlier, catching them by surprise, picking that bomb spot was important. So this could really put Era in a worse position than they thought they were in.
Now, one of the things that I've always wondered about pro teams, and do they have an ace in their hand where they could possibly go for a bomb site that hasn't been chosen yet?
Yeah.
And we've seen, at least during Season 3, I believe it was Continuum,
Yeah,
actually tried
absolutely.
to hold the cash room once.
Yeah.
And they were very close to making it successful, very close. Do you think either of these teams have an ace in the hole where they might try to throw that into the mix?
I feel like that's something we've seen a lot from Continuum. That's not something we've seen so much from Era. Era is really about adjusting and focusing the holds that they do. Like, they really want to, like, figure, okay, this is our weakness, let's just adjust that, rather than just go like, oh, we're going to go some complete wild card. I think they'd rather be a little more iterative. That's why they're willing to lose those first couple rounds to feel things out, because it's not about the ace in the hole, it's about let's play the opponent.
Yep.
And that's something that they've done really well. They just have never been able to close out that final victory that they need to take home the trophies.
And so, I mean, suiting this, it is match point here for Era. We're going to witness the continuation of this first map. Next map to get played will be Chalet.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to seeing what all 3 maps are going to reveal for all the teams here.
I think Chalet is a good map for Era, but it also could be a really interesting map for Envy and how they play. So I think it's kind of anyone's game, but I'm really looking forward to that being like an intense match, because we didn't see as much Chalet as I was hoping during last season's finals.
Yep.
So it is something that I think had been up and down in the meta and has slowly been making a little bit of a comeback, despite Oregon and Clubhouse still being very dominant.
Yeah, and so now we are here. Everyone's back in lobby, and we're getting ready right here. Let's show it up on the screen, because it's now time for prep phase here. 45 seconds for Era. Possibly, actually, this is their last defensive round. Win or lose, this is the last defensive round for Era.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for pretty much the same thing they were doing before. Same operators, same bomb spot. But they've got to know, like, hey, like, not all our stuff is going to be so secret now.
Yep, and it looks as though Envy might be going for the more conservative approach of saying, look, we can make our defensive we can make our operators work if it's basement or if it's in the bar and stockroom with this 5 seconds.
Yeah, they're still bringing that thermite, for example. But who knows? They could use it to open up garage. They could use it to open up the club wall. They could use it for a lot of different things. It's certainly not useless. And Sabana is not necessarily for opening walls. Definitely more for hatches, but they did bring both. So they have some flexibility here. And they got that Thatcher is something they've definitely brought a lot as well, to be able to kind of give them the ability to clear out stuff that they need, especially for those Montaigne pushes.
Yeah, and it looks as though Slash has made his way, made a little hole in between the cash room as well as the garage catwalk. So he's now stuck upstairs, and it looks like Eclipse might be up there to help him out too. Slash has rotated on downstairs though, from cash, moved on over into the stock.
They definitely want to take some control of the top floor, at least cash room, if not bedrooms as well. But it's been a little hard for them to find the weakness in Era to take out at least one of them, because I feel like they need to kind of take one of the guys out before they could get control here. Are they going to hop up the ladder here and catch Snake?
They might. I mean, Snake is up there. It looks like though he dropped down, won't get picked off just yet. He's going to try to rotate back downstairs.
Looks like they want to put a lot more pressure on Casher, just jumping in the window with Montaigne as they know that room is clear. Now they're going to start taking huge control of this.
Eclipse is still on those stairs. You're going to have Snake get on out of garage. Eclipse is also going to fall back.
Pre-fire. They were expecting him to be in that crack, so they definitely knew from at least last time, if not this time, but just couldn't catch him.
So here we have it. Still 2/3 of the round left to go. It's still a 5-on-5 as Montaigne does hold on to the diffuser. He's right inside the garage by the catwalk. Now we're moving back into cash room.
See him using basically Buck, or Sledge, how I was talking about using Buck, opening up those holes in the floor. Especially if you're going to plant the diffuser in that room, having top-down control of that diffuser is super important.
Yep. And so with half the round left to go, we still have a 5-on-5. Quantic, though, going to get on his drone here. Watch out for a lobby. Now, I don't think he knows Snake is hard left through there, right by the main doorway.
Yeah, Snake's definitely been kind of a little bit of a wild card here with that castle. But then again, the castle on their team has been as well. He's been a kind of just the roam operator when it comes to flanking people.
Now here comes the plant. There's no smoke right inside, so the plant will go down. Rev is still holding on through the top, looking down through a hole that he made. Yasser's able to back on out, and this is looking like we might head into a 5-on-5.
Yeah, where was Slash when it came to that plant coming down there?
Slash
a little late on that.
All the way out. There's one. Third gas grenade gets thrown. Means Lunar will be able to get here. Now Rev gets one kill as Corey gets another on a K9. Looks like Eclipse will fall here as well. A 5-on-3. We hear some pistol shots coming. Slash will get down. Snake will get out. And now it's all up to Avian. A 1-on-5. And this will lead to a 5-5. We are going into the 11th round here, as we do have Envy winning round number 10.
It definitely looks like whether it was the break or whether it was just the way this bomb spot was played, they definitely had a plan and they executed it solidly. Like Envy just picking them off one at a time there, and then you saw that at once like the dominoes started falling, they just all fell and it came all on Avian, who was not going to pick that up. He was definitely not going to clutch that. But They are going back downstairs, as we talked about earlier. Like, that is something that a nut they finally cracked on the Attack 4 era. So the question is, are they going to be able to repeat? They've lost it twice. They've won it once. Can they win it a second time and then take this map home?
I'm leaning towards Envy on this. I think the fact that Era won the previous round, or the previous attempt down here, showed Envy that, hey, they did this little tweak. They did that little tweak. They rushed here towards Kitchen. Now, if Era thinks they can get away with that again, hate to tell you, but I think Envy's going to be ready for it.
Yeah, I don't think they're all going to drop. If they see those smokes and stuff, they're like, okay, they're going to drop down again.
But what we are seeing here is a very gun-heavy, basically gun-heavy lineup here from the attackers. We're having Hibana, Capitao, Buck, Thermite. I mean, sorry, not Thermite. We're bringing Fuse and Blackbeard.
Yeah, let's hope Fuse can live a little longer. He hasn't done the best on some of these attacks in terms of getting further into the building, maybe pushing a little too aggressively.
Now, what I like about this play from Envy and Ysera in particular is a lot of times when you're this deep into a map, you're in 10-10, last final round, regardless of who wins, who loses. Most of the time, players will then try to play more conservative. They won't play themselves.
5 on site at that point.
Ysera is here playing himself. He went up top, got the attention of the attackers, and now he was able to get downstairs safe and sound.
Yeah, it was smart. He took out 2 drones after getting seen by them, making them think he's going to be roaming up there again. They're going to be expecting, and it's going to slow down their attack. But I don't know by how much, because it looks like K9 really wants to get at least a lot of wood open here.
So looking out now, we still have 2/3 of the round left to go, and the attackers are just merely getting into sight. We're watching K9 right now getting in from the construction entrance point, moving on into kitchen here momentarily. Avian, though, gonna drone out the kitchen and the kitchen hallway. Gets on inside now. This is where he's gonna be placing those fuse charges like he did previously. Right at the bottom of these stairs, moving into kitchen, plopping another one, then coming back out on top, which the first round he didn't actually get that down.
Yeah, he's really looking for Ysera this time, knowing he roams those stairs and he has pulse. He has the ability to detect when Fuse is there and make that push up on him, which it looks like he's doing right now.
There it is, a very nice shot by Ysera. That's going to be the Yokai drone leading the way. He gets another one right onto K9. And again, he finally gets taken out. But I tell you what, getting rid of the Fuse and the Buck very early on is monstrous. Eclipse, however, was able to get down Rev. And that's going to be a 2-2 swap. So now it's 3-on-3. Still half the round left to go.
So far, Ysera is my MVP for Envy. Definitely played a lot of critical roles on those roams. And on an operator that's not typically a roam operator.
Here we have it, Snake now working his way down the central stairs as Slash is peeking on down through the bar drop hatch.
Looks like they're having to really kind of rethink their attack now that they're down 2 important men.
Yeah, and a lot of times people make the assumption or have the feeling that the attackers are in favor when you get trade after trade after trade.
Nope.
In this particular map, this particular bomb site, I feel like defense has the favor.
Yeah, when you're 1-for-1 on people, defense can have the favor depending on the map, especially a one like this where they can really hole up.
Now Slash is looking like he's going to pop out the incendiary arrows. He's going to pop in here to the left, move on over, look for Corey, but won't spot him. Corey's still ducked behind. He's going to go for the plant as Snake moves in behind him and tries to go for the cover, but he will be taken out. Quantic and Lunar are able to get Snake and Eclipse. Eclipse, however, was able to get Corey down. It's a 1-on-2 diffuser has been planted. Lunar's going to use that Yokai. He pops on up. Can he get the shot on the Slash? Looked like it might have been a headshot, although it might have just been the collarbone because Slash was right onto him.
Here comes Quantic.
But now you got a double push around. Slash does get taken out, and it's going to be Envy taking map number 1. As long as they can get this diffuser destroyed, but they've got about 35 seconds
plenty of
and
time.
only need 7.
Very nicely played by Quantic, coming in there as well to support his man, getting that kill. Nicely played by Slash, though, getting that plant down, putting the pressure on them. But I just think he was too busy watching that flank hole, the hole he used to get in. Too scared of getting flanked from that to really hold enough pressure on him to keep that spot. So nicely played by both teams, but ultimately, the very last moment there, Envy took it home and showed Era they're not to be messed with.
I tell you what, I mean, that was exactly what I was expecting to see. I was expecting to see it go into overtime, maybe a 6v4, but definitely something that was going to be a showing for all. And I think that's exactly what we got here.
Yeah, so far very impressed by Envy. They've put on a great show, seen some great plays by them, a little bit different than we're used to seeing, which is perfect. That's what we want to see here. We want to see a team that's been around since Season 1 playing against a team that's just a complete wild card for them, and it just being an intense back and forth between both teams.
Yeah, and I think what we heard the analysts say before this match started was the teamwork, the game sense that the team that Envy had with each other. I mean, playing for nearly 6 years together. That's some of the cohesiveness that you don't get from a pickup team.
Yeah.
You don't get from 1 month, 6 months of play. You get it from 6 years of play.
Yeah, and this team's been formed since July last year as well, or June or July, so they're not new to the scene either. They've definitely been around, and you could see the teamwork in the trust. When I would see sometimes they'd be firing and they'd run straight into the line of fire, they would stop firing immediately.
So we are going to get onto our second map momentarily, but we are going to watch our replays. So, I mean, this is one of the first rounds. You had Corey get on in, tried to go for the plant, but that's just the instant kill by Lunar.
Some aggressive play there. They took that round, just downing so many of the players.
I mean, this is kind of just what we saw very early on. We saw the push from Envy, and it wasn't what Era was expecting. They weren't ready for it. And there's one of the final kills, or one of the moments here, but however, it just came down to gunfight after gunfight, and it worked out really well for both sides.
Yeah, what was interesting is we eventually saw everyone kind of give up on Church and push Armory instead. And
Now here's the flank from Snake. He got one, moved around and got another, and there's a second time here. Again, very nice try.
That could have worked too. Smoke definitely played an important role in here as well. We saw a lot of smoke going down on kills as well as taking damage on Montaigne. Here's that nice play by Thermite as well, where he manages to hit Slash and just whips around on him.
Yeah,
but
unfortunately that ended well on a 1v4.
Right before it, yeah.
But this is Eclipse. This is that very quick shot. All he needed was just 2-3 bullets of a time frame to line up his sights, get the kill down, and that's exactly what the Blackbeard did.
And there's that drunk mode coming into effect there. So nicely played with the Echo Drone. We finally get to see it, like that stun really being pivotal right there.
So very nice job. Here is Slash trying to make his way over. He'll bang Quantic there 3 times, but then just won't get the kill.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it was a nice try. We're seeing a lot of great use of the operators in new and different ways, as well as classic ways of playing them and just straight up gunfights.
So again, Chalet is our second map. What are you expecting for us to see?
You know, what we used to see traditionally from Era was they would take control of top floor, and then they would push in through dining. Was something we saw a lot, at least on trophy attack. Now that is something they've been seen to do a lot. So I would expect they may change it up now, but that is a very solid attack. So it's not too surprising, especially if you could pitch the trophy window. So what I would like to see is for Envy to maybe play a different bomb spot. We have seen Continuum try and pioneer the whole master bedroom defense.
Yep.
And it's something that's been a little more interesting, especially now that Hibana's in the mix as well as Echo. So we could possibly see that, but mostly we still see Trophy being the focus of Chalet.
Do you think we're going to see Envy choose the similar or same operators that they chose here on Clubhouse to play that vertical game?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big question. It's like, for example, are they going to be using that Montaigne? But it's such a part of their identity now, it seems like, that I wouldn't be surprised if they figured out ways to make it work, even in situations where it doesn't seem like it would. There's plenty of opportunity to push that top floor and have Montaigne push in, say, for example, the office door, or even the master bedroom has that patio as well. It's not like he's got to swing in windows. This is not Canal.
Yeah.
So it's definitely still very useful, regardless of which floor they're pushing. And then obviously, if you're pushing garage, super useful, right? You push right in that garage there. But then I'd like to see something like, the Yokai drone being used a little bit more for stopping those plants or being able to keep control of those defensive bomb spots while still freeing up the other players to roam.
So talking about defense and talking about holding on to Kitchen and Trophy, where do you think we're going to see some of the differentiating factors for defense? I mean, we've seen some teams go up top and hold three people up top, one inside of office, one inside of master bedroom or bathroom, and another inside of library for a defensive hold. Do you think we're going to see that here from either of the teams?
I think what we're going to see is teams playing a little bit more roam, especially Envy being a little bit aggressive on some of that. I think we're going to see teams going on all 3 floors. I think we're going to see people going downstairs and using the stairs to rotate up and down behind the attackers when they can. The attackers are going to have to keep control of those multiple stairwells to make sure they don't get rotated behind, because I think it's not just going to be top heavy. They're going to absolutely keep control of that top floor as much as possible. That is, on any map, I think that's a fundamental principle of this game, is try and keep top-down control as a defender. But at the same time, this map does lend itself to those underground rotations. For example, we see a lot of fights against bandits and Jaegers in the wine cellar, even when it's trophy, because it's important to have, that's kind of the middle point for a lot of those rotations, so you see people hiding out there.
Now, what we haven't seen pop up from either of the teams yet has been a mute. Typically, or previously, we've seen some bandit and mute combinations together try to prevent any kind of wall from getting opened up, even with a Thatcher in the mix. Do you think that might be popping up here for the basement bomb hold?
I think it could be potentially used for some of the other bomb holds as well, just because there are some interesting choke points for drones on here, and that is something that sometimes Mute is used for and sometimes not. I mean, we've seen Mute used for more gimmick kind of stuff like the hatch on Oregon, but he also is still really good now for stopping drones, especially like on something like Oregon, where there's a few more choke points. But he's still a useful operator. He's got a great gun when you know how to use it well. You saw how the ump was being used on Castle, for example, not necessarily a traditional attack gun.
The ump doesn't have an ACOG on it. It's not a sniper.
Exactly. So
you just saw Ysera able to do that.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Mute. I don't think it's going to be like a huge important part of this, though. This is one where we usually see a lot of Valkyrie, for example, because there's a lot of cam spots in those big open rooms, like the main fireplace lobby, for example, having camera angles on. Besides, because the default camera is going to get shot out.
Yep.
So I think we're going to potentially see either Echo being used as that mobile drone, or Valkyrie coming back from Slash to be a lot of camera angle coverage, so they don't have to sit in those rooms.
Yeah, seeing as how the yokai from Echo has kind of changed over the course of its release back in November. What we've seen is now, instead of the yokai staying on bomb site, being just a stationary camera, watching for that diffuser to get planted, now it is that mobile camera. So it kind of negates the use or dwindles down the necessity of bringing the Valkyrie. Now instead of having 3 stationary cameras, you now have a mobile camera that can see more than 3 Valk cams.
Yeah, and it probably makes a difference that Valkyrie had 4 before and now only has 3. So that does make the trade-off a little more balanced in favor of Echo, because of that, which is good, because Echo's an operator that is new and people are still figuring out how to use it, and the fact that people figured out, hey, drones are actually good for the Defender too, in terms of being a mobile camera, but a mobile weaponized camera. Only the Twitch drone on the attacker side is weaponized as well. So it's interesting stuff, and of course the funny part being that you can't have them shoot each other, right? You can't have sort of a Twitch versus Echo drone fight there. It's not something we're likely to see, but
the downside of the yokai though is the sound. I mean, as an attacker, if you hear that yokai moving around and you're nowhere near the bomb site, my first thought is, why would there be a yokai here unless there's someone to follow up? So when you hear that yokai, as we saw down in the basement of the clubhouse, we saw that forced Ash over to relocate where she was going to plant that diffuser.
Yeah, one of the trade-offs with playing Echo and using that drone is, unlike the attackers, you can't sit outside and drone safely, right? It's like droning when you're inside a building. It's dangerous. You're standing in a position where you could be shot at any moment and not know they're coming because you don't hear anything. So if your drone's not near you, you're not going to know what's going on. So you really got to know the flow of the map. You got to know, I could be hit from this position, this position. So for example, when we saw Slash down in the church there, trying to get a beat on where they're at in Armory, he had to have some idea where they could come from. You saw him jump off his drone really quick as he was getting rushed by Buck there. That could have easily been his death because he was on his drone. And so it's a hard trade-off.
All right, and so with that, we are ready to start our second map in the best of 3 series here for the first game of the 6 Invitational. It is going to be Chalet, so let's take a look at what those bomb sites are going to look like. All right, and so typically what we've seen here is a kitchen and trophy room first hold. But we have seen some teams go back and favor downstairs. Seeing as how we're going to have Era on the defense side, I feel like we see right here, kitchen and trophy is what's going to get chosen first. We are having the Valkyrie get played, and Slash is not going to play that yokai, or not going to play that Echo. A part of me feels like that is the right move, because you talked about when you're on the drone and you're in a stationary position, you're very vulnerable.
This is a hard one for that because, for example, on Clubhouse, you can sit 5-man on site fairly safely, especially in church. Not so much here.
Correct.
So there's a lot of windows, there's a lot of different places for people to come in. But this is a very vertical map as well. We saw some good vertical play on the last map because you have that Buck and Sledge top-down attack sort of thing. Definitely a big part of this as well. You see them reinforcing the garage even though they're not defending that bomb spot because they want to control access to that downstairs like I was talking about.
Yeah, you had talked about using that as a rotation channel, and that's exactly what they're planning to do with that.
It's important because you really need to give yourself as much flexibility as possible because this map is kind of hard to rotate through without using stairs. And so they're definitely going to need to give themselves as much stair flexibility as possible. Interesting, taking shots out there like that. Just giving themselves some angles to use later, making them think maybe they might be peeking from there.
It's also possible for sound as well, but it looks as though we're going to be watching Quantic here coming up from the backyard patio, moving on, I want to say, out to the catwalk.
He's looking for those Valkyrie cameras as they tend to get thrown into those trees a lot, providing a good angle, so he doesn't catch any out. You don't see IQ Play, for example, looking for those. They just hope they'll spot them with their eye. Well, they are going for some drones against Valkyrie cameras here.
Yeah, so we do have 3 Valk cams. We saw 2 of them, one inside of the fire, one inside of master bedroom, one inside of jungle, outside by the lobby of kitchen hallway.
Looks like Ash feels it's safe to push up there. The office is one of the good places to attack, but you really got to watch out for people hiding near it unless you're doing enough drone coverage.
Yeah, and with all the droning going on, they have realized that all 5 defenders are not upstairs, so they've got control of the top floor. But again, those rotation channels that we saw being made downstairs, that's going to prove very useful for Air to come around and go for the flank.
Yeah, it was pretty quick of them to give up the top floor like that. They've obviously got a plan in mind here on how to hold this.
So now Rev is looking on down into the dual doorway, right from fireplace into dining. You're also going to see him open up the majority of the floor here outside of the hallway as well as inside of master bedroom.
This is,
A
wow.
C4 from underneath annihilates it. Slash is going to get that kill and then drop down here along with Avian.
That's
now we
what
talked about
Valkyrie
Mute.
was good for.
Mute made an appearance here. That's Avian downstairs inside a wine cellar.
Absolutely. Definitely useful just cutting off. You saw how much droning they were doing. That drones were obviously an important part of that attack for them. So they are down a man now. That is going to hurt. And that Buck was doing a lot of work for them. He got a few holes open, but getting killed in the middle of doing it.
So
definitely going to hurt their top-down play.
And so what we have here is still a 5-on-4. We're getting into the last minute of the gameplay. Lunar's going to make his push here as he is the Montaigne. Quantic wants it coming from behind, but Corey's the one that has the diffuser. Corey does pick up the kill on a Slash, though. Looks as though he was looking downstairs, coming up for the flank, and he was able to get one.
This is why you want to kind of keep some control of Fireplace, because it's an important flank rotate for when they push into dining like they are right now to get behind that Montaigne. So Corey's really playing an important role in keeping that Montaigne safe.
With 45 seconds to go, the attackers are making their push in. It looks like Lunar and Snake are going to go head-to-head here momentarily. Eclipse is going to come around, spots at his Montaigne, throws out one smoke grenade. That's going to force Lunar to backtrack here. He does get about 30 health down onto him. One more cast grenade is going to force him out. He's taking more damage. He's going to move on over, but if he scoots to the right even more, he's going to fall to the drop hatch and he won't have time to return. Quantic still holds on to the diffuser. We're going to see where he's coming from. Avian trying to come around for the flank. Spots Quantic, gets the kill, gets another one there, and drops Montaigne from behind. He's looking for Corey. He gets a 3rd kill. Now he's going for the last one here onto Ysera. Ysera is going to be taken out by K9, and there is going to be Era winning round number 1 here on Chalet in a very quick flank.
Avian picking up 3 with a single clip there. Didn't even reload yet, was ready to go for number 4.
So I'm giving Avian all 3, even though we saw Eclipse kind of steal that kill.
Yeah,
we saw that kill.
Nicely played, though. That was a great flank, great rotation there. And that's what we're talking about, all those rotations. Obviously, Corey cut off one of them and managed to stop that, but it wasn't quite enough as Avian used a different one to just come down behind him. And that's what I mean, that dining room push, you really got to watch your back. So, nicely played. This is a map that generally favors Era. Now, we talked about how Era will lose the first couple rounds sometimes and feel stuff out. The question is Envy going to do the same thing? I
think we're going to see a win here from Envy on this round in particular. What I feel like we're going to see here from Era, though, we're going to see K9 go up to his balcony. That's his home. He calls that home every single time. You're going to have Avian follow him up there, go into office, and utilize those fuse charges. At the same time, you're probably going to have Eclipse and Snake move on upstairs as well, take over master bedroom. The question that I still have is, how is Envy going to set up their defense? Are they going to play a top-heavy defense?
Yeah, obviously, so they've got the Yokai drone and Valkyrie cameras, so they definitely want to give themselves a lot of intel here, and they're bringing some fast-moving operators as well as the castle to be able to put that up. So they're going to be not playing necessarily as quick and gun-heavy, but a lot of intel and a lot of flow control, and the ability to use like the pulse, for example, to have some idea where they're at and then rotate up on them. We could even see them pull like a C4 move like was just done to Buck last round.
So I'm trying to see, where is Slash going to be playing this Mountain? How is he going to be very viable in holding down a particular doorway or being...
Yeah, and I don't think we saw Era play Montaigne at all last map. So this is their chance to actually show that they can use Montaigne as well.
Looks as though Quantic does get spotted out by Slash. His drone will be killed off as he doesn't get a chance to spot the rest of the top floor.
And now, of course, we didn't mention it, but they are going again to the trophy. Not a big surprise there. Looks like he might have missed that drone throw.
Ooh, and Eclipse gets down right behind the little wall bank here, and that's going to force Rev to fall down. Now he's going to retreat back on the dining. The drop hatch has already been pre-opened.
Yeah, but that was great because now they're on their guard, trying to push this, worried about him being there. It's nicely played by Rev, just almost getting that kill.
So here we have Snake just hammering down that DMR, trying to get some kills here. Another pre-fire from Eclipse. Doesn't land any shots just yet, but we do have, like I said, K9 and Snake up top. I'm still curious as to where Avian is at the moment. It doesn't look like he's going to be going top floor just yet.
Looks like those castle barricades as well.
Sarah's being pinched on right now. His shots are being heard from around the map here. You're going to have Montaigne, that slash, pushing in from display. However, Quantic's trying to hold that back. Quantic on the side, he gets one! He kills the Montaigne, but Eclipse gets the trade. Now to 4-on-4. Still, Ysera's here. The Yokai drone is going to call it out. Snake gets one kill on the Rev. With the disoriented, there's going to be a trade-off here. K9 gets the coverage, and his friend, his attacker, is going to be down.
Eclipse is laying down, sleeping.
A 4-on-1 now with Lunar being the last one alive. It looks like Eclipse does get picked up. Pre-fire from the top of the stairs, and Avian gets another kill there to take down Lunar, and that's going to be a 2-0 start here for Era.
And this is why I was looking forward to Era playing Chalet in the Season 3 finals and then being disappointed they didn't, because I like the way they play it, and they're definitely playing it even a little better than they used to, and changing things up a bit, knowing that they're playing against a crazy team like this, a crazy wild card like this that they don't know how to play against just yet. But so far showing that regardless of what research they were able to do or not do, they're playing it quite well. And I'm sure Envy are picking up some things here that they can change. But they are going to be attacking different bomb spots. So again, this is winning the 2 in a row like that is a situation where now the third map also isn't going to be the same, or third round isn't going to be the same. So Envy still can't be prepared for this because they're not going to be playing the same defensive bomb spot they were the first round. So this still puts Era at an advantage in terms of lack of knowledge for Envy.
Yeah, it comes down to basically the bomb site, pretty much. I mean, this map in particular, because of the history about it, it was the primary map in Season 1. Secondary, we'll call it the second most favored map in Season 2. In Season 3, like you said, it dropped off a little bit. But this map started out in the Wine Cellar and Snowmobile. That's where it started out. It started saying, okay, this is the primary bomb site. Teams eventually moved on over to the kitchen, to the trophy room. So this bomb site used to be the primary site.
I think once they figured out how to attack Wine properly, that's what fell apart there.
Yep.
And we've talked about some of the other reasons why some of these garage kind of ones can be difficult because of Capito being able to help push in there, as well as Blackbeard. But Blackbeard's not as strong now, so it is a little more doable, I think. I think when Blackbeard was in play here, it became much harder to defend this garage.
Yep, and we're actually going to see Ysera popping onto the Blackbeard, which he hasn't been before.
Yeah, so a little bit of a change-up from them in terms of which operators they're playing. And interesting that he's going for a top-down attack as opposed to helping push the garage.
I mean, we saw how much the rotation worked for Era previously, so they're just making sure that they've cleared out all top, made sure there's not going to be a very obvious flank opportunity.
Interesting, Revik there just trying to open up some angles for himself, clear out that wall there.
Now what I think is actually going to happen, he's going to watch up top from the drop hatch of Master Bedroom, face his way down and see if someone's going to come in for the flank from behind a big garage.
Interesting, yeah, good angle choice there if he can make it work. They're definitely spending a lot of time here taking control of the map before they make an attack, which is smart, right? You don't want anyone coming up behind you, but good luck controlling 3 different stairwells.
What tends to happen, though, is like when you do get to the point of you've cleared out everything, now it's time to focus your attention on the push ahead. That's when you have that blind spot on. And you forget about, okay, there's a flank coming in the final 20 seconds.
So they are definitely pushing Wine Cellar through the big car garage here. They've got Hibana there to open up the wall.
It looks like big car garage is going to get opened up here from Ysera. Now, that's going to force Eclipse to migrate on over here, but Ysera gets a wallbang miraculously as it explodes. A very nice shot right onto Eclipse.
That was an amazing shot by Ysera. I'm not sure that's something they could repeat, but it definitely paid off.
So here we have it. Slash is now tucked away right behind the A-bomb site by the wine barrels. To his side, inside of the closet, is going to be Snake. Those are the last 2 inside of the wine cellar. You also have Avian, who's inside of the boat. Now moving on over.
Under a lot of pressure here.
Moving into connector is where we, I believe, see K9. Snake took quite a bit of damage. He's going to have to rotate on outside. Flashbang's going to go into closet. That's going to allow a push and open up. However, Snake gets that shot into Lunar. Shield gets broken from Ysera. He manages to get away with his life, however. 4-on-4, 50 seconds left to go, and now the bullets are strafing in. K9 is tucked away back in connector. Avian now coming around for the flank. He's upstairs going through fireplace at the moment. Ysera's still peeking his way through the hole here. To his side is going to be Corey.
I'd like to see if this flank works, because that could really just completely decimate the attack here if they could pull off and kill at least one.
See what's happening. Snake now opened up C4 from above. He's going to have just a perfect angle to look down, I believe. No, he's not. He's just going to keep his eye here right outside. Snake goes for the flank, gets Corey down. Now Quantic is very, very eager about a kill here. Snake gets a shot there, and another one down from Avian. Looks as though Blackbeard turns Yaser. Yasayer gets that shot into Avian. Final one is Snake, able to get Ysera down.
I like that they let them really get solidified in their attack, like just stalled them by hiding in positions where they were just so focused on getting like K9 out of position, for example, that they just had so many blind spots. And you saw them getting pushed from every side, from every rotation at the end there, and they just didn't have enough manpower to cover their backs. Blackbeard's too focused on what he's doing, which is, that's what he should be doing, right? But he needs the coverage from his teammates to survive that. And then once his teammate falls like that, it's just, he's left standing there, not a whole lot to do.
So as a team that won the first map, but has now come to be 0-3 on the first 3 rounds, how do you come back from that?
I think you need to do something different, first and foremost. And like we said, the first...
And that's exactly what they're choosing here.
Yeah.
They're going basement.
The first 3 rounds were rounds they had to feel out Era because they were all different places, different strats, things like that. Now it's the time for them to do something different, something that Era has not seen, is not prepared for, and throw off that momentum. Because otherwise, yeah, you worry about tilt, you worry about momentum stuff. Although we were talking about at the beginning that Envy are not necessarily easily phased. They seem like a very calm set of guys, been playing together for a long time, trust each other. I don't know if tilt's going to be a big issue for them in this sense. Like, they still got to have some confidence. Hey, we still won Clubhouse. We still can do this. Even though we're down 3, we're not even on match point yet. We can still do it. But if they get on match point, that's when you really got to get worried.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily tilt. I think it's just confusion about a different play style.
Absolutely. And so hopefully that confusion works in their benefit this time on Era. But it looks like Quantic wants to hold up that top there and try and take some peeks maybe out the window. But now they're all by the garage here. Yep. This is like a really old attack that they're going with here too. So this is something that's old and new at the same time, right? You had bandit tricking, you have Corey right there, for example, but now you've got Haban in the mix. But you see the bandit tricking still happening. We haven't seen this in so long now.
So a very good combination of attack there. You have the flashbang going out, you have the EMP going out, and now you have the Habana charge. That's going to open up garage wall. That's going to allow Snake to sit right behind the snowmobile, looking down towards connector. He's got a very thin angle, but a very important one indeed.
Yeah, I wouldn't try and bandit trick Era. That is an old game that they've been part of many times. Not something they're going to easily fall prey to.
Ooh, Snake does get the DMR kill onto Corey. He's a super fan of the DMRs here. Onto Buck, onto Blackbeard, just annihilating anything that comes his way.
I think Snake's, he likes to pick guns that are a little underappreciated. Definitely one that's working out.
Couldn't agree more. And so now they're going to open up a nice crawl through hole or a nice crouch hole into garage. However, Rev hears it. He's going to get on camera real quick, make sure there's no one coming around for the flank from behind him. Now he's going to pay attention there towards Snowmobile.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
So the attackers do have the advantage here. They have that Montaigne. They're able to push in. If they can bait out enough of that smoke, this could be a pretty easy plant for them.
So here it is. Lunar's already used up 1 smoke, and Rev keeps on giving a little bit of pressure. This is not much room. Not a lot of room, and now Lunar's going to hear the shield open up one more time. He's going to run out over.
But they know he can't crawl out if that shield's fully extended, so that is something they can use to advantage. But he was doing that to bait out the smoke. Now he's down to 30 health, though.
He's down to 30, so 1 C4 could potentially take him out, especially if it's placed correctly.
And the smoke as well could be enough to take him out if he's not able to get out of it fast enough.
We do have K9 and Ysera able to get down each other. We lose that K9 gets the headshot there into Ysera, though. However, he took massive damage outside of the backyard patio. Quantic trying to come around for a flank, though, into bar, and it looks as though K9's still looking for it. Ysera finally takes down the fuse, though. Trying to turn man count back in favor of Era.
Still looking like Era's got this, though. 4 men up. 2 of them low health, but they've got that Montaigne still, and he's playing very patient.
Ooh, Quantic drops him above and gets that shot into Eclipse. Man count is now in favor, actually tied up here, 3-3. However, K9 and Slasher both drastically hurt. Snake trying to get the kill, but he's been down to 1 itty-bitty health. Lunar comes around, and he gets the shot there. It's like a team kill, potentially, and it looks like Rev gets a double kill onto Slash and Snake as Lunar gets taken out by Snake in return. Quantic comes around for the flank from above and gets K9 down, and that's going to be Envy trying to come back here. It's now 3-1 in favor of Era.
I give it to Quantic on that. Playing that late roam really helped out because you saw the momentum from Era getting all the way into that garage, taking out that bandit tricking, getting the Montaigne in play, Slash playing it patient, waiting for his teammates to do his job, but as they started falling to Quantic, they started getting a little panicky. Snake having to get in there, trying to do his thing, not able to getting his clear shots to stop it, and missing that first initial shot that was could have been the shot that got him. that just all fell apart there at the end because of that. But Quantic is what started those dominants rolling. So that's why you got to clear out those roamers. And you got to do what Envy was doing before. Take that top-down control. Make sure that that doesn't happen to you.
I think one of the things that may have not been in favor of Era in that turn was the smallness or the lack of size of the hole getting into garage.
Yeah, having to back in and out.
I mean, when you think about it, you create a small hole for Montaigne to fully shield or fully cover when he's shielded, but at the same time, that gives you a lack of insight to try to cover anything that's going his way.
Absolutely. So if they have to do that again, then maybe they'll adjust for it, as there could be quite a few more rounds depending on whether or not Envy comes back. But Era's back on good footing. They're back in trophy, defending it again, so it is something they've done well. So the question is, did Envy figure out what they need to do differently, as is went very much in Era's favor last time. So we see a lot of cameras coming out initially from Slash. Definitely want as much coverage as possible, give him some rotational freedom. And the nice thing about that is, like, if Slash dies, those cameras still work. Unlike the Yokai drone, which that's the thing, that's the downside of Echo's drone, is no one else can use it for intel if Echo dies. So Slash will be helping at least his teammate in that case. We are seeing Mute brought back again, like he was previously, so it's definitely something they're using as part of their strategy, not just a trivial choice. A little bit of fun.
Quantic giving a little bit of a back scratch there into Luna as he comes on up to the backyard patio. Now what he's going to end up doing, opening up the doorway here, but I suspect he's going to go top floor any moment here. He's got his drone up top inside of office. Spots nobody, going to move on over. Checks out fireplace. Again, realizes that it's all clear for the time being.
Definitely going to have to do some good droning on us to make sure they don't get hit from behind. That Mute there being a big part of trying to deny some of that, but it looks like there's still maybe some ways to get around it. Not quite the bottlenecks they were hoping.
So 2/3 of the round left to go. Rev still uncautious, unsure of what's going to happen here.
Those
he gets back on his drone.
So, not surprised.
They did, and that seems to be one of the issues that Envy has trouble with, is the fact that they're being flanked from what would be considered obvious flank positions. They tend to get tunnel vision when it gets down to the final moments of a round.
And that's what we saw happen from Era last time as well. Getting tunnel visioned in the last parts of a push can definitely hurt.
Now Rev's going to try to get rid of some barbed wire, get rid of the door there, leading into dining, as it looks as though we're going to see some more floors get opened up here by Rev.
Last time we saw Rev get C4 doing this, I imagine Snake's trying to do the same thing. You see him on that pulse.
There it is, the C4 almost nicked him out of town, but he was able to escape out of the way. Drop hatches get opened up. We hear the Hibana charges going.
See, you saw Buck get in the bathtub there, protect himself. I don't want to get C4 this time.
Agreed about it. Looks like Ysera able to spot out Avian. He's tucked away inside of the dining room, but the drone does get destroyed.
Mute Jammer's making it a little harder for him as well.
Now Lunar's going to push on in. Hey, he did drop, so he's going to call that out. He's now downstairs, got to watch out for the flank. That's the call. However, Lunar spots Slash, and Slash finally turns around and sees him. So now he's moving on up, going to go for the push, but he's got to watch out. If his back gets extended, no, unextend his shield and gets killed off by K9 here as Slash gets Quantic. Corey's going to pick up that shot into Avian, though, try to turn it back into even man count. There's 50 seconds left to go. A 4-on-3 Yacer is now being droned out, or being spotted out here by Snake.
I like this use of Pulse here. They're using that reinforced wall to give a lot of intel to the rest of their teammates to make these attacks happen. But as the man count drops, he's going to have to start doing more himself.
Now Flashbang's going to go in. Corey's going to spot that out, pick up the diffuser, and run on out of there. They're going to try to rotate on over to Trophy, I want to say. We see Buck already moving on over. Looks like he might get upstairs, where Ysera is already there, trying to hold down the fort. However, there's 20 seconds to go, and there's not a lot they can do. They're going to either have to drop down or come in through fireplace, because the rest of it inside of Trophy is all under wraps here by the defender. 10 seconds to go. We're going to spot Slash. We're going to spot Ysera trying to get one fuse charge down. Finishes off Slash and down to him and finishes him up. Corey, though, gets injured in the process. You're going to have Rev trying to push his way in, and Ysera, though, pushes in forward to get a kill, but the diffuser does not get planted in time. And Era, still having a man alive, will win the round, taking it 4-1.
That's match point. So now Envy's really going to have to work hard to do this. But you know what? They won Clubhouse. So if they lose this, it's not game over for them just yet. They have one more map to play. So they just got to recollect themselves. Even if whether they win or lose this, not let it get to them so that they can play map 3 to the best of their ability if they can't win this one.
So in digging into the mindset of Era right now, they won this map, or they won this bomb site last time. They know that it's match point. Everything's going in their favor. Do you think they might get a little overzealous, get a little bit overconfident?
It's definitely possible. Like sometimes they can sometimes be an emotional team, depending on how they're playing. The thing that's important for them is really watching those flanks, right? That's where they're going to get posed if they get sloppy, if they get cocky, and go in. And like we were talking about earlier, get tunnel visioned, and then those flanks come to bite them. If they can properly just stay disciplined this round, clear those flanks, and keep control of them, and then like try and keep their manpower tight, I think they can win this and close this out, especially knowing there's additional pressure on Envy because it's match point. They're going to have to play conservative as well. Either that or they're going to play super crazy aggressive and try and get those picks. You might even see them try and take a window peek if they want, but I don't think we've really seen any window peeks so far this match. So
yeah, we really haven't seen too much. Rev is just trying to get his cams thrown out there, but opens up a lot of windows in the process. This is just to make the attack slower. They know that Era is a team that when push comes to shove, they like pushing fast. We saw that work on the basement of Clubhouse. So that's what these windows are being opened up for, is trying to make sure that, hey, they have to look before they run now.
Yeah, and it's dangerous. Like, there's even sometimes angles people have found to hit you at campfire right there at the spawn. So you really got to be cautious. I mean, there's no history of spawn peeking from this team in the match, and that's what will catch you off guard, is when you don't expect it because they haven't been doing it. But they do spot that camera, like we were talking about earlier, on those trees. So that is going to help. That's one less outside visibility they have, as they're not going to put their head at the windows to peek out them.
So now we've got K9 getting off the drone here. He's still in the backyard, not up on his patio just yet.
He's working his way there.
He's working his way there. He's not forgotten about that location. So now he's going to get on over, go back home, and Snake's going to go up the ladder here momentarily as well.
Disabling electronics.
Interesting use of Thatcher here. This is something that I've talked to the Era about as well. They have interesting uses for Thatcher in terms of how they use him to maximize his utility rather than just some of the typical obvious uses.
Now it looks as though Rev has still kept his weight up here. Still looking for someone to come up. He spots the rappel, but will be taken down here by Eclipse. Now Habana's going to move his way up here. The drop hatch has already been opened up. There's not too much of a necessity for him.
I feel like Rev was a little cocky from almost catching Eclipse last time.
A little bit there, and Snake still inside of the offices now. Avian trying to get up on top of the balcony here, as well as Slash. He's making his way in. You do have, I'm drawing a blank on the name right now, K9, I'm sorry, K9. Right on top of the balcony, the typical spot, but we do have outside of fireplace, top of the stairs. Looks like that just might be Ysera trying to go around for the flank. Now we might get Slash, however the C4 does get K9.
Kobe.
A very nice Kobe there.
Nicely played it. And that Montaigne pressure was just about to come around too. Had K9 been able to play that a little bit longer, might have been able to catch him off guard mid C4 throw.
Now a bait from Ysera, he's going to cause Eclipse, I believe it is, to look on over now. Eclipse is going back to back to L. Will he fall down, or is Quantic going to look on up at the perfect time? Doesn't see him.
Just barely missing that.
I don't think he heard Eclipse move on over either, so he's still going to focus his way down onto the L hallway. Now Eclipse is looking, sees the backing, goes for the shot, gets one, turns around and goes downstairs, says, I don't need to look anymore, and now he's just drawing the attention of Era. 35 seconds left to go, a 4-on-3. Looks as though we're going to have Fuse, Avian picking up the kill, but Ysera gets Snake down. Now Slash and Avian are the last two attackers alive. Montaigne has the diffuser in hand, going up against 3. Lunar's drastically hurt. He might even be injured as Slash gets that kill into Ysera. Gets a double kill there. Now it's a 1-on-2. Corey's last one alive inside of Trophy.
They've got to get this plant down though. 10 seconds left. They're going to plant it in that kitchen.
Now, this is a perfect angle Corey's got. It's just a matter of, are they going to push inside or are they going to go for the plant? And it looks like Slash is going to go for the plant down. As it gets down in time, Avian trying to come around for the flank. Corey rushing on in. He goes for the shots, but he doesn't get it. The attackers are going to win, and it's going to be Era winning map number 2.
Wow, that was a close one. Definitely could have really not gotten in their favor. The timing was just, it was everything right there. Timing after timing after timing in that round of Quantic just barely peeking at the wrong time and then the right time, just not catching that diffuser before it happened. Avian getting the kill before it stopped the diffuser. Just a lot of good timing there. Some good kills from Avian on that fuse there as well, taking an MVP. So nicely played by Era, showing that the Clubhouse thing was not an indicator that they're to be written off for sure. So
agreed.
We're 1-1 on maps.
1-1. We're going to be going into our third map, which is Canal, if I remember correctly.
This should be interesting.
Now, I remember back in Season 2, I had played on a team, and we went up against Orbit at the time, and we played against K9, and K9 loved sitting on top of the red building.
Yeah, taking
very top
angles.
by the satellite dishes, had a very nice angle down into to the control tower.
I really liked how he played that too, because monitors was an important part. And taking out those monitors really put a kink in a lot of defenses.
Definitely. So, I mean, here we're going to be moving on very shortly, but we do want to take a look at some of the highlights here in a few moments. But when it comes down to now it's 1-1. Scores even, fresh slate. We're here on the final map. What what does the team need to? What does the in-game leader? What does the team leader, the team captain, need to say to his team to get themselves prepared for this final game?
Well, each of them have won a map, so they know they have it in them to do this, right? So they've got to at least be like, we could do this. We've won a map. We've made it close. We've made comebacks. Both teams have made comebacks off of rocky starts. So that they know that they have it in them. They just need to actually okay, we need to focus. We need to stop letting ourselves get flanked. We need to stop these sloppy moves. We need to control our aggression, things like that. Because aggression is a big part of this, especially now with Habana in the mix. You're seeing a lot more aggressive plays because people are able to open up more. So defenders have to be more aggressive than they used to have to. So both teams, and aggression is a difficult thing, right? Because you need to channel some of that kind of almost anger, like when you're playing aggressively, and that could quickly turn to tilt.
There's the
if it
double
falls.
flank there from Avian. A very nice job. Goes for the third kill.
15 seconds remaining.
I mean, this what we saw here from Era, especially from Era. Now, Envy had a lot of good attempts here, a lot of good tries, but unfortunately, Era just led the forefront. And almost
This is their
every one of
season
these
one
rounds.
map even, so it's not
Yes.
surprising.
So I mean, you just had tremendous flanks from a lot of different players, a lot of different teams here on both sides. And this final moment here by Corey, only thing that I would have changed, it came down to a split second. Instead of staying inside of the hallway and just letting the bullets travel in through kitchen, he himself migrated himself from the hallway into kitchen, which led open the entry points from trophy wall into
And in doing so, he barely missed a shot as well. As Montaigne came in and shielded down, he could have been hit from the side through that crack that he was watching. And that's what I meant, the timing, where they would just step away at just the wrong moment, get a little impatient. And that's what I mean by some of that aggression being they kind of can overdo it sometimes. And, and that aggression is great at the beginning of maps.
Yep.
But towards the end of maps, it starts to become a liability if you can't control it and channel it properly.
I mean, it was, to me, I thought that we were going to have Montaigne drop the diffuser, have the other attacker push on in and go for the plane as Montaigne covered.
Yeah.
That was not what Era had intended,
Yeah,
and
that's
it
not-
worked out for him. It was a very nice job.
It looked like they were using the shield on the back, or trying to, at least to a little bit. But that, I mean, realistically, against a good team, it doesn't do much, right? They're not going to fall for, I'll just keep shooting the shield on his back and not killing him. No, he was dead had Avian not taken that kill.
Yep.
But him knowing, I'll go plant here, maybe the shield will give me a second or two of life, Avian cover me. And they did, and it worked, and it was great. It definitely could have gone the other way had, for example, Corey been able to take out Montaigne as he went for the plant and forced it all to be on Avian. What was Avian going to do?
Yep.
He was going to have to go plant and die. So had he been able to get that shot on Montaigne, totally different ending.
It obviously would have been basically a win there. We would have been 4-2. We would have been going into round number 7. And like you said, that would have been possibly the momentum change. I mean, when
still would have
you're
been match
that
point,
close,
though.
it still would have been match point. But when you get to that close to almost winning, and then it gets taken away from you, momentum can shift. Momentum can shift. And fortunately for Era, they've got the momentum going forward now. Now, Envy did win the first map. I would have assumed they had the momentum going for them. They were off to a very rocky start, losing the first 3 rounds. We're going to be getting into Canal now. How does Era transfer that over into map number 3?
I think Era's got to still be feeling good. Clubhouse is one, as I said, that they don't win it as often as they should. So I know this sounds weird, but they've got to be used to losing it occasionally when they expect to win it. And so that's not something I don't think is going to throw them off too much. And you saw on Chalet, it did not throw them off at all. They were just pounding them on Chalet.
Yeah.
And Canal is a map that I think they're really good at, that they don't always play as often as they should. And I think depending on how Envy bring this, if they bring it a little bit differently, then it's something that Era could really have a strong play on. And as they were talking about previously to an analyst desk, if Montaigne's an important part of the strategy, Montaigne's not so good on this map. And this is something where it could really catch them off guard. I'd love to see some people really play red brick against them and hide in red brick.
That's what I was going to say.
Make long flanks.
I was going to say the exact same thing. I think one of the things we heard the analyst desk say before this entire series started was that Canal was a map that didn't necessarily favor roamers, but it also didn't favor Montaigne.
Yeah.
Both of which are either
Counters
sides.
to each other.
Yeah, I mean, so Montaigne is where Envy excels. However, flanking is where you can see Era outdoing or outperforming when it comes against Envy. So the fact that you can't necessarily roam or lurk as heavy, do we think we're going to see some extravagant kind of formations where they are going to play all 3 floors of White Tower, or are they going to try to go for that extreme lurk, throw someone inside of red that could potentially get crossfired and captured?
I think there's a good chance we'll see at least a little bit of red brick play. We'll see it maybe not in the beginning, or maybe in the beginning to catch them off guard, or maybe in the middle when they don't expect it. But I think there's some great angles out the windows, for example, that don't rely on you coming back across the sky bridge, as long as they can hide out. Now, the thing is, Envy, I'm not sure because we don't get to see all of it, but I'm not sure if they're droning to the extent that Era does. sometimes. And anytime you're sloppy on your droning, that is a huge opportunity for the defenders to exploit that if they know that and then play that. We also have seen a lot of teams where they'll pretend to play red brick, shoot the drones to bait them out into thinking and make them waste a lot of time at the beginning droning that and not actually roam until all of a sudden, the middle of the game they do it.
We saw Ysera do that on Clubhouse.
Absolutely.
I think it was like round number 7 or 8. He got spotted in top of bar, and then after he killed 2 drones, got spotted out, he went downstairs. It cost Era probably about 30 seconds of their time trying to figure out, is he still up here?
And that's the way you exploit a team that does drone well, is to fake those. And then occasionally not fake them, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of mind games and choices to that. I mean, you want to exploit stuff, but you also don't want to throw away a guy in red brick just to die.
Yep.
But like, even if you make them spend a minute hunting a roamer in red brick that is there and does die, it doesn't get a single kill, still so valuable on a map like this where timing is important in those last minute pushes because they need a lot of coordination.
I think one of the things that is underutilized, though, about Red Tower when it comes to roaming and lurking, so the bomb sites, regardless if they were in maps and kitchen or servers and control tower upstairs, the thing that I think is underutilized is the utilization of the basement, the boat room downstairs.
Yeah.
When you're roaming, hide in showers, hide in the little cubby in the closet, maybe the doorway facing the overlook or the overwalk. I think that's underutilized. So I'm expecting to see that if they are going to throw some people inside of red to roam, regardless of which team.
I would try it at least once and see if you get droned.
Yeah, and so. All right, so with that, guys, we are going to head into our third and final map of this series between Era and Envy on Canal. Let's take a look at those bomb sites. All right, and so here we are ready to choose our operators for either side of the team. Envy is going to start out here on attack, and what we've seen is the absence of Thermite and bringing on Capital when they want to go for a more, we'll call it aggressive push.
What we're seeing interesting from the defender side is something we hadn't seen previously, but it's something we have seen quite often on Canal, which is bringing Doc. So we haven't seen him yet, but they are bringing the Montaigne on the attack. So hopefully, I mean, they're a team though that uses it all the time. It's not like they never play Canal, so they've got to have some strats for using Montaigne on Canal here.
I'm seeing a little bit of a what I would call a lack of utility on the defensive side, with the regards of saying, okay, we don't have explosive utility. I'll say we don't necessarily have our impact grenades. We don't have much C4. You've got, I mean, I should rephrase that. You do have Mute and Pulse both bringing C4, but what we are going to see here is no Jaeger.
Yeah.
Which is almost a guarantee to have up here because you do have a lot of grenades, a lot of utility being thrown in from the different patios outside.
Interesting. Snake especially like opening up a lot of doors and windows. Whether he's planning to use them or not, that's definitely going to throw them off guard. I mean, I would be interested to see even them going for a spawn peek. Some good use of Mute there as well, trying to stop a lot of the drones from clearing out this floor.
So Snake is going to be the roamer around inside of red. I'm curious on where he's going to actually situate himself.
It looks like they may consider doing some popping out some windows as they're preparing those. That for those of you that don't know, hitting those 2 bottom boards like that makes it easy to one-hit.
Ysera taking the para to get rid of Slash as he peeks on out of the hallway window right above the server platform.
Not going to do that again. Nice play. Like Ysera, we've just seen so much accuracy from in those shots. Like I really think he's a great shooter for their team.
So you had talked about playing the mind games with the roamers and so on and so forth. That's what Snake did. You saw him go over into red. He got spotted. He opened up all the windows. He's now back over here on the first floor of White Tower.
So they opened up that wall already pretty quick, trying to get ready there. That was only Doc down. He's not a critical operator, but he is a tough one to kill, and getting that down early will help a little bit. Not sure why he tried and peek with a 1-speed operator.
So here we have it. We now have still a 4-on-5. 2/3 of the round left to go. Rev, however, is keeping on the Germany room inside of red, looking at the lounge. Now he's covering for the flank. You are going to have, looks as though Ysera possibly going to be repelled on the west windows here.
A lot of shots coming in and almost caught Snake in his head as he went to dodge into jail.
Ysera is being spotted out. The nade's going to come on in and down Snake. A very good job. A second nade will kill him off here.
Doesn't manage to get him. That's good for him with fire.
There's the fire arrow from Ysera, able to take him down. A very nice kill, taking out Snake. 5-on-3. You hear the explosions going on. Quantic's going to push in to the box hallway here, looking right at the top of the stairs. Decides to back on out and drone it up first before they make a move in. Lunar's going to go in, but the C4, I believe, from underneath is going to finish him off. A very nice job and game awareness by Avian. He's going to pop out the window, gets one, goes for two, a triple kill before he gets killed off. Turning it into a 2-2 right now with a minute 10 to go. Rev is going to pick up that trade onto Avian, though.
Nicely done. That was totally worth it. I mean, it's only 2-2 now, but that's still got to throw a lot of monkey wrench in there, killing the Montaigne and then just jumping out the window like that.
Now, fortunately, their cover from Red was no longer there. Rev just unable to cover it as well as he needed to. Diffuser will be placed back up top, so you're going to see Quantic moving on over to get it. He's going to try to go through the same set of windows, the same western wall here, and go all the way downstairs now. He's got to group back up with Rev, though. Rev's got 45 seconds or 40 seconds now with Quantic to make this work. Drone inside of control is going to spot out Eclipse here. Pre-fire from Rev is what I expect to see here.
Good use of Claymore.
Going to cover the flank now, but now that he's wasted so much time, he hears the footsteps moving, so he's going to pre-fire once more. Gets on top of drone, realizes, okay, he's moved on out. Now it's time for the push in. Quantic, though, going on the north windows. K9 inside a connector, looks as though the transfer's over.
15 seconds remaining.
Quantic needs to rappel on in, and looking at Eclipse and K9. Eclipse is going to pick up the kill. K9 straight across out of connector to land the shots on the Revic and get the win here for round number 1.
That was looking pretty good for Eric. Got a little dicey there, and I think really what turned the round around for them was Avian with that C4, the jump out double kill. I think a lot of people, like sometimes when they see something like that, underappreciate how difficult it is as a repeller to turn around and do anything about someone just shooting up at you like that. You think like, oh, they're just like, why aren't they shooting back at him? It's like, when you're on a rappel like that, you are exposed. And that's why you saw them prepping those windows and getting ready to jump out when they need to, because that is the danger of this map. When you're rappelling, you are very exposed. You think, oh, I've got all this outside to do with what I want. Not so much if they can get to you. So nicely played by Avian, saving the round for them. And good plays by Eclipse there at the end, helping hold the last of that defense.
So definitely play of the game right there, Avian.
Yes.
Getting the C4 kill onto Montaigne and jumping out of the window. I mean, hands down, that I don't expect to see something that can top that.
Especially when this is the last map. Yeah, definitely. And this is, again, another Season 1 map for them. This is something they've played for a long time. So this and Chalet are very strong, well-historied maps for them. However, they are still going to have to deal with a different meta than they might be used to from Envy, and that is going to be the wild card here that could throw off a few rounds for them, but they are on a really good start. So we'll see if Envy can defend this any differently than Era was able to.
So we're seeing walls, windows, and doorways getting opened up, very similar to how Era tried to hold down themselves. What we aren't going to see, though, is a roamer inside of Red, where we're just going to play 5-man typically on site, whether it's top floor or bottom floor.
Looks like Eclipse was prepared to do what got done in the Slash last round. Watching those angles.
Oh, and Habana gets taken out. A very nice shot by Rev. Peeking on out from the plant's hallway right outside of kitchen.
I feel like Rev and Eclipse are like nemesis at this point.
I'd say the same thing about Lunar and K9 too. But here we are. We actually have a Frost making an appearance here from Corey, which I didn't spot out earlier. Looks like Corey's going to be top floor, I want to say, for the time being.
You got Avian really being careful out here now. It's dangerous, but that's going to give away Rev's position.
It's at least going to focus Avian onto the window here. He's got to keep peeking around. Quantic, though, I wasn't sure if he was going to come out of the door, moving on over in the kitchen, which he looks like he does. Snake still underneath. He's outside on the east side of kitchen, ready to pop on up.
I think Avian really needs some backup here because he's going to have to be very tunnel visioned as he makes this approach, and there's 2 of them that could get him.
Now it's still a 5-on-4, 2/3 of the round left to go. Quantic, however, is at the bottom of the main stairwell here. Rev, here's the rappel. He's going to pre-fire just a little bit, cause some more distraction for Avian. Snake's going to come out of garage, come on up the stairs, and rappel to the window. They're going to try to go in for a pinch here, but Quantic also needs to get the trade, but he gets the shot. Avian downs and finishes off the Jaeger.
Almost seems like Avian's trying to bait him out here, exposing himself a little bit. But if Rev comes around at the right time, he can just catch him right in the gut.
See, this pinch is where Snake shouldn't be on the east windows. He should be on north, facing his way down and trying to pinch Rev. Rev still going again on the shots into Avian. Lands a few, but doesn't hit the shield. We still have K9 who's up top. Looks as though Rev's trying to go for these final shots, going back and forth against Rev. He has yet to take a point of damage. Slash is moving his way in as Incendiary Arrow is going to come. The window kill almost happens on the Rev. He's going to force his way over into maps. Now Kitchen is in the hands here of Era. Corey's going to pick up that pistol kill into Snake as he finishes him off. He was repelled on the east window. A very nice jump out.
This is the first Frost we've seen as well.
Very important kill there. So now we've got Avian who was taken off of that south window, covering the kitchen hallway. He's now down to about 5 health on top of server platform. 45 seconds to go as Corey now sits here waiting for Avian to push on in. Flashbang's going to go in. Pistol kill's going to be out. This is where you bring that shotgun. You're going up against a Blackbeard, close range. You know he's out there. It's just a matter of getting that shot, getting the angle, waiting for him to push on in. 30 seconds to go.
The attackers are going to have to do something serious here. Is it's 3 versus 4. Defender's advantage, and Avian's almost dead as well. Not looking great for Era unless they can get some momentum.
Now Ysera's going to pick up that shot on the K9. The last 2 alive going to be Slash with Diffuser and Avian. That's Blackbeard. He's going to push on in. There's going to be the kill from Ysera. A nice job. Slash is still outside of the border here. Out on the platform. He's going to be shooting. Will not get the plant down in time. Will not kill all 4 defenders. And therefore this will go to Envy for round number 2. Shotgun ready to go. Corey's going to go and blast him. And Snake will go down on top of the platform.
Nicely played by Envy, showing they defend that bomb spot much better than they attack it. Definitely not an easy thing to do. So that's good. We're seeing a 1-to-1 here at the beginning. Both teams, some great defenses. And we have sometimes seen a map like this go defense, 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 defense with no one winning. And we've also seen it go all attack with no one winning defense. So we could see a streak like that, or we could see some good change-ups, as now Era has to go to a different bomb spot. Both of them have to go to a different bomb spot from winning theirs. When you have all defensive streaks, you're going to see bomb spots switch every time. When you have all attacker streaks, the bomb spots are going to stay the same.
I feel like what we're going to see here is a defense, defense, attack, attack. I feel like that's what we're going to see. Even though Era is forcing their way down here into kitchen and trophy, or I'm sorry, kitchen and maps room, we are going to have next round Envy go upstairs. They held the bottom bomb site first.
That's true. So it could be interesting. I mean, it was an interesting start for them to choose that. And this is typically the worst bomb spot, and we saw Envy can defend it. So it's definitely not the worst if they're able to do it. It's just a question of whether Era can do it or not. And usually, this bomb spot's all about top-down control, but we saw Envy actually be able to control both floors pretty well.
Mm-hmm. They were very effective. I mean, they may have lost Rev inside of kitchen, but eventually Sarah was there to just trade it back, get the win, and ultimately take it in favor of his own team.
Yeah, and we're going to see both teams now having a better idea how the other one's going to play this map, playing a little more cautiously. See that Montaigne out as well.
Still have Ysera looking for any windows or doorways that might be opened up. Snake, however, didn't go through red this time to open up the majority of the windows like he previously did. So with that might give a little bit more comfort to Envy. We'll have to see how that plays out for him. Are they going to finish droning out all of it? We typically see teams droning out the top floor of red, but again, that basement is underutilized.
It's a lot of space to cover. I mean, I'm not surprised. That just burns up so much time.
It does. It does. So now Quantic's going to get on top of the roof here. Corey's already working his way towards the east wall. Now, previously, this is where I believe it was Ysera was able to hop out and get Snake, who was repelled on the window.
Yeah, they're definitely playing this a bit more cautiously. Everyone trying to feel stuff out a little bit better this time. A lot of droning going on, a lot of camera work even from the defenders. You saw Slash working his cameras. They want to figure out what to do before they do it. No one just getting overly aggressive this time. No peeking, no one pushing in before they should. I expect this to be one of those rounds that goes down to the last 30 seconds before everyone dies.
I find it very odd that Era has given up top floor so easily. Now, I do realize that they're going to be looking for the C4 kill from underneath. Pulse is down there inside of kitchen or inside of the closet. But giving away top floor seems like there's something up their sleeve that we're not understanding at the moment.
You know, sometimes I actually agree with it to the extent that when you have to divide your manpower between the two and trying to defend top floor alone already takes up a lot of resources, that when you have to defend your manpower up like that, you're really splitting up your defense in an optimized way. So if you can figure out how to defend from the top when you're in the middle, it's worth doing if they can pull it off. And we'll see if they can.
Yep, Quantic's going to be moving in from the construction entrance. That's kitchen hallway. Avian picks up the first kill as one of the defenders jumps outside. Looks as though he might have jumped out the window yet again to drop down Quantic. Now Corey's looking through the floor here. He's trying to see if someone's going to be right by the soda machine. Looks as though Avian comes on from behind. Lunar, though, trying to get the kill. He gets him down with a smash of the shield. Now Snake has also been very much hurt here. He's down to about 15 health. There's 45 seconds to go. Man count is even 4 on 4. We're going to have to see Snake, Slash, Eclipse, and K9 try to hold it down for his team, as they are all on site for the time being. Flashbang's going to blind Snake. C4's going to go out and down. Looks like Lunar. Rev's going to pick up a kill as K9 gets Corey down for the count. It's now a 2 on 3 as Lunar is down. So with the pistol coming out here from Capital, looks like Slash able to get down Ysera. Last one alive is Rev. He's got the diffuser in hand. He knows he can't go for the shots, but it looks on the other side of the wall. is going to be, I want to say there's going to be a canine rook. He goes for the drop shot, but doesn't get it. Rev trying to move on in, but he will get clutched and crossfired here by Slash, taking down the kill here onto Rev.
Now we've seen Era able to defend both bomb spots. That's looking good for Era. And that is usually the weakness of a lot of teams, is being able to defend one bomb spot, but not the other. So it's still looking good for Era here, but it's been tit for tat so far. So the question is Envy going to be able to defend just as well this time?
I believe so. I mean, if you think about just the general competitive scene for Rainbow Six on this map, top floor is typically the bomb site that is the most favorable for defenders. And the fact that we had Envy did choose top floor first time.
Yeah, because they could choose kitchen this time, so they must have chosen
my
top
apologies.
first.
We'll forget that ever was.
They just played a lot of people downstairs.
Yeah, they did play a lot of people down.
So it is a question of can they defend this as well as Era just did?
I believe so.
I think it's
I
definitely
believe we're going to see
possible.
something very similar
Yeah,
in
we've
regards to how they play.
Yeah.
I do think we're going to see a possible split, possibly 2 up top, 3 up top.
Yeah, that may be the difference between them and what Era do here. I mean, you see Lunar already opening up some crawls for himself to be able to go in and out of there, or at least to use those to shoot down the hallway. A lot of demolition being done here as they try and restructure the level how they want here. You see Revik getting prepared, that shield being put up that they did last time when they were defending them as well. Nice way to defend that and defend against the stairs, people peeking up through the bottom of those stairs to shoot people in the feet.
So again, doorways being opened up, window ways. Rev's still going to be out here looking for a kill though.
Unfortunately, lost Slash there.
Avian also going to back out. Looks like though we're going to have to remake the lobby here.
Looks like we're going to have to do a little rehost there. I'm not sure what happened, but that is going to take a second to get restarted.
2-1 Era right now here on the final map. Again, we've said it multiple times. The analyst desk, Matt, have all said it today. Loser, unfortunately, goes home. This is a best of one, single elimination, basically. So in this series, this is the first series of the 6 Invitational. It does come down to, obviously, who the better team is.
Yeah.
What's going to make that difference?
I mean, it's going to depend on how hungry Envy are for it, really, because you're up against a team that has been here every single time, and I can imagine far hungrier than a team that's just starting it, right? Like they're like, we need to take home the trophy once. We need to do it. We need to get it together. We need to push everything we've got. And Envy are here for the first time. If I was Envy, I'd be happy to just be here doing this once, representing Asia, helping bring up that scene, helping show America that there's something great over in Asia coming over here as well. And so I don't know if they're going to be as hungry for it. But they've shown that regardless of hunger or not, they've still got a lot of fight in them. They're a great team. They've shown that for this being their first outing, it was worth bringing them.
I also think that at the same time, you can't have the mindset of, oh, we're content with just being here.
Absolutely.
You do need to have the mindset of, we're here to win. We're here to take home our share of that $200,000 prize pool.
And that would be a great way to start the Asian scene over here, is to just come out swinging and win like that. But like I said, though, regardless, I've been very impressed by MV.
Agreed. So both of these teams, I mean, top of the game right now. Both of these teams are going head-to-head, match round after round. I do feel like we're going to see an overtime here. I feel like it's going to go back and forth, defense, or attack, whatever it may be. And right now, we're about to get underway with round number 4 here on Canal. This is the best of 3. The final map, round number 4 is underway. 2-1, Era is leading at the moment. So
I think the first team to win an attack round is going to get the momentum here, though. When you see a streak like that, first team to win an attack round generally ends up winning.
Yep, and so let's take a look at these operator selections as they happen right now, because we are back in lobby, ready to get going.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see much change-ups there. Sometimes, like we discussed earlier in Clubhouse, having a little bit of intel from around before a rehost and stuff like that is useful. And that's why we generally have the rule of the 15-second rule, where like if it's within the first 15 seconds, it's fine, but after that, it's not. But this is a situation where we're dealing with other issues outside of just online play. So definitely exceptions have to be made, and so that is going to make it a little more difficult for whatever they were going to do.
A very early push down here into the basement. Revik's already opening up some of the doorways down into the garage.
And that garage there is one of the things that makes rappelling on those windows risky on either set of windows, is because of the fact that it's the only outside spot that doesn't mark you as a defender underneath the map. So it's definitely useful for the defenders to use. We haven't seen it used too much just yet, but it is something that can really catch you by surprise.
Yeah, part of me when I first saw this map and first started playing on it, the surprise was that you can be inside a garage, which is opened to the outside. You can be inside the garage without being detected, but you can't be underneath a red where the little dinghy boat is.
Yeah, it's a little bit inconsistent, but that's what makes it great for strategy, right? Like that inconsistency can be used as part of the meta. Interesting angle there from Ysera, opening up just a small amount, like a sliver across.
What we are going to have here from Ysera, though, is that bandit play. Now, he's sticking around inside a box, which makes me think he's going to go for that bandit swapping. He's got the Valcams to give him some intel.
I don't know. I mean, unless they're going to use that as a distraction and get the bait. Like I said on Chalet, like bandit tricking isn't something that's going to somehow be new to Era and catch them off guard, right? It's just going to slow them down a bit.
It's also very difficult to do it against the Hibana.
Yeah, exactly. And you've got Thatcher. It's not like they didn't forgot to bring. I mean, you see that. Look at that. He's breaching it from over there. So it's not going to make a huge difference. The bandit there, just kind of distraction at best, and risky if you don't know how to back out of it.
Now Rev is actually right outside. He's going to wait to hear this up, and he's going to go for the shots here. Eclipse is going to have his back, and will Rev hear it? He's going to hear it. He's going to push on out, and he gets the kill.
I'm telling you, man, Rev and Eclipse.
They're going head-to-head, back and forth.
I hope they shake hands after whatever happens.
5-on-4 now with the Hibana going down. If drop hatches above have not been opened up, I don't expect it to be opened up any further.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about with K9 earlier, playing up here like that, taking those long angles as Thatcher, something we've seen a lot from him. This is like an old school thing as well, nading that floor like that so that you can get angles up onto Bandit. They don't really need to counter the Bandit trick so much, they're just hoping for an easy kill from below.
And Ysera laying down a lot of pressure. They're able to take off K9 again at the top of the satellites on the top of red. So unfortunately, that's going to be it for K9 for this round. It's 3-on-5 now.
This is looking like we may see another defensive win. Definitely looking good.
We still have Avian. He's nowhere near the bomb sites. He's still, I believe, either outside of red or inside, watching for a potential flank or crossover. This is going to leave Slash and Snake, both to try to take on 5 defenders here inside of Maps and Kitchen. Incendiary is going to go. That's going to allow Slash to get on in here potentially, but Quantic is inside of the closet. He's been smoked out. He's going to try to crouch his way in. Slash is repelling in, and Quantic hears it. He sees it. He goes for the kill, and he gets it. That's DEFUSER down. Avian is going to be killed off here momentarily. Quantic gets one, as we also have Rev getting another. Now Snake he's able to get Quantic down. He's given away his position, though. A 4-on-1. Snake now down to the last bits of health, and Rev comes strafing around the corner and gets the shot down onto him. Envy coming back to make this 2-2.
I was hoping that Elite skin would save him.
I tell you, if only it gave me some extra armor.
Yeah, but still, like, well played by Envy. Like, just solid defense on that, picking off the people. Taking out K9, for example, took off a lot of the Overwatch that they had, and just so many kills. It was nicely done by Envy, and we're seeing that back and forth with defense still. So, again, first person to win attack here is going to be the one to be the momentum breaker, because it's so hard to do that once you unless you find a chink in that armor, because the defense just gets adjusted as well.
So with that, we are having a 2-2 right now. We are getting into round number 5 again. This seems to be going defense back and forth, and I think this is what's gonna prove, like you called the attacking round. If you can get an attacking round on a defense favored map, that could be the turning factor.
I think part of the reason for it too is because that'll often give you match point first, and that usually is what matters the most.
So right here we are waiting for the game to load up, it seems like.
Yeah, it looks like we may end up needing another rehost depending on what happens here. It could just be some loading.
I think we just got to kick the dribbles a little bit, get them in motion. But no, so we are going to have the teams go back, or we're going to have Era go upstairs now.
Yeah.
They're going to go back upstairs where they were successfully holding it before. Do you think they need to change anything? I mean, they were fairly successful holding that top floor.
Yeah.
Do you think they need to change anything?
I think they definitely need to. I mean, obviously we're seeing defense win every time, but like the attack is going to adjust for that. And, like defense is one of the things that's generally more static. Although, like I said, we're starting to see more and more roam play and more flexibility in defense. But defense is the one that is usually going to be the more static thing, the more set up, the more pre-planned.
Yep.
You're going to have the strat set up for that. Whereas attack can be harder to read initially, whereas defense, like, they can drone, they can see it, we know the setup, we can adjust for it because we know like where the weaknesses are potentially. But that's up to the team to exploit that. If they see the weaknesses but they don't pick up on them, or they don't know how to properly exploit that without getting countered themselves, may not make a difference. And that depends a lot of times on experience of the team. And that's why I think Era a lot of times has an advantage in adjusting, is there's just long history of experience. Not just playing the game. I mean, both teams have been playing the game for a long time, but their experience in this kind of environment, in adjusting in a high-pressure environment like this.
Yeah, and when we talked about it before, the longevity of Team Envy and how long they've been together, but not necessarily playing this game. I think you said picked it up around June or
so
July.
maybe half as long.
So half as long, but again, when you're playing on the core maps, the core 10 maps that have been here since beta, since the full release, you've got to give it to the team that's been there from the start. They're the ones that have been playing this for 14 months straight, trying to learn every nook and cranny.
That's what I was hoping to see Skyscraper, because that really could have been a wild card on top of wild card. Because, I mean, I don't blame Envy for banning it, because Era have been playing the heck out of it. Like, Era have shown like they don't want to be a slouch on that map at all. And so, like, I wouldn't expect anyone to let them play it.
Yep.
But I was definitely hoping to see it, because that really would have been, like you said, like they're since the beginning, knowing all the old school maps like really, really well since season 1, and having all these different metas they've transitioned through that they can fall back on, older metas if they need to even, gives them an advantage. And Skyscraper would have been something that would have been an equalizer, but they made sure to shore up that well beforehand.
Yep.
Era being very smart and strategic about how they came into this, not leaving that weakness. I mean, maybe Border would have been an interesting choice to throw things off, being like not the newest, but slightly newer. Favela's not in the mix, so it's not something that could have been used against them. However, every time that got thrown against them, they generally won, even when they weren't prepared for it. So
yeah,
again, it's hard
you think about it. What was it? Back first play day of season 3.
Yeah.
First play day season 3. It was I think it was Milspec.
Yep.
It was Milspec against Orglis at the time, and
Yeah.
they ended up changing team names. But it was Orglis, and it went to a 6-5 on that map. And we talked to Orglis at the time. We talked to Era, and they had said,
we weren't
just
prepared.
we had no idea. So it's
whatever.
kind of that highlights their ability to adjust. We keep going back to that. It's the adjustability of a team to look at a map and take information on the go, take live information, and make decisions based off
And
of
I think that's something we harp on, because you get a lot of people that are newer to the game and they want to focus on strats and learning strats, and absolutely do that. But don't forget that when it comes down to the wire, other people know those strats as well, and you need to focus on adaptability after that.
Yep.
But we are seeing them on this defense, as we talked about. Strats are probably going to be somewhat the same on defense because, well, they work, right?
Yep.
And now it's going to be up to the variabilities in play from the defenders and the attackers to really make an impact. I'm not seeing anything totally different here from the attackers either. So it's going to be on them to find a few weaknesses, maybe get an early kill or two.
Now, Snake is changing it up a bit. As we said before, he didn't go over to Red to open up more windows and doors. He's now downstairs in the basement. He was spotted out by Quantic, though. Quantic saw the door get opened up, realized that, hey, there's someone down there. We need to be more cautious.
Almost lost his drone in the process, but managed to save it. That was good for him, not so great for Snake.
So
Looks like they're going around a little. They picked a little bit different bomb spot as well. They didn't want to get, or not spawn spot, but I mean they went around with a different approach to not get shot early. Nice angle there as well through the windows. Trying to use that bridge to try and take anyone out across that.
So now we've got Rev. It looks as though their drones have been successful. They don't need to focus too much on Red building. They've cleared it on out for the time being. And so now they just need to focus on White. And the way they're going to do this, it looks as though it's going to be a push from the bridge, possibly get onto West windows again, and
Well, that's
then
the
do
way
a
you use
very
Montaigne,
similar
right?
push.
Montaigne's great for pushing across that bridge, provided you know your red back is secure, because they don't have any other way to get over to red and get behind you. And getting behind Montaigne is obviously his biggest weakness.
So now that's a very good angle that Rev's got. Right now he's inside of the lobby or the front lawn, looking through the windows into bridge, into display, which again allows the rest of your team to get up on those west windows and focus their way there.
Interesting. He's really concerned with this bridge.
This is the key point, because if you're going to be on those west windows, you need that bridge covered. And right now, he's kind of taking his eye off of it for the time being, and Snake might be taking advantage of it. He's there inside of jail.
They definitely want to secure that red brick building and use it instead of just be afraid of it, which is good, you know. But if someone catches you off guard, it's still not great for you. Snake using that jail with pulse, something we see on Bank as well, where they use that kind of secured room to get a good pulsing on you.
C4 gets thrown out. It looks as though Lunar's going to be there to be that camera. Now they've got to keep an eye on who's making that push out. He spots Slash going across the filing cabinets. Eclipse is going to be inside, but Snake comes out of that bridge and able to get Ysera. Now Rev is able to take down Snake for the trade there, and that's exactly what Rev needed to prevent in the first place.
Yeah, worth it. Definitely something that's going to put them. It looks like Avian's ready to come up, sneak up on him as well. We saw him jump out the window last time. He doesn't need to jump out a window this time, as he's already on the ground level. He's just got to get that timing just right.
now that Snake is down there, I'm sorry, not Snake, Avian is downstairs. Slash has been very much hurt. He's upstairs, going up against a Montaigne here. Now Eclipse is on the top of the stairs. I don't quite think he realizes, or I don't think we have Quantic knows that he's there. Sees him, goes for the shots, lands it, but the drop shot shotgun will take down Ash in the head. And there it is, a 4-on-3 now, 35 seconds left to go. Eclipse is going to push out here momentarily to look for Corey. Goes for the shots and gets it. That's Diffuser falling. And now last one alive is going to be Lunar. He's inside of bomb site, but he's got to drop the shield, and Eclipse is already there. Pinpoint accuracy with that SMG-11 to get Lunar down for the count.
Nicely done by Eclipse there. I mean, that initial trade from Snake really helped, but the rest of the guys really finished the job well. Just a good round. Again, defender, 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 defender. So, can Envy break that? They are going to have to defend themselves. They're going to have to continue that defensive streak before they can try and break that attack fail streak. But it's looking good for Era, but with being tit for tat, we definitely cannot write.
Yeah, you can't write anyone off at the moment. I mean,
Yeah.
we haven't seen a successful attack from either of the teams. If we see one from Era here, then maybe it's time to start considering these guys the team that's moving on forward.
That'll be match point for sure.
It would be match point.
And I know I talk a lot about match point, but when you're on match point and you're not like close, you could, because then it'd be 4-2, and then that's like 2 rounds you have to win it in a row to even stay in the round, stay in the game. So that's why match point I think is such an important part of the game when you're actually that far behind.
I mean, it's always hard to come back from a 2-point deficit, a 3-point deficit, but I mean, when it gets down to it, it's just who has the momentum and who's got the intel to keep that momentum forward.
Yeah, and we've seen some great late game change-ups in strats and stuff on attack strats from Era. The question is, are they going to do something like that? Like, for example, we saw in Clubhouse when they all dropped down in Arsenal. That was like a nice change-up right about this time in a map from them on attack. So the question is, are we going to see something like that again? Interesting use of Frost here. We're seeing like a lot of traps put on that window. They really want to control server, help keep control of that side of the map so they can focus on A. Giving themselves some drop downs to jump down as well.
So a little bit of an odd choice. I wouldn't necessarily expect to see a fuse when Bob's going to be top 4, but it looks as though Snake has something to say about that.
Yeah, they could be using it to just clear out an area for them to push in.
We are going to have Rev, though. I can't tell if he's in display or on the other side of the stairs. No, he's out here once again, going for Eclipse, goes for the shots, lands a few of them, but he's going to back on out and realize that he did not necessarily win that fight.
Those two. Yeah, you see him using that camera try, and that's part of how he was able to catch out on him. I see he's just trying to stop that Habana push.
So here we have it. Eclipse now still outside by the front lawn, moving on forward. He was able to open up the top portion of box.
I like the ability to like breach from that far away now, although you still have to do
Ooh, a double fuse charge. This, like I said, he had something to say about it.
Yeah,
Snake gets Sarah and Lunar Medal.
Well played by Snake there. That plan obviously waited a while to reveal that. That was the change-up they need. This could be their attack round to break this.
Ooh,
looking like it.
K9 gets that shot onto Quantic. Right now it's a 5-on-2. Rev and Corey are the last 2 alive. Eclipse is going to get the shot. So looks like Rev, though, is going to take down Snake.
They can't get cocky at this point. They need to lock it out.
Rev is pushing on out, goes for the shot. Did he get the long shot onto K9? Drops on out, looks at the top of the stairs, expecting Avian there, and Avian is already ready for the shots. Now it's a 3-on-1 shotgun from Corey, though. Incendiary Arrow is going to come on through, and Eclipse picks up the final kill, making it match point for Era, match point for the series as well.
So, that is their attack round. If they continue their defense round streak, they win this map, because this is their defense round now. As we talked about, you win that attack round, you put it off, you do it at the point like this where it's 4-2 match point, and you've got a huge advantage. So, I mean, they've got to defend the inferior bomb spot, but they've shown they can do it. They know how to do it. Now, they've really got to change up what they're doing on Envy's side. And if they can break the attack streak as well and continue their defense streak, then we will see an overtime.
Yep.
But that's feeling more like a long shot. Now, what we did see, that fuse change-up, that was critical, right? Like we talked about, they needed to do something totally different. We didn't know what they were going to do with fuse, but they did it, took down 2, and that made all the difference in the world when it came to attack.
And so what we're going to see here again is Snake opening up most of the garage floor here. He's most likely going to be spotted. And so what we're going to be seeing here is now Slash there, throwing out the foul cam right towards the kitchen hallway entrance. Now, with minor seconds here left in prep phase. It's still Era's turn here. I mean, we've got plenty of time here for the defense to continue finish setting up. Snake's going to get back up top here into the control room and get the drop hatch, but I feel like we're going to see at least 2, if not 3 members from Era stay up here.
Yeah, we didn't last time, right? They all went down after some peeking and stuff like that. Will they do that this time? I mean, that would definitely throw Envy off, right? But, I mean, it obviously worked for them last time. When they defended all downstairs, it worked. So I don't know if they want to change that too much, but they've got to have seen, you know, maybe where their weaknesses were in that defense. Now we see them pushing, though. Lunar probably going to try and push that sky bridge again. They've got that Montaigne there ready to make that push. As I said, they can't get behind them, and that's where Montaigne's strong. But once he gets across that hallway, it does become a little bit more of a gamble. You see Rev using that angle as he was using before. I mean, it worked out pretty well for them.
It would work out if he stayed at that angle. I mean, he let Snake push on in and get the kill. So it's just a matter of now, will you stay in that position? Will you hold on to it to allow the rest of your team to get up on the east window or on the west windows?
Yeah.
You've got to hold on to it.
Absolutely. Like, I mean, I feel the tension from Envy at this point, knowing that they can't get sloppy. If they start getting killed off, it's going to feel a lot of pressure on them all of a sudden.
Now we are seeing a different push here. We're going to see one inside a kitchen. So we're going to see Rev rotate on over. Snake's going to be inside a kitchen with the heartbeat sensor out. Spots one on the south window. Now is Ysera going to be the one to get picked off here, or is he going to pick off Snake in return?
Lunar did catch him out on the drone though, so this could be a little harder for him.
C4 gets thrown, doesn't hit anybody just yet, and Ysera then going to force even more bullets into kitchen, forcing Snake out of position. However, the C4 from Slash, though, takes out Corey, and that is 1 kill closer to Era, moving forward here in the 6th Invitational. It's a 5-on-4 at the moment, 1.5 minutes left to go. Slash
really just waiting for that push. They know they've got to drop down. He used that hatch to C4 them, but they just don't know what to do. If they can get delayed long enough and have to make a last-minute push, Eric can easily take them out.
It looks as though Envy is just trying to figure out how do we make a push in? Where do we go from here? Because they're scattered right now. I feel like they're scattered, and they need to get under wraps. We got Quantic on the side window here. Looks like he might be spotting Castle, even in the back of B. Quantic just needs to look on through. It doesn't look like he's taking a peek just yet. Rev needs to move in as well. Lunar's already in position to get the front side covered, but he's got to be wary of the flank. Quantic does pick up Avian, though. That's trying to turn man count back in favor. It's a 4-on-2 or 4-on-3 at the moment. Snake is very much injured. Are we going to see a push here? 35 seconds to go.
Out.
Quantic covering the flank into the plant's hallway. Snake trying to come around for the flank. Who's he going to see? Right there, Rev tries to come up, and he does get down and injured. That's the diffuser down. Now Kanan picks up that kill as he does at the MP5 out. Quantic still holding on to the east windows here.
20 seconds left. Not looking good at all for Envy, 2v4.
The 4-on-2, Lunar and Quantic, the last one's alive. Quantic trying to come in from behind. Looks like he's going to see Eclipse. He will down him, try to push on in. Lunar also gets a kill of his own here. A 2-on-2. He has to push in and get this diffuser planted, but Quantic goes down, and you're going to see Slash moving in. And as we have the time going down and down and down, 1 second left, Lunar doesn't get it, and Era is going to be moving into the semifinals of the 6th Invitational.
Well done. You know, regardless of Envy not moving forward, very impressive showing from them. Very impressive showing from Era as well. That's how you start off an Invitational like this. No imbalances in the teams, just solid play. Yeah, the middle round was a little harder for Envy, but you know what? They showed they had still a lot of momentum left in them when it came to playing on Canal. But these were very much Era-favored maps.
Yep.
And Envy had a huge uphill battle, but made a great initial showing of it. It's a bummer they have to go home after losing just one match, but you know what? I expect to see a lot from them in the future, and I'm really excited to see what they bring to the rest of the Asian tournaments.
I can tell you what, I'm going to be keeping an eye on them in the weekly tournaments, in the Challenger League, or wherever it may go from there. But I tell you what, these have been 2 fantastic teams to watch today.
Yeah.
And the fact that it got to be so close. Envy took down the first map, the next 2 went on to Era. It was a very, very close matchup between these 2.
Yeah, and now the downside for Era is, of course, now that they did all that stuff, if they end up playing on any of those maps, the other teams are going to see it. So tomorrow, when they play their match, it's definitely going to be, they're going to have to change up what they're doing. But again, like I said earlier, they've got to be hungry for that. They've got to have been prepping, and they've been playing 3 seasons now, prepping for this to try and finally take home a win.
Yep, and here's the congratulatory handshakes from both teams.
I think I saw Rev and Eclipse shake hands there.
I think I did. You can see it right there. They're just like, this was one heck of a game.
Absolutely. So phenomenal start to the Invitational here. So much more to go to. All the panels, all the matches, like just a great kickoff. Very, very excited to see the different things that they brought to this. We didn't have a Pro League between the last finals and this, so there's so many new things for us to see, and there's so much more to come. We only saw 3 maps, right? There's so many, like we might see Skyscraper still, all kinds of new things to come.
Yep.
I'm super excited.
Yeah, and so I mean, what we saw there again was just fantastic gameplay between the teams. What we are looking forward to now is, like you said, how are these the other teams, the other players here on the teams today? They're behind us. They're watching these games get played. How is that going to affect the banning phase and the veto phase come tomorrow?
Absolutely.
When we have Sisu going up against Era. So I'm curious to see how that's going to unfold, how that's going to play on out, because obviously if you get a chance to see your team or see your opponent in action and they don't get anything on you until game day,
yeah,
it's definitely something. But we are going to kick it on over. I believe we have some interviews ready for you, so let's hit it on over with Matt. Matt, how are you doing?
Doing really well, Emzo and Bloodbath. Thanks very much for your casting on that series. Of course I'm doing well. What an amazing series to kick off the 6th Invitational. That's what we want. This is the World Championships. Teams who've flown from all over the world. We want amazing competition, and we get a long series for our first quarterfinal. Slasher, congratulations to you. I know you'll be pleased to be in tomorrow's semi-finals, but I know you won't be pleased with how you got there.
No, that first map we weren't very happy about it. We made some really stupid mistakes. They 5v5 planted the bomb and no one heard it. Just small things that I think maybe nerves for some people. Just some people weren't ready to play, but by the second map, we were really feeling it. And I'm pretty happy with how the last 2 maps went. But we need to bring that to the first game tomorrow. We can't, wait for the last 2 maps to win every time.
You guys, you usually get off to a good start. We've seen you, as we were saying earlier on, we've seen you in every Pro League finals in one form or another. You guys have got loads of experience. You're used to being, in a live situation like we've got here, although this is the biggest crowd we've ever had for Rainbow Six Siege. Give yourselves a round of applause, Montreal. It's still relatively early on a Friday. It's awesome to have all these people here. Tomorrow when it's semi-finals time, this will be even more full than it is. I think we're pretty much sold out. So when you come back tomorrow, how are you going to turn up in a better place to play?
I think we're really just going to have to feed off what happened today. Know that we kind of got over that hurdle, we can win. So we should be able to do it right from the start tomorrow. All right, we need to at least. So I think we're going to surprise people tomorrow. I think we're going to win.
Surprise if they win? We'll find out. You're going to be playing Sisu in the semi-finals. So they're one of the invitational teams. They're one of the teams who are regarded as getting a ticket straight here and straight into the semi-finals. You will have done some prep about those guys. You know those guys well.
Yeah, they're kind of our counterpart in EU, the team that goes to every land but can't win. So it should be cool to see one of us finally go to the finals this time. I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just, we're the same way.
I know what you mean. We know what you mean. This way, one of you will get to the finals. It's nice of you to arrange it like that. What's going on there? Yes, all right. So we won't see the 2 of you in the finals, but we'll get one of you there. And let's have one more word, though. Just one more thing about Envy, your opponents. They put up a really good fight. Were you expecting that good a game?
We knew we didn't underestimate them. We knew they had a lot of good strats, especially Clubhouse. That was if we were going to lose to them, we knew Club would be the map. Because we practiced against them before the first qualifiers, so we helped them get here kind of by practicing with them. So we knew their Montaigne play was really good on Clubhouse. The other maps, we knew we thought we had those in the bag, but they still, every round was really close. It was never we blew them out, every single round from there on. So I think they put up a good fight. They should be happy with how they played.
Yeah, a round of applause, everybody, for Envy.
And then
joining us all the way from Singapore here at the 6th Invitational. Huge achievement, of course, every team who've made it here at the 6th Invitational. But that is, unfortunately, the last we're going to see of Envy. We will see Era tomorrow in the semi-finals. So congratulations again, /Hug. Your first semi-finalist from today, Era! And now let's have a look at some of the action from that best of 3.
So, Canal, we called it. We said it wasn't a particularly strong one for Era, and it kind of followed through with that.
Well, it seemed like it wasn't really a particularly strong map for either of them, and Era did end up winning it in the end, but we saw for the majority of the map, it was all defensive wins. And I feel like that was just a lack of coordination on both teams' attacks, a lack of practice. Whereas on Chalet and Clubhouse, we saw the opposite. Envy obviously extremely confident on their Clubhouse. They had multiple different attacks for each site. And in contrast for Era on Chalet, they were more dynamic, more fluid, and had a great roaming game. But on Clubhouse, it just seemed a little bit more static. And then we did see the first win on attack from Era that pretty much won them the map.
Well, yeah, as you say, like Clubhouse came up first. Let's go back. Let's talk about Clubhouse. It's the first map we came up against. It was something we didn't expect Envy to go with because it was so, as you said, overplayed, so to speak, in North America, so well practiced, so well thought out. They first pick it. They come out of the gate, they win the first 2 rounds, and look great doing so. And we think, okay, they looked at all the research, they looked at all they've got, and they are confident with going into Era in this. But then Era did what Era do. They lose a couple of rounds and they gather and they refresh and they will focus and go back in, and they started to pick up their own 2, level it out. But this is when you normally see the weaker teams start to fall down. This is when Envy they figured out our strategies and we've got nothing left, and then they fall apart and it becomes a 5-2 defeat. But Envy turn it on its head, bring out a whole bunch of new frames, and yes, it's all still around that Montaigne, but it's not just, all right, 5 of us walk behind him down this corridor. They completely changed the way they attack that bottom bomb site, and we start to see a very intense Clubhouse game.
Yeah, that first attack that they had with Montaigne was almost a homage to the first season in competition. Just take Church Hallway, open up the church wall, and move your way in through that, and Moto. But then they switched it up, and they went, okay, we'll go with what's going on in the new meta, which is taking blue, taking construction, and pincering, and trying to get into that armory, and then even getting the drop downs. And you know, they didn't just linger on one particular thing, and that was fantastic. Whereas in the contracts for what we have with Era, they never took that construction hallway. And they had a really great idea going into their armory attacks, but because they didn't take construction hallway, the I think it was the Echo was allowed to just sit in construction and completely deny all of their plans.
That was the next thing I wanted to hit. We talked about it in the pre-game. It was that Smoke and Echo, while largely doing the same jobs, in combination are a very, very strong team. And
really
we saw it from both teams on every defense, with or without the Montaignes coming against them. Like holding that basement and having the area control that the drone and the smoke grenades give was incredibly strong. And Era then on top of it, as they have done for so many seasons now, are starting to bring and still bringing Castle to the table.
Yeah, no, Castle, not a lot of teams use Castle. He's put on the back shelf, but I think what Era's trying to use him for in that situation is just make as much delay as possible. 30 seconds off the clock, maybe even with all the different castles. And on top of that, when you have, like, for example, where they were putting Castle on the front door, that allows you more rotation options. So let's say that Envy is just trying to take just from stock with a typical Montaigne take from stock. Well, then you have the rotation option into lounge from the main lobby. So otherwise could be exposed with an open broken door. So yeah, Castle pretty useful on Clubhouse, but again, they didn't actually make it work out in the end.
No, like there's one last point I want to touch on Clubhouse too, and it was very obvious. I mean, we now know, like you said, they trained with Envy, they scrimmed to help them get here.
Yes.
When it came to dealing with that Montaigne push from the strip club,
they were ready
on the bar bomb site.
Yeah.
Envy. They threw out what was coming, and yeah, Era had this lined up. They had it ready. They left the wall, the pool table open. They had a big hole in it. They used smoke grenades to push him through, and we sat there, and it's a masterclass in dealing with Montaigne from strip.
And it's worth noting the way they were holding that strip for pool table, from pool table with the open wall and all that. If they had been doing that against a team that was not using Montaigne, say it's a team that's got 2 grenade characters, they're clearing nice and slow, they're droning as thoroughly as they possibly can, because that's one thing about a Montaigne take is you don't necessarily have to drone super thoroughly. And again, they got caught off guard because of that. If they were playing against a team that was just using normal operators, no Montaigne, then they would have been at a serious disadvantage leaving that wall open like that, playing 2 people in strip that aggressively. It probably would have caught them off guard and they would have lost.
Yeah. So that gave Envy that first map, and then we moved over to Chalet, and
Before we
it's a
dig
very
into
different
Chalet,
story.
looking at the stage after that first map had gone, Envy looked like they've kind of looked the whole tournament. We were saying earlier on, they looked very relaxed, they looked very calm about being here. They've got that first one down. They looked very pleased about it, whereas, of course, Era thought they'd taken it mistakenly. They thought they'd won it 5-4. They looked like that. That broke them a bit. So they turned it around well. I think they deserve credit for coming back on Chalet.
Yeah, it was a nice way to just keep them up and bring Era back in, and then to come back into Chalet, and it's exactly what, as you say, Era that were a bit shaky at that point needed. They came in and they just... the scoreline doesn't reflect it too well, and they weren't completely whitewashed rounds, but the way that they played out, Era just have Chalet far more refined, way more practice on it.
Yeah.
And NV were just always a little bit lost. They had some great shots, and they can land some good grenades, and they picked up some kills here and there, but they were never really in any control of those chalet rounds.
I think overall in the chalet rounds, you can almost solely attribute it to the roaming game. When you had Envy's roaming game, you have to roam on chalet. You have to have that control of the map. But when you have Envy's roaming game, the roamers would get too aggressive. They would try to push out onto the attackers before it was time. Whereas the Era's roamers were playing extremely passive, just wasting as much time as possible and only coming in at just the right moment. And yeah, I think the roamer game pretty much won Era the map. But again, overall, like you said, I just felt like Envy wasn't practiced on Clubhouse, and we're on Chalet, thank you. Which is, again, they were really practiced on Clubhouse. They had that efficient strategy down, and they just weren't as dynamic. They weren't dynamic enough on Clubhouse. They didn't play openly. Their roamer game was a little off, and the Montaigne wasn't really helping them.
Yeah.
Not at all, really.
And then we came on Canal and have both teams falling to the same issue.
Yeah.
No one knew how to attack it. No one knew how to get in. It's like, well, we're sort of probing here, and it's sort of clear on my drone, so we'll step in, and then the defender will peek out and get a free kill. And it's like, okay, well, we've droned this guy. We know he's in here. Don't know how to deal with it. And then they were stuck. So it'd always come down to the last 10, 15, 20 seconds, and there'd be a very strong core set of defenders left alive. The attackers would have to try and rush in and storm on in and just get cut apart. The one round that Era managed to pick up to eventually win them the game for it, they just managed to pick off those quick shots. They just won a couple of the firefights. There wasn't a clearer strategy in the way that attacked through. It wasn't particularly game-changing compared to the rest of the rounds. They just managed to pick up some of the kills that they've been missing in previous rounds.
Yeah.
And then there weren't enough defenders left up.
And that felt like what both teams were really going for.
Yeah, it's what they were
They were just kind of like, let's just kind of wander around and see if we can get some picks. And unfortunately, Envy gave away, like you said, those first initial picks on defense. But, you know, for the most part, at the beginning of the rounds on that map, both teams were incredibly passive.
Yeah.
If you are Sisu, you've watched that, and they are here, and they have watched that, are they worried by anything they've just seen?
I think they might have to think a little bit about the Chalet performance from Era. Sisu have been a great Chalet team for a long time. It's banned against them by many, many teams. They're known for it in Europe. Now they can look at what Era have just done there and think, well, will our strats hold up against that? Are we confident against the way they play? And take that into account. Clubhouse, it's very, very practiced. Everyone's played it. They're going to have looked at that and learn a lot more from it. We know that the castle's going to be there. They used to seeing Era play Castle. I think everything on there's there. Canal will be, if it gets played, the one where I think they will gain most from by looking at how little Era had to do on that map and say, well, we actually have strategies for this. We actually have plans. We can break them apart.
Right. Well, that'll be coming up tomorrow. Of course, that'll be one of our semi-finals tomorrow. Sisu getting their ticket into that as one of the invited teams. And now we know who they're going to be playing. Now, next, we're going to be having a very short break here in Montreal. And then it's the first of our dev panels. We've got lots of them over the 3 days that we're having this party here for 6 Invitational. We're going to be talking about the conception of Siege and how it ever came about in the first place with a team from Ubisoft. So don't go anywhere. We'll be doing this conception of Siege panel. Then we'll be having another quarterfinal. And before all of that, maybe we've got a little surprise for you as well. So stay there. We are live here from Montreal with the Rainbow Six Siege 6 Invitational. Are we having a good time, Montreal? Yes, we are. I hope you're enjoying it on stream as well. We've got a banner right here. This man knows what he's talking about, a great big Chunker fan. Hail Chunker, ladies and gentlemen. This is the man right here. This is Anatoly, but you know him as?
Tachanka.
This is our man right here who's come to join us. Thanks for opening the show for us, Anatoly, as well. Do you mind if I call you Anatoly, or should I just call you Lord, or what do you think?
Anatoly's fine.
Oh, he's gentle, isn't he? Oh, isn't nice. The Lord is here, everybody. Anatoly, so what do you think then about the fact that you voiced the character of Tachanka and he's become this just celebrity and figurehead and people having so much fun with him?
There's not much I can say. It's just a huge surprise. I never expected that, and it's just I'm taking the ride and I'm enjoying it. And thank you all of you guys for making it happen. So it's because of you that happened. So
it is absolutely down to the community. The incredible community that we have with Rainbow Six Siege. Tachanka's become this figurehead and this character we have so much fun with, all of his followers and everything like that as well. Were you involved at all in creating, I mean, obviously you voice him. Did you have any say or any part in how he sounds? Were you auditioning? How did it come about?
Usually a creative process is what you think of a character, how he would react, act and speak, and you put into the character. Yeah. So it's pretty much, that's how I take all my, let's say, acting parts. I think about it and I do it as natural as it feels to who I am, and it came out to what it came out, so.
And did you try Tachanka in other ways before you settled on the way you deliver him now? Was there another Tachanka? Was there a completely different Tachanka sound?
I don't think. I think Tachanka sound, I think a lot close to what I am. So it's pretty much me in the sense that, of course, it's a character, but with my background, I felt this what would feel the most natural and appropriate for this type of operator, and basically I did it, and it came easy to me. So, and apparently the fans, they enjoyed it, so, and I guess the formula worked. So.
There is a lot of love for what you've done. You mentioned your backgrounds. If you don't mind me saying, you're quite a big guy. Not just standing out next to me, obviously, but quite a big guy. Can I ask you, like, military training, any of that kind of backgrounds?
Yeah, in Russia we had to do military service, so everybody had to do it, yeah. Okay. I did speed skating back in the day. I did some martial arts, mixed martial arts. And just overall trying to stay healthy. Yeah. Try to stay healthy, yeah. So.
Clearly I need to try some more of these things. And I can be big like Tachanka. It's so nice though, right? As you've mentioned already, having fans at an event like this and cheering for the things you do. I have to ask you to do something now. Right. I have to ask you to say, LMG mounted and ready. Are we ready? Okay, here we go.
LMG mounted and ready!
Ladies and gentlemen, Anatoly, the Lord Tachanka right here. Thanks for everything you've done for us. Thanks for joining us this weekend as well. Absolute pleasure meeting you. I can never use that hand again. He's really strong. So we're having a lot of fun this weekend at the 6th Invitational. Make sure you stick with us. We've got so many things over the next 3 days. But let's go find out how this incredible game all came about. Let's go over to Jen and her panel from Ubisoft, and let's talk about the conception of Siege.
Hi everyone, I'm Jen, product manager, and I'm so happy to be here. Honestly, this is a dream come true. We're here for the first panel of the show, the conception panel, and I'm joined by my fellow panelists, my fellow devs. We have Alex, Matt, and Oli here for us today. So brand director, tell me your title.
Technical director.
Technical director.
Technical director,
And also technical
graphics.
director. So we're here today to talk about the conception of Siege, the beginnings, how it all started. So every asset we're going to show you was actually not intended for public use, so we apologize for anything that looks a bit weird, but we wanted to give you insight into behind the scenes, how it was when we all started. So today I'll show you guys some words, images, videos, and I just want my fellow panelists to react. Just tell me what you feel, what you remember when I show you something. So let's start with the first thing, the first word, and it's unbreakable. That is a very special word to us. One of you guys just tell me why, what was behind that word for Rainbow Six?
First, Unbreakable, it's the code name of the project. When a game starts conception, every game has a code name before it gets public, right? And this is the one that we choose. There's a particular story I feel about Rainbow Six Siege and how it was created. We went through lots of years that were difficult, and over the ashes on the past project that was called Patriots. Then a new team was mandated to reboot Rainbow Six. And that's that exact word, unbreakable, that we chose as the name for the team and the name for the project. And I think that was how the mindset of the team was at the time. Because you had to be sort of unbreakable to actually jump on that project, team of 25, and just like go on and develop Siege.
And mindset is exactly the right word. I mean, we were taking every aspect of building this game as unbreakable. It was super ironic because we were making a game that was breakable, so everyone had a quirky smile once in a while. But it was really that, from the dev process to getting something into the hands of the players, we were always unbreakable in that aspect.
Yeah, and the goal was to tie up the two, like the spirit of the team and also the technical, like the distraction we had in the game. So like it was really an iconic code word for the project.
I feel like Unbreakable was also like, it works with the game well too, right? Like you're a team, you're a squad. If one falls, you're not going to be that good.
Yeah.
So kind of works all around. So let's go into our second thing. That one is very special too. It's our first image that was kind of presented to the dev team. It's the medieval siege. So that might surprise some people. Doesn't really look like Rainbow at the first glance, but when you look at it longer, I think everyone here can see Rainbow. So why don't you guys tell me how this image was first presented to you and how it inspired the Rainbow Six gameplay?
To me, this is an absolutely key image within the very, very early stages of conception. This image was presented by our creative director, Xavier, to that whole team of 25 I was talking about earlier. And this basically told us, put us in a room and said, hey, this is the game that we're going to be making. So we all looking at him and said, what do you mean, Rainbow Six Medieval Ages? Laughing, and obviously it was not the case. And that's when he described word by word everything that you see on the picture, which is exactly the game that we're playing today. You are seeing attackers versus defenders, that sort of asymmetrical gameplay and siege. There's obviously the fortress, which is reminiscent of, you know, the walls that we're breaking, the house and the maps that has close quarter combat.
The fortification also.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And a team of defenders ready to go, like they're not being passive, looking around, they're waiting.
Yeah.
Next to the objective
and
location.
the ram head also like would symbolize the destruction. So I mean, this picture was really just capturing the whole essence of the game design, the early game design, and it was always this image we were going back through when we were talking about different design ideas of the game. So like it's good to have those iconic.
Yeah. I think that's absolutely critical what you're saying here, because one of the difficult and challenge I think when we do conceive games in the early stages is try to put in the mind of everyone in the team the exact idea that you're looking for. And I think again, Xavier, a creative director at that moment, like took that picture and helped everyone on the team understand extremely precisely what we were doing, from tech to design to us around the table. And that picture, to me, is so valid, even like 4 years down the road. I'm looking at it, I'm seeing the game, I'm still seeing the game we're making today. So I found that the clarity of the vision is one of the points that was absolutely critical at the beginning of the conception.
And you said it for the beginning, but that image stayed true all the way to ship. everyone who would come onto the project, that was the
Everyone's
first presentation that they had. And the first slide on that presentation was that image, because it makes the gameplay so clear. The attackers, the defenders, fortification, breach, the tools of destruction that are different from each side, everything is in that picture.
And that vision, I feel that we really followed throughout the whole development of the game, and even today in post-launch, all the updates are all in that direction. It's a really good segue into the next part, which is we wanted to show you guys the notebook of our creative director, which he brings every day to the office with him, which is pretty insane. So he has a year 1 notebook, year 2 notebook. Every day he takes notes. So we took a picture of a couple of the notepad. So here you can see from the beginning, we're in 2013 here, the barricades, the barbed wire, the destruction, everything was already there.
And just to give a timeline, we really started Siege at the very beginning of 2013, and our first prototypes were to prove preparation phase, defender action, what do they do during those phases, and that barricade is almost similar to what you see in the game still today.
All the key ingredients that you're mentioning and that we're seeing here, like the barricades and the barbed wires, even though some have changed a little bit in terms of design, we're like very early on the plan and on the design. So it's striking to me looking back again at those graphs and those drawings. So like, man, all the ideas or pretty much all the key ingredients made it to the game. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, let's take a look at the second page that we have here today, which is also quite early in development, just to show you that the preparation phase pretty much existed since the beginning. It's very much rainbow, very much tactical. I remember the first time I played the prototype, actually, I got at the studio, and I was kind of scared because I'm more of an RTS player, and as soon as I saw the drone, I was like, wow, like that's for me, like I can observe, I'm not going to die now.
And it's cool that the idea of observation phase was like part of the design of the game, like making sure that it's not just run and gun, it's also like taking more information while you play. And as we see today during the competition, people use it all the time, and it was like a initial element of the game design, so it's pretty cool to see it early on like that.
You can definitely do a lot in this game with just communication and map knowledge, and I don't know, I like it. Let's go into the next image, the third one, which was a key point for the development team. It's the introduction of the first operator. So that's in 2014. So what do you guys feel that brought to the game when this was introduced?
It's true, like operators and that first design of the GIGN very early on, it's a turning point for us. We were having the siege, we were having the destruction, we had at that moment, you know, the attack versus defense, so we knew at the time we had extremely solid foundations and already having fun with the prototypes very early on. And when that idea came in, the main thing that we were looking at when it comes to design was how do we create even more tactic, meaning even more choices for player, meaningful choices, and the unique peak and the operators, that this is exactly what it's all about. That whole roster of character, each time a player selects one, he's basically communicating to the rest of his team, okay, this is the role that I'm going to be taking.
The metadata that it creates also internally of the team, so.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
We did a lot of iteration to focus our core gameplay and nail that right off the bat. And what the operators did was expand their Siege universe. It really created something that you could hold on to, something that you could remember, something that you could associate. An operator, a tool, whether it be attack or defense, it came hand in hand. And that image from Xavier representing GIGN with each CTU having its own characteristics. So GIGN is the heavy guys. And we had this aspect for every single CTU.
And its own personality, like Tachenka, so it's pretty cool to see them actually be taking part in real life also. So like it's the whole universe around Rainbow.
And with the operators and the GIGN we're seeing here also, there was that aspect very early on where we knew we would have a huge universe to expand upon even after launch. We knew we had a key selection of key teams, the 5 that were at launch. Those are like the sort of historical CTUs that we wanted to have, but already in our minds, like sort of plans to say, hey, what's going to be the future and what are all those countries and groups that we can add on, and that whole operator concept or hero concept was that we can expand up to like years to come, and I think everyone now sees it. At the beginning, it was a bold decision.
But even at the beginning, it fueled so many ideas. We did an operator days where the goal was to throw out as many ideas as you could to get the craziest tools for each side. And it came with some pretty good prototypes and some pretty big discussions.
Yeah, I remember actually, yeah, let's talk about Blitz, sure, but so we had this internal blog that we had where people, you know, they would chat together about the game because we were doing tournaments, so they would react there. But when we introduced operators, that was a really special moment. And then we were trying new ones in our internal tournaments, and then we came up with the original Blitz, which is definitely not the Blitz we have today. He was, I'm sure people are going to be a bit surprised about this, but he was an attacker that would spawn during the preparation phase.
To be able to go kill defenders.
Yes, and he was totally disrupting the prep phase. So that generated a lot of discussion.
No, but it's cool that we still tried those crazy ideas, and then that's the whole point of conception, is like try different ideas. Sometimes it sticks, sometimes it doesn't, but at least we try a lot of stuff, which at the end, like those iterative process make the game better, trying new ideas and like just choose the good ones.
And every single time we'd have a prototype to prove one of those ideas, we'd always put it in the build. And like Jen said, we'd always validate it with an internal tournament, which was kind of our thing within the team, that once every 2 months it was the reward. You'd get a Friday off because you'd be playing the game the entire day.
It's crazy. I remember like we'd have like 95% of the team playing.
Yeah.
It was insane. You'd walk by and people were screaming. We were like putting on face paint.
On a 100 people team, you'd have 95 players participating in the tournament, which never happens.
All right. Well, we're talking about tournaments. I think it's a great transition into the next thing we wanted to show you guys. And that is actually it may become my second favorite moment, let's be honest here, because this weekend is pretty cool. So Rainbow Six Cup tournament. It was in a series of tournaments. We had like 14 internal tournaments. And let's kick it off to the video, because that was the first one where we had all of Ubisoft Montreal participating.
Welcome, everyone, to the Rainbow Six Cup Grand Final! Now, these are some pretty old images. The room was filled, and what we were playing was a prototype. We had, like you can see, it's not looking very pretty, but the important part was that with that, we could have fun. I don't know if you guys have any particular memories of that tournament, but for me it was very special to see a filled up room, and I think it's really cool to see this weekend having so many people already tuning up on Friday. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, this is a critical, like sort of pivotal moment, I feel, in the for the dev team overall. This is the first moment that we're inviting all of the studio to actually play the game. We knew we had something like special. We were playing it during other tournaments, but that was first time that you put it in the hands of maybe the public that's the most critical possible other devs, so that we're looking at your game, monitoring everything, looking at everything in every detail, and this is a moment that was very, very special and went extremely well, as we can see on the images.
Yeah, we had 357 participants, and
How many did you expect again?
I think it was no more than 50 at the time. Like honestly, we had no clue. Like we were doing our own mini tournaments for us, like almost in-house.
And like you said, we were having fun. Like we thought we had something good, but we really needed to put it into someone else's hands to see if it actually was. And I don't know if you've noticed, but that was the first map, and it was Hereford.
Yeah, that is
if you actually recognize it. And we had tons of people giving us plenty of comments on the gameplay, on the map. We even had people wanting to join our team because they had so much fun and they wanted to be a part of this. And one of the comments that strikes me is amazing potential for esports. And that's something that Alex brought to the table at the very beginning, that we wanted to go there, but we didn't know if we were going to make it or not. And having those 350 people from Ubisoft Montreal wanting to compete in this, having people stay late at night making up drawings of the map when no material was available to them, having coaches on certain of the teams that we had for the final.
Coaches, and also everyone from the team volunteered as well to make it a real, like, as much as possible esports event. Like we had commentators, we had you as a host, we had the fake referees.
Referees.
It was so cool.
Yeah, it's like it shows the potential. It showed the potential of the game. It showed all the design elements all in one. People were playing it, and it's like it really confirmed that we had something in our hands. And then here we are today, 3-4 years ago after.
Yeah, about 4 years. Yeah.
And it's like the dream became true, basically.
And it changed the vision of the rest of the studio about the game. And you mentioned that turning point for me is like that moment after that tournament where everyone in the studio had a chance to play, see, or just watch at the final. We had like so many people from the studio like knocking on our doors and saying, hey guys, the project looks awesome and plays awesome. I want to be part of it. And since it was the one of the only multiplayer FPS in Montreal at the time, and there's lots of solid players here, I think it was a good way to recruit also people.
We definitely have a team of players.
The goal with the tournament also is like most of the people on the team are like hardcore first-person shooter players. We use like some of the like me, where we used to play Counter-Strike. Like we are the hardest critic on our own game. So if it pleases or the devs, we knew it could please the.
It's true. The DNA of the team, and the culture of the team when we started were very much FPS focused.
Yeah, exactly. That was validation of our own thoughts, because for 6 months, because that prototype was 6 months into the development of Siege, we had the alpha team playing every week and giving feedback to the team. And we'd create the new build the week after Friday Frag Fests. To every Friday, people would play just to iterate on it and to get it to that point.
The alpha team was the best players basically on the floor.
Yeah.
So.
But that was super scary because it was taking our thing that looks kind of shaky, a very ugly duckling, but saying, okay, play
Look at it.
It's yours.
Try it.
Go.
Yeah. Give us feedback, because we also received a lot of feedback with that tournament, and it was one of the first iteration of us taking feedback, and I think it's something that we brought after the launch, and I can see the whole team embracing it. Second screens, always on the subreddit, on the forums, reading, sharing videos of like YouTubers that found
basically what I remember is like the catchphrase at the time was like a game from players, like by players to from players to players.
By players,
by players,
for
players.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like we're all players. We all very analyze the game, and then if we're happy with it, we know people will like it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go into our last image of the day. So we were talking about tournaments, and it was this one is quite pertinent. It's the 6 Invitational logo. So let's look at it. If it can come up on screen. But we can still talk about it, and I'm sure it will show up sometime. Here we go. That image is representative of the 6 Invitational, because it's not just the icon, it's also the seasons with the colors, and it's also the pro players, the devs, the community, Tachanka in the back. What does it mean to be here today for you guys?
This is such a special moment. I think early on, and you've seen on the images the past tournaments, and like it's like 3-4 years, and we were like sort of dreaming about those moments like Six Invitational now, and being at 1 year anniversary of Rainbow Six now, game being stronger than ever, more players today than we had in the past at any given point, and being here, being able to invite in Montreal, in our own home, pro players, devs, community players, it means the world to us.
Right, it's crazy. I mean, season 1, we just set up one TV for the final, and you had every dev member just go up to that TV and look. And here we are a year later, and I walk into this room yesterday and just breathe it in. The lights, the teams, everything. I am extremely humbled to be here right now and so proud.
Yeah, and thanks to the fan, because it's because of the community that we can do this, and it's very humbling, like Matt said.
It's so amazing that people have embraced this game and taken it to this level, to this level, which is once again what we hoped for, but could have never imagined it would have gotten this far.
Like 4 years ago, we were dreaming of this, and now we're here. It's really cool, and I know some people traveled from so far to be here. It's amazing. Like we have people from not just the players, but we have like families from Brazil. We have like people from France, people from Poland. Like we have a team from Singapore. That's so cool.
So cool.
All right, so that is it. Just wanted to end on that note. Thank you so much for being there, everyone, the panelists, the people in the crowd. We are really happy that you're here. And enjoy the weekend, and we'll be back with more panels. Thank you, and let's see the finals. Well, the next match.
In For Honor, Knights, Vikings, and Samurai fight to control territory in a persistent cross-platform war. Join your faction in battle. Claim new lands. And tip the scales of war in your favor. Will you serve the Knights and fight with valor? Will you unite with the Samurai and strike with deadly elegance? Or will you side with the Vikings and their thirst for battle? Choose your faction. Lead your army into battle and claim victory to reap the spoils of war. This is not a world to be shared. It is a world to be taken. Your path to faction victory is not carved in stone. It is paved in blood. Sign up for the closed beta on January 26th.
Welcome back to the 6th Invitational live here from Montreal, celebrating a year of Rainbow Six Siege. We've already had our first PC quarter-final of this tournament, and we've just learned about how Siege ever came about in the first place. Fascinating stuff. Thanks very much, Ubisoft, for giving us that, and we're having a lot more fun with a lot more panels throughout the 3 days of this tournament as well. But I think it's time we had another quarter-final, Montreal. Let's meet the next PC quarter-finalist.
We play an aggressive style. We enjoy taking the 1v1 duels and heavy pushing bomb sites. We are a very momentum-based team, so whenever we get behind, we go into a bit of a slump, but we always know that there's that chance we have. Like, if we get one round, we can always turn the game back. We can always win it.
Welcome to the 6th Invitational, our qualifying team from Europe. This is Euronics!
Euronics is a team that has been around for a little bit of time here, only placed 5th place in Season 3, so they were not a team we expected to make it all the way here, but they played really well in the close qualifiers, showed that they're a team with a lot to prove, and they're very aggressive, as they said, so we expect a lot of interesting play from this team, and they're going to be going up against a team they're not prepared for as well.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely these guys are a team that have put up a show, ready to get going, and they're a team to definitely, they're a force to be reckoned with. So,
Euronics Gaming into our quarterfinals, and this is who they're going to be playing.
Our team is a traditional team in Brazil. We already won a lot of titles over there, but in international competition it's our first time. The team likes to play aggressive. We play very aggro against our enemies, and we are very adaptive against their strategies. We train a lot, like 12 hours a day to get in here and represent well our country. That's very important to us. We are not here to just be one more team, we are here to make history.
Representing Latin America all the way from Brazil, this is Santos Dexterity!
Now, Santos, as we said, is a team that has come all the way from Brazil, and what I've been told is that they typically play on LAN events. Down in Brazil and down in all of Latin America, most of their events are on LAN, so this scene here is not necessarily something new to them. Looking at Gohan's one of their top players. He's definitely another force to be reckoned with, and it's going to be basically an immovable force meets an unstoppable object here.
Definitely going to be a heck of a matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And so what we're going to see here are these two teams, very similar. I think we're going to see a highlight reel of players going back and forth in this match. And I'm ready to see what's going to unfold. We've got a lot of maps to get played yet today. This is only our second best of 3. And I mean, the hype and the action that we saw in our first best of 3 between Era and Eternity and Envy was just mind-boggling.
Yeah, this is again going to be two totally different metas meeting. We're used to seeing NA versus EU. We saw NA versus Asia. Now we're going to see EU versus Brazil. It's going to be just totally different. We're seeing so many like different play styles today. Perfect for the World Championships to say like this is Rainbow Six and is so like flexible in how you could play it. It's amazing.
And we know that it's got a huge scene over in Latin America as well. Like Rainbow Six Siege tournaments in Latin America, 12,000 people go to a stadium and there's a Rainbow Six Siege tournament on in there. And back in Season 2, when we were at ESL Studios in Leicester, we had INTZ come over and they talked to us about that scene. That was obviously when Favela was released and we were talking everything to do with that major season. Yeah, Velvet Shell, we haven't forgotten you, but not yet. So yeah, we know the Latin American teams can play. We know there's a big support for them as well. And there's an extra thing that this Dexterity team have got as well. This is the PC team. The Xbox team, they couldn't be here. They qualified, but Dexterity United on Xbox, they are not with us in the 6th Invitational. Problems with passports and that kind of thing. Travel just couldn't get sorted out, so they're not here. So again, thank you to Supremacy, the French team, who've stepped in. Some of their players were just coming to the 6th Invitational anyway, and the rest of the squad has been hurrying along to join them. So we've got Supremacy in for Dexterity, but as far as this Dexterity squad is concerned on PC, like they're representing that whole org now. If this team drop, we haven't got the Xbox team to show up.
And that's a lot of weight on their shoulders. I mean, it's a lot of weight to be saying, okay, now we've got 2 teams going, but heck, one can't make it. So now the entire Latin American community is residing on one pair of shoulders.
Yeah, that's right, because there isn't the Xbox Latin American team. Let's have a look at who the players are who own the shoulders that all of that will rest upon. So, shoulder-owning people are as follows. The Euronics Gaming then. We're looking at Secretly, Reynolds, Snooken, Panari, and Shootex. There they are, and they're looking quite relaxed. They're looking like they're having fun, and from talking to them backstage, they are.
Definitely.
But this is true of a lot of teams. There's nobody here stomping around and going, don't talk to me.
Yeah.
Everybody's thrilled that we're having this big world championships. Like these guys, like many of the other guys.
I mean, even off the set, you see opponents from different regions going out to dinner together. I mean, to me, to see everyone here, it's just a huge festival. It's a huge engagement between all the teams here.
Those are the players from Euronics Gaming. Their opponents, representing Brazil, representing not just Brazil, not just Santos, the organization, the whole football club as well, because it's one of those esport teams that is owned by a football team. Astro, Panico, Silence, Cameraman, and Gohan. Welcome to the 6th Invitational.
Like we mentioned earlier, Gohan is probably the impact player. I know he's the IGL for his team. He's the one that leads them in times of up and in times of down, and it's definitely going to be a player that we hope to keep an eye on today.
Yeah. And you mentioned this is going to be like a highlight reel. That was how you described this. You expecting standout solo performances or great teamwork?
I'm expecting both. I'm expecting both. I think the teamwork's going to come down so that it ends up being a 2-on-1 or a 1-on-1 when it gets down, when push comes to shove, basically down in the final few moments. But I also see that it's going to be a highlight play in almost every single round. I think it's going to come down to the last bullet, the last second for a lot of these different rounds.
I think we're seeing two really aggressive teams playing against each other as well. And so it will definitely be like, you might see a bit of a prep phase kind of thing where they're just really feeling stuff out and then just, force at that point, along with some aggressive rums and things like that. I think the advantage, though, in that aggressive play is that there's a bit more LAN experience, I think, for the Brazilian team.
Yeah.
And when it comes to aggressive play, that does matter because when you're dealing with playing on the internet, ping affects how that aggressive play works versus playing in a low ping environment like LAN, where everything's very fast.
If I remember correctly, ESG's been to one LAN event, and that was DreamHacks, if I remember correctly. And so, coming with just pure experience, if you're just basing this off of experience, you do have the Brazilian team. Santos is a team that's got that extra experience, has that experience to perform in front of a crowd, knows the LAN environment, and I think that's going to aid them in this journey.
Another thing that may well aid them is they seem to have brought some support with them as well. There's a lot of people here in Montreal rooting for Brazil. There we go. Yeah, look at that. There's quite a lot of them here. So that can help, that can hinder. It depends on your mindset in something like this. You hear people cheering for you. If it's going well, great. If it's not going well, pressure. But we reckon they can handle it, don't we? Here we go. We're into the pick and bans then for this best of 3, this second quarter final that we're having here at the 6th Invitational. Euronics have banned out Clubhouse, Santos banned out Oregon.
Two of the most popular maps already gone.
They are two of the most popular, and I'm actually surprised by the ban of Oregon from Santos. I was talking with one member from Continuum backstage right when we were during the break, and he had said that Oregon was probably a map that they were expecting Santos to actually want to play.
Euronics played it 5 times in
it's
the
a popular
qualifiers.
map for them.
I guess they've seen something, or they've had the opportunity to see something on it from their opposition that they think, well, we don't like that. Where else are we not going then? Euronics have banned out Bank, and Santos have banned out Skyscraper.
I'm hoping to see a Consulate here. I think there's a chance we could see Consulate play. It's getting a bit more popular, and it is a good map for Santos.
Why is it you want to see Consulate?
Because I think it's a map that kind of fallen off for a while. It wasn't one that was super popular. Maybe a little bit season 1, not so much season 2 and 3, but it's gotten more popular, and I think it's a really good map.
We will see Consulate then. Let's just figure out where. But we're not going to Canal, we're not going to Chalet.
Which means there's only 3 maps left to choose from. It's just a matter of the order that they're going to be.
We're going to get.
So we will have our Consulate. We will have our Consulate. We will have.
We're getting Border and Cafe.
Border will be a good one. And Cafe is new to this, so we didn't have it previously in the season. So
it got added to the rotation for the invitation for this.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was a part of season 1.
Well, we're going to get Cafe first. Then Euronics have something in mind, and Cafe is going for them. I think Border was coming up third.
Border's third, so Cafe, Consulate, then Border.
So we may or may not see Border. Hopefully we do. I mean, I hope it's a neck and neck.
There it is.
And I
We've
think
got it back on
screen.
screen. Thank you, server, for picking Border. I always want to shout out the server at the bottom of the screen. I don't know
Perfect.
why. It's just there. Right, Cafe, Consulate, and Border. All right.
I'm not surprised by Cafe. The reason I don't say that is, again, talking with one of the members from Continuum, this is one of the maps that they felt would get played between these two teams.
Okay.
But on top of that, Cafe's kind of been a map that's not been in the realm of NA picks. But when you look at Europe, back when Cafe was there, back when you did have Cafe in Season 1 and Season 2, Europe was the team, or was the region that chose it. They were the region that always decided to play it. Not every single time, but if there was going to be a region to play it was always Europe.
Okay.
Bringing in another region, such as Asia or Latin America, whichever region it is, to me is expanding that. And I expect to see some of these picks that are not typical out of NA teams.
Yeah, okay. We know from previous season finales of the Pro League, teams, they've got a couple of weeks to prepare and they turn up with stuff we haven't seen before. We know they'll turn up and pull strats out of thin air. And in fact, to be fair, they do that quite a lot during the weeks of the Pro League season, too, don't they? Always keeping you casters on your toes,
yes.
which is good.
Yes.
So it stands completely to reason that here at the World Championships, we're expecting teams to really bring like their A game, but also the surprise game you never knew they had.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that Enzo and I mentioned on the desk is, do some of these teams have an ace in their deck that they don't show until it gets to be that pinpoint, whether it's 5-5 and you're in the 11th round and you want to go on some bomb site that honestly would seem to be negligible. Right. But here, I think it's very possible for us to see one of these ace in the holes.
I think I'm hoping that from Euronics that they'll bring, like, since they've had more visibility and things like that being in the Pro League, that they're going to have some secret stuff that it's not as predictable. Because, just like we had with Envy and Era, there was a lot more stuff to watch of Eras, so they really had to bring out more of the secret stuff. And Euronics, going from being 5th place previously in Pro League, have had to, I imagine, recollect themselves and think okay, what are we doing? They obviously did, because they came through the close qualifiers quite well, which means they may have used some of those strats that they had worked on, so that we may see a repeat of some of those, but they definitely need to have some new stuff ready, especially playing against an unknown team. Maybe they won't bring those out, maybe they will, but having those in your pocket is vital when you're at such a big event like this.
We've already seen an Asian team playing against a team who have had more visibility. Easier perhaps for Envy to have done prep on Era, as you were saying, than Era do prep on Envy, but Era still won it. So here we go now with Brazil against Europe, our mixed team, and Sweden and Finland, I think.
Yeah, they're mostly Swedish.
Yeah, that's it.
So it's nice we have a lot of Finnish here, because all Zisu's Finnish, and then we have a Finnish here.
Yeah.
So very representing that area tonight for EU.
And it's going to be interesting to see, how does that availability of research work? Because, you could do all the research in the world, but if you can't make it count, if you can't learn from it or put it into action, or if your opposition just turn up and actually they're a completely different opposition playing different strats than you've ever seen them do before, then it can count against you.
I think it's also possibly worth saying, when you were interviewing Slash earlier at the end of the first series, he had mentioned that Sisu is basically their counterpart, their scrim partner.
Yeah.
They do a lot together. And a lot of times you'll see, at least in the Season 3 Pro League finals, you saw that Continuum and Most Wanted at the time. They were scrim partners going back and forth. So what I'm not seeing here is ESG going up against Dexterity in a scrim partner fashion.
Yeah.
So I feel like with the limited amount of gameplay, the limited amount of footage that the teams have on each other, I think we're going to see some very clashing strategies.
Well, I think we'll not keep anybody waiting any longer then. We'll go for our next quarterfinal. I know we're ready here in Montreal. I hope you're ready watching on stream as well. So here we go then, our second quarterfinal on PC before we get into the Xbox quarterfinals later on today. And let's find out who is going to be going through to the semi-finals. We're going to start, of all places, with some world-class action on Cafe.
Thank you very much, Matt, Bloodbath, and Mizo. We've moved on over to the caster desk, and we're going to take things away then. Cafe Dostoevsky kicking us off, and not only is it's our first game here, it's the first time we've seen it all weekend, and it was put in the map pool over the last 3 months. It's the newest addition bar Skyscraper to what we're looking at here. And for two very aggressive
teams,
it fits them both really well.
I think when it comes to just negating strats and going for those frags, going for the aggression, like you said, it is, I think Euronics and Santos are two of the best teams for specifically that.
Yeah, like the verticality on some of the bomb sites is there, and it's huge. The fast rotates with that entire Christmas corridor on the side, and the leaping over and up, the rotates up and down to there is going to be very, very quick with the teams. And yes, they say they like going for the 1v1s. They do go for those 1v1s, but as soon as one will fall, the trade kill's going to be there. The second frag's going to come around. So seeing who can pull those off better and seeing who is just positioned in the right way to support their teammates could be really, really big here.
Yeah, and I feel like just like you were saying, both of these teams are the sort of team that it has a lot more to do with synergy than just strategy.
Yeah, so looking at our first couple of lineups and first bomb site selection, nothing too surprising as far as competitive play goes, but we're on the top floor first.
That's not surprising at all either. Top floor, lots more flexibility. You can have a lot more roamers efficiently played out versus on the bottom floor, or sorry, rather the train room, which is a little bit more of an anchor site. And at the same time, if they take control of Piano, it's kind of almost like you can't anchor on that site. Piano being on this particular map, pretty much the pivotal room for both of the commonly defended bomb sites.
All right, we also want to touch quickly on the Caviera brought out here from Dexterity.
I mean, it works for some teams. For Dexterity, especially, I would say it's a sensible pick. If you're going to be getting extremely aggressive, and if you are going to be roaming, which it looks like they will be based upon that top floor bomb pick.
So we saw from both teams in our first game today, double Echo and Smoke. Both there. Just lock them down, hold the game until the last couple of seconds. Now, is that a map thing? Are we not seeing them here because of the maps? Is this a team thing? Are they just not wanting to play them? Or
well, I think in the map we watched previously with Era versus, or in the match we watched previously, Era versus Envy, both of those teams are a little bit more strategy based. Euronics, I feel like they have, yes, they do strats, but Santos, I feel like, is a little bit more free form. They kind of play off an idea, and they have really refined it. It's not like just a whim sort of thing, like they're not just going at it. They actually know what they're up to. It's just a little bit more freeform.
All right, so Panari, regularly the first man in for ESG, is close and onto the roof already. Caviera, you see, she's still down there at the bottom of that red staircase, lurking out, checking the cameras and looking to see what's waiting for her, and ready to Tovat out through this. She hears the rappel, she can see Snookin underneath, and does pick up the kill, and gets back inside safely. Gohan is off and hiding.
And that's that extremely aggressive play that we expect from Dexterity.
And he's got, okay, some health missing, but he's far away from anyone else on ESG now. The rest of them are stuck outside in the balcony and up on the roof. Caviera are going to use that silence, going to use just the freedom she still has inside to completely reposition. She can do that all over again somewhere soon. Euronics then on the back foot. There's also a bit of health taken off of the Capitao here now from that skylight peak. They're looking to try and pick some things off from the skylight and from that red drop, but everyone on Dexterity is playing surprisingly passive now that Gohan's picked off that first kill.
Well, it looks like they're just trying to get themselves situated in an attack, but they don't really know where they're going to be hitting. They have obviously some players on the roof and the windows, but no actual traction here.
Panari's still looking to check the drone through. The grenades are coming in through the red drop and opening up and taking away some of the barbed wire, getting ready to go through down. Both twitch drones are gone. Nothing going to be zapped from those anymore, but she's used it for information. They know what's waiting for them in Piano now. They did have a sight line briefly in towards the freezer area in the bar too, and now they've made that drop. You're going to use secretly up here is use the firepower. He does go down the staircase and find Gohan waiting underneath. Takes one shotgun blast, but at that range it's not a whole lot of damage. They start to push in. Cameraman will trade. Pico does drop shots around the corner, takes down one, but it's traded up by Shutek. It's 3v1 as that very quickly trades in against the Euronics push, and Panari, after, as I mentioned, being one of the first in the building, is alone now. Pushing through barbed wire across towards bar, and he's going to be flanked on the side by Cameraman. Euronics try to do their entire push through that red stair dropper, and that's an easy cleanup for Santos.
You know, a lot of what Cafe really comes down to is getting traction on that Piano room, and obviously Dexterity was defending it very steadfastly. They had someone in there, they were waiting for the repels, and they played around that drop. But I feel like ESG, they needed to try and take from maybe a floor, get some traction somewhere instead of just applying yourself directly to the problem.
Yeah, I don't know whether they were scared of the Caviera perhaps somewhere downstairs. They didn't want to try and go in some other angle.
Well, they got that
They didn't know where she's gone.
Yeah.
But once they'd killed her,
they still
didn't
went
seem
for
to
it.
change anything else.
Yeah.
Now they still had a minute or so left. It's not a lot of time, but you could try something. Maybe repel back, try one of the Piano windows, at least to try and shift that person out. But they just kept funneling him down through that choke point, and it does not end well.
And still on that first round, we saw extremely aggressive gameplay from both teams. It was just go, go, go.
Yeah,
no pausing in any of it.
Yeah, it took some moments to drone and check, but once they'd made that call, everyone piled in very quickly. Each kill followed each kill. And now that's Cafe, right? That's why it's going to go. Because of the accessibility of the roof for the defense, the attack, they will sit up there and they'll be very safe. Because the defenders have a lot of control of downstairs for the majority of it until the attackers get inside. It's going to take a few minutes. It's going to take a little bit of setup, but once the attackers decide to come on in, it's going to all wrap up very quickly.
All right.
5 seconds left before
So, Shutek's still one of the only players to use silencers these days. He's using it on his Jaeger since they changed it, and it now no longer reveals the hit markers. It no longer shows where you're being shot from. It just gives him that extra half a second or so of unsecurity or sneaky, so to speak. So the defenders that he's sneaking up on, or attackers he's sneaking up on, don't quite know where it is. And right now he's right over the far side of Bakery, just using these pre-opened windows to maybe pick someone off that's not paying attention.
And droning out the entire Bakery does take quite a long time on attack, so it makes sense. It's a sensible play.
Yeah,
especially when your team's all up on the top floor.
Yeah, he's also staying very, very mobile down here. This is, as we mentioned, part of the features of that cafe is it's very fast to rotate around. He's done a full loop at the bottom floor and gets up this staircase now that that drone spotted him and is lost once more. But Dexterity, confident they have control, are sending Gohan in through this front lobby. Not a regular entry point for a lot of teams because getting up this staircase can be tough. But he's confident, he's making the push forward. You can hear some shots rattling off around either side, and now follows a few more drones in through towards the reading room, but Shutex is being herded away from him, herded back towards the white staircase. And as Astro's pushing up the other side, you can see ESG have that south side of this middle floor. Dexterity have control of the north, and as we talked about in a moment, when these two finally clash, it's going to go down very quickly. Renewal's hiding in that corner. Panico's going to drone him, spot him. Renewal sprints across the gap, does get tagged in behind, but Astro can't finish it off. He's now going to push forward to try and hunt him down and finish him off. Not a whole lot of health missing from this Valkyrie, but Gohan's flanking in through Dining. He's going to be surrounded, and there it is. Renewal's taken off. Dexterity not giving ESG these 1v1s that they said they like so much.
This coordination from Dexterity, wow, he's trapped in a corner, go kill him. That is fantastic. They wasted no time with that roamer.
So, one pick taken out, but still 2 minutes, more or less, burned off the clock before they really got a chance to look at the top floor. Now they're droning up here, now they're getting their way through it, and with a minute left to go, they're finally ready to start making some pressure. Panico on this Capital does still have all his firebolts, repelling over that side, can make it work through the window, but Astro is lurking down in the kitchen, and Shutex cannot find the kill. He's now pinned, he's very, very low, and with a minute left on the clock, Dexterity are going to be very happy knowing there's only 3 defenders left on that top floor. Trying to take the fight, Shutex will fall. Gohan actually flanked down again to help with that kill. Again going for that 2v1. Astro and Gohan working very, very nicely together. Panari now up here with Snooken. And the final remaining mute teammate trying to hold this top
But only
floor.
30 seconds left. And all 3 defenders are on the site.
In through the window comes Panico. Doc's looking the wrong way when he comes in, but he can't land enough shots and will in fact fall. Snooken picks it up, switches to his pistol. Just as the push is going to come around, Gohan gets him on the return. And secretly we'll have to trade it back. Cameraman's picked one off elsewhere, and it's down to a 2v2, so this is a good recovery from Euronics. Cameraman, they're both pushing it through the same corridor. Hibana goes low. Stays high on Thatcher, and it's a straight trade back. Secretly hiding now in the freezer. The plant's going down behind A. He's going to go out for a peek. He's going to leave him to hold it. Defuser goes down, and it's an easy kill for Secretly as Sula's silence stands back up. And Euronics come back from what looked like a terrible start.
Yeah, the 2 roamers on Euronics didn't really get very much done. They did waste a lot of time, but in the end they didn't get any trades back. So that was a 3v5 and an impressive one at that.
After all that work from Dexterity to single out and to clear off the roamers and push them from multiple angles and cut from behind, their final attack on that top floor all came through that one corridor, bar the Capital repelling in from the side, and when he didn't pick up that kill, that was a big mistake.
Yeah. Too many shots missed. Although, to be honest, it was Doc looking away at the wrong time. Surprisingly, did not hear that repel.
Attackers need to locate
So,
and defuse bombs.
down into the fireplace, down into this middle bomb site now for Dexterity's defense. They've gone with exactly the same operator setups they had before. They've brought the Caviera in again. Don't expect Euronics to be falling for the same trick of letting him jump out and kill him on the rappel. They don't even have to go as far up to the roof this time. So where is Gohan going to go this time? Where is he going to hide? What's his play?
Probably going to try and keep control of either the bottom floor or going to play Ghost on piano. So either that or I'm expecting Dexterity to try and hard hold piano.
Yeah. And it's also a question of who stays up there with him. Is he going to be alone or are they going to move more? And how do they hold the rest of the sites? We've seen teams in the past overcommit to controlling the top floor, overcommit to putting everyone upstairs and just fall down.
Looks like it's going to be upstairs.
Yeah, he's going up, which right now he's alone, but there's still a few more seconds for teams to come on through. And Euronics will slowly make their way across towards the building, checking the windows cautiously, but at this level, at this point in play, trying those aggressive peaks.
He's actually gone downstairs.
Yeah, he's hiding exactly the same spot he was before, bottom of the red staircase. Doesn't have the pre-prep window this time to jump on out, but he's still going to be there for a possible threat later on. Over inside the B site, you see Valkyrie alone and checking the cameras. Is now Euronics are starting to get situated up on this balcony. Dexterity and not going to reveal themselves to this hole in the wall. It's a very time-honored tradition
for attackers to sit there and sit on this window, especially.
I was about to say, I've seen too often a lot of attacking teams get stalled out onto these particular windows and just never get any picks and therefore never go through any of the windows. Just sit out there the whole round.
Yeah, and Euronics, well, they're going around that by putting 3 of their players up on the roof, sending Blackbeard up on the roof now too, in fact. So they are going to go for that, take the top floor and move their way down again, which is the go-to for
most people tend to do that.
Yeah, but we already saw they weren't too adept at taking the top floor, admittedly against 5 people in the first round. So the question is, do they know what's up here? Have they found out what's there? Because right now it's actually nothing.
This is interesting from Dexterity. I'm thinking that if they're going to be defending it without trying to hold piano, that they'll be playing for a full retake strat. So instead of playing anchors in the site, in excess, maybe 1 or 2, but not 3 or 4, play them around the site and put them in positions to retake when Euronics open up that drop and try to go for the plant.
So it's taken Euronics 1 minute and 40 seconds here to take control of an empty floor. That doesn't bode confidence in what's about to follow this. They do now have time to sit back, start opening up the floor, start opening up the trapdoors, and have a look with their drones onto what's waiting from the site underneath. Panari does pick up the first kill of the round to help out this attack, but they still don't know where Gohan's lurking. They still haven't found this Caviera rather is on the very, very bottom floor.
And it's worth noting that there are 4 people left on Dexterity, but only 1 of them is on the site. So it looks like they will be trying for a retake strat.
Yeah, so we'll see how he holds up. He's hiding inside that train. It's the one spot that can't really be seen from the holds made or from the trapdoor. But here comes Gohan. Caviera has decided to wake up, using that silent step to get up the white staircase. He's being joined by Jaeger. And they will start to push their way forward. Coming back to the site, Panico picks up 1 onto Snookum with 30 seconds to go. Here comes Euronics. Panico opens himself another hole. It allows into red corridor, but then peeks the hole that Secretly made earlier on and will pay the price for it. Secretly comes on in, is the man with the diffusers. The drops have come from above. Panari's here to cover him. 20 seconds and the plant's going to go down. Panari's watching the hole in the wall, but they're going to come from the door. Gohan's shotgun won't touch him at that range. And they do get the plant complete. Gohan comes in though, gets the down as cameraman finishes off renewals. Gohan's thinking about it, pushing forward. Secretly, jump back outside now. Nice peek around for Shutex to take Gohan out. Panari could be revived, but cameraman is alone with not a lot of health left. Secretly finished off. Cameraman comes around the doorway to the red. Didn't know where Shutex was, and it's an easy peek for him.
That was a good clutch by Shutex, not getting baited out by that down teammate and trying to go for the revive. Now that was an interesting run from Euronics as well, because they took, like you said, took them a long time to take control of upstairs, but as soon as they had it, as soon as they established themselves, they droned the site, realized, oh my gosh, there's only 1 person in there, and they just went for it. And the retake from Dexterity just wasn't fast enough.
Yeah, it was also a little bit miscoordinated too. We saw mistimed pushes coming back in there from the Dexterity players, and they pay the price for it. Nice cover from the different players on Euronics, but it's time now for them to hold the same site. It is why this site is the second choice for a lot of teams. It is not an easy hold. It's definitely not an easy retake. So let's see where Euronics go with it. They're a team which in the past and in the close qualifiers we'd see them go for the previously talked about aggressive spawn peaks, jump outs, run outs on the front door as people are repelling. They go for those kills to try and get themselves a little bit of aggression and get themselves that early advantage. But right now, both of these teams are playing pretty reserved.
As far as these particular teams go, yes, reserved. As far compared to other teams, not so much. But on Euronics, now this is interesting, a recruit. Wonder what that's doing there. I'm curious to see what kind of recruit it is. If it's maybe a shotgun SMG-11, or if maybe we're going for a rehost and then somebody forgot.
We'll have to wait. We'll find out shortly.
Yeah.
So yeah, we talked about it, and we had the analysts go on it, and we were talking about it all the time. Like, these teams are known for their aggression. Brazil as a region, the LATAM region, is known for its aggression.
Right.
Euronics stormed through the closed qualifiers by literally running over their opponents. But we're seeing very different playstyles from these teams here.
Yeah, again, like you said, as far as these teams go, pretty passive.
Is that because the meta's changed over the last 3 months of hiding, or is that because they're just being a little bit cautious and feeling each other out?
I mean, you got to imagine you're at this LAN event and you have so much to prove. Both of these teams have a lot to prove. Euronics, like we talked about, only finished 5th last season, and Dexterity has, as of yet, not played in this particular league. So it is kind of it's big for both of these teams, and I feel like that would put you on the back foot a little bit and put you in the sense of I have to play a little bit more conservative than I usually do.
Yeah, well, hopefully they get over it soon if they need to. If they don't, if they've practiced this and they can play this, fine. But I feel like we're going to not see these teams really unleash themselves if they're playing reserve for this. If they're worried about what is at stake, they need to unleash them. But right now, we are still seeing Good. This is smart decision-making. Great communication between the Dexterity squad, cleaning out those roamers, droning out those roamers, and taking them down with smart flanks. So they're definitely awake. They're definitely there. But can they transfer it into wins and rounds?
Right. You know, on that last round with ESG on attack on Train, their attack was a little bit slow, as we talked about in the beginning. But in the end, once they actually got themselves onto the site, their coordination was good. They won their engagements, and they kept control of the site. Dexterity, on the other hand, they just seem to be losing all of their fights. They challenged the wrong angles, and they didn't apply the pressure when it was appropriate. And it really, honestly, seemed like it just came down to bad timing. That's Twitch getting that pick through the window, then Caveria trying to rush when someone was holding the angle on her. Yeah. It's just all kind of bad timing.
So let's see if they've learned from the previous rounds and learned from what they've seen these guys do and from each other, and see if they've got something up their sleeve now. See if their strategies can adapt. It's what we saw from Ares, what we saw from Envy in the first quarterfinal. After the first couple of rounds, they figured each other out, and they came back with completely different plays, completely different strategies and ways to attack these different sites. Now, this is the first time we're going to see Euronics defending that middle floor, the train room, the mining room, and the dining room. What are they going to do with it? How are they going to do it? They're not going to run a Caviera, I don't think. That's not in their wheelhouse.
Right.
If that recruit stays true, if that recruit is intentional.
I don't think that
how or why.
But if it was, yes, how or why. If it is in fact a recruit, and it doesn't look like it is, I would have guessed it would be a shotgun SMG, but it's not in fact.
All right, so it's going through Shoottex this time, takes his Jaeger, as to be fair, is more expected to use that hollow, so use that silencer.
Kind of necessary anyway, what with the ADSs.
Yeah, especially as we were talking about how vertical this site can be. If they do look to bring a fuse on attack, then the systems are incredible. And even if not, the way they pigeonhole attackers to be stuck out on that balcony, trophy systems really help save those windows, save those beams in, keep the barbed wire alive. They're just a really good all-around gadget.
Yes.
As for who they play upstairs, well, Dexterity left it completely open and exposed. Euronics jumped in and had that themselves. Euronics are a team not
they are
looking
definitely
to do
holding
that.
upstairs.
There's barbed wire up here, we've got reinforcements up here, we've got batteries on some of the walls. They are ready to hold this piano room.
They're defending Train as if it is piano right now. Seemingly so. They've got 3 players up here. They've got 2 cameras positioned out, 2 out of 3 positioned to try and defend that particular room. And all that barbed wire, like you said.
Yeah,
as well as also bandit charges.
Panico will drone forward, Gohan will be there with his drone. Astro will then go in first, and they will drone for those 2. They will clean out the floors that they want to clean.
This is just typical aggression from Dexterity.
Gohan jumps straight in, and the Shootix has already been droned. He just sort of spear off to the right into the kitchen, so he pre-fired that corner. But Shootix kept his head in, and now Silence, his drone, is going to continue hunting for him, trying to find it. But because of the way they rotate, because we talked about how speedy it can be, he's cautious of this window and this angle first, before Silence gives him the all clear. Shootix, as it is actually gone all the way back over to White Stairs, where he's been joined by Secretly. Secretly can't come any further up because Cameraman is hanging on that window and keeping him pinned. Shootix can't hang around too long there because he's being pushed from below by Gohan and by these drones. So they need to find a way off of these White Stairs before they get pinched in.
A little worrisome from Dexterity. They didn't waste any time getting into the building initially, but now they're taking nice and slow clear with their drones, not wanting to get picked off by any of the roamers on Euronics. And historically, they have had players in that lower floor. Shootix, though, with a good pick onto Gohan to start off the round. Now that's Ash, and some would say the best player on Dexterity, already out.
Shootix picked off by Astro as he comes up that red staircase. Shootix is... Oh, very nice shot onto Secretly as he tries to trade it. Gets the headshots through the kill hold as Secretly made himself. And Shootix's mobility is non-stop moving, come back to bite him himself there as they have all the knowledge. Astro and Dexterity have all the knowledge going into it because they're droning it around it. Shootix is running a bit blind. Astro comes up the red staircase and gets himself a 3rd this round. Renewals has already picked off 1, so it's only a 2v3. Panico goes down to the sledge and the Ashigon. That takes a little bit out of the vertical game here that Dex are bringing, so that's going to help him. But as Cameraman and Astro are both using this red staircase now, they've got to be cautious of what else is nearby. Panari's over in Reading Room. Smoke is tucked deep inside Train and can hold that room for a little while on his own using the smoke charges, but Panari's coming back across to help him as 50 seconds ticks past on the clock. Panari seals up the door and gives them the angle. They're confident the Dexterity push is all going to come from this side, from red, and they are right to do so. The timing that's there and the speed that's there, they didn't have time to properly rotate around. Silence there outside on the balcony. It's got to come in and get through that barbed wire that's still there. The trophy system's keeping it safe. They do punch open the door. Inside mining they go. Smoke grenades on the window. Snooken takes a lot of damage from Astro, but he's still alive. 20 seconds on the clock as Astro steps into the smoke a little bit too much, but the diffuser is still outside. All they have to do from here in Euronics is keep it out there. Cameraman going to push on in aggressively. Takes the firefight up. Panari will drop him down. The plant's coming through. Astro's holding firm. Does take Snooken down as soon as he peeks. Astro, that's a 4th so far this game. Panari comes in and Astro takes the 8th to lock out the round for Dexterity.
A fantastic round from Astro. We thought it was going to go in the way of a Gohan, in the way of ESG at the very beginning of the round, given that Gohan got picked off. But Astro just said, nah, dude, I got this.
Astro, very nice reactionary shots onto secretly into reading. Great positioning to pick off Shutex as he was rotating around after that first kill. And then just the composure to sit there and hold that angle, wait for Shutex to come around while his teams are... Cameraman's dying straight in front of him while the plant's going down to his side. And was just there and ready, and a great final shot there onto Panari.
He knew what he needed to do with the angle that needed to be covered. And that's the synergy that Dexterity has that not a lot of teams actually do. He had faith in his teammate to do that, but he knew that even if Cameraman died, he didn't have to worry about that angle.
Yeah, that is the backbone. I mean, the analysts that talked about it, Gohan is a star player for them. He's the in-game leader, is what a lot of the team's based around. But Astro is there aside. It's a two-man team. That
well, not just Astro, but the team in its entirety. They communicate so well. They know
it's Astro and Gohan that their attack is built around by using everyone else to gather information for them, to feed it to them, and then these two will use all that info and move around as a pairing and just clean the map out before they bring everyone else in. So, back onto the top floor, and either way goes the Dexterity defense. This time they're not bringing the Caviera to the table. They realize that the cheeky run-outs, the hiding downstairs is not going to work for them anymore. They've used it up enough, and Euronics are going to have to watch their flanks and clean them. So they're going to a little bit more standard defense.
And it makes a lot of sense. They will be trying to hold, again, Piano. But I'm curious to see if ESG, are they going to try and just funnel their way through the drop this time? Or are they going to try and establish themselves on one of the floors instead?
Panari up on the skylight again, pre-fires a couple of angles just to check there's no one there waiting to surprise him. Starts to have a look on through. The rest of his team are up on the roof, but again, last time they tried this, they fell down to just funneling into that red stairs dropper.
This is interesting.
They're already huddled around. Uses the smokes to take out any trophy systems, and then we'll use that to take out the cover.
You only need to throw one smoke.
So why did he throw 3?
I have no idea.
Interesting. Cameraman in Piano there is being pressured down from multiple angles. Renewals here on that window. Cameraman's got to stick onto that right-hand side. Good cover of the
It's
edge.
hard to get Cameraman out of an angle like that. Holding a 90-degree angle on a window is pretty much extremely easy.
Renewals is taking out, I believe, batteries on new jammers on that wall so they can try and open it up from the drop. So a lot being expended on this Piano take again, and Gohan, I don't think, was spotted there by Secret when he shot that window open. So he's going to try and stay sneaky underneath it. But also on that floor with him, he's got Panico, so he's got Valkyrie down here as well. So the flanks from red and white stairs can come out of any moment here by Dexterity, as they have a player close to either.
Yeah, and this is ESG 2 minutes into the round already. It's still trying to do pretty much the same thing they did last time.
Renewals just went in, I believe, into Piano. Shutex went in there to help him out. Shutex will get down, and Cameraman picks up a double, taking out the Blackbeard and the Capital. Now from below, Gohan starts to make himself aware and takes Panari out through the floor. They are now desperately low on players for Euronics as Snooken drops through the hatch as well. Panico will finish secretly off. Snooken does get one of the Gohan flanking up from underneath, but now he's against 5. Now a 1v5 ace is much harder, but he'll start off by taking Cameraman down, putting him in a 1v3. 40 seconds to go. He has time, but does he have the information he needs? Panico's still below. He's still watching on cameras. Anthrax is inside the freezer. Can't land the initial headshot, but he will get him on the second peak. Dexterity starts to pull ahead.
Yeah, another attack from ESG focused on the red stairs throughout the entire time they've been attacking this top floor. It's been the same exact thing, and it's just not working out. They need to get a mix-up. They need to try and address that site from a different situation.
To be fair, they did. Just
a little bit, but it's still focused
through Piano windows.
It's still focused on the red stairs.
Yeah, it is. Like it's that side of the map, but then they send 2 players in through the Piano windows, and neither of them can kill Cameraman.
Yeah.
That should have been an easy 1v2. Okay, maybe one would fall, the other would trade, but both of them falling down to that one player shouldn't be happening at this level of play.
You know, what we've been talking about from Dexterity is that their synergy is fantastic, and what I'm seeing from ESG is quite the opposite. Yes. You know, they have the strats, they know what they're doing, but the communication just doesn't feel like it's there. If if I were ESG and I were trying to take a mute out of the corner of piano, I would stick my Blackbeard on the far window to the south, and I would put one of my players to repel in from one of the west windows. And then when the west window repels in, maybe he dies, but he gets traded back by Blackbeard. You just need to have that communication to initiate that trade and take the ground that you're trying to take.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, it's not quite there. Renewal's downstairs again as Valkyrie at the moment.
Attackers
Stop throwing these cameras out.
bomb and defuse it.
Towards. He's so far the only one down this far, and possibly going to go back up soonish. But Dexterity are already making their way in. They're very fast getting inside that first floor in most of their rounds before. Gohan will jump in through Bakery off through the front door. Astro will come in around kitchen area, and they will clean that floor out pretty quickly. This time, however, not quick enough to catch Valkyrie off guard, so he does make his way back up to join the rest of his team, but they're confident they have control of these floors, and they start rappelling up pretty quickly.
And what I'd like to see from Euronics here is maybe try and capitalize on the aggression that Santos Dexterity has been putting out throughout this entire match and peek out yourself.
Gohan droning for himself there, actually. We haven't seen that much since all this game. And he was just about to spot, I believe, the Valkyrie who was hiding inside the train room. She is now off her cameras and is moving around again, so she may have been seen, and Gohan also repositioned.
Pretty spread out here on this attack. And it is kind of worrisome. And Astro, looking away at the wrong time.
Timing. Shutex just comes around the corner as Astro unscopes and looks away. And this time, that game of cat and mouse goes in favor of Shutex. Astro came out on top last time, of course, and that's what snowballed that win for them. But it's just one kill.
The fact that
Dexterity have still got a hunt on. Valkyrie gets droned out and then will run straight towards Gohan to trade it back. Nice and even now with Valkyrie down. Thankfully, however, Valkyrie's benefit, those cameras, her gadget, can still be used by dead players, so she's not completely down and out yet. She can still help provide information and feed it over. Shutex still running around now down this floor level. He's still being very, very mobile, very, very aggressive. And you can see it here, like Dexterity know about it, they're ready for it, and Gohan is checking below him, checking the flank angles every time he moves another few feet.
Yeah, Euronics is initiating the game with Jaeger and Valkyrie, and every time Dexterity is answering with Ash and Twitch.
There we go. Gohan knew it was going to come. All he has to do is wait for a couple of minutes, and Shutex is going to run to crosshairs one way or another. Now that he's gone, it's safe to start pressuring the top floors again.
And another 3v5, or 3v4 rather.
Yep. Now, the last time it was a 3v5, however, Euronics did actually manage to pull it out of the bag. So we'll see if they can do it again with 45 seconds on the clock. Dexterity are now still largely outside the building. There is an Ash proning her way in through the top floor. Does get taken out by a great drop shot from secretly in Freezer, bringing it back to a 3v3. Silence is coming from the same angle, and he's the man with the diffuser. Grenades going off underneath, and Cameraman's inside Piano, so they're going to push from this west side forward. Panico coming up the white staircase, does get the flank on, but will fall to Doc. Panari actually helps him out and then peeks into blue corridor to take out Cameraman. It's all on Silence now, and with 18 seconds to go, he gives his position away by a little bit of accidental pre-fire. And just like before, Euronics hold in that 3v4, leveling out the scoreline.
So yes, Euronics is technically losing the Roamer game. They're losing 2 players. But it's not necessarily about the time in that situation, because Euronics' last 3 players are always just clutching it out. 3v5, 3v4, it doesn't matter, they're winning the engagements.
Yeah, that top floor hold, it comes down to those final 3 players, and that's all they seem to need. Panari, very nicely done in that white stairs and blueprint corridor location.
Yeah.
And then secretly there, inside the freezer, picking off 2 very important kills.
They just have all the bases covered. And there's not enough pressure coming from Dexterity. They're not opening enough, maybe open one of the freezer walls, bring a thermite. Take Piano.
The reason that Euronics can win these freezer fights and can do it with so many few people, they know that there's only limited places they have to watch.
They don't have to worry about it.
There's nowhere else open. There's nowhere else that's been blown up. There's no other angles. And they can just hold and play their game.
Yeah.
Dexterity on forcing them out of their comfort zone.
One of the beautiful things about Siege is that you can mold the site to your advantage as an attacker, but Dexterity's just not doing that.
10 seconds to go.
So, down now into the mining room and fireplace hall again, down in that middle floor bomb site. Dexterity's defense has to go. Euronics last time around spent a long time taking control of an empty top floor. Let's see if they can drone it and take it a bit quicker this time over. Panico spotted jumping back in through that window. I believe the drone would have seen her throw both cameras out, so they might be able to find the 2 of them that are there before pushing on in and rappelling up that side. But once again, no Caviera, that's gone. That trump card has been used up. Dexterity going back to more standardized play, bringing Panico right up to the top floor again.
A slow game coming out so far from ESG, just droning out the roamers, trying to get a grasp on the situation. But it looks like they're going to be pressuring primarily from the roof. And that is an interesting grenade onto that drop. He could have used an Ash Charge.
Yeah, well, Astro takes Renewals down before secretly quickly trades him back here as he jumped out of this piano window. Was not expecting another player to still be hiding behind the air conditioning unit. So they do get the Blackbeard for the Jaeger. I'm going to take that trade and be quite happy with it.
Yeah.
So
looks like it's pretty much setting up to be the same exact attack from Euronics as it was last time. And they had pretty good luck. They did win this round.
Gohan's also very low right now. Didn't quite see what caused it, but he's lost a lot of health. So one stray bullet may take him down. Oh, the Twitch drone, but tries to jump out aggressively, and despite secretly having his drone in his hand, gets the gun back out in time to put Gohan down. And I mean, that feels like a little bit of desperation dexterity. Two players jumping out onto this same balcony, especially one of them with Gohan being as low health as he is.
I mean, maybe it was a good idea, but I felt like it was a little bit too early. I think he saw him, on the cam, which secretly he's going to now get. But yeah, it was a little bit too early for that.
Yeah, so 3v4 in favor of Euronics, who are now on the top floor, have control of piano and starting to open up the trapdoor. Last time, remember, they left their Twitch in through that A bomb site window, started the plant, dropped Banari down through the hatch and held the site coverage and held them outside from that red corridor during that entire window. Once again, Dexterity have only left one player even close to the site, and it's Silence inside the train, who is being pinned and being sprayed down from above by multiple angles. He now falls, and the A site is deeply into ESG territory.
Yeah, Dexterity have to get a 2 versus 4 now with must be a wonderful retake if they're going to make this work.
Cameraman's pushing towards the site, trying to hold more aggressively. Shoot-Tex is trying to hold off the Panico flank. Both of them miss a lot of shots and don't do serious damage. Shoot-Tex coming off momentarily worse, but it does mean Panico cannot flank that way. Cameraman tries to dance across the red corridor and will fall to Snooken, and the plant's going to go down momentarily. Shoot-Tex drops through the hatch. Panico can't find him there, and Shoot-Tex will punish him for it, putting Euronics back in the lead again.
A great attack from Euronics, and ultimately a poor defense from Dexterity. Now you see what they're trying to do, because I've done it before. They're trying to set up Train Room in a purely retake situation, but unfortunately they're getting too aggressive in the middle of the round and ultimately getting picked off before they can initiate the retake, before the attackers have made their way into the site.
So Dexterity need this round to stay on Cafe, to stay on map number
Attackers
1.
need to locate and defuse as many bombs
They
as
fail,
they can.
then it will be a Euronics victory, and we will head on over to Consulate as our second map. A map which, in some ways, has a lot of similarities to this when it comes to getting inside the building.
And it's kind of interesting that ESG is now at match point, because Dexterity has been looking so incredibly strong throughout this entire match. Their synergy has been phenomenal.
They have, but they've fallen down when it comes to defending that train room.
Yeah.
Haven't been able to do it, and attacking the bar on the top floor.
Yeah.
Those are their two crutch points where Euronics have been clutching, that attacking the top floor, and successfully attacking that middle level side every time. Other than that, everything around that world, Dexterity are great.
Yeah.
But those are their only two fail points, and Euronics are doing a great job at exploiting them.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Whoops.
Awkward. Gets it done the second time over.
He knows.
He knows.
Yeah.
And we'll reset. But again, Euronics now are defending and holding that piano, and they're holding that top floor like they did before. They are controlling that whole area, and they're not going to let Dexterity inside too easily. Not for that vertical game. So, rappelling up the side, cameraman will head on up, starts to breach charge open the trapdoor. Not often you see breach charges these days. And will then probably switch up and start droning in a moment. That's what he does 9 times out of 10. He'll be droning for Gohan. He'll be droning for Astro, then help them in. Silence will stay out there on that balcony window watching the bomb site at A. He will then jump in when they need to plant. Panico, slightly different spot here.
Watching the rotation for the roamers.
Watching the rotate, watching Shoot-Tex is running around aimlessly, and maybe he'll catch him on his way out of the
Spray the window, do
reading
it.
room.
Do it, Astro.
Astro is just waiting for the all clear. There it is, the drone spots him out. Spinari gets away just in time. He takes one bullet to the leg. Screech on out. Does no, Astro, very nice shot as he dances across the window. Took a little bit of damage, but now that's piano under their control. They're coming in. The drones have already told them it's clear. And they're cleaning up the barbed wire and the trophy systems and looking to move into the next set. This is a good take so far from Dexterity.
You can see Gohan covering the cigar room while Astro drones the other hallway.
Secretly doesn't get the first bullet off that he needs, and Gohan with a beautiful flick will shut him down as he peeks up that white staircase. Renewals looks to come up and try and trade it back, and he does get the kill off to Gohan, who was pinned inside the toilet. But it's a small consolation, especially as he's taking a lot of damage himself from it. He's very, very low now. And has to try and figure out a way to get back to safety. Top floor is controlled by Dexterity with 3 of their players on it. And the last one outside, waiting to jump on soon. Drones are now watching those white staircase. Silence is cautious as the hatch is now opened. This is a push that Dexterity haven't done onto the site yet. They haven't really played the piano. They went in, they killed everyone up there before to kill them. But then they went in and pushed from the windows. There's no one on the windows anymore. They're all inside, they're all upstairs. Shutex is doing his thing. He's running around, but they found him. Astro, not this time. Cameraman will take him out. And now they're feeling even more confident about pushing the site. Only 2 players left up, but again, one of them is Smoke, who can hold the site for quite a while if you let him get the charges off. Looking running around inside Train. He's got to be cautious of the holes above. There's 2 players up here now looking through it. Astro is going to pick up the kill as Renewals will trade Panico back. 2 of them dropping through the hatch now, but they know Renewals is right over the far distance. Cameraman watching the door. He's going to try and get the spray through the wall. Hole opens up. Cameraman there through the fireplace. He's going to prone around and get the angle he needs. Dexterity hold, and we are going to head to overtime. The scoreline pushes towards 4 rounds to 4.
A great attack from Dexterity. Good coordination, and ultimately they just took piano, moved their way in. No complication, not trying to, do anything floofy or new, just basic take. And again, the retake from ESG, the same as the retake from Dexterity, just wasn't enough.
So, as we look at the last couple of rounds, Dexterity have learned from it. They've adapted to that last attack they used on that middle floor, and they changed the way they played. And it paid off for them. A little bit of luck involved, I'm not going to lie. The kill that Gohan got onto Secret Release Mute on that white staircase, just not quite there, just not quite enough for them. Gohan flicked around and took Secret Release out. Secret Release had the better position, he had the element of surprise, but he couldn't make it count. And he was punished for it.
Yeah. Interesting hole from Panico. That makes me think that they're going to have a heavy roaming presence, especially in reading room. Going to try and deny that entire cigar door from there.
Yeah. You have players, I mean, it's a regular plant location. We see teams that often try and plant in that spot. They push from red, they push from piano, which we've seen Euronics do.
Yeah.
And then they get in, but they don't want to go too deep. Can't control the rest of the bar, but they can start planting there. Now, if they don't look after the floors below, which Gohan's going to be hiding in, that's what they use this Caviera for every time. He's going to be able to come up underneath and take out the plant.
4-4 now, overtime. Santos Dexterity versus Euronics on Cafe. Defending the top floor first. Now that is obviously what we expect. Now, most teams haven't had a lot of success attacking this, or they haven't had a lot of success in general attacking this top floor. So I'm curious to see if Dexterity, are they going to be playing as dynamically as they have been with the roaming, or are they going to try and just have a hard anchor?
So, onto the top floor once more. Panari starts opening up the skylight. We'll eventually get through there in a moment. Do open up the hatch, and well, Renewals is checking for these cameras. He doesn't want to get jumped out, and again, doesn't want to give them all the information for free. Does decide that it's clean, so we'll come up towards the window. Once again, cameraman, tucked on that right-hand side, on this south wall.
I cannot help but feel like Renewals is on the wrong window here. He just needs to move to that east window, and then he'll have the flexibility to get rid of cameraman. Put one of your teammates on the south window. Or sorry, the west window.
Yeah. Or as I say, the teammates like to drop in, and they are doing again. They drop in through red hatch, and then they come through that prone hole to get to behind bar. So why are you sitting on this window if they're going to come from behind the bar?
Right.
We want that crossfire. You should be over by the east. But now he's going to stay, because Astro did put a bullet into his shield from upper in that blueprint corridor. So he's going to stay here, and he's going to try and hold that angle instead, which means cameraman, while he's about to be droned, doesn't have to worry too much about that Blackbeard. Yeah. Go ahead and check in the Valkyrie camera inside the bomb site before Panico will then rotate around and put himself in a slightly better position to use his C4 through that floor, if it so comes to it. Panari's still up on this hatch. He's still trying to find a pick down through the hole, but Dexterity is staying firm, staying true, and are not giving him the easy kill. This cameraman finally picks off
doing work again.
There we go. He's inside piano. Yes, they droned him. Yes, they knew about him, but Renewals went in from that same window. Shutex tries to prone through behind the bar, and shocker, cameraman stands up, gets one kill. There's no crossfire to trade him back.
Cameraman knows he doesn't even have to peek here. He just has to waste time.
Uses his C4, not sure where it is. He hears the barbed wire punch, does lose that firefight, but Astro's there to trade it straight back for him. Panari has finally rotated around and will trade Astro out, but cameraman is down, so it is still a 3v3 in the grand scheme. Euronics with a nice recovery after throwing Shutex away for free. Have 36 seconds to start pushing into the site. Silence holding deep inside A. Valkyrie is still downstairs with cameras and a C4 ready to blow someone up. There's Gohan sneaking his way inside the site, hiding inside the cupboard right next to where Snooken and Secretly are looking to push in. Snooken has the diffuser and 20 seconds to put it down. Secretly, just inside the cigar room, is going to try and peek in towards Freezer, but there's no one in there to worry about. Panari cautious of the flank. The shot comes across from the A site. Silence takes down Secretly, then gets a second on Panari. The bomb's going to come up and over and try and land on Gohan's head, but Dexterity kick off overtime with the first win.
And unfortunately, ESG unable to put enough pressure onto that piano room to actually take it in time. They eventually did, but they lost too many players on the take. There was no efficient crossfire established on those windows, which is incredibly surprising.
Once again, Euronics falling down to spending so much time and resources on that piano take and having nothing left for the site.
It almost seems like in general their focuses get a little bit too focused on one particular thing, a little bit of tunnel vision going on here, and they don't actually take the time to spread out and move their resources around.
However, now we're back on the flip side. We're on a Euronics defense of the top floor bomb site. Dexterity have not been able to crack this yet. They lost a 3v5, they lost a 3v4. The 3 players that are left alive, one in the freezer, one over by the A site, and sometimes one flanking, but more often than not, also playing around that A site and the blueprint corridor. Those 3 are just unmovable.
Right, every time it's because what Dexterity is doing is they're winning the roamer game, they're killing 2 people downstairs, and then they're moving up. But they don't have the ability to manipulate the site in any way whatsoever, so all Euronics has to do is, like you said, just cover 3 different lanes.
Now, what I'd like to see, and this is a big change up to what they did before, but once you have cleaned out those lower floors, which they are doing successfully, use that verticality and clean out that A site from below. You can go into reading, you can go into laundry.
Maybe bring a buck.
Yeah, bring a buck. You've got grenades on Panico if he still has them. You've got Ash charges, which previously you were saving for some reasons rather before. Go underneath, make a hole underneath the A bomb site, flush out someone from in there. Even if you don't use it dramatically, have one person around, spray them, make them fear. Just make them move a little bit. Don't let them play in their dug-in positions.
The reason they're not doing that, if I were to guess, is because after they've won the roamer game, they've gotten rid of those 2 players sitting downstairs. There's only a minute left on the clock every time. They don't have the time to, do that, to drone out those people who are defending from upstairs and then nade them or ash them from underneath.
So, Red Dropper is opened up by cameraman. The drones will then go on in and EMP out anything that's waiting for them below. This time, taking it a little bit slower, and also notice very different positions already. Astro's going down with Gohan to these A windows. They're repelling, but Snooken will take Gohan out quickly. So the advantage is straight back into Euronics' favor, and he can just heal himself straight back up to full following that.
Every round, Gohan always seems to either A, get a pick extremely early on, or B, get picked extremely early on.
I also didn't even realize Snooken was doing this with a reflex sight from that position. Well, the way he's playing across the bar and the way he's playing for that long range save, like the ACOG fits that. You sit behind the A-bomb, you just fire all the way across that bar.
Seemingly he's been using reflex. I think, yeah, Snooken's been using reflex this entire match. I think it's just kind of his thing, his preference.
Yeah, it just makes the long range kills he picks up a little bit more impressive, but also helps him survive when they do push through blue, when they do try and come in through the windows. He's not zooming way past and can't hit the things.
Right.
So, Dexterity slowing things up a little bit. Minute 20 left now on the clock, and they're still all on the roof.
They're not even
lost Gohan over at A, and they've kind of already given up on that attack now, and Astro's come all the way back up and over. He's now inside the piano and does get a great kill on Panari. Takes that out, gives him control, finds the camera as well. So they have this now, but they've done this before. It's where do they go from here? Now what's your option? Panico has come in to join him, and he's going to start to think about pushing through the blueprint corridor. But with the freezer open, cameraman's got to join him, and they've got to be cautious. Shutex is on the white staircase and gets spotted by Astro, but they zap him. So Shutex is not going to peek up. Now he knows it's known, he knows they're in piano, he knows standing up that staircase would be a bad move. So he's holding firm until he hits him in the barbed wire. The head is there. Shutex just about dodges it and drops down. Sprints all the way through. Panico's actually dropped. He's inside the train room. Snooken comes around to peek now that he's in the barbed wire. And Astro's down. Renewals will be taking Panico out from below. And it's 2 members of Dexterity left with 28 seconds to go. They are trying different things. They gave it a shot on those A windows. They've tried slightly different pushes, but they just can't make it work. Silence, however, picks off Shutex. It's going to help. Secretly will trade cameraman down there, and Silence has to find 3. Snooken picks up his next of the round, and that is all down now to our final round. 5 rounds to 5 each.
Yeah, like you
and
said,
this map will be decided here.
Dexterity tried to mix it up. They went for a different attack. They didn't even challenge the roamers downstairs. They didn't bother. They felt like they didn't need to. But in the end, they didn't have a thermite to open up their way into the site, and they got forced into those same exact lanes, and they lost the fights.
So, Dexterity now have to go downstairs to hold.
Which they also have not been able to
Historically,
do.
they've not been able to do. They
Right.
can't hold it.
Their upstairs attack isn't working, and their downstairs defense isn't working. Now, again, we've talked about how aggressive Dexterity is as a team, and it is really, truly working against them on this particular defense. They play 1 or 2 players in the site, on all the rest of the 3 waiting to take the site back after the attackers have gone in. But what's happening is at least 2 or 3 players are getting picked off before that even happens. There's too much aggression happening. And all they need to do is just be a little bit more passive on this particular defense, and they should be able to take it.
Panico is Desert Eagling open the hatch. So the shotgun would obviously open it completely. The Desert Eagles it open so that it stays relatively intact. And we use it to throw a camera up and out. This then goes to land...
Wow.
A little bit too far over the edge.
No, I think that was intentional.
But no one has spawned on that spawn point for the entire game.
It looks like he was setting up a camera for a spawn peak.
No one else is on that side of the building. I'm
He
very
moved.
confused by that.
I'm trying to rationalize it.
Yeah. No, hey, we'll ask him later, see if he can explain it. Gohan is back on Caviera again for this. We've also seen him already above the bomb sites now, making holes in the floor down towards the A window. If anyone vaults in, he can shoot them from above. Can they hold the top floor though? Now, they did have 3 players on there briefly. We'll see if all 3 stay up there and for how long, or if they're forced to rotate down and away, because Euronics have had a good job controlling this top floor in previous rounds because it's been given to them. Dexterity are now playing up there. They're not going to give it up so eastly. So how strong is that hold?
Definitely a different approach from Dexterity. We won't know how well it works until Euronics win or lose. Astro's dedicating himself to that.
Yeah. Just locking off his backside. Gohan could be there to support him. He left it open, but he's just gone now into toilets. Panico down in reading room is using obviously his pre-placed cameras to time his peak. Secretly, like before, is out on this balcony. Cameraman C4 just goes off there onto the floor above, makes a big hole in the roof of the train room. But the fire are already coming through. You've got Euronics inside now. They've got control of the train room. Firebolts are going off to make sure the side is clear, and Renewals now peek over towards Blueprint Corridor, and okay. Dexterity plays some players up here this time, but they've lost control of the important part of the floor. Renewals does lose a shield to a good peek up from Astro, so it forces him back a little way, but Astro hasn't really managed to use it to reclaim anything more of the floor. He's actually fallen back down further, closer towards the bomb site. As the clock kicks down, the more defenders alive, the better it's going to be for Dexterity, but they have completely fallen off the top floor. So can they hold on to the bomb site floor? With the floor opened up, Euronics are looking down through these holes, looking to pick off people inside the train room. They've normally got 1 or 2 kills through those holes before they make their final push. Panari this time picks off the first one onto Cameraman inside the train room itself. Panico flanking up from underneath, flanking up from the very bottom floor. Just waiting for that moment. Blackbeard is on the staircase right above him. Snookum's drone jumps down and just see Panico underneath it. Astro, however, will go upstairs and take out Secretly. In fact, that's out on the balcony. He peeked him out through the window and takes Secretly down. So it is trading back 1-to-1. With 30 seconds to go here, Euronics are slowing it very, very far down. Gohan peeks around, tucked in the corner of Christmas. Gohan gets down onto Panari, takes some shots onto Renewals, who does realize the flank's going to come in from Panico, but can't pick it up. Dexterity are holding true, and Sutex will fall inside the train room to Astro. Blackbeard's already down, so it's all on Snookum. He's the last man standing, and he's got to kill 3 players. Can't do it at all. Map number 1 goes to Dexterity.
A fantastic defense from Dexterity, and exactly what I wanted to see from them. They went a little bit more passive. They applied pressure as roamers, but did not get picked off.
Yes.
And they ultimately won that engagement with the Twitch, who had been massacring them through that window.
Very nicely done indeed. Yes, they put players upstairs, and yes, they were forced off, but they were forced off and healthy, as you say. It's the main thing. They didn't get picked. They didn't die. They were still all there when it came to the final push, and Euronics had no time left. So they had to walk into these still in place barbed wire, these kill traps, these holes in the wall, and they were cut down. So Dexterity take Cafe Dostoevsky, map number 1. Done. Forget about it, move on.
Now we got Consulate.
Euronics. Consulate. We talked about it briefly. It's a similar kind of style in the terms of getting inside the building is one of the toughest parts.
Yes, absolutely. On Consulate, yes. I would say you're right. Getting into the building is complicated. But I would say, for the most part, it falls down to the defenders and whether or not they can keep control of their vertical game. So, on basement, you have, vertical game from above. In lobby, you have vertical game from above and below. And then upstairs, you have it from below. So it really just comes down to if they're going to be playing roamers downstairs, if they're going to be able to keep control of that particular section of the map.
It's something we saw. It was a map that Euronics played a lot in the closed qualifiers, a map that a lot of other teams played in the closed qualifiers. And as you say, because of the vertical game now, we're starting to see one, sometimes two players left on the bomb site. Everyone else is spread out around the map.
Right.
We're seeing new castle strategies. We're seeing strats where they were just completely rechained and redesign the map layout, using castle to seal off and open things up, using reinforcements, using impact holes. And the floors are played in completely different ways. So to see how that translates to dexterity and whether or not they are ready for it, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
So a couple of big moments. That ace from Astro is going to be one that he doesn't forget anytime soon.
Yeah, that was
it's
fantastic.
A beautiful moment for him. And yeah, cameraman as well. A couple of very clutch moments up in that top piano room, holding off that two-man repellent.
And that accidental, I must assume, from Gohan jump out a little bit premature.
A little bit overly aggressive on that one. But they had the camera, they had the knowledge, but yeah.
Yeah. He was going to get down from that at that level of health anyway when he hit the floor, so...
Yeah. So there's a couple of nice points, some very smart use of like the pre-play skill holes. You saw secretly every time they jumped onto the attack of the mining room that he would jump down and spray open the back wall of the red corridor and just completely open his way through and have a sight line in towards Christmas every single time. And sometimes it paid off, sometimes it did nothing, but it's just those thought out, those planned strategies that just done and executed within the first 30 seconds of the round every time. And then you adapt from there, and then you try and learn more.
And that felt like dexterity. They really had that synergy going on, that absolute trust in each other. The communication was phenomenal, and it was visible.
Yeah, there it is, that final round kill onto Snooken. So, we touched on it briefly, but we're going into Consulate. It's one of those sites which, again, now the top floor has become the go-to for a lot of teams, their first choice. Yeah. And it's, as I say, completely reorganized. It's one of the tougher ones to get into based on, all right, do we hold the B site? Rare to see people.
Well, where do you take it from, really? You take it from piano? That's it. That's the best you can do. But taking piano in and of itself...
Take it out of admin. But we've also seen teams with very strong holds on that admin end of the map. Now, that's where you put your castle maps. That's where you put a lot of your rotates. And even if they do get in, you can be downstairs in Visa and take them out from below again as well. So
establishing yourself somehow to take people out of the site, depending on whether or not you're attacking, or whether you're attacking A or B, is very, very difficult on Consulate.
All right, so all 10 players are in and good to go. Let's have a quick look over at Consulate, just in case you've forgotten what it looks like and need a refresher, and get this game underway. As it is, Dexterity are one map away from advancing through to tomorrow's semi-final to play Continuum.
Right.
To play the current quote-unquote world champions.
Well, they won Season 3.
Season 3 champions, yeah, but still only North America and Europe, so quote-unquote world champions. But still, current Season 3 champions, a phenomenal force all the same. And Dexterity are going to be on Cloud 9. And as we've just heard from Euronics in their own video, they're a very momentum-based team.
Yeah.
The first few rounds in this map could denote their future.
And that's likely working against them, but at the same time, you have Dexterity starting on attack, and I think that's honestly going to favor ESG. Defense is pretty advantageous on this particular map.
All right, so we got a small teaser at Dexterity's preferred starter lineup. Not going to see it. So, did have to back out for a moment. Lobby got to be restarted real quickly, so we'll talk on that. Looking at, we talked briefly on that top floor, talked briefly on that. The garage play, yes, you say, it's a vertical, you pressure it from inside piano and hold it on there. But we're starting to see more and more teams, you drop down and you open up the garage door, and then you ignore it completely. They've just run away and just...
Oftentimes on garage, yeah, you can ignore it completely, but what I find is a lot of teams, what they'll do is they'll open it up and they'll just stick one person out there, and all he has to do is just apply a little bit of pressure. But the reason they do that is because even if they leave it completely, the reason they do that is a defender cannot just peek garage door unless they already have prior knowledge that there's nobody out there. So let's say they have a Valkyrie cam, yeah, they can move as fluid as they want because if there's no one out there. But most teams typically don't. And as an attacking team, it is safe to bet on the fact that people are not going to want to move out from behind White Van, not going to want to move out from behind Pillar, because they don't trust that there's no one outside. And yeah, moving into the drops, it's an efficient way of taking the site in of itself. And with Hibana added to the meta, it's extremely easy to get those drops open and the garage open. Not a lot of teams run both Hibana and Thermite, but this is one of the maps, especially on basement attack.
It's also a map where we see a lot of, as you say, destruction. We see a lot of grenade-heavy teams. We see a lot of the destruction.
Buck and Sledge both.
Buck and Sledge both in some situations. But it's another one that does fall down to if teams aren't using the verticality, if teams are just trying to take a floor and move along it, where if they are opened up to a smoke and echo, a double hold, that can just lock off an entire end of the map for 30 seconds of the round with some well-placed smoke charges.
Right.
And bringing his shotgun in, allowing the rotate holds, and just his general speed and mobility.
Oh, I think we all... Yeah, smoke is extremely useful on this, especially on this particular map. But, you know, he kind of falls into that in every map, too. He's amazing on Clubhouse, which is almost the polar opposite to this map.
However, we didn't see Dexterity run him at all in their defense.
Which was surprising, to say the least.
Yeah, so we'll see if they switch it up, if they use the same operators here, or if they have a different pool for the consulate selection.
It is a similar map to Cafe, if you really think about it. Again, Cafe, one of the more vertical maps. This is definitely one of the more vertical maps. That has the destruction on almost all of the floors and ceilings is... Well, that's pretty much why.
Yeah, so it's time we're in and good to go. Taking that console off his meeting room, top floor. Bomb site is Dexterity's first option for defense, and there it is. They do now have a smoke in their lineup, this one.
Yep.
Gohan bringing it there. Dabbled in it, but it wasn't always there. And they start to set up very, very quickly. Looking at where some of these reinforcements are, that one there will hold off the connector window. Some teams are actually starting to leave open the wall to yellow stairs from the B site now. They don't reinforce it.
You play aggressive on yellow stairs?
You play either aggressive on yellow stairs. People don't rappel down and...
No, it's pretty much a death trap.
It. You're rarely playing someone inside the B site these days. You often play it from a distance and shoot it around. But as we talked about, Dexterity did just send someone over to reinforce it afterwards. But, you know, it's something to talk about.
It's something that teams do that, so it makes sense to talk about. Yeah. We've got a rotation hole, a full walk hole from Dexterity into the main hallway, which is kind of surprising, just a little bit. And as well as barbed wire and everywhere we would expect. And that, also very surprising, a hole leading from the Visa stairs into admin. Looks like they're going to try and hold the south windows in admin from the stairs themselves. So not actually exposing yourself to the rest of the windows on the east, on the east side.
With all of that set up over by the admin offices, over by the east end of the building, Euronics are all on the west. Spawn all out this side. We've got Blackbeard hovering underneath that B window, waiting to rappel on up, and is checking what's in there for him. Flashbang over and drone again, so he doesn't get insta-killed. As the rest of his team are joining on this side, secretly up on the skyline before Shutex joins him. EPs go down. Takes out the camera that's just inside the door and anything that might be waiting on the other side of it. Firebolt on there too. Silence was close by, but he quickly gets up and steps away without taking anything serious from it. Panico downstairs in the basement. Panari is in piano, so is vulnerable to a flank from Panico if he times it right.
It's interesting that Panari is playing Hibana and not, for example, a Buck in this situation, because you can't really do much with Hibana, especially on this site.
Renewals on that B window picks up the first kill of this round. Astro does fall, and he sees Silence, his gun peek around the corner half second, but Silence has to turn around because Shutex has come up the yellow staircase and taking him out. Gohan now on the far side of the bathroom. Oh, what a shot, Renewals!
That was insane.
One of the few players to use the DMR on Blackbeard. And well, when you can do things like that with it, it makes complete sense. Cameraman deep inside the A site now has got to focus a lot of his attention up this end as Panico has been taken out by Panari. That flank not paying off. And Cameraman now has to find 5. Euronics had a great start to this, flushing Dexterity out from all their hidey holes, taking them off as they show up. Jutex does fall. Cameraman sees him as he steps on up, but 1 man down for 4 players. Getting the information on where exactly Cameraman is means he's not long for this world. Cameraman falls and Panari picks up the kill to give Euronics round number 1.
And that's the same exact issue that they were having with their train room defense. Dexterity being a little bit too aggressive and getting picked off early into the round. When you don't have any players on the site, you can't hold them. And ESG, they hadn't actually stepped foot into the site before 4 people had died.
So, Time now to switch it on over, and Euronyx's first choice for defense, in fact, is to go downstairs. You're going to the garage and the cafeteria, which, as we say, they are very interchangeable bomb sites these days. It's not so much one side or the other.
You can even play the lobby if you want.
You can play the lobby, which is something else we saw a lot. Saw players playing that lobby, and again, while we say picking the lobby, they then play the floor above. They put 3 or 4 players on the floor up there. So a lot of options for them to play with. Definitely things that we've seen through Europe and they'd have trained against.
With all the different bomb sites, with upstairs, typically the reason people play it is because it's extremely easy to just hold. You don't have to worry too much about it. You can hold all the windows at 90-degree angles and not actually challenge anything downstairs. With the basement, it's another story. You typically have to have some roamers because you have to deny that piano, and if you don't, you're going to be dealing with people shooting at you from above. But with lobby, you can go either or. You can go upstairs or you can go downstairs, and you can pretty much deny, and you can deny the site from both. You can deny anyone planting from the drop downs in the lobby itself. So you can't plant at front door if you're holding from downstairs. You just toss a C4 up.
So looking at this garage and looking at the old school meta and the vertical, but bandit tricks. Why don't we see those anymore? Explain to the world.
I would say probably, especially with the addition of Habana, it's pretty much like there's too many options for the attackers. So you have your thermite, and you can hear him as he's putting out his thermite charge, and it takes a while but Habana could just shoot it once and then detonate it and open the hole, and then at the same time they can both try to challenge you at the same time. There's not really, and you've got Twitch, you got Thatcher on top of that. There's no way as a bandit that you're going to be able to stop someone from opening up the garage, especially actively. You just can't do it. There's too many factors involved, too many things going in the favor of the attackers. Now, if in theory a team wanted to use mute for that particular purpose and bandit at the same time, maybe you could make it work, do a double juggle, but I don't see that working too well, to be honest, especially considering mute is better used to deny dronage. So there's not a lot of people active banditing anymore, unless you're thinking of, like, for example, small garage and chalet maybe.
I mean, other
but then you've got to deal with grenades, but
talking in consulate, but that explains it completely. What are our chances of seeing a fuse, thanks to the change with him, when it comes to getting control of piano and then flushing people out of the garage
obviously
below?
it's possible, but
but where are his strengths and what are the downsides? What do you have to sacrifice if you are bringing that fuse in?
Well, I suppose you have to sacrifice flexibility, because he is a 1 speed. He can't really move around the map. And you have to commit yourself to something like, so if you're attacking basement, you have to commit yourself to a piano take, and you force yourself into that. And if the other team realizes you have a fuse, they're going to know. They're ready.
Yeah.
But here we are getting into the next round.
So, round number...
And no fuse.
2. No fuse brought out from Dexterity yet.
Still garage hold.
They may not be expecting a garage first choice, so we'll see.
It is kind of a mix-up.
Yeah. See what they do if they switch it up, and more importantly, how ESG said this. We talked about how it's a vertical game. You've got to get control of the floor above. You've got to hold that as a defense. How many people do they leave downstairs? Who do they leave downstairs? Now, they aren't bringing any 3 armors. They aren't bringing any rooks. They aren't bringing any dogs, which they've played a lot of in the past. They have a very, very mobile team here.
And I'm thinking, you're definitely right, I'm thinking there's going to be heavy roaming. And there you are, opening up the drops from Master. That makes me think that, even the lobby drop. Yeah, they're definitely going to be keeping control of all the way upstairs to keep control of first floor, to keep control of
basement.
Bandit?
Bandit has no health left. Someone made a hole in something, and Bandit was standing right next to it.
And there he goes.
Or something else more sinister. We'll find out.
Who knows?
Right, no idea. Well, now he's got no health, so that's that. So, we will get into round number 2 in a moment, I'm sure of it. But as it is, Euronyx is still 1-0 up. We're still looking to get that attack round for Dexterity underway.
And looking at that first round, or just like in the first few seconds of that second round, rather, that it looked like they were trying to hold top floor in order to hold first floor, in order to hold basement, which is, again, a testament to the verticality of this game. The drop downs allow you to move pretty much wherever you want, especially as a defender if you've already got it pre-positioned for you.
Now, it's also going to be a tough one to do against Dexterity. We saw Dexterity have a great game on Cafe of droning for their 2 first flaggers, for Gohan and for Astro. Now, yes, you've got all the hatches open. Yes, you can rotate down, but you have to stay alive against that. So if Euronics are planning to start top and have them drone it and have them chase them down and then drop down and have them drone middle and drop down, yeah, it's going to burn a lot of time. It's going to take them a long time to get through all of that. But as soon as you lose 2 or 3 from there, you've completely opened up the rest of the map.
The Astro and Gohan roamer hunting combo is vicious. And when I, typically on a map like Consulate, when I see a roaming team, they're trying to deny as much as possible, as long as possible, I would say that team knows what they're doing. But against Gohan Astro, it's entirely possible that it's going to work against them, because hunting down those players on this particular map who are roaming is going to come along basically down to game sense and 2-player communication, and they have that in abundance.
So, third time lucky. Loading on back in.
We got this.
We'll give it another shot.
It's going to be Garage again.
Yeah. No obligation to take the bomb site. They can
fuse
change again. And same with their dexterity attacking lineup, but they are choosing to stick with it. So down to the basement go Euronics, bringing exactly the same defensive operators setting up so far as we've seen before. So
there's no Hibana coming out from Dexterity, which is kind of surprising to me. That makes me think that they're just going to go for a garage wall take. No overcomplicating it, not trying to get any of the drops, just straight into garage wall.
So as these traps are reinforced, as you mentioned with the lack of Hibana, it gets stronger and stronger by every moment, especially if we do see Silence run straight to the garage wall, open that up, as you talked about. It's very rare that it gets challenged these days. You just open it and then leave someone out there to pick off anyone that's roaming around, pick up anyone that's forced out of their hiding position within the garage from control of piano. But first they have to get that. Renewals is up here on the top floor, and he's alone up here.
He just put a camera in admin, and they're defending basement. And I get that they're roaming, but wow, that's some dedication.
Yeah, they're really hoping that Dexterity
try to
play
challenge
into their roamers. Yeah,
yeah,
try to challenge these roamers, trying to go hunting for them, and he can catch them with the camera and try and deal with it. If they don't, they just go straight for the room. That's a lot of wasted resources.
And Dexterity historically has challenged roamers, but they learn. They figure out, oh, wait a minute, we don't have to. So if they learn that early on, it's going to work against them. But no, in fact, Gohan is addressing the top floor.
Yeah, they are droning across the top floor at the moment. Gohan is up on those windows. He did have a drone at the vending machines by admin, which was killed off as soon as Renewals ran up there. So he knew Renewals was on that floor at some point, and he just had to drone out and find out exactly where he'd gone. They've now used a lot of drones to find exactly where Renewals is, and Astro on that window does tag him with the hip fire through the window, but both he and Shutex, who was on the floor with him briefly, have dropped down now to the floor below, and gone all the way, in fact, down into the garage. Snooken's down here with him, Shutex is down here, and they bring Renewals all the way down and in as well. So after all of that setup on the floors above, after all of that time spent and resources spent, we're not even a minute gone from the clock, and they've all fallen straight back to site.
Yeah.
Not sure that's worth. Alright, spread out a little way towards the east. We do have Shutex Renewals
actively abandoning the garage. So that is interesting to see. That means that Dexterity, given that they're only trying to open the garage, yes, they're challenging the roamers, but they're not going for the drops at all. And it's seemingly they're not trying to open up the vertical game in that piano floor. So the active bandit against the Thermite, who is alone, by the way, because guess where Thatcher is? Oh yeah, Evisa, all the way on the other end of the map. He's not going to be able to do anything there. And here we go, vertical game.
Alright, so Dexterity, despite getting rid of those roamers and pushing back to the site within a minute, still spent another minute droning and checking everything else at the floor and making sure they had every single corner cleared, because they weren't trusting Euronics were falling back to the site. So the time is still there. The roamers played safe. Yeah, they took a bit of a gamble in doing that, but it paid off. They're now down to less than a minute to go. Everyone from Euronics is alive. They're inside their site, and Dexterity have used a fair bit of time trying to do nothing, basically. Shutex is now looking to flank on up the stairs. Gohan by yellow stairs does take Panari out, who's trying to push up there. Panari a little bit overly aggressive. He could have waited for Shutex to come up behind, and that is what he is on his way to do now. Gohan's got to be cautious of it. Cameraman takes Shutex out for him, so now he doesn't have to worry at all. And these 5 defenders of Euronics have dropped to 3 very quickly. Secretly up on the pipe, taken out by Astro from outside. Down the yellow stairs comes the Gohan, and he'll take out Snooken as well. Renewals finally makes himself known, comes out of server, takes out one, but Cameraman is there now to cut him off. Starts to sprint in the wrong moment. Dexterity, after all of that waiting and droning, quickly shut down the Euronics players left on site and level the score 1-1.
Great thorough round from Dexterity. Like you said, they took their time getting rid of those roamers. Even though ESG had already defaulted, they didn't want to risk it, and it worked out for them in the end. and making good use of those breaching charges. Now, you say a lot of people would just bring Buck to deal with that situation, but they still wanted to play Twitch, and they made it work.
So Dexterity looking to go onto the top floor again. Last time they tried this, they were destroyed by 2 players. A Blackbeard on the B window and a Capital running up the yellow staircase. Rookie mistakes in many ways.
Too aggressive.
Those 2 players, yeah, just pick you all off from those 2 very predictable standard positions. So what are they going to do about it now? How do you play from here out? I don't think they were expecting Euronics to be in those positions so soon, to be fair. The way they set up, the way they were still running around the sites and getting picked off, I don't think they expected Euronics to be ready to shoot at them yet, because everything before that, everything on Cafe, was a slower start for everyone. It took a lot longer for them to get ready to actually start shooting. To see if they are more aware right at the start of this round. I wasn't sure if that was a shotgun shell that hadn't broken the hatch, or if they were, again, making a hole in it, but not wanting to break it.
Right.
They did have it broken. Panico will throw a camera at A and then drop straight downstairs towards Piano and Toilet. And we'll hide in here. Now, we've seen Wilkie, in fact, from C2 do serious damage from that room in previous tournaments. So we'll see if Panico is
I think you got a
challenged.
4K in there?
Yeah, it was a 4K at one point. But we'll see if Panico is challenged or if he's just going to hide in there and peek out later on. Just like before, Euronics back up on this west side of the building, quickly to the B windows, quickly to try and find their way in and put some pressure on this site. Up onto the roof, they already have 2 Shutex and secretly onto that yellow staircase, onto the skylight. And like before, Renewals will drone his own check inside B. Astro playing aggressively in that staircase, pays the price for it. He tries to sprint back, but secretly just finishes reload in time. And Astro will fall. Tried to go for the aggressive peeks. He was looking up through the skylight, ready to get them when they first stuck their head up. Didn't make it count, and was then pinned and picked off. Shutex grenades on through. The EMP that's on the roof there takes out everything just around the corner of that doorway. The grenade goes through and takes out anyone that was waiting right inside there. There is no one, but it's there, and Silence is now this time hidden just behind the wall. Renewal's not going to have sight on him yet. Minute 45, and there are a lot more members of Dexterity alive this time than there were last time they were here to defend this. They played more static, they played properly hidden, and they're being rewarded for it by burning the clock down.
And he's just setting themselves up for those picks, but Dexterity is not risking it at all.
Panico has been flushed out of the toilets but spotted, but as he tries to rotate and sprint away, Shutex is waiting for him. There was 2 of them down there, Panari being the other one. Shutex gets credited with the kill as he now makes his way up towards the yellow staircase with still a minute 15 on the clock. Silence, they know he's behind this corner. Renewals is ready for him. Gohan tries to peek up and help yellow staircase, and he will pay the price for that again as they're trying to be overly aggressive, as you mentioned. Shutex takes Silence out as he tries to peek the other way, and Panari is still down in Piano as cameraman was dropping down from the lobby.
This is hard to watch because what's happening here is ESG is just setting themselves up for what they know is going to happen. They're setting themselves up for the spots that Dexterity are going to move to because they know Dexterity is going to move to them. And all Dexterity has to do is just chill on the site and wait patiently because they're not nading. Whoa, that's a... Is that a blitz?
It's a blitz from Gohan.
Huh.
Where's it going?
I'm guessing a Zerg strat maybe, but why is that not a Montaigne? That's really interesting. A lot of teams are, I mean, shields are becoming more popular steadily in this current meta, especially after the shield buff with the C4. But Blitz over Montaigne is interesting. They must be doing something specific with it.
We're also seeing a very European meta to this top floor defense here from Euronics now. We're gutting that castle out, we're sealing up the B door with the castle and using the rotate hole here on the side to open it. 11 punches being put on the wall here from Snooken, so when they do want to open it up and challenge the B site, 1 punch and it'll be done. It's nice and fast, it's surprising, but it's also sneaky and they can't spot it. You'll probably do 11 punches on here. I know it's not a castle one, but never mind.
Yeah, 11 punches that barricade.
Yeah, do it, why not? As he in fact uses the last 2 up towards admin. So they are, as we talked about it, reshaping this entire top floor.
Right.
Using those castle barricades to make new walls.
Holding the environment to their advantage. I really want to know what this Blitz is going to do. We haven't seen it in competition in quite a long time. So they've got to have some specific idea behind this, some specific push. But it doesn't seem that way given the way they're all spread out right now.
And I don't see anywhere in the Euronics defense where a Blitz could be used to exploit it. Like this this setup is very solid, but it also involves a lot of actually quite long-range engagements across the length of admin, through to the windows, from the vending machines in through, from the vending machines back up the other end of the site if you start pushing from yellow. Like, Blitz is a close quarter specialist.
It's not the right map for him.
And there's no real spot here on this top floor where that's gonna be able to use.
Looks like he's gonna just try and force out yellow stairs, which kind of makes sense, really. If they can force out yellow stairs, get the angle on where people typically hold B from, which is in the hallway just outside the site door, it's entirely possible that they'll be able to just rappel straight in.
Renewal's down in the basement with Snooken nearby as well. Will be the two we're looking to see flank later on. As we now see everyone from Dexterity rotating around Gohan's position to help open up the doorways for him. Astro comes in the toilet, gets it down, and the kill on Panari. Gohan was there to help out from the side, but not needed, as Astro is now pretty low health. They're looking to push a bit further in. 2 on the connector window. The B site is actually pretty much in Dexterity control here. Whoa! Astro hip fires Shutex down. As Snooken will come up behind and knife Gohan, so the shield is out of the picture, and now the Twitch will be taken out from below. Snooken's C4 and Pulse Plate allowed that to happen, as it is back to a 3v3. Still, however, 2 on the roof for Dexterity. Panico repelling outside the connector window. The diffuser in Thermite's hands on the very top of the map. Snooken now in yellow stairs is a good position to help take control and retake the B site if they get inside there. They still have Renewals on that middle floor as well, actually, but I believe he's still holding his C4 in hand too. Might be a way for them to help stop the plant on B. Cameraman rotating up through the Visa staircase, secretly on the right-hand side of that door, has that smoke grenade to help him careful locked out. Capitao comes in and will be shut down by Snooken from a distance as he's got around behind. Now the diffuser down inside, and Silence has been spotted by that heartbeat sensor perfectly. The pre-fire is coming through, a little bit too close in fact. He stands on up, takes Snooken down, looks for Renewals but can't make it work. And ESG will get the defuse on through. It would have been an amazing 3v1 if he pulled it off, but the big task, especially when they know exactly where you're sitting.
So what they were trying to do there with that blitz, Dexterity had a good idea. They pinched the B bomb site, but ultimately ESG wasn't even defending it. They didn't have anyone in there initially, and they didn't get picked off. And the guys playing in the hallway could have easily been killed by anyone with a rifle, which is what Twitch ended up doing from Bathroom. And Blitz, yes, he took control of yellow stairs, and he kind of denied, I guess, the denial of B. But he didn't, it could have been done by anyone else, especially considering there was no barbed wire in yellow stairs. There was nothing stopping someone with a rifle just coming up and challenging. You didn't need that shield.
So we'll see what they try it again, if they're ever attacking that same location. As it is, they're back to trying to defend it themselves, and we need to see something very different from them here to make this work. They've been dismantled every time they tried to hold it in the last 2 defenses. And everything I'm seeing here is identical so far. Shield, okay, shield in that doorway, a little bit different. But the trophy system that's next to it is going to be killed by the EMP on the roof, same as before. The grenade's going to come down and blow up right next to the shield. And if there's players sitting right behind it, they're going to have a really bad day. If there's not, doesn't matter, the shield's gone, so the job is still done.
10 seconds left.
There's a shield in front and behind, but it doesn't matter, again, like you said, because Thatcher is Thatcher, and Thatcher gets it all.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I don't know, we'll see. Yaronix moving forward and doing the same old. They are a bit more cautious again, pushing forward, because they know that spawning the same way and pushing from the same way every time is, you know, it gets predictable. They might do something about it, but
looks like they're going to be doing pretty much the same thing. They're going to put this Blackbeard onto the B windows. He's going to look for the angles onto the defenders. And it all really, again, it comes down to whether or not the defenders are going to get aggressive when it's unnecessary. And if ESG, they're just going to set themselves up in the same exact locations to deny the roamers coming back to the site. And I'm pretty certain that they will. That's what they've been doing every time so far, and it's worked fantastically for them. Why should they change it?
Yeah, Panico once again is downstairs, and yeah, okay, he's left the flank, but every time before it's been, yeah, make it
he walks up and dies.
There, he's been found out. They were watching the flank. They're ready for him. So we need to think something different. It is taking a slightly different form here for Euronix. Shutex coming down this side is making a hole in towards the bathroom. Gohan's in there, and this is why. He's looking to throw the grenade up and in. Up and down it goes. Does take Gohan down to about half health and forces him out of the toilets. So nothing too serious, but moves him away, moves his position, and thankfully this time for Dexterity, he doesn't walk into someone else's crosshairs, as that has been the theme for a lot of these Dexterity repositions. takes out the Claymore underneath the hatch, make sure he has that available if he wants to drop down there later on. Astro now is trying to hold on to that B window from inside connector, has the reinforcement to help him with it, and Silence still has that shield there actually now, keeping him safe behind the corner.
This isn't familiar or anything.
No, he's just being watched from Renewals. The EMP went off on the roof again. Not sure if the grenade's going to go and take that shield down. As Silence gets tagged from behind as he steps out a little bit too far.
He steps right back into
and steps right back into the same spot, taken out by Renewals once again. So, top of that yellow staircase now, inside Euronics control again. 4 other players from Dex though still standing. Plenty of work to be done. Astro inside the connector has this reinforcements for safety, but now he's got Renewal's attention. If he comes out from either side, we've seen the flicks that Renewals can do. Is he going to be able to get enough bullets through that Blackbeard shield before Renewals can do the damage he needs? It's unlikely. He's going to need a bit of help. Panico's rotated up through Visa. He's in towards the far side and the A site, and the plants are going down. There is Astro peeking around, and Renewals pushes him away. There's the plant down. Gohan has been downed elsewhere, so there's only 3 defenders left up against 5 members of Euronics again. Pushing up the yellow staircase comes Shutex, takes Astro down through the wall, doesn't know it, but the job is still done. Inside toilet, cameraman comes through, does get the kill onto Shutex for 1. Flicks back, and I think actually shot Panico there a little bit. Down the yellow stairs is Secretly, who actually comes up straight into cameraman. It's a good kill. This is looking better for Dexterity. 3 members up for Euronics. Now it's only 2 as Panico takes down Snook and Panari takes out cameraman. Renewals on the window, has Panico trying to jump out at him. There's a good push forward from Astro, and with only 1 man left alive, he's going to try and hold the defuse. Flicks off in time. Astro takes out a beautiful kill on Panari and has the time to go for the defuse. It's a 7-second in competitive play. No, he doesn't have time. Milliseconds away. Panari's peak was just late enough that Astro couldn't do it. That's heartbreaking for Dexterity.
Unfortunately, a poor defense from Dexterity. Rook stepped back into that line of sight from Blackbeard, and then there just wasn't any denial. All the bases were covered from ESG, every single one of them. They had a Thatcher watching the yellow stairs so that nobody can run out onto the Blackbeard who's holding on the B windows. There was somebody in bathroom denying that angle, and that Thermite just got to walk in and plant, basically.
So they did a good job slowing down the attack from ESG. It took them longer to get in, took them longer to feel comfortable to plant, which is what made them run the clock down so far. And the retake coming out from Dexterity was much, much better, picking up a lot of the important kills, taking that Blackbeard off the window, getting the flankers to actually flank this time. They're coming up the yellow stairs, picking off kills instead of being picked off within seconds. But with those few
just not enough time.
Not enough.
They had to have denied that bomb plant for just a couple more seconds. That defuse was milliseconds off.
Anyway, Euronics back down into the basement now on map point. 4 rounds to 1 in Euronics' favor. Even if they win it, we're still heading to our 3rd map. We're still heading to Border, our deciding map. So Dexterity still have plenty of chances if they cannot think something up here. The Euronics defense of this garage was pretty strong before. They're leaving Renewals and Shutex on the top floor, but they were rotated down fast, they pushed down, and okay, they came down to the last minute, but Dexterity did just stroll over them once they had them all pinned inside the site. Bringing Astro around towards the garage door this time. As you mentioned, cameraman on the Thatcher was miles away last time over it, so couldn't help. So this time they're trying to do it with Twitch Drone, but Renewals will take Gohan out very quickly in that top floor. They tried to get in faster, they tried to be more aggressive to take out the roamers and pay the price for it. Renewals not even feeling scared enough to have to leave the top floor this time, whereas before they were droned, and within droning, he dropped.
It seems like Dexterity's getting a little bit worried and trying to be more true to their form, but it's just not working in this situation. You need to have the options, and you just don't. Running in through yellow stairs is not an option.
Renewals does dart past this gap. Panico puts a bullet or 2 in his direction, but it's not going to come close, and Renewals is now safe inside the server room. Panari's trying to battery trick and does get the 2nd charge. So only 1 wall opened, and it doesn't actually give that much of a sight lane in towards the site because it's in front of the van. So a lot of it is blocked by that. However, the pipe position that Secretly is sitting at that was going to be exposed by that 2nd thermite charge is no longer going to be opened, and he's going to feel much better sitting in that spot. There's no control of Piano, so Dexterity cannot move him out there by making holes in the floor. Getting through this very small hole with that smoke being safe in that position is going to be really tough.
Their attack's going to have to come from somewhere else. They need to redirect. They can't play off of this lone garage wall. And it looks like Thatcher's doing exactly that way back on the other end of the map.
Yeah, we'll see if he can be long enough. These are the smoke charges, thanks to the changes, thanks to the fact they can be thrown from further now. He can land them there every single time, all the way back from pipes. Cameraman's going to have to come around and flank right when the pressure is applied from this side and pick up 2 or 3 kills. Otherwise, getting through that garage door is going to be a momentous task. So, Panico coming around to join now. Remember, he's going to have a couple of smoke bolts that are here. Secretly, though, takes Astro out with his SG-11 as Astro is trying to peek in and shift him from that pipe position. Twitch is gone. Firebolts into the back of White Band. Firebolts underneath. Cameraman is doing work from behind. Silence picks up Panari now too, and is looking better for the attackers. It's back to a 3v3. The smoke charges from Smoke himself now is only 1 remaining and 40 seconds to go. So they can have a window now where he will not be able to lock them out. Cameraman, while his position is known, is ready to start to be a nuisance. He's ready to start to peek. Panico gets one outside. Renewals will answer to trade back though. 2v2. Cameraman comes in. Snooken can't kill him, but he can't trade it back himself. Silence is inside with the diffuser and it's dropped now. Does down Snooken, but Renewals will flank onto Cameraman. That's map in the bag for Euronics. 1-1 as we head to border.
Unfortunately, Dexterity, what they needed to do in that last round was be a little bit more dynamic and change up their attack. Instead, they opted to put more people outside that garage and just try and force it out, and it just didn't work.
So, while the scoreline doesn't feel it, a lot of those last 2 rounds were very, very close. 5-1 feels very one-sided, but not to be said. We're looking now towards our following map, and I want to compare it back to Consulate. It's another map, Border, which is very much, it's tough to set up towards A, it's tough to set up towards one bomb site, and then rotate around to the second one towards the end. And that's what we just saw Dexterity fall down to here. They set up to come in through Garage Wall. They did all of their effort, they tried to get through, and when it started to crumble, when that second thermite charge didn't go off, they kind of held and couldn't rotate around.
It seems kind of like they just froze up a little bit.
Yeah, so if that happens on Border 2, whichever side they set up to and then get locked out of, I hope they have better preparation for the rotate, so to speak.
Well, I feel like Border, there's a little bit more, there are a lot more options, to be honest. If you're attacking, like, for example, if you're attacking Armory on Border, you have the option between A and B, A being toward the actual Armory site itself. And if you're taking A, you could establish yourself in monitors and push your way through into the A wall. If you're taking B, you can establish yourself in offices and push your way in through the B wall. You know, you're not just stuck to pushing your way through garage. And I feel like Dexterity was thinking that was what you had to do. But in reality, they just didn't take the other options available to them. They never used the Hibana to open up those drops. They never tried. I mean, they did try the vertical game, but only 1 round. They never.
So that was my next
I was
point.
surprised when they didn't do that the next, especially on this attack.
Before we go too deep into Border, you talked about it. We talked about it before. Like the vertical game is a huge part of Consulate, and then we never really saw it.
Yeah.
We just didn't get it put in. Yes, we saw people taking down the roamers a lot. We saw people herding the roamers out and getting control of the other floors. But then there was nothing to make holes in it. There was nothing to put pressure through it. We just tried to keep coming through the normal avenues.
And the one thing I really truly noticed about Dexterity is that, yes, they are extremely aggressive and they have great synergy and they have interesting map strats, but what they don't do, what they tend not to do, is manipulate the map. Whereas ESG, what they definitely were doing on this Consulate game throughout the entire match was manipulating the map. They were using it to their advantage.
Yeah, tearing it apart. And Border, I mean, when it was released at the time, when Dustline was the new DLC, was the most destructive map in the game at that point. It's a very manipulatable map. You can make it how you want it. So, see if Dexterity having them like that shot, that was can't amazing. Get over it though. Like 1 HP left for Astro and the beautiful flick there to unscope kill Shutex.
One thing we should revisit is also Dexterity on on Cafe rather. The reason that they kept losing that upstairs take was because they couldn't manipulate the map. They didn't open anything. Sure, they won the roamer game and they made it 5v3. They made it 4v3, but they could never get past the last anchor defenders because they didn't change the map at all.
I feel so bad watching that.
So close. Milliseconds.
There's pain in that little clip there. It's the beautiful play onto the fake diffuse, the pull off and the kill, and it goes back to it, and it's just not quite enough time left. It hurts. I feel for him. But as it is, it means we get a third map. It means we get more to see from either of these two teams. Remember, this is a single elimination tournament. If whoever loses this best of 3 is done, they go home. So to get 3 maps out of both of them is fantastic. As we now let the players switch on over, figuring out who's attack and who's defense. The coin flip to find it out has been done, and as soon as they're ready, we'll look into playing it. So then going into border, we talked briefly about some of the bomb sites and the time it takes to rotate between it, but it's another map where verticality can be very powerful. But neither of these two teams seem to want to go near that play. They've avoided verticality play on Consulate, where it's so
Well, they're both too aggressive to take the time to slow down and open up those avenues for themselves to, instead of just taking a fight, you know, and winning the engagement, just put yourself in an advantageous position where you probably, it's pretty difficult to lose the fight, which is like vertical game, opening up the floor, opening up the ceiling.
So there it is, all of the teams are ready. Let's get into our third and final map. Winner of this map here will go on to face Continuum tomorrow. This is going to set up our second PC semi-final. Geronix versus Santos Dexterity on border, and I don't want to call it, it's too close to say, but
it really truly is. I mean, I think it's going to come down to how practiced and how many strats ESG has on this particular map. Are they going to be
a big map in the European meta?
No, it hasn't.
For a long time.
Are they going to be, but that's why I'm curious, are they going to be manipulating the map to their advantage like they did on Consulate, or like on Cafe, are they going to just be put in a position where it doesn't matter, where they're just going to lose those fights?
So, looking at their setup, we are going up to that top floor bomb site first, the armory and the lockers, and, well, Euronics, once again, going at their very speedy mobile lineup. They're one of the most prevalent teams in Europe to do this. They don't run rooks, they don't run docks all the time. They have from time to time, we saw it on Cafe, but they will very happily go without in many occasions.
Right.
Looking at those reinforcements going up in office, I think we're going to have someone sit in there. It's going to be played, at least to begin with, maybe a very early fall back in towards B, but having some kind of control inside that office area, inside that area around the B side, can really delay the push towards that B bomb site.
Looks like they're going to try and get aggressive on monitors too. I like that rotate hole into the hallway. That's going to allow anyone who's playing in monitors, kitchen, cafeteria area to just move on out as soon as they start getting challenged. And that's one of the main reasons people don't typically roam in monitors, is because if you get stuck in there, it's pretty easy for the attackers to just pinch you out. There's a window on almost every single angle, every single inch of that room.
Shoot text then. Very aggressively up at this window already. Looking for someone coming on in. Shots through passport as the drones are clearing it out and letting Gohan know that it's safe to edge on forward. He'll prefer a couple of the spots just in case, but now that Silence's drone has told him it's clear, he goes in. He'll start to drone a little way for himself. ESG still making some holes, still setting up their defense. Renewals there making some through the floor with his Desert Eagle. Gets spotted out by Gohan's drone. See how he can use that, if they still let him use that, or if they go and punish him for it. As Astro is pushing now towards the northeast side of the map, northwest side, towards the B side. So it does look like the majority of the Dexterity players are on this side of the map. They are looking for a B push.
This B take.
Yeah. So having this angle opened up, having that sight lane through towards lockers will allow a lot of play from both of these two teams. It can completely cut up this whole balcony here for the defending team if they can peek at the right time, but it also allows a very easy diffuser hold for the attacking team if they can get it down.
I think Pulse is going to try and come up from those back stairs, but Thatcher's not going to let him. That was a very close call on Pulse's part. Probably would have lost that engagement.
Shutex is still down there with Renewals. He's checking around with his heartbeat sensor, and the shots won't quite land from Cameraman. Neither of them actually doing any damage to the other. But now he knows that they're down there. I don't think they know about Renewals, who is also down there with the C4, but Shutex is definitely being spotted out. Continues to peek a little way more until Cameraman moves on himself. Gohan's actually going to go hunting for it now. This is what we've seen from Dexterity so many times, is once they find someone downstairs, find someone lurking around, Gohan will be the man to go and hunt him down. Opens up the wall from the toilets. And Renewals is down at the far end now to try and help out. Shutex tight on the right-hand side, does start to spray through one of the walls. Upstairs, one of the members of Dexterity is down. Astro is picked off by Secretly. Panico will finish Secretly off in return, though. Gohan's looking to turn and run. They actually heard him through the hole in the wall that they made. He is in runaway back towards the east staircase, and he's decided with 45 seconds to go, he can't be wasting his time with those two downstairs. Into the office they go. Snookon on the far side of that very destroyed wall now has to hide behind the locker wall to make sure he's safe. Gohan's looking to push on in. He's used up his smoke grenades to cover off a lot of the way in towards the B site. Panico deeper underneath now with the Capital, starting to push her and shove out Snooken. Renewals though is still down there. Cameraman's gone down there now, and Snooken will finish off Silence before Cameraman's finished off by Renewals. The two roamers that they sort of gave up with and then went back to aren't going to get any work done. Snooken takes the kill onto Gohan, stops the plant before the C4 can do it. Panico does run and pick up one kill, but with 5 seconds on the clock, the roamers are back up there to shut him down and lock the first round in for ESG.
And you saw Dexterity, they were trying to get a preemptive, you know, get rid of those roamers, not let them come up from behind like that. But in the end, they wasted too much time on their attack, and they didn't get the roamers. The roamers played too passive, and they came up from behind and ended the round for them.
Yeah, a little bit of indecision. Do we deal with them? Do we leave them?
Well, they got aggressive, and then they just backed off. You know, they didn't commit fully. And when you're not committing like that, it's like this. Listen, if the roamer's coming up from behind, you're going to lose the round. If you get aggressive and you die, you're going to lose the round. But if you get aggressive and you kill them, you might win the round. You just have to make a decision and go with it.
So, Dexterity doing the same in defense, setting up this top floor, looking to set up their reinforcement, looking to set up their holes. Gohan making a nice hole here in towards CCTV from that main corridor. See if they want to put someone in here, see if they want to use it for a late rotate perhaps. Panico heading downstairs again with some cameras of his own. See where it is he chooses to put them. What kind of information they head on over.
Attackers are moving.
And also a very
mobile about the defense because I can't see it.
A very mobile defense, just like ESG. Only a Rook on that team with a one speed.
Yeah, I really do like Rook on this map, just because.
Well, he's
the top bomb set especially, because a lot of it is very long-range engagement, which with an MP5 is great to do, and you don't need to be very speedy to sit in between the two and cover both sides.
I would almost venture to say maybe a Rook-Doc combo, because when you get downed in Armory and you're exposed, like let's say you get docked in Bunker, which is the corner right in front of this smoke right here, how are you going to get picked up? You don't have a teammate playing right next to you typically. You're pretty much stuck there, and then the next thing that's going to happen is a nade's going to come flying over. So a dock is a great thing to get you out of that situation.
So Secretly's already inside CCTV now. The holes that were made by the defending team, he's cautious of them and peeking on through it before he then drops below, and actually is greeted by the Jaeger waiting for him. Astro pops up and takes that free kill happily. Panico's down here with him now. Panari just misses him, sprinting out that doorway and leaving Customs room. Shu takes his drone, will confirm it though, and then get taken out by Panico's Valkyrie. So Panari's got to be cautious until another one will come in and feed him more info. Shutex is coming in from the main door, and Panico is looking in that direction. Panari might be able to flank around behind him. Shutex gets across to safety, but then will die as he re-peeks it. Panico is safe. Panari's not close enough to trade this, and he is back into a more dug-in position. ESG being picked off one by one here, and not doing a good job of taking out the roamers.
This is a similar situation to last round, but in the parallel. But the difference is Euronics is committing to attacking the roamers. They're just losing their fights.
Oh, still underneath that metal staircase is Panico. Inside the workshop is Astro. There's no drones here to give Panari any more information about it. He's choosing to go up the staircase instead. Panico's going to probably hear the barbed wire get punched. Definitely heard that shot from above him. Now a question of when he chooses to move. Silence is taken out by Panari peeking up through the metal detector before he comes back down. Does find Astro, but Astro gets the damage out in time, and Panari will fall. Two members of ESG left alive. It's Thermite and a Blackbeard, and they're out on the balcony. The wall is open. Snooken gets the kill onto Gohan as they're pushing on in. Snooken very low health, firing in towards Astro. Cameraman peeks around from the inside the B side and takes him out. Blackbeard, the last man standing, gets a good headshot. Astro now over by the metal detectors is being pushed. Slow ADS time means this is going to have to count. Renewals will get the kill, but Panico flanks around from behind to trade it back and seal the round for Dexterity.
We got a very similar defense from Dexterity to ESG's defense that round. Two roamers downstairs wasted enough time on ESG's side, whereas two roamers downstairs on Dexterity's side managed to get the picks to deny all of the attackers access to the site. And it's interesting because in the end, Thermite and Blackbeard just ended up walking their way into the site. And they could have done that from the get-go with, say, 3 or 4 players and gotten the bomb plant and played out the round like that, instead of trying to challenge the roamers, which again seems to be the theme of the losing round here for the attackers.
All right, Castle back in the mix then from Euronics now that we're downstairs, now that they need to lock this side up a little bit more. Where is he putting them? What is he doing with it? Are we going to see players on that top floor? We talked about verticality, we talked about how that B site can be held very easily from above here, but that means you've got to make sure you're safe above. Renewals is using a couple of reinforcements on this wall. The castle barricade may slow down any kind of push from office.
The teams I've seen defend this particular site so far, the way they end up doing it is they waste they half anchor upstairs. They waste as much time as they possibly can, and then as soon as it's at like 1 minute mark, they start falling back. But it looks like what ESG is going to try and do is try and hard anchor up there. They're going to try and sit upstairs and hold armory as long as they possibly can. At least that's what it seems like with all the investment in utility. You've got 2 reinforcements and a bunch of barbed wire. But we'll find out. Right now they only have 1 player up there, and that is Mute.
So the push is coming in from the east side, then from Dexterity. Once again, they're pushing from this edge and looking to take control of the office area of the map like they did when the bomb site was upstairs. Should be a bit smoother to get on in this time. Cameraman is again the one that's flanking Camera from the opposite side. Let's see if he can successfully make an impact from it, and what they do to take control of the floor above the actual bomb site itself. They've got the majority of the rest of the map. The Euronics are, while they're all spread across 2 floors, all on 1 tight corner of the map this time. So, Dex gets on into the CCTV, which was already cleared out, and can start opening up a trapdoor to rotate into security, into customs.
Dexterity is kind of moving all over the map. They're not doing one particular thing.
Oh! Misses the shot on Renewals, which allows the 180 flick to shut Gohan down. Still 20 health left here on Renewals' Valkyrie, and he's now safe from any repercussions. There's no one else close. Gohan was so far ahead of anything else that it is just a free kill for Euronics. The push upstairs is now from Astro. He's looking to head in towards where Panari is sitting, but he will fall as well as Panari wins that fight out. And again, there's no one there to trade it. This combination of Gohan and Astro we saw in Cafe has kind of vanished over the last 2 maps.
Not the combination of Gohan and Astro but the combination of the team in its entirety. Everyone's doing their own thing, and when it works sometimes if you're going to win your singular engagements, but not when you don't have, not when you're losing, not when you're losing all these fights.
So, still low health on that Valkyrie, but everyone else still very healthy indeed. Panari, after getting their kill, didn't take a single bullet.
Only a minute left too.
Only a minute left. He's still up and above the site. Everyone's still upstairs here from Dexterity. They do have the fast rotate through this trapdoor, but now you can see Renewals is waiting right next to it, and we'll hear them fall down. The Diffuser is in the hands of Silence again, in the hands of that Thermite who is above the trap, and he's choosing to drone a little bit more. Does come on in and does find exactly where Renewals is sitting, so he has to reposition quickly. But again, even though they know where he is now, there's not a whole lot they can do about it with the time they have at hand.
They have exactly nothing to stand on here.
That's a good thing for him. Silence picks him up as he tries to peek on out. He was down from behind, but Shutex was a great shot from over by the workshop office area. Takes down Panico as he falls through the trapdoor. Panari comes down the metal staircase to take Cameraman out as he tries to support the revive. They do get Silence back up, but he goes straight back down and get to Panari. Panico has taken out Shutex, but he's now got to find 3 more players and 10 seconds to do it in. He's going to go pick up the Diffuser. Panari's waiting at the top of the staircase. He missed the Diffuser, but Panari won't miss him. And Euronics have the round secured.
Yeah, Dexterity seemed to just kind of position themselves randomly around the map with no particular thing, no particular attack strategy in mind, just kind of lingering and getting picked off. And then in the end, they wasted too much time staying upstairs and monitor on top of the drop, looking for that pick, and ESG just wasn't going to let them do that and wasn't going to give them a pick. So they didn't give themselves any opportunities, and as such, just kind of stalled out on their attack.
Dexterity's second option for defense then. They're looking right now at the bathroom teller's location, so a little bit different to what we saw from ESG. That's what a lot of people's reaction is. They think it's
feasible,
there.
but we don't see it.
Recently in the meta, we have seen more and more teams pull it out and succeed.
I mean, if you're going to be holding bathroom tellers, I assume the way you're going to be doing it is being extremely aggressive, or just dedicating your smoke solely to denying that plant that everyone's going to go for. I mean, if you think about it, the only other way to really address this site is from going into server. Yeah, I think that's server. Yeah, going into server room and moving your way through the bathroom wall. But most teams won't do it like that. Most teams will get baited into attacking through the B wall or the B window and trying to go for that quick bomb plant. And it can work pretty easily, but only if there's no smoke to deny it. And there is also, by the way, hey, no smoke to deny it. So this is interesting. Defending tellers without a smoke.
Yeah, we'll see
I'm
how
sure
it
they'll make
shapes
it
up.
work.
So, Snukum will continue journeying. Shutex heads towards the building. They've got that Black Beard with them again. And they will start by taking control of the top floor from the south spawn instead, so from the valley, starting with CCTV and making their way across. There are 2 players from Dexterity over in the office location. It's just a case of finding them, and then how do you deal with them? Like before, it's Gohan and Astro, but as we said, that partnership has been floundering the last couple of rounds, the last couple of maps, really. They need to bring it back in together. They've also now had Panico come up and join them now, so there's 3 players on the top floor. Still a bit spread out, but right now the Euronics pressure isn't really forming a shape. So
C4 set.
the C4 is going to be used to open up that trapdoor and make the rotate hole back down to safety. Panico came up, blew it, and they go straight back down again. He's now hiding on the far west side, again, right, far away from the bomb sites. They need to find him or he will come and punish them later on, which he has done successfully in a couple of rounds. Euronics down with only a minute off their clock, finally starting to put pressure onto these 2 bomb sites inside, or these 2 roamers, sorry, inside the rooms above the bomb.
And here ESG, they are actually forming an attack this time. Unlike Dexterity, they are getting together as a team and pushing in on where they know the defenders are, in offices, to try and get that vertical control on the site. And there's the first pick. And the
Secretly,
second.
and Panari pick up the 2. Gohan and Astro fall very quickly after all that time it took the Euronics guys to get them, after all that time it took them to make their way towards it. 2 very quick kills, and also 4 people through the same
It's a
doorway.
beautiful thing to see 4 people coordinating like that.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
And despite the fact that Dexterity was ready for it, they had the barbed wire, they had the reinforcements, it just wasn't enough. There weren't enough players to deny it, and ultimately they just lost their engagements. But now Dexterity circled around the site with this Valkyrie, waiting for the attackers to try and push their way in, hopefully going to get a good couple kills on that flank.
Only a minute to go though, and we talked about this bomb site, 1 being unorthodox, 2 being actually very small. So 3 defenders in this very small space could do a lot of work, even against 5 people coming their way. Very few bullets are going to be needed in those very tight alleyways to shut down all the attackers. But Shutex drops through the hatch. Waiting room is under control of Panari, and Dexterity have been pushed off of their own bomb site. Upstairs, Panico is above them. Great C4 from Cameraman, stops the plant and takes out 2. Panari's in waiting, and Cameraman gets him as well. Secretly will take out Panico. Shutex is there for Camera's 4th. He's looking for 1 more, and Secretly is upstairs. He's above the hatch. He'll drop through into Silence's sights. Dexterity hold!
A 4K from Cameraman gives Dexterity the new hope that they need for this map. 2-2 now, and Dexterity wins one of the most unorthodox sites in the game.
Beautiful done. And I mean, it's unorthodox, and then Euronics were punished for it. They didn't understand it. They didn't know it too
what
well.
they were
And
doing.
okay, they took out the roamers, but when it came to actually being in the site, they exposed themselves to that right there. They exposed themselves to Cameraman's great C4.
So we were talking
the
about
predictable rotate around into waiting. He played that so well.
We were talking about how beautiful, or I was talking about how beautiful it was to see 4 players together working on one particular thing. And hey, look, it didn't work out because now you're going to die to a C4 2 at a time.
Held them on, keeping it close, keeping it at 2-2. As Euronics head back up to that top floor bomb site now. Armory and lockers once again.
Attackers need to locate
So look and hold firm. Now the last attack we saw from Dexterity coming this way was a little bit lackluster, but you've had a round to learn it now. You've had a round to figure out where Euronics are going. How do you change it? What do you do about it? First things first, deal with the roamers downstairs rather than sort of play with them.
Or don't. Figure out one or the other, though.
There was a Pulse with a C4 and a Valkyrie with a C4 waiting underneath the site to plant. So if you're going to plant in B, you have to kill those 2 downstairs.
Right. Well, not necessarily. There is an indestructible part of the floor, but for the most part, yes, you're right. Yeah, you should take care of the roamers. In my opinion, you're entirely correct. You have to get rid of them because Valkyrie and Pulse, like you said, they're going to have full information on the site itself. They probably have 2 cameras in there, 1 on each of the sites, and then Pulse can do his own scouting with his Pulse, and deny almost all of the plants. But not all of the plants, and as well, if you hit the site fast enough with 2 people downstairs like that, it is entirely possible that they won't be able to reciprocate in time, and you could just get the bomb plant off real fast.
Yeah, we'll find out. So Astro, once again, up and towards CCTV with Gohan close by. The drones are looking to scout through for them again.
Now, I'm really worried right now because it looks like they're going to be setting up for an A take.
Yeah.
And you cannot take an A. You can't actually plant in A anywhere because pretty much I think the entire floor is destructible. And
However, Euronics have everyone on the top floor this time. There aren't anyone downstairs.
Oh, you're entirely correct, yeah.
But they
Pulse will probably rotate out
yeah,
if they
have
start
the
getting
trap doors
pressure on
open,
A.
and if they realize that the A is where the pressure's coming from,
Yeah.
Shutex can drop down and go below. You can see right now he's all the way over here in office by the east staircase. So we'll see what he chooses to do with it. Gohan is downstairs. The moment Silence does now repel on up, but Gohan has been looking for these flanks before. He's actually in an engagement at the moment. He takes a lot of damage down to nearly 5 HP, and then falls back out to join the rest of his team to be replaced by Cameraman down here. Thermocharges have gone off, and the wall will be opened up towards the A site, towards that locker's location. So with a minute 40 to go, there's a lot of time here for Dexterity to try and carve themselves a hole in which they can plant the bomb. Euronics still have everyone on the top floor. They're not looking to move anyone down just yet. Shutex still cautious of the far side, so not ready to drop underneath. And they do, in fact, look to be resetting Gohan. Yeah, they just jumped him off the roof, get him back up, full 50 health, and set it up.
They're taking their time with this attack, and they're not honestly doing a whole lot with it. They're waiting for those picks, but ESG is just not giving any to them. They're not peeking out. They don't need to. It's unnecessary.
They're hiding firm, as you mentioned. That A site is very destructive, not only through the floor, but just in the walls. There's very few places you can plant safely. Gohan takes a few more shots from the player right at the back side of A. They have sent a man around towards that window between the lockers, and now the smoke grenades are going out. Silence with this diffuser in hand has got a lot of smoke to cover him. He's dashing on in, goes right to the back corner before he starts to plant. Snooker grabs one, Panico grabs one, and secretly will take out Gohan. So the numbers are in favor of Euronics. Astro, they will change that as Panico gets in through the window. 3v3 with a lot of health everywhere. Astro's picked up the diffuser and is now planting by the lockers. He's going to go on through, but Panico will take Snooker as he tries to push forward and cancel it. Pre-fire is in towards B, and this is where Dexterity were taking their time. They know exactly where Euronics are, and Astro finishes off Shutex on the flank. One member left for Euronics, who's trying to spray in through the lockers, and will tag them all, but not finish any of them. Renewals now looking towards the lockers again as Astro peeks around, takes down one. Panico's the next one who's trying to pre-fire his way through. The legs are shot up a little bit more, and he's very, in fact, he's downed in between the locker location. Last man there were metal detectors, but Renewal stashes past him. He's on the diffuser now. He may have time here. Cameraman's got to get through barbed wire, and it's only a 7-second diffuse time. He's going to hold it. Renewals has just straight done it. He pulls off for the last second and goes for the shoot. He doesn't have a lot of time. The C4's not going to kill. He doesn't have time to hold this anymore.
Wow. Unfortunately, Renewals decided to get off at the very last second. I think he might have thought that Thatcher was a little bit closer than he in fact was. Too much barbed wire in his way. He wouldn't have made it in time. That would have been a successful defuse.
He could have held that defuse.
Absolutely. But a great round from Dexterity all the same. What we haven't been seeing from them, we saw from them this round. They weren't coordinating on their attacks, but this time they all just went in, all 5 together, and they got the job done.
Euronics in their play that you praised them for not giving up the picks, forced them into static play, forced them into just hiding in the corners, which, okay, they were safe, but it meant that Dexterity could take all their time to figure out exactly where those spots were, where those leakings were. All right, well, we've now got 2 minutes to learn who you are, and we'll push in, knowing exactly where each of your peaks are going to come from, knowing exactly where each of you guys are going to rear your head. And they punished them for it. Renewals very nearly solo returned it.
I'm pretty sure the reason Renewals got off that is because he just wasn't expecting Thatcher to get so stuck with the barbed wire. And Thatcher took honestly, it was very deliberate. He took a lot of time with his actions, and because of that, yeah, he could have diffused it. He could have clutched that. It was a nice try, though.
Instead, Cameraman there once again to secure a round for Dexterity, putting them in the lead as they're now looking to defend that armory locker's location themselves. Gohan back on Caviera for the first time here on Border. See where he chooses to go, where they choose to put her. And the way that
himself, he hasn't been having a whole lot of success this particular map, and he's trying to mix it up, throw something else in there.
But it's also the way that Euronics have been playing against the Dexterity Roamers here. They haven't been really pushing for them. They've given them a lot of opens to run away. That last round when they pushed into the office before Tellers was the closest we've seen them all come to pushing at the same time. But Caviera can exploit those kind of weaknesses. Caviera can really slide in and out of the gaps you give her. So see if Gohan does it well. He's also got a very strong shotgun, which in this current location, if they push straight into A, is very powerful. And if not, he can drop down and very quickly come up behind them on the metal staircase.
But it looks like ESG is going to be attacking B for the first time this map, which is not something we've seen a whole lot of. Blackbeard typically placed exactly where he is on the window, but oh no, in fact, they're going to be attacking both B and A. Pressure from Blackbeard on the other end of the site. But that's interesting to see because Okay.
Well, he cuts off the rotate from B and from office, right?
Yes, technically he does, but you can also rotate through the hallway, especially if you know for a fact that most of the attackers are applying all their pressure only to the A wall. But I think it's sensible. It makes sense. I just probably wouldn't have used Blackbeard for it.
Yeah. So they throw Panari in there head first. He takes out Astro and will flick up for the next one, but Gohan's there with that shotgun. Shuts him down before he gets finished off by the impact nade. Shutek tries to sprint across the lockers, and Silence picks up her second one. Secretly is now in, and Gohan's shotgun all there to clean it up. Snookum will trade him back, and then does get deep in towards the lockers room. But Panico is coming up the metal detectors. Great flick from Snookum to take him out. Silence inside that small office area now. Has cameraman in support, and they both have to find this one player. They know roughly where he is. He's going to reveal himself to the side. Silence picks up his third for the round and puts Dexterity on map and series point.
ESG trying to do exactly what Dexterity did almost last,
but with far less knowledge.
With far less knowledge, a lot less smoke as well, and they just they ran into the back of that A site again. And when I saw Dexterity do that on that attack round where they just forced all 5 players in, I thought to myself, okay, maybe you don't need to run all the way in there, especially it's just a little too risky. But they put down the smokes, and they had the coordination. They had players on that locker's window rather, to apply the pressure elsewhere to deny the defenders the line of sight onto those guys running in. And as such, it worked out for them. But what ESG did there is they just tried to just dry run in there, just go right on in. No one on the locker window, and yes, they had the Blackbeard all the way in B, but he wasn't really assisting that push at all. And on top of that, no smoke. And even more so, Dexterity did reinforce that panel right next to the door, so they could have just inched their way in and planted without any challenge at all. Open the wall, look at where
look at the impact nade. Oh, he can't
exactly. He can't come through.
You just shoot him.
Yeah. And they chose to get a little bit too aggressive, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we sort of wanted to see and expected to see from both of these teams from the start. They are those kind of teams that all right, we've given us a nice opening, we're going to run very quickly and we're going to straight up beat you with numbers. But because they are both that same squad, because they are both playing in a similar fashion, it's not working. And Dexterity are the ones that have taken that styling and, well, you are used to this, we're going to do it this way, and it worked out far better than that cohesion that we said has been lacking for a couple of rounds, lacking for the last map or two, was shown right there in their last attack, and they were rewarded for it.
Yeah.
And then there, Euronics
trying to do kind of the same thing.
The same thing, but
not
with
working.
less patience.
Yeah.
Full down. 2.5 minutes left on the clock then, as Dexterity once again back up on towards the edge. Shock drone goes out as the EMP will go through too. Panari up against the wall immediately, replaces the batteries killed off by that one. As the shock drone then heads towards the door frame. This time Gohan's on the Blackbeard. He's looking to take the fight in towards that small office of A. There's no one in there at the moment. Snookum's actually gone into the back corner of the room and has a hole in the floor underneath him as well.
The reason that he has that hole down there is because people are going to try and come into his room and nade him to deny him that spot. But if he has the hole preemptively placed onto the door, they can't really do that.
Snookum pre-firing the door frame as the muzzle from Blackbeard comes around the corner. Panari successfully battery tricks the first thermite charge off that wall. He also has a floor hole underneath to look at the door frame, make sure no one nades him from below. It's a tough task to do both at the same time, but it's working out for them as Dexterity have got everyone upstairs. Now towards the door, there's a lot of barbed wire here holding them out. One will get punched away. The Snookum is trying to pre-fire it through. Astro is there to try and take the trade, but secretly gets the first kill onto Panico. Snookum stays ducked in as the thermite charge goes off on the second wall. Panari misses it this time, and they do get it open. However, there are downed defenders and downed attackers. In fact, Twitch, I think, jumped off the edge there on purpose to get reset, and they've now been spotted by Pulse. Cameraman staying on the lower floor. Silence. Prone next to the wall they opened up with the diffuser, and all this information is going to be coming from Shutex back towards his team. Blackbeard out of the picture from Snookum. It's a great pick for ESG. Astro falls back into CCTV now. He's going to go for a very, very late flank around towards B. 50 seconds on the clock, and if ESG aren't paying attention for this, it's going to hurt them, but the Pulse underneath would have already told them about it. Tries to see for it, can't get the kill, but they are ready for it. Renewals will finish Cameraman off now, and Silence and Astro are the only two left. Astro coming somewhere around the front door, in through the metal detectors is picked up by Panari easily. Silence is now alone outside the thermite wall against 5, and Euronics have played this one very, very smart.
And the pressure is really truly on Euronics, and so it's good to see them playing a little bit more passive this time, a little bit more conserved. And that active bandit actually did deny
Yeah, they looked
pretty
at
much
the
the
attack
entire
from,
round.
Yeah, they looked at the attack from Dexterity last time and said, all right, they got into A, they did it like this. How do we counter that? Well, we'll make holes to the floor below so they can't grenade us, and we will try and battery juggle for a little while. And just that first charge dying and forcing the Dexterity to completely reshuffle their attack to get that successful thermite off, just mess with them enough that there were enough free kills there for ESG to take.
Right.
That they were able to seal out the round with all 5 players left alive. That said, Dexterity having that extra lead, 4-3, means they still have another shot here at match point before overtime, and they're going back to their Bathroom Tellers location.
Bathroom Tellers again. I'm not sure if that's the right decision. The last time they won it, yes, they did win it, but it was extremely close.
It was very close, but it came down to Euronix's lack of knowledge in what to do once they had the site.
And do they really have that anymore? I don't think so. I think that they're going to be a little bit more prepared in this situation.
You'd like to hope so, especially if you're a Euronix fan, but let's see whether or not that is the case. Cameraman, the hero of the last Bathroom defense, heads on upstairs to start muting some doors and trying to deny that drone information at the upper locations. Setup downstairs is very, very familiar to what it was before. Euronix, well, they can't take as long to attack this top floor this time as they did before. They need to journey out, they need to clean it out, because they need to have the time to properly assault that bathroom if they're not used to it.
They did have excellent coordination, but like you said, they did take a little bit too long. And if they can get in there just 1 minute earlier, they'll be able to have enough time to not rush themselves into a C4 from Cameraman.
As the drones head out, Mute Jammer already inside that doorway means they can't actually check in here for him, and Secret is very cautious about sledging the door on open.
Second try.
Sledging Tide does it and is safe, and then pre-fires a couple of spots until the drone can get in and tell him actually it's empty. It was just a delay technique, but it worked. They'll open up the next window, get the all clear, and then jump on inside. There are a couple of players from Dexterity on the top floor. Again, it's Gohan and Astro. Gohan has already taken a little bit of damage here on his bandit, but is ultimately safe. And hiding again. Shutex off the drone will rotate in, start to pressure the main corridor. They're opening up these kill holes again so they can take out the rumors as and when they do start to rotate. And this is the same coordination we saw last time, but it is also working a bit faster. They're pinning them inside the office here.
And it's really going to come down to whether or not the Dex players in office are going to be able to get any trades back. And there
is the trade back. Panico from underneath the lockers uses his C4, uses the cameras he placed earlier on to take out Panari's Ash. 4v5 now in favor of the defending Dexterity squad.
And that's going to slow down their attack quite a lot. Like you said, they were being a lot more efficient, but now there's no way that they're going to be getting in there anytime soon.
Panari is that first man. He's their entry fragger too, and to lose him of all people, it's going to hurt. Astro behind the desk at the far side of the room, starting to prone and hide from it. Gohan picks up one on Secretly and the second on Renewals. Shutex trades Gohan back with only 2 members left alive. This attack from Euronix is falling fast. 2v3 now as Shutex does trade out the roamer upstairs. Silence down. Thermite starting to make some holes in the floor with his thermite charges. Is all they've got left to do. But Panico's flanking up them from behind. Do they know Panico's coming? Do they have anything that could let them know this? And is he trying to time it right? He's had some issues on some of the other maps with getting this push at the right time. But with a minute to go and with 2 players in the site and with all the cameras left alive, he can afford to wait here. Snooken is journeying down. Shutex is above the hatch still. Euronix using this full minute here to make sure they know where and what they're going into. Cameraman tucked deep inside the toilet. Shutex has silence on the other side of that reinforced window, but they aren't sure of this. Panico still at the top of the metal staircase. He's now about to get visitors as these guys come out into the main corridor. He heard the door open, he heard the barbed wire. The camera east stairs was just shot. And he's just patiently waiting in case they're coming his way. Comes around the corner now, finds Snooker. Great kill, that's Diffuser down. 29 seconds to go. Shutex has to kill 3 and get the Diffuser. Heads on up, he's cautious of where Panico may be, but he's fallen back to the office. Does get the Diffuser, dodges the last few bullets, drops onto Silence, and there it is! Santos Dexterity advances to the semi-finals and sent Euronix home.
A great last round by Santos Dexterity. They defended that site in a way that ESG just wasn't prepared for. ESG kept trying to take control of above the site and kill the guys who were anchoring within it, but there were no anchors in the site. Everyone was playing on the outside, waiting for the clutch, waiting for the retake. And that time, the people who were playing above did get picked off early, managed to trade themselves back, and they didn't even need to clutch.
Like, they started inside the site. That's just, I think, was the best thing. Silence was inside those lockers until the trapdoor was open. Cameraman was inside the toilets. It was like, all right, well, they've done what they did before. They took out our roamers, who did a great job getting trade kills back. But once that trap's open, so we know they're going to come through the hutch now. We know they're making holes in the floor. We'll just move out of the site and be ready for them to drop. And it's very smart to make that decision.
It seemed like they were doing that from the get-go, to be honest, though. That was their whole plan, was that we'll just wait for them to come into the site.
It's how Cameron won it last time.
Yeah.
All right, well, they take control of the floor above. We'll step back. We know they're going to go in, and they're there in a confined space, which we have the kill holes for.
Right.
And they made him work that double C4 before, and same thing there again. Panico being very, very patient with that last-minute flank there as well to drop the diffuser and take down the thermite. Beautiful, beautiful play. So that's Border. That's Santos Dexterity. We've had Envy come through as the big underdogs from the Asian scene, fall down very valiantly 2-1. Santos Dexterity were the next unsureties. They've had a lot of experience in their
I wouldn't
team.
really call them an underdog. They have a lot of experience.
Not the underdog. They were just the next lesser-known team for the North American and the European regions, coming from those guys we haven't seen before. And their dream is still alive. They're advancing further forward. They're going in now to play Continuum, the Season 3 champion.
That's going to be an insane match, though. Continuum versus Dexterity. I mean, you've got an extremely aggressive team going up against one of the most consistent teams in the entire league. I mean, it's going to be a really close match.
Yeah. Looking, if you're... never mind. We'll look at that later. We're going to go over to Matt on the stage because he has one of our winners. So congratulations again to Santos Dexterity. Please, Matt, take it away.
Great work as always, Panky and Kicks. Next quarter finalist, now semi-finalist all the way from Brazil. Santos Dexterity are through. Congratulations. There's a lot of love for you guys here. You were telling me just now, Silence, I'm sure you won't mind me saying, you were saying you're more nervous about this bit than you were about all of that back there.
Yes, man. Play against these guys was amazing. They're amazing. They have good tactics, but we have the calm to play together, to do what we practice at home. And that's it, man. It's a dream coming true for us. We get now in the semifinals. We're going to back here tomorrow and practice a little bit more. We need to just make a little adjustments with our strategies. But I think we are fine. We're fine to go ahead, for sure.
So you had confidence coming into that game. Had you done a lot of prep for Euronics? Were you ready for what they might throw at you?
Yes. We studied some maps with their tactics, but some things that didn't work with us. But yeah, we're confident. We can do it.
Have you done prep for anybody else you might be facing in this tournament? Do you know what you're going to do for the semifinals?
Yes, we're going to play against Continuum, right? They are very good at this strategy. They are very organized. So we need to change some things to beat them. I think it will be an amazing game tomorrow.
Yeah. We're sure it will be an amazing game, aren't we, everybody? We know the Rainbow Six scene is massive in Latin America. We've talked earlier on today and in previous finals about how big it is, how many fans there are over in Brazil and in Latin America. Is there anything you want to say to all of the people who are supporting you back home?
Sure. First of all, thank you guys for this amazing crowd. You guys from Canada are amazing with us, so I appreciate so much. And for the Brazilian fans, can I say something in Portuguese? Muito obrigado a todos que estão no Brasil, quem veio aqui também no Canadá, tem um monte de brasileiro aqui. E quem está em casa, muito obrigado pela torcida. A energia de vocês foi muito importante para estarmos aqui hoje e conseguirmos essa vitória. Muito obrigado a todos e vamos Dex, go Brasil.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. So our PC semi-finals are set because Santos Dexterity are through to the next rounds. Let's have a look at some of the action from that game.
What he just said, but it sounded like it was just a chant of victory, and I believe that's exactly what's intended. And so what we're going to see here are the final moments on Border, which to me, this was one of the best games that were played out in this series. There was back and forth kept on happening.
It really looked like it was going to go Euronics' way at first, and just you see some of these incredible plays. Like Dexterity really had a different way of playing the map that I just don't know if Euronics was prepared for. They tried to make adjustments, and then Dexterity also made adjustments, and you see just some of these kills, some of these just lightning quick reflexes. We saw a lot of pre-firing too.
This is the 3-on-1, which we'll break down later on today, but this is that 3-on-1 where you basically just had the Valkyrie come back on through, able to get 2 kills, and just didn't finalize that destruction of the
So
diffuser.
close though, that was definitely an intense moment. Just so many clutch plays from these players.
And so here we are. It's one of the final rounds here. It's 4-3, and this is the last moment here. Capitão comes on down, and I'll tell you what, he just met his fate.
Well played, though, by both teams.
What a game.
Definitely.
It's all right, this 6 Invitational arc, isn't it? Let's have a World Championships all the time. Then we get games like this. Obviously, of course, everybody is prepared for this. Obviously, as teams have put in so much work, you can't have a competition of this quality without teams knowing something is on the line and they work really hard to get it. And 2 quarterfinals in, 2 fantastic best-of-3s. Teams are turning up to play, and they're bringing us great games.
I mean, this is getting up to the scale that we saw in the Season 3 finals. I mean, we've got crowds that are going wild. We've got the players that are just playing their hearts out. And we're basically getting to the point where it's getting to overtime almost every time. Now, this was just on the nick of that overtime. It ended up being 5-3. But 1 or 2 things changed in that last round, and you would have had another overtime.
Yeah, it was similar to what we saw in the Era versus Envy one, where that middle map was the one that was kind of the big swing map, and then that final one really went into overtime and decided. Like, seems to be the pattern today so far.
Yeah.
So how's that going to break then? What are teams going to do in order to see it through? I don't know. It's hard to judge who's going to make it through and who isn't. The teams all do seem very well matched.
I mean, looking at the teams and how well they've done so far, the 2 teams that are progressing to the semifinals tomorrow, it's very tough to make a decision as to who's going to outplay the other, who's going to win over tomorrow. What I do think is going to happen is we're going to get to see 3 maps every single time, every single series.
It feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Do you know what? We don't mind, do we? Let's have 3 all the time.
Well, you keep in mind, too, that these are teams that, like, were invited, but they haven't been practicing. So, like, they are really, really good teams, but they also haven't been playing close qualifiers, open qualifiers to practice up to this. So I think that gives a little bit of equalizer to these qualified teams.
Yeah, that is interesting when we get into the semi-finals tomorrow. If you've just joined us, welcome. We're having fun. It's the 6th Invitational here in Montreal. And today there's 4 quarterfinals, and they're all the teams who qualified through the open qualifiers, through the closed qualifiers. Tomorrow when we get to semi-finals, the winners of all of today's matches will play invited teams. Teams who got a ticket straight through the semi-final for being the best in their region on their platform. Even though maybe they haven't won titles, they've just been consistently, in the year we've had Rainbow Six competition, they've been up there.
Definitely.
Deservedly so. So we're looking forward to seeing what the invited teams can bring tomorrow. We know it's going to be good, but you're right. It's they haven't been battling to be here as much as the other teams have. So that is what tomorrow brings us on PC. You can see our bracket. We've had 2-1, 2-1 so far. So we're looking forward to Era playing Sisu, and then the Season 3 champions on PC. Continuum, they'll be playing that awesome team we've just seen, Santos Dexterity. So in All Americas semi-final there. That series, though, it's nice to have, by the way, nice pick of maps. Nice to see a bit of Cafe and Border rocking up as well. But that first one going into overtime, and then a bit of a one-sided second map there.
I'd say a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, the Cafe map I loved seeing. I'm a big fan of Cafe. I've loved it since the beginning. And I'm glad to see that teams are working towards it, working their strats into it, and trying to make it seem like it is a viable map, because in my eyes it is. And so seeing that both sides had put in a lot of effort to get a strategy put together, a coherent strat that made sense and was executed well, in my eyes shows the validity of both teams as well as the map.
And it surprised me to see Consulate go the way it went, because that was a map that had done well for Santos Dexterity in their closed and open qualifiers. So I expected it to not be that one-sided.
So what do you think happened there?
I think it was kind of mentioned by Pinky, because it was the lack of vertical play. That's a map that, at least in the NA meta and stuff like that, had really gotten used to, like, C4ing the ceiling, shooting out through the floor, a lot of that vertical play, and it just wasn't happening from there. We were seeing them play different operators than we're used to seeing in the meta, and like them playing against the meta obviously worked out for them in the end, because they won.
Yeah.
But sometimes I think some of the maps, it didn't play out in their favor, and I think that was one of them.
Talking of ops, Blitz, hello.
Yes, Blitz.
Yeah.
There you go.
I tell you, so anyone that knows me knows that I love Blitz.
Yeah.
I was ecstatic to see him played. He didn't play up to my expectations. He didn't make the grand appearance that I wanted him to, but seeing him nonetheless.
Oh, look at the happy
warmed my heart. Warmed my heart.
Look what you've done, teams.
Not to mention, we saw Caveira as well, which is something we never see. So obviously representing their home
Zed's going to be
countries.
happy about that one.
Yeah. We got to represent. And then a lot more Twitch than we're used to seeing as well. We saw a little bit from K9, but it's something we didn't see a lot earlier, though, either. So they definitely play a bit differently in terms of how they're bringing it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the one thing we can take away from all 4 teams that we saw, all 6 games that we saw today, is the fact that every team has had some kind of different strat. There have been different operator selections. It's shown the variety in which you can have in this game, and that's something that I think this game stands out above the rest of the games out there in the spectrum of FPSs.
I think the next year then is going to be intense because we're seeing a broader spectrum of the meta, so it won't be as like static as it had been in previous seasons.
And, you know, there's going to be 8 more operators,
Yeah,
of which
true.
2 of them, you already know their names. You've got lots of ideas about what they can do. I'm loving the speculation
I know,
about
right?
what these guys can do. Jackal and Mira, you'll find out a little bit more about them tomorrow, and then we will show you everything on Sunday during our finals. Between the Xbox Grand Final and the PC Grand Final, we will do the world's first ever live play on Coastline, and you'll see them in action. It's very exciting what they can do. I genuinely think it's going to really mix things up with 2 new operators.
As if we didn't already mix it up enough today.
I know, yeah. And then there's 3 more to come, 3 more seasons after that, and lots of fun. So yeah, if you are not playing Rainbow Six Siege and you're joining us this weekend, you've stumbled across the stream because of all the viewers we've got, or people have told you to check this thing out because it's a World Championships. It's free weekend. This is a free weekend on Rainbow Six Siege. Last time we had a free weekend was at the Season 3 finals, and we had like the highest number of simultaneous online players, I think. Yeah, so join in. Go get on it. Not right now. We're having fun. Watch all the games. But later on, you know, when we stop for a little bit, because we have to in between games.
We stopped for a mere like 4-8 hours and we're back on
a few hours here and then, and we're back with more of the World Finals. Then, yeah, you should definitely check out Rainbow Six. It's free this weekend, so if you haven't played it, now is your chance to realize what you've been missing out on, because it's awesome. But you know, you've only missed a year, so don't worry. There's lots more to catch up on. Santos then through. Next up, we're going to Xbox.
We are.
And if you haven't heard, we've had to switch around the order of the Xbox matches. So not who's playing who, but the order in which they're happening. The 2 quarterfinals have switched around. So we will be bringing you Lethal Gaming against Mind Freak first. And then later on, Lucky 7 will be playing Supremacy. Supremacy who are here in place of the Xbox team from Dexterity who couldn't get here due to travel issues. But I think their PC team have done them proud.
I think they have. I mean, the fact that they're going to the semifinals tomorrow, I'm pretty sure I heard the team back in Brazil cheering. Like, that's how loud they are. That's how loud they are.
Yeah, and here there's lots of support as well. So if you're coming to the Six Invitational either later today or over Saturday and Sunday, you're going to have a lot of fun. Yeah, we're having a big weekend here. So thank you very much for joining us, both here in Montreal and also live on stream as well. It's going to be, as I say, Lethal Gaming against Mind Freak. That's our next match. That's going to be our first Xbox quarterfinal today. But before that, it's the community panel. We're going to be having more of Ubisoft right here, talking about you and how wonderful you are in the community. Because Rainbow Six, you guys are absolutely incredible. So let's talk about you for a little bit after this break.
What is up, everyone, and welcome back to the Six Invitational. I am your host, Justin Kruger, community developer on Rainbow Six Siege, and a huge congrats to Dex Gaming on that incredible victory that they just played. But today we're talking about community and giving a spotlight on our community that has been amazing over the past year, growing this game, creating incredible content, creating incredible videos, fan art, cosplay, and of course, Twitch stream as well. And from the bottom of our heart, from all of the development team, we just want to take a moment to say thank you. Because you guys work your butts off, and it shows, and you really care. You pour in so much of your time and energy into creating content for this game, and we could not be happier, and we could not be more appreciative of what you've done in year one. So that brings us to our panel where we're going to be talking to a couple of our awesome Twitch streamers, and I'd like to introduce a few of them right now. We got Eddie Monster, who just saw himself in that video. What did you think of that, Eddie?
That was beautiful. It's the best way to convey myself as a broadcaster.
Yeah, just screaming,
yeah,
yelling.
Constantly screaming.
Yeah,
like,
is that right? Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Eddie, of course, is a Twitch streamer on twitch.tv/Eddie Monster, and we're going to be chatting with him in a little bit. And we also have Little Lexi, another Twitch streamer. How's it going, Lexi?
It's going good. How are you?
How are you liking the event?
It's intense. That last game was crazy.
Yeah, it was.
I was even screaming during it. That was cool.
Yeah, cool. And of course, we got Tangy D. What's going on, Tangy?
Yo, it's all good, man. It's all good.
I know you're a little bit bummed right now because of your Onyx. You're
it's
repping
all right.
them.
It's all right. No, they played well. The Brazilians played really, really good. So well deserved.
Yeah. But you like to rep the Euronics?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean,
that's your
I
fam?
just got it today, so like I got.
That's a beautiful jacket, I must say. Yeah. So I'm going to be asking you guys a little bit of questions, getting to know you guys a little bit better. I'm going to start off with you, Eddie. You've been streaming on Twitch for, what, like 5 years, over 5 years?
Yep, December 5th, 2011 was my first stream ever.
That is crazy, man. Wow, that is a really long time to be streaming. And you've been streaming Siege, for quite a long time over the course of the year. You've had some pretty cool experiences with Siege, but tell us a little bit about your journey over the course of those 5 years. Streaming Twitch, like how's that been?
Oh, I mean, it's an exhilarating experience, just being able to see it from the start, like seeing where Twitch has started and grown to. It's amazing to have an opportunity like that, seeing how many amazing content creators, how many broadcasters, how many amazing viewers there are. Like the support is just absolutely unreal, and being able to see that for 5 years now, it's just mind-blowing.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
And Lexi, you've been a variety streamer for quite a long time as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you had a little bit of a different journey with Siege 2. You started out in season 1, and then you kind of
yeah, I started out at the beginning, but then I kind of drew away from it, and then come this last season, I just grew extremely addicted to it.
So what brought you back to Siege? What was the key thing?
Probably Eddie, to be honest. I'm friends with Eddie, and then started playing it more and watching his stream and playing with him, and then I just became extremely addicted to it, and I'm quote-unquote variety streamer, but now it's like an addiction streamer really now, because all I play is Siege.
Well, that's essentially what we go for, right? We're like, we have variety and then Siege. Like we're a variety / Siege streamer
Pretty much.
at this point, yeah.
It's like we're going to play Siege, maybe something later, but we're going to play Siege.
Eventually, you can always come back to Siege.
Of course.
And was there one significant turning point for you coming back? I know you mentioned something about the anti-cheat.
Battle Eye.
Yeah, okay. There it is.
Battle Eye was a big thing for me. I think that's something that turned me off, I'll be honest, at the beginning. Because Siege was like the first shooter on PC that I actually had gotten into. And it was frustrating at the beginning. There was definitely some cheating going on in the game, and Battle Eye cleaned that up a lot, and the game definitely is a lot better now, in my opinion.
That's great. That's great. And Tangy, tell us a little bit about yourself, man.
I mean, I started streaming about 1 year ago.
Hold on a second. You need no introduction.
All right.
Everybody loves you, Tangy.
But yeah, I started streaming about 1 year ago. Obviously, I started on Siege. It really kick-started my stream in general, and it's great. The community is awesome, super supportive. Shout out to all my mods. They're great, and they help me so much. Yeah.
So you mentioned your mods there. and I want to touch on your communities a little bit, because you guys have worked really hard on building your communities and building, this amazing place where people can go and just hang out and be themselves,
Yeah.
What about your community? Tell us a little bit about it. Who are they?
I mean, we as a Siege community, it feels like everyone knows each other, like everyone knows other streamers and stuff like that. So it's pretty cool. And like, I get viewers from like, Eddie, or like I get viewers from Kixes, or like, I don't know, Serenities, all that. So it's like, it's really, really tight, and it's awesome like that. And like, we talk about everything. We talk about the game a lot. Possibly like, I think we mostly talk about the game, like, how to fix it, or like like this and that, different operators, different metas and stuff like that. So
Nice.
our community is very, let's say, Siege focused. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm not like a variety
And you
streamer or
kind of just,
anything like that.
Yeah, bounce
Yeah.
in between there.
Yeah.
Now, Eddie, you've really prided yourself on giving a lot of love to your community.
Oh, big time.
And you receive a lot back from them. Tell us a little bit about your philosophy behind that.
I mean, I've always had the philosophy, if I'm not enjoying myself, I can't give 100% of myself to my community. And that's something that I love about being a variety broadcaster, is being able to play what I enjoy, and they're there to be together, to be a family, and and to enjoy the stream no matter what I'm playing. But when it comes to Siege, it's such a different, it's so progressive. Like, everybody's so supportive, regardless, like whether I'm getting demolished or like I'm doing something silly, like in the clip that we saw walking in the Frost traps. That was right when Frost came out.
Screaming.
But
Okay,
but absolutely, yeah. Oh, for sure. Well, for every one clip that's made of me doing something super clutch, there's 50 clips of me walking in the Frost traps or doing something silly or getting caught out.
That's pretty much my entire life.
Exactly, right? So it's
For every one success, I have
but
50
that's
failures.
all that matters. What matters at the end of the day is making someone smile, because I get this opportunity to come and watch these players be monsters, destroy the barriers that I can't even come up with in my mind to get to that level of skill. But I still love the game, and I still love getting a little better, learning from them. But I also offer that open hand to anybody can enjoy Siege. You can find something from this community that you'll love and that you'll continue to come back to every day. You don't have to be a pro to love Siege, and that's my favorite part about it.
That's great, man. That's beautiful. And shout out to all of your guys' communities.
Yes.
Now, Lexi, you have a thing where you wear a hat, right?
Yeah.
And everybody always calls you Ash. Is that
Yeah,
right?
it's the red hair and the hat.
It's the
apparently.
red hair. That combination is pretty good. But tell us a little bit about your community and how they are with you.
Well, my community is extremely loving. Basically, we came from a totally different game scene.
Yeah.
And which was Ark Survival Evolve, and that's mainly what I played. And so I completely switched games over to Ark, and my community was just extreme. Can't word. My community was extremely accepting of me switching over to Siege, and it's just it's grown, and the Siege community has kind of really accepted us too, and it's just a really, really loving community, and it's a really fast growing community too.
Nice.
It's crazy.
That's cool. And how do you guys maintain that growth, and how do you guys really see that, just provide engaging content?
I think consistency is always the biggest thing. Being very consistent. I take these sabbaticals from Siege because I do the plat on every platform. So I try to go for platinum on every platform. Everybody says go for diamond, and I'm going for it someday. But
I'm just trying to make it to copper.
Yeah, legitimately, I just I want to enjoy the game, hit that rank scene on all platforms, and show everyone that it's so accessible as a player on every platform. So that's why I do plat on every plats, and I enjoy the heck out of it. And it's it's such a great way to just give more content while doing the same thing, right?
Nice.
I'm playing on all three platforms. I'm playing the same game, but they get something different because oh, Eddie's gonna be on Xbox today. Eddie's gonna be on PS4. And then when I do all three platforms, I take a little break. Because you go hard in the paint.
Yeah.
You need a little bit of a cool down. So, I always find myself, but every time I come back to Siege, every update, every season, every mid-season reinforcement, I'm addicted again.
Yeah.
And that's beautiful.
Good. Now, we've been talking a lot about what we do love about Siege, but this is an opportunity for you guys to share some opinions. I think Eddie has a few opinions on this. What's your feedback about Siege? What would you actually change about Siege?
So what I love is we definitely had the opportunity to be able to think about how we wanted to convey the best way possible, because one tip that I have for the community before we get into what our criticisms are is that constructive criticism is going to be your best friend. Nobody wants to listen to somebody saying, oh, your game sucks, fix your game. That's not going to help. And the best way to convey it is to try and my philosophy in my head is if I can reinforce it with 2 positive things and take 1 negative thing, I'm doing a good job progressing the game further, or at least taking my perspective and helping people understand where I'm coming from. So my joke on how to make Siege better is to remove house, plane, yacht, and favelas. We can just get rid of those maps. We'll be happier all day, every day. But what we had the good grace of talking about is procedurally generating maps. And each season, if it's every week, or if you could ever come up with something where it's every match, every ranked match.
That'd be crazy.
Bomb sites, cameras, these things are static. They're static locations. Players know where they are every single day, every match. And the problem there is that when we're trying to invite, and I invite everyone to try Siege if you get the chance. We have a free weekend on all platforms this weekend. Try Siege out. But the biggest thing is you're going to feel a little overwhelmed. Excuse me. You're going to feel very overwhelmed.
I still feel
because when there's people playing constantly, you're trying to learn the maps and all that stuff. That's when I say, make sure you hit Terrorist Hunt, do some custom matches with some friends. Try your best to don't let the game overcome you. You want to take it step by step. But these people that are playing these players that are playing every day, dedicated. Right. They know where the cams are. They know where the bomb sites are. They know what the strats are. And it's the constant. You go in and you know what you're going to be doing. So when you're going and pop camera down, bomb site. This is how we got to push. This is, it's a static, it's a plateau of the skill cap. And one of my favorite things when Siege first came out was learning everything, and learning it while you sweating in a ranked match and being oh man, how can I in the moment make this better for me? And I think that that's changed a lot with everyone having the knowledge of the game modes, having the knowledge of the maps. And so procedurally generating, changing where bombs are, changing where cameras are, I think that would be a great thing to enhance the game. Who knows if it's possible,
right.
But I imagine if you just go into a game and you think you know where the bombs are, but it's completely different, or you think you know where the cameras are, and now you're spending a few extra seconds trying to find where the new camera spots are. I think that would be phenomenal. I think that would change the game and not only give this new feel, but it would also this new feel to the game. But I feel like it would welcome new players in much better.
Now, Lexi, would you share that opinion? Do you have anything? What would you kind of change about Siege as well?
I do like the idea of the variety thing. I think one thing that makes Siege so difficult is, like you said, it's very not new player friendly. Not that it's not new player friendly. It's that when you get into the game, you're getting into a game with someone that's been playing this game religiously, at least sometimes. And there's so many things that's different from every other shooter. Like you said, the cameras, you're not going to be tanking bullets like nothing in this game. Knowing what's destructible, knowing what corners, and everything like that. So definitely adding that, I think, would make it more new player friendly, if anything.
Yeah, nice. Tangy, anything to add on?
Well, this is kind of dedicated to, let's say, the more experienced kind of players who plays a lot of ranked matchmaking. And a system such as when a player, for example, clicks ranked, there's 15 maps in the game right now. So he'll pick, let's say, 7 or 8 before he can click start playing ranked. So I feel like that would kind of limit the amount of maps that every player can just jump on, and it kind of helps some players as well who really wants to learn certain maps to jump on that map and just keep learning. And also, obviously, for the guys out there who don't like, the likes of favelas, I myself don't like favelas. Favelas, yacht, plane, but it'll be a really, really nice system to kind of add and. It really help out. Yeah.
Nice. That's really cool. I love hearing the way you guys talk about Siege and hearing how you would like improve it, what you would do to change it. I really appreciate that, and I know all of our developers really appreciate that. So absolutely, this is the kind of feedback we love listening to. And if you go to the Reddit or the forums or on Twitter, we're always there listening to you guys, taking your feedback like this. And really, I think coming up, we're going to be talking with some of our other developers, but they always say the same thing, is that this is a game built by the community, which is really cool, really cool. Cool, so we're about to wrap up here. Just want to there's a couple quick announcements to make. One really awesome announcement. Yes. But before we get to our big surprise, I just want to say that we are going to be doing a data dump coming up at the end of every season, starting with Velvet Shell for year 2. There will be a data dump of all the stats and information that come from the game. I see Eddie's face right now.
Yeah, I wasn't warned about that.
Oh, what? Yeah, so you'll be able to get a lot of different statistics on the game, and we'll be revealing more information about that as we get closer to the end of year 1 of season 2, or season 1 of year 2.
There you go.
Yeah, I flipped it around. But we also have one big announcement to make coming, and I'm super excited to announce this, that we are going to be releasing a line of chibi figurines.
Yes.
Woo! I know a lot of people want merch, and there they are, coming in summer 2017. You will be able to
Oh my God, look at them.
I hear the crowd going crazy.
Yes.
You'll be able to get your hands on the first of 5 in a series. We have IQ, Montaigne, Ash, Smoke, and Tachanka. And if we cut back to myself, you'll be able to actually see them on the table here. And they'll be available. They're actually available for pre-order right now on UB Workshop. So if you go to ubworkshop.com/6 Siege figurines, you'll be able to get a pre-order link for these 5 figurines. And the story of the chibis is really cool because they started out as this one artist who created these little chibi icons and artists. And it became it became like the community just loved them, right? And now they're flair on the Reddit. We use them in marketing assets, and now you'll be able to own your very own chibi coming in summer of 2017.
So good. So good.
Yeah, you guys like those?
I love it. Oh my God.
Yeah, they're very cool, extremely well made. These are work in progress prototypes as well, I should mention, but they're close to the near final thing. They'll be available for pre-order starting at $24.99 US and $29.99 Canadian. But you'll also be able to get a collector's bundle for $124.99 US and $149.99 Canadian. So check those out. We're posting social media right now, and you'll be able to get the links on our Twitter and Facebook. So that is all. Once again, thank you guys so much for coming to our panel.
Thank you for having us out. It's an honor.
This event is awesome, honestly.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you guys are incredible in our community and incredible on Twitch and incredible people in general. So
well, we wouldn't be who we were if it's not for the people out there. Like they make us who we are. So it's all about the entire community coming together as one.
Cool. Well, that is it for the entire panel. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Coming up, we have the Xbox One quarterfinals. Thank you guys so much.
Now you can escape with a machine designed for virtual reality gaming. Meet Alienware Aurora. Dual graphics ready and driven by 20 years of innovation and gamer feedback, Aurora is our first chassis that supports graphics and expansion card upgrades without any tools. Overclocked CPUs with liquid cooling. It's got everything you need for truly immersive gaming. Boundaries not included.
Welcome back to Montreal. This is the 6th Invitational. We're having some fun, Montreal. We've had our 2 PC quarterfinals. Now it's time to have some fun with some Xbox action. Again, if you've just joined us, this is the World Championships. We have 8 teams who qualified through open qualifiers in December and then fought through closed qualifiers to be here in January. And there are 4 teams who were invited to this tournament. So those 12 teams altogether make up all the teams across PC and Xbox. Obviously, half of those are on Xbox. We're going to have 2 quarterfinals now with 4 qualified teams, and they will meet our invited teams tomorrow. Let's get into our quarterfinals then on Xbox. Let's see what these players can bring us. We know it's going to be a great game. This team are first.
We have been dominating the Australia scene since release. So Mindfreak's about discipline. I think discipline's important because you know what your team's going to do when they're going to do it, so you can react off each other. Biggest thing I think between us is having trust in each other to do their job and do it well. It'll just be interesting to see if the way we play the game compared to the way Europe and America and the rest of the world have been playing will be in our favour or not.
Representing Australia and New Zealand, please welcome Mindfreak!
Mindfreak then coming into these Xbox quarterfinals are the Xbox underdogs. They've been a long way away for a long time, and there's a lot of information people don't have about them. The Australian and New Zealand scene is a long way back and a long way away from North America and Europe, and as they said, their meta, their style of play, we can't even begin to believe or understand how that's going to link up against the Europeans and the North Americans.
And now let's see who they're going to be playing.
Our just overall team play is just above the rest. We are lethal. We've worked on strats now for so long. We don't even really have to talk. It just gets done. We want to win. We're here for the W for sure. I'm more than confident. I have no doubts at all.
There you go. They are ready to be here with no doubts at all. So let's meet Lethal Gaming!
Lethal Gaming, coming out of North America, have been together with playing this game since launch. They originally played on PS4, but ended up moving to Xbox to play competitively. They are a heavy strat-based team, and they beat out 3-Sup, one of the promising teams, in Open Qualifier number 2. Now, coming into the finals of this year, they are hoping to prove to themselves that they can win this World Championship.
It's a different team uniform there at the front. That's a new one to me.
That's beautiful.
It's beautiful, yeah. Hey, when you got lined up like that, it's confidence is there. They brought the operators with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting stand-ins that they've got there.
That's completely thrown me. I was not expecting to see that. That's brilliant. Yeah, no,
they're just going to stand there too. They're just going to stay there.
Yeah, they're just going to stay.
They're still there.
Apparently it's a 7v5 now. I mean, I didn't know, but I wasn't informed.
It happens.
It feels like, what operators are you picking? And they just go, well, look.
Kind of have.
We have them. Yeah. Wow, okay. Yeah, guys, just come over here, by the way. Let's get these on stream as well. I'm going off piece now, but I don't mind. These guys are awesome. Just down here, let's have a good look at some of our ops who are here with us. It was going so well. Yeah, these guys are awesome, absolutely fantastic. We're going to try and get a chat with you on stream sometime over this weekend, I hope. These guys were actually motion capture actors, helped create these characters, were involved in the live action sequences with them as well, so we're so pleased to have you guys here. I won't say any more than that because I want to chat to you at some point. This is all real military stuff. Stolen from the military. I don't know, but they have it. Look at that. It's got snowshoes with him and everything. It's all real gear. It actually is. I was checking them. Those aren't like genuine army goggles. Some military somewhere surely wants them back. I don't know. But I'm not going to argue with him. It's fine. You can have them. Most people just steal pens from work, don't they? But they've got... Anyway. So, game then. Time for some Xbox action. And we're going to do Lethal Gaming against Mindfreak. If you were expecting a different match, we've had to switch the order of the quarterfinals. Not who's playing who, but we are doing Lethal Gaming against Mindfreak. And we will have Lucky 7 play Supremacy after this. Lethal Gaming against Mindfreak then. Let's have a look at our team rosters. Lethal Gaming or Mindfreak? Who are we going to have first?
We don't know. It's a gamble. We'll find out.
Of course, Lethal Gaming have got 7 players on their roster, haven't they? 2 of them just walking up the stairs, high-fiving and so on. We'll bring you the team rosters in a minute. Yes, so Mindfreak representing Australia and New Zealand. Making this a truly, world championship.
Yeah, truly
world championships.
They're the dark horse in this. Like, they are up to date on North America and Europe. They watch it, they look at it, they analyze it, they're there. North America don't really do the same back. Lethal don't have the same level of knowledge of how the Australians, how the New Zealand teams play.
So when they found out they were playing Mindfreak, you think they'd have put the work?
I mean, yes, I'd hope they'd have put the work in, they'd have done it, but like this 14 months of play, this 14 months to look at, and okay, they've had 2-3 weeks to look at it, but that was over the holidays, it's tough, and like, you can't cram all of that playtime into that gap. Mindfreak have been following the American meta. They've been following that since the conception of the Pro League. They've been watching these guys play the entire way through. So they've got that there.
Yeah.
The question is, what do they do with that information? Now, they're confident in their style of play. It's different. It's there. But is it going to be enough?
Yeah.
Only time's going to tell.
Yeah. It's interesting. We've got a lot of these matches, as we were saying earlier on about the PC quarterfinals. We have a lot of these matchups where there's one team who are quite visible. The European teams and North American teams. They've been in our pro leagues. We've seen a lot of them, and they're playing a number of dark horses, not just this one. A lot of teams who, they don't know so much about.
And it really comes down to VODs being available for all the North American, European teams, and not so much vice versa for the Asiatic or Oceanic region teams, because the VODs just don't exist. The tournaments, there are minor, there are community cups, but there haven't been these major events where people are recorded and the matches are recorded and you can watch and analyze all of that gameplay. And going into this, Mindfreak definitely have a slight edge up, given that they have been able to take research and notes on Lethal Gaming, but not vice versa.
So it's Aces, Dizzle, Flanked, Rolfie, and Punisher. That's who makes up Mindfreak's roster. Lethal is Bones, Easily, Kens, Rams, and Duckies as well. Let's talk a little bit about Lethal. Slightly better known. Done okay.
Yeah, they've been around for a while.
All the way through. They're a very confident team. We saw that as they walked out then. You saw on their video, they are here to win. They want the big W. They're confident they can take it. And chatting to them earlier on, they're good to be. They're happy to be getting on stage and getting on with this tournament. They're on their way to winning it, as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, and they said, they've been going over strategies for a while. They don't have to talk a lot, which, to be fair, is a great way to play the game. Like the noise and the communication needs to be precise, it needs to be exact, it needs to be minimal, otherwise you're going to lose out on a lot of other things. You're not going to hear game sounds, you're not going to hear a lot of the background noises, you're not going to hear the audio cues that you need. So if they
you think
really
they talk
are that
too
refined,
much? Is that what you mean?
Well, there are some teams
can
that
talk
do.
too much.
Yeah, these are one of them.
Yeah, some teams that no, Lethal aren't. They were talking about how they've gone over their strategies so much they don't need to talk anymore. They can do it. It just gets done. And if that's true, and if they are right up there with that, and they can do that, that's a great quality to have. But then it comes down to, are these strategies actually the right ones? And sometimes going into them and just staying quiet and not talking can work against you, because if you're just so hell-bent on playing out that one strategy and working with that one strategy, once it starts to fall apart and you stick trying to do it, you're just going to hurt yourself more than you gain. There has to be a point where you stop and go, this isn't working, let's reset it and try something different. And it's that adaptation that really wins games in Siege. It's that on-the-fly choices and decision-making that really wins games here. And what we've seen so far through the PC quarterfinals all day is that's where games have been won and lost. It's that change.
And on the flip side of that coin, if you have too many people on one particular team trying to make that adaptation happen, they're all different thought process trying to go this way and that way, it can sometimes they can overlap and get in the way of each other. But if Mindfreak is so confident in their strategy, if Lethal Gaming rather is so confident in their strategy that they don't have to converse very much, then that means that they probably have one particular centralized person who's making all these calls, an in-game leader, and instituting all of the different changes in the middle of the round if they need them.
Yeah. From a player's perspective or an ex-player's perspective, Kix, I'm going to pick on what you just mentioned, Panky. This is a game in which sound is so important. We know it's such a fundamental part of this, and we're having panels all weekend, all these 3 days we're having in the 6 Invitational. We've had a couple of panels already today. There's a creative Q&A coming up after this game, and tomorrow we're having a tech Q&A, so make sure you tweet any questions you've got with the hashtag 6Invitational. We're going to talk a little bit about the tech with the UB guys tomorrow, and they'll talk a little bit, I'm sure, about the sound in this. But getting back into the games and the sound quality in that, you're saying, yes, you need to communicate, but you don't want to communicate so much that it affects the game. Did that happen to you as a player? Were you with your guys and finding you missed out on game cues because you were?
Well, it's weird to ask me because I'm half deaf, but yes, on my team when I was playing for them, there were a lot of times where I would miss what I could get with my hearing, and it did get a little bit frustrating. But a lot of my gameplay as an individual has always been based off more visual cue and just kind of guessing, and less hearing, because I'm just not super good at that. I've never been able to hear very well.
Well, I'm sorry I asked you. But look how well you played.
Yeah.
With that.
I made it work.
Yeah, you absolutely did. You absolutely did. Okay, so Mindfreak against Lethal. On Lethal, they brought in Easily, who used to be with Onslaught and Elevate. He's the strat mastermind. That's what they call him. He's got a hashtag and everything. What do you reckon?
I mean, if they're right, then sure, these strats could be there. Like the Xbox scene for the longest time would pride themselves on their strategies. They'd make comparisons between PC and Xbox, as the Xbox is the chess game, it's the strategies, it's the planning, it's going in, and the PC is the aim game, where everyone can run around, they can aim really well, and they can hit headshots, and that's what makes games. But again, this morning, that's not what we saw. Its aim game is not what won those. It was the execution and the teamwork that would prevail. And what we see the Xbox teams in a long time fall down on is, while they do have great strategies and they do have ideas set up well, when they do go and try and execute it, once the first few shots have been missed, things start to crumble. And then, as I say, it's the regaining where you've been that helps bring that back through. And yeah, okay, so well, you've gone in, you found these 3 people and you want to try and kill them, and you only get 2 of them, and now there's 1 person running around in amongst your ranks. How you respond to that and how you react to that is what makes or breaks a round.
It's going to be interesting to see what we get from all of our Xbox teams. This is going to be Mindfreak and Lethal Gaming. Later on, it'll be Lucky 7 against Supremacy. We'll talk, obviously, a bit more about that as we get to that game. But you're going to be casting it, so I'll ask you now while I've got you here. What do you think might come out of that?
I mean, as history states, Lucky 7 are coming out on top. Supremacy they're here as our stand-in as the second place team from Europe through the closed qualifiers, because Lucky 7 went on to win it. So yeah, if history states, that's the game there for Lucky 7. But that was many months ago. That's been many times. Supremacy were in the Season 3 finals before that and are not a team to be sniffed at. So as far as that game goes in play, it's going to be tight. And I also believe that, and I don't have this from them, I was going to ask them later, but because Supremacy weren't originally planning to come here, but they were the second place, they were the second best, so to speak, I imagine Lucky 7 have probably been scrimming them a lot in the run-up to this event. They've probably been close training partners. They've probably been helping them get as good as they can.
Yeah.
And now, the day before, and now we're playing against each other.
I was about to say, being in Supremacy's shoes, I mean, they only just knew that they were going to be here the day prior. So it's going to be kind of a, I'm not so sure that they're going to be super ready necessarily to take on Lucky 7. And like you said, history states that Lucky 7 would win this matchup. So I would strongly favor Lucky 7, but who knows? It's entirely possible that in the time since we've last seen these teams play together, that Supremacy has put on some incredible practice and put themselves in a position to win.
I mean, we saw in the Season 3 finals, which is between Vitality and Supremacy, we saw an incredible match there. We also saw a lot of love between those two teams, that they were, they're really good friends, they're really good scrim partners, and if we do get another match between regular scrim partners, at least recently regular scrim partners, then I think that's going to turn into a really good game. But it is interesting to see how it'll work out. Supremacy, we've mentioned before, but if you missed it, Supremacy are here because the Xbox team from Dexterity couldn't make it due to travel problems. So a couple of Supremacy's players were coming, and the rest of their team turned up yesterday, hastily arranged to get here because we only found out a couple of days ago that Dexterity just couldn't get here. So that's why Supremacy will be playing them, and we'll be doing Mindfreak against Lethal Gaming, but we just need to have a short break before we bring you that. So don't go anywhere. The first of our Xbox quarterfinals will be with us very soon. welcome back to the Sixth Invitational live here from Montreal, and we are just about ready to get into that first quarter-final on Xbox between Mindfreak and Lethal Gaming, and we're going to have the pick and bans and then get cracking on another best of three. We've talked a little bit about the teams. We know Lethal Gaming have got their strat mastermind. We know Mindfreak, not a team who are so visible for research purposes and so on, but we know that Mindfreak are very competitively skilled. They've got players who used to play on COD, on Battlefield. There's a Vegas 2 player in there. There's a Ghost Recon player in there as well. So that they're used to competing and now who they all are, and they've been together for months and months on Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, like while they have a different meta, while they play slightly differently too, like their map pool is pretty similar to that of North America. So as far as the pick ban things goes, it's going to be a pretty standardized set of choices. We're not going to have any crazy things here. We may see a skyscraper jump out at us just because it has come into the meta for a lot of teams recently because it plays so similarly as some of the older school maps. It's not as different and groundbreaking as some of the other DLC ones that came out. So we may get that in there, but to just see another Chalet, Clubhouse, Oregon, or Consulate 4, like that would not surprise me in any way.
What about you, Kix? Here we go, Kix. Where do you think this is going to go? We've already got
Well, thanks for that. They banned Chalet straight away.
And Bank. Bank's gone. Keep up.
Bank's not a surprise. Bank on Xbox, it doesn't get played. It just never touched. So
nobody likes it.
That said, Mindfreak played Bank 5 times in the qualifiers.
But that's Lethal banning it because...
Yeah, because they played...
Counter ban.
Yeah.
So Lethal have banned out Bank, Mindfreak have banned out Clubhouse. Not a map that I thought...
Clubhouse ban from Mindfreak, again, makes sense. Lethal brag themselves as being, they're a strat-heavy team. They have their strats, that's their practice, and Clubhouse is one of the most strat-based maps there is. You can't get away with just running and gunning, getting in there. You have to have a plan. And if Lethal have plans for it, that's why Mindfreak don't want to play it.
I wonder if Oregon is going to go now. Lethal played Oregon 5 times during the qualifiers, so if Mindfreak don't ban out Oregon, nope.
Ban out Consulate.
So Mindfreak's banning all of the dynamic maps, all of the interchangeable maps with the lower strat levels. And then Lethal Gaming, on the other hand, they're banning, well, Bank is definitely a target ban, and they're also banning, well, slightly, I suppose, more strat-heavy maps with Border, compared to maps like House and Consulate, and Chalet especially.
So
Canal's
Oregon
coming.
is still there.
Cafe's
There goes
coming.
Skyscraper.
Oregon.
Cafe.
Canal's kind of an interesting pick because it's similar to Bank. It's
Canal
not
was a
always
big
been.
EU Xbox Season 1 and 2 map, and it fell out towards Season 3 and across everywhere. So it's interesting to see it back in.
Lethal played it 4 times in their qualifiers, and Mindfreak played Canal twice. So they're obviously both happy on it.
It's another one which does lend
interesting
itself
how
very
long-
well to pre-planned, thought-out strategy. So it does sit for Lethal very well. Cafe Dostoevsky.
You're going to start there again.
Interesting that that pick on Cafe is not necessarily in line with their previous map bans.
Go on, server, pick a random... the server picked Oregon. Well done, this server. Okay, so Cafe, Canal, and Oregon.
Yeah, Lethal picking Canal, no surprise. You said it's a strat-heavy map. They've played it 4 times in the qualifiers. They're very comfortable in it. They're probably happy with that. Cafe, as Kick said, being a pick for Mindfreak goes against every other map that they banned
It's
away.
counter to what they were banning. So it's interesting. Okay, obviously that means that they know more than we do about Lethal Gaming, and they're all counter bans. That's got to be pretty much the only explanation for something like that.
That's a good bit of deduction.
You ban away all these maps which play in that style, and then you pick one left that's played in the same style.
Exact style.
Do you want to play it or do you not want to play it?
So clearly they know more about that particular map and the particular maps that Lethal Gaming like to play.
Or they've got stats of their own on those maps, which may go against the style of what we've seen them banning, but they might go, but on this map, surprise, we know what we're doing here. It's Cafe first, though. Canal and then Oregon. It feels like if this goes to all 3, it's in Lethal's favour. They've played Oregon loads.
Yeah, like Canal and Oregon are 2, again, strategy-heavy maps, which if they are as reliant on those and as good at them as they say they are, Lethal have that in the bag, and I'm sure they're confident with it. Cafe
So
is
is
the
this
one which is a
Mindfreak
little...
saying, let's play on Cafe so we know we get one then?
Possibly, like Cafe, it's
take
a
the
bit more
lead.
fluid. You have to be a bit quicker in your rotation. We saw it from the PC games earlier on. It's like teams that went in with no real plan. And we don't know how to get inside. And then we get inside and we've got all 5 of us alive and we just fall down to 3 people because they're dug in. We can't do anything about it. So you need to go in it with some kind of mindset up, and you go in and you take down the first few players, but then you need to know where to go from there. And if they've got strategies in mind which quickly get crumbled by 1 or 2 kills outside, then their whole plan falls apart and it's gone. Whereas a team that can adapt that on the fly is going to come out and shine on top, just because the map offers very fast rotates, very speedy flanks, and the vertical play is another big feature, which a good coordinated team can swing rounds with a good vertical play.
Aside from the vertical play, Canal and Cafe are extremely similar in the same exact sense of you have to have a way to actually get into the building. You can't just walk in or waltz. You have to have a plan, some sort of form of an attack. And for the most part on Cafe, a lot of teams will try to take piano on the majority of sites, or they'll try to take red stairs, or they'll push, or do something random, come from the lower levels and move their way up. But on Canal, it's almost all fought from outside, and that's can tend to be a big issue for a lot of teams, getting picked off on like the windows and outside for that matter.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to watch how Cafe plays. Cafe is going to be the decider, right? If Cafe is a very much one-sided team affair, we could be looking at a very quick 2-0. It could be done. Cafe should be the closest. Cafe should be the tightest game we have here. And then moving into the following two is where things should start to be more towards the picks and the randoms. Like Lethal should, in theory, take the second two if they have the stats to back it up. The Canal is a very strong map. They used it to get here. It was their qualifier game. It is something which pre-planned strategies work on very well. So if it's taken through that, they should have it in the bag. But if Mindfreak come out on Cafe and show us this team which can adapt and flow and smooth around whatever's being thrown their way, no matter what plans Lethal have up their sleeves for their following strat maps, Mindfreak are just going to mold around it, adjust around it, and then take the wins in the same.
Well, I mean, that's a huge part of this game, isn't it?
It is.
Come in with your strats. We always talk about strats. We always talk about how teams bring surprise strats to games. You talk about it in the weeks of the regular Pro League. During the seasons, you said at last year, the Season 3 finals, I remember you, Panky, saying, we cast this thing and every week we might see the same maps, but we never see them played the same from week to week to week. So we know creating strats is important in this game, but the ability to adjust to what's coming at you is something everybody's got, isn't it?
No, not at all.
They should do, but they don't all have.
Yeah, I won't name names, but there are plenty of teams that I have personally played against who have the most amazing, most in-depth strats that they've worked out over weeks, and they held on to it so nobody could see it, and then they'll finally reveal it and they'll bring it out, and it'll work one time, and the next time a team will mix it up and do something slightly different, and suddenly their strat doesn't work anymore. Or say they're working on an attack, they're trying to methodically work their way into a site, they're getting their picks and they're establishing themselves in the perfect way to get all those, and the other team just does something spontaneous and unexpected. Oftentimes, teams like that will just fall apart. It's about finding a balance between being strat heavy and being a dynamic, active team that can do pretty much anything. There are a lot of teams out there who have like this one strat they'll use this one time, or here or there based on their situation. And then there are other teams who have strats for each and every bomb site, for each and every way they could possibly take or hold that bomb site.
And this is the World Championship. This is, we've got 12 teams across PC and Xbox from all over the world, and it's a $200,000 prize pool, split $100,000 to each platform. Mm-hmm. You should turn up and know everything. You should be ready for everything, shouldn't you?
Yes, but at the same time, for some teams, it works better to not have an overabundance of strats. Sometimes it's better for certain teams to just have an idea of what they want to do. And one thing that I would note on is that when I was watching Dexterity play earlier today, they were very dynamic. They were very they weren't necessarily super deliberate about all of the things that they did. They had an idea of what they were trying to accomplish. They were attacking a particular side of a bomb site or something like that. They were coordinating, of course. But they didn't actually have super refined strats that were stuck them in one particular path. Except for one particular bomb site, which was Tellers. Nobody expected them to defend Tellers, first of all. No. Second of all, they had a really great idea as to how to actually do it. And playing against ESG, they must have expected the way they were going to try and counter Tellers, trying to take it from above, and they played directly counter to that. They intentionally baited ESG into that. So as a team, throughout most of the maps, they did not have set strats. But at the end there, they had a plan to take care of the other team. And that's a good balance. That's where they found where they're comfortable, and not all teams have that.
Right, Mindfreak against Lethal Gaming then. First of our Xbox quarterfinals here at the 6th Invitational. Let's go over to Emzo and Bloodbath, who are going to take us through this best of 3.
All right, and before we actually get to the actual game, I want to talk a little bit about kind of something that's maybe might hint into the play style from each of the teams. We have a team named Lethal Gaming, and we also have a team named Mindfreak. They're kind of, in my eyes, different mindset from how the teams are going to play. Lethal Gaming, to me, is a team that's going to be very, very strict, very aggressive with their gameplay, with their strategies. Where you think of Mindfreak, one of the things that I love about this game in particular, and we talk about it during the ban phase at times, is the aspect of playing mind games with your opponent. And I think that's what Mindfreak, we might see some of them doing. I mean,
I think they're in the best position to be doing that because they're the least known, and then the other team's the most known. So if you're going to be playing mind games, you're going to do it from a position of as much hidden information as possible.
We saw some of the analysts, Kicks and Panky, trying to figure out and comprehend the banning that just went on. They banned all the maps that fit one type of profile and then went ahead and chose one of those maps.
Yeah.
So I feel like that might be what we're seeing from Mindfreak, is a little bit of that mind game, a little bit of the uncertainty, the unknown.
Yeah, and it depends. If Lethal's the kind of team that plays like how we were discussing, for example, Era, that tends to lose some initial rounds and then come back once they figure out the other team. If that's the case, then that might work out for them. But it also might be the case that that's almost a bait in itself. You know, if Mindfreak wants to take that to another level and they're like, oh, we'll bait you into this, and then we'll change it up as well once we think you've got us figured out, having lots of extra, not necessarily strats, as Kix was saying, having lots of ideas for how to do something that aren't strict strats can give you that flexibility without having to over-communicate to your team. And Lethal being a team that, as they discussed, don't necessarily need to overly communicate. They may be a team that has a lot of flexibility in their options as well, and that could be good for them because they may be able to like trust each other and understand like, I'm going to go for this, and you're going to know how to help me with that without being a strict strat.
And on the flip side of that, you think about one idea that on the attack side that you want to execute. Think about it from the defensive side, not even just any team in general, but for any team that's playing, one of the biggest things that will help a team win a defensive hold is knowing where the push is coming from.
Yeah.
And so they don't necessarily know, okay, they're exactly pushing from this corridor on this alley at this point in time. Think about it in terms of Oregon. You know that the push is going to come from Red Tower. That's going to allow the defensive team to maneuver and get in position for a push that's going to come that way. Not necessarily exactly they're going to come down the drop patch or come in from Blue Hall or what it may be. So I think that the ideology of how you want to get something executed or the information that you have available is sometimes more important to teams than this is exactly how we're going to do it. Because as Kicks and Panky had said, you throw a curveball in and well, what do you do now? You don't have that good adjustment capability.
But the maps themselves do lend themselves to certain strategies, so we'll see if they end up kind of leaning on the current metas just as that backbone.
Yeah, and so let's take a look at those bomb sites here for Cafe. Oh, looks instead we're just going to be getting ready as the operators are getting selected here momentarily. But with that, again, we talked about the different possible mindsets that each of the teams has. One might be overly aggressive. One could just be playing that mind game. A little bit of a different operator selection choice here. So let's take a look at how these games are going to unfold.
Yeah, and it looks like they were going to go at first to the second floor, the mining train room, but they decided to go upstairs instead. That's something that on the face looks like a very difficult one to defend because of that skylight, but teams have found out how to defend it pretty well. And you see the battles we discussed earlier and saw earlier over the Christmas piano room up the top floor. So if you can defend that well, you can defend essentially most of the bar, then as long as you control those stairs and those windows. So we'll see if they're able to do that, and if they are, it'll give them a good start to this match.
And so like you said, kicking it off here on round number 1 is going to be Lethal, choosing that top floor bomb site here inside of the bar and inside of the cigar lounge here.
Now, because they're bringing that mute, that makes me think that maybe they want to set up some choke points here on those stairs and some of those areas to make it hard for them to get those drones in and get some good intel on that top floor. That way they can kind of choke off a lot of that, play some of the people on the top floor, play some people on other floors, but then the opposing team won't necessarily know where everyone's at.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like an impact grenade just destroyed one of Ducky's jammers there, but nonetheless, he still has 3 left to go, and so hopefully he'll be placed in better positioning.
Yeah, Mute definitely gets a lot of utility out of having 4 jammers, especially on a map that has good choke points. Like, the stairs themselves represent a nice choke point that gives a lot of utility to that. And the attackers aren't necessarily bringing a Thatcher or anything that's going to do anything about that. They're bringing a little more attack-heavy team other than Thermite.
Yeah, and so I mean, right now we're going to be watching Ken's getting on those outside cameras. He's going to be spotting all of Mindfreak basically coming in from the Christmas tree spawn, and that's kind of the middle spawn zone between the three that are optional here, and some would say the most favored.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the idea of like one thing is worrying about spawn peaks, and the second thing is like where do you actually approach from to get to somewhere. So seeing someone spawn does tell you a little bit about, but not too much because there is the safety issue of your spawn.
Yep, and we can see Rams' Yokai is going to be on the white stairwells going down towards garage. Typically, this is actually a perfect spot. He's able to get out for 3 seconds, but it does get destroyed right away.
That was a
very good eyesight.
Yeah, I like that idea of using the outsideness for just a second, just like, you know, peeking outside as a defender. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but maybe we'll see that again, perhaps work out later.
Looks as though Dizzle's going to spot out Lethal here inside of the mining room, and Ace looking like he wants to get on over to the window. He's going to turn upside down, though, and get onto the roof.
And this is what we see typically a lot of these attacks, taking control of this floor as well, if you can take control of the mining room. That way, when you put in pressure from the top floor and push people downstairs, you can take them out a lot easier.
All right, and so as the round unfolds, there's still very little interaction between the two teams just yet, but that is sure to change as we are halfway into the round here.
Definitely. You always want to have one guy peeking through that skylight trying to see if there's any free picks in that bar area if someone just happens to cross and isn't paying attention. But it does dedicate a bit of a resource to having someone just standing there.
Yeah, looks like a team kill happens here. Rams might be getting a little trigger happy, taking out Bones.
Not a great start for Lethal, especially after destroying one of their own gadgets as well.
Definitely not a good start, but we do see Punisher able to open up the wall there at the top of red stairs, going to get a drone in, and has a Claymore to help cover. And he kind of push around, and the C4, though, comes throwing out there, and that is Ken getting that explosion onto Punisher.
Well, hopefully they feel a little bit better about evening up the numbers after that team kill.
Looks as though we're going to have Aces get taken down by Duckies there. Another MP5 kill. 45 seconds left to go on the board. A 4-on-3. Now Flanked is coming in through the main corridor, second floor, working his way over to the yellow or the white stairs, coming on up, and he's got some barbed wire to deal with. Kens comes around for the flank from behind, and he's going to spook him up the stairs a little bit more. And right into the crosshairs of Duckies. Duckies picks up that shot in the roll for you easily. Gets Dizzle down. Now it's a 4-on-1. Last man alive out from Piano is going to pop easily for a second kill and turn the first round here into Lethals.
Gotta say, that was he was a little ironically named as Flanked right there, as he definitely was. That was a bad situation for him getting pushed off like that, but against that many people with only a few directions he could go, definitely didn't leave him in a good position for that. Despite that team kill towards the beginning, Lethal really bringing it that first round, showing that this is a map that they want to dominate on.
Showing that they can get 6 kills in a round and still win.
So we'll see if Mindfreak play any better on defense than they did on that offense there. But
we are going to still retire ourselves upstairs into the bar and the lounge over here. Again, this seems to be, now that this map is getting played more and more, this seems to be more of the favored bomb site, especially with the introduction of Hibana.
Yeah, definitely. It's a situation where, you know, if you're playing the mining room, you do have to deal with a lot of top-down attack on you.
Now, what I do like here that we're seeing right at the start of the get-go here is actually opening up a walkway from bathroom into the freezer.
Yeah, it's something you see, like, to be able to, because like you saw where Ash got trapped last time, this is a situation where we could only go to the bathroom and nowhere else to go. The defenders want the flexibility to not be trapped in that white stair hallway right there.
10 seconds left.
So looking up here, we're going to see Rolfie laying down some more barbed wire, making his way into the piano room, where we also have Flanked as well as a few others. Looks like we are going to see a typical possible 5-man onside defense, all playing top floor. I mean, it is a very spacious top floor here.
Yeah, and but they have opened up some flexibility. You see that hatch there, for example, being opened in that little cigar room, giving them some flexibility to drop downstairs and come up from behind. And I imagine they're probably going to have to use that at some point if all the pressure comes from the top.
Now Lethal is making their way all the way up top onto the roof, and the majority of them, Duckies, all of them, coming on up. Rams is going to be following up the rear end here as he does have the diffuser in hand. Flanked holding on to the cigar lounge, holding on to the piano room, keeping his eyes on white stairs as well as the entry point by minibar inside a piano. Ken's trying to get rid of all the ADS as possible, gets rid of one of them.
One thing we aren't seeing from the defenders here is any kind of intel gadgets. They're not bringing the Yokai drone on Echo. They're not bringing Valkyrie cameras. So they are going to be limited to kind of face checking a bit more than they probably should. So that could backfire on them if they're not able to kind of communicate well and keep good control of the map.
And it looks as though Dizzle will get droned out here potentially here inside of the cigar lounge. He's going to navigate on over into piano momentarily.
Looks like they managed to get down to red just fine without any opposition there. And that Claymore is going to help him from getting flanked from behind. Definitely good use of that as he tries to work through this castle door.
See, this is something I like seeing from an attack squad, is they're going to use that castle barricade to their own benefit, making sure that they can't get swamped on over from the side.
You see them meleeing it, though. They might actually open it on them.
Looks like Bones picks up a double kill onto Dizzle and flanked, and that's going to be a double kill. Like, ooh, getting rid of a little bit more destruction there. Getting rid of a possible cam. But now you've got Ken's peeking on down the hallway towards the top of yellow stairs. Wall inside of the bar is going to get opened up here by Rams. That's his second explosive device being utilized. Capital Arrow is going to get blown on open. Bones gets a triple kill, another kill here for the round. Still 2 defenders left to go. That's going to be Rolfie and Smoke over here. Now we have Rolfie moving on up the stairs. Ken's gets 1 kill, and the final one from Ken's. It is the Ken's and Bones show today on round number 2.
I always like how all their names end with a Z, too. It's nice. But yeah, well played. Lethal definitely as good on that as they were on the previous round. That's not a great start for Mindfreak. This might not be their map, or like we said earlier, might be kind of we'll lose the first couple rounds, feel it out. But so far looking good. Now that does mean Lethal's going to have to go down to the other bomb site now, though. So things are going to change up a little bit. Whether they're going to be in Mindfreak's favor or not, we'll still have to see. But the Lethal at least bringing that Echo drone and Valkyrie, so they're going to have a lot more intel, especially if they want to leave some areas, like leave the site, for example, and be able to roam a bit more and control that top floor. They'll have cameras down on the lower floors.
See, I think that's one of the reasons why you might have had a lack of intel, we'll say, from Mindfreak on that previous defensive hold, is the fact that they were top floor, and if they're not in the bar and they're not in the bar and the freezer, then they're in piano. But if you're going to bring a lurker, we didn't see any lurkers from Mindfreak on downstairs. If you are going to have roamers, are going to have lurkers, then it's probably beneficial to get that camera, get that yokai to help spot that information for you.
It's definitely nice to have one near site as well, so that if you're roaming off site and you're the last one left alive, all your dead teammates can tell you when you need to rotate back. So some good defense setting up here. You see even some bandit electricity on that wall just to make it so they can't come into dining as easily. They definitely want to defend more from the train room side and the mining side.
What we are going to see here is a very different set of operators on defense than we did see from Mindfreak previously. I mean, there's not going to be a smoke, there's no mute. It's basically just a matter of bringing the guns that are going to do the trick for you to get the win.
Yeah, and using those castle barricades as well as the reinforcements to kind of funnel them a bit. Putting it on the windows is nice. They're forcing them to have to use some utility or smack a bit to get those open. And they ended up bringing a sledge on the opposing side, so they may just have to use ash breaches on those windows or just melee them.
Now, Easily going to be sitting up here inside of the cocktail lounge looking at the skylight. We already saw the yokai drone move over towards the white stairs. So that's going to cover his flank, cover his side, make sure no one's coming up from behind him. And Kenj is going to be keeping an eye here on the cigar lounge and piano. So they're playing a very top-heavy defensive hold here.
And I think that's what you want to do, because once you lose that top, there's so many holes that can be open in the floor. That's why you want to be poking around at that skylight, see if you can get someone like that.
Yeah, it looks like Easily got a couple shots in the knees. Might have backed up a little bit. Ducky's going to get droned out of reading room and progress on over to the red carpet of second floor. He's going to have to navigate very quietly, though, because there are defenders or are attackers around him.
Yeah, he's going to have to put some additional pressure and then use his teammates in the top floor to see if they can get in there. Just putting enough pressure on both the top and the side windows is usually enough to crack.
Oh, and the nade from Rolfie will pick off Ken's as he tucks himself into the corner of the cigar lounge. Now you still have Easily up here. He's going to hop on over and get over the banister downstairs onto the middle floor of white stairs. However, Easily did take quite a bit of damage from that fall, as well as the bullets hitting him in the back.
Looks like they're all being forced to rotate down now as they lost the top floor. This is where it's going to be hard for them to recover unless they can control those guys upstairs or like throw C4, things like that.
So here's Aces. He's going to be covering the top floor, just pre-firing the key spots that a lot of the defenders will sit at. Now he's going to be opening up the rest of the floor here, DMR in hand. What I'm expecting to see here is a potential just opening of a floor that will land right above one of the defenders and force him out of position and get him caught by one of the other members of the attacking side.
Yeah, that definitely requires some coordination, but is absolutely a good use of Buck.
Now we still have Ash, who came up the top of white stairs. Rams playing the Echo is going to be inside of the fireplace. But again, this is flanked. Looking at the kill, Rolfie's going to get another one as Dizzle picks up a kill into Easily. Bones finally gets a trade down into Capital. And it looks like Bones is not quite done yet. He's still managing to get a kill here. A 2-on-2 now as Thatcher has been killed, or has been downed, and Rams has killed off Ace.
Still looking pretty good for Mindfreak here. This could be their bomb spot.
Attackers recover.
I mean, they're only up by 1, but that's still a good number when they've got control of the top floor.
Definitely, and Rams is going to turn it here into an even count. 2-2, turn it into a 2-1. Now he's able to pick up one on Bones. Now a one-on-one as Dizzle takes down Bones for the count. With 7 seconds left to go, he's going to have to plan it in a mere 3 seconds, or Rams is going to get the win. But he's on the Yokai drone, and he will get the stop, and there it is. Lethal Rams is going to get the win here for his team.
Nice. Well played. Good use of that at the end there, stopping that plant. That was definitely, I mean, when you're in a 1v1 situation as an attacker, like your ideal situation is you have that diffuser planted. If you don't, you're in a really bad spot when time's running out like that. We've seen it in previous matches where it's just down to the wire, and it's like they pretty much can just kill you, you know, as long as they don't get impatient.
And that's one of the things, I think that's, to me, that's one of the determining factors on whether or not an Echo is particularly viable on a particular map, is if the bomb sites are separated from one another. And in this case, you've got your fireplace of the B bomb site, you've got your train room, which is the middle, and has no value to the bomb site whatsoever, although you can't plant in there. And then you have your mining room, which is going to be your A bomb site. So you had what you saw Rams stationed inside a fireplace. He knew that the push wasn't going to come in there. They had always been focusing on the red stairs, onto the mining room. And so all he had to do was just sit on top of his yokai and ultimately get the win.
Well, Lethal has really been reading the other team well. They've been playing like flawlessly almost in terms of like wins. So far it's 3-0. They are getting a rehost here, so this is a chance now for the other team, for Mindfreak, to freak their mind into a good state here to actually take a round back. Otherwise, it's looking very strong for Lethal. I mean, this is a situation where, as it was discussed earlier, there was a lot more information on Lethal, but they might be pulling out strats that Mindfreak just wasn't prepared for.
Yeah, and I think what we are going to see here from Lethal is continued aggressive gameplay. It's what they're known for. It's what they've done to get here, and it's basically what I'm expecting to continue to see from these guys.
Yeah, and this is a map though that Lethal have played a lot in the qualifiers. So it's not something where it's just they pulled it out of nowhere.
Yep.
But they obviously show why they play it, right? Like they know what they're doing here. They've got some good strats, but it is all on like, can Mindfreak do something that's just out of the meta? Otherwise, like, it's going to be a situation where we're going to see a repeat of the same 3 rounds that we just saw, and then it's going to be over and on to the next map.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to pick a map where I would see Mindfreak excel on, I would have picked this of the 3. And the reason I say that is because with Cafe, to me, it doesn't necessarily come down to the final seconds and you have a 4-on-4 rush in, and then it's just a bloodbath, so to say. No pun intended. But the other 2 maps, you have Oregon and you also have Canal, correct?
Yeah.
Canal. So those maps, a lot of the times they are pushed into a window, pushed into a box, or pushed downstairs to the main stairwell, or get inside a kid's dorms, wherever it may be. Those always seem to tend to get down to the last 5-10 seconds, and then it does become a very aggressive, a very chaotic kind of closure to the round.
Yeah.
And so when it gets into that, that's kind of where your instinct takes over. And I think Lethal has very good game instinct.
Yeah, and we see them using that to just, like, we saw some great pinches, for example, on remaining players where they're not just, like, trying to get into these one-on-ones. They're obviously coordinating. And I don't know, I mean, they said during their thing that they don't necessarily need to talk, and maybe we're seeing that. Maybe we're seeing them not even having to say that out loud to coordinate that. They just know there's a guy over here, and they both just, okay, cool, we'll converge.
That's what I would like to get to see. I'd like to see if we can get their comms on stream and just hear crickets. I mean, that's what I'm thinking is happening, because their cohesiveness right now is above anyone's expectations, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a few of the players doing a lot of the killing, but this is not a game where killing's the only thing. We're seeing a lot of players doing a lot of work regardless of killing.
Yep.
And I think that's just good coordination among all the players.
I feel like you talked about killing, and some teams or some players might be above in the leaderboard due to kills. But again, it comes down to the information. There's not everyone's going to get 20 kills a game. You're going to have some players that might get 1 or 2, but it's the support and the value that they bring to that team. And I think that's something that is underrated or underlooked by a lot of people.
It seems like Mindfreak might be one of those teams, as they just are not bringing the Intel gadgets to be able to provide that information. And I think that's a change they need to make ASAP, because as you can see, it's not working out for them.
Yeah, and so we are going to get back into the lobby here. It is round number 4. It's 3-0 right now with Lethal Gaming leading. This is map number 1 here on Cafe. Second map's going to be Canal, and the final map is going to be Oregon.
Now, if Lethal take this, that puts them on match point, and being on a match point 4-0 is almost impossible to come back from.
It is.
It has happened, but it's so rare.
It's a hurdle that you just you don't want to come across. It's a hurdle you don't want to even think about having to cross. And so this is going to this is my eyes in Mindfreaks. If they don't make it here, if they don't make this round, I guarantee you map 1 is going to go to lethal.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them, but they had that break just when we did the rehost. They had a chance to really think about it, hopefully thought about, like, why are we losing these? And can we make at least one big change that's going to do that? And I hope that's the communication. I hope that's getting intelligence, being better prepared. But unfortunately, looking at their lineup, it's not. They're not changing that up. They're still bringing the other kind of utility operators that are not providing them any intel. Sure, they're bringing Mute to deny some of their intel, but without some of their own, they're just being forced to play more static positions. During their interview thing, they were talking about playing very disciplined, and I'm worried that that means playing very static. It's something Kix talked about being a liability sometimes.
Definitely. I mean, what we're seeing here are a very similar setup to what they previously lost on this defensive hold up top floor. And so what I would like to see is something get changed up, and it looks like Rolfie might make that indication as he's coming out here right outside of the mining room. Going to open up that window a little bit and then pop on over to the red stairs.
I'd almost like to see them try a spawn peek at this point just to really throw lethal off, but not going to happen.
So for the time being, it looks as though we actually have Jaeger, who's managed to get his way all the way downstairs to the basement. That's Rolfie. He's right now trying to poke his way out of the door, going to double hit it, draw the attention of some of the attackers, as now he's able to scoot around over here inside a bakery. Still very aggressive, and now he's just getting the attention of lethal.
Yeah, he really wants them to have to drone and work downstairs, it looks like. And whether that'll pay off or not, it's hard to say. But it is definitely a good idea, especially being a 3-speed operator. You can get out of there quick, not be trapped in those noises you made there. See him rotating even back down through a different spot. I mean, no one's going to be expecting that hatch to be open right there.
Yeah, and I mean, he did grab the attention of Capital. Capital was on the scissor lift inside of Christmas, looking out over the ventilation second roof. And so he saw the crossover, going to be calling him out, saying he's on second floor. This is going to allow the Jaeger to come up from underneath and get a better flank.
Yeah, you can sometimes use those calls against them, although, hey, if lethal aren't making a lot of calls.
Here it is. Wall inside of Piano is going to get opened up. Bones is going to be the first one in, but he's got to drone it first. And decides he's going to go in blind. Could this prove useful for him, or was it going to be the end of Bones for this round?
I like how he's using the reinforcement against them right there to give himself a little hiding spot, but the floor being open, looks like he's a little antsy about.
He's pre-firing in the corner. It looks as though Ducky Zoe is going to get injured here. Looks like from Cigar Lounge. And with that, you do have Jaeger trying to come up flanked, gets a double headshot onto Kens and Rams. It easily picks off Dizzle, and then flank finally goes down by Bones. With that trade man, it's a 3-on-2. And easily here, trying to get into the Cigar Lounge. Now that he's working his way towards the top of yellow stairs, there's still someone inside of the bathroom. Are they going to see him? Capital's going to be the first one to encounter that. It looks like he's going to be hitting the Jaeger, who's finally come up from the bakery and going to make his way here.
Interesting pre-fire there. Does finally realize one's in the freezer.
Ooh, and we're going to have a pistol fight here from Easily as well as Rolfie. Rolfie's finally going to skedaddle out of there into the freezer. But he's got to be wary of Bones. Bones is crouching his way into the bar. He's now made his way. He's going to be calling out there. His shots are going through. Looks like a double push here. Bones finally gets him down. I'm sorry, Rolfie finally finishes off Bones, but will be taken off by Easily. A double kill here from Easily. A one-on-one now. Gas grenade's going to get thrown out. Nade's going to get thrown over to A, and it looks like that might be the end. However, the ADS saves his life. 30 seconds to go. Diffuser here in the hands of Easily. Are we going to see a rotation around from Smoke, or is he going to throw his gas grenades? It's going to be moments to tell.
He knows where he's going to be playing. Like, it's all like, can he rotate around behind him?
There he is. He rushes around, finally spots him. Shots are going to go flying. Who's going to get the final bullets down? They're both going hand back and forth. And it finally looks like the shotgun from Aces will land down onto Easily with power, making Mindfreak hit their first round, 3-1.
That patience from Ace is just letting the guy just run out of ammo and then just shotgunning him with confidence, knowing, hey, he can't even shoot at me anymore. He's out. So nicely played, Mindfreak, finally turning it around. I still don't think that was the best idea, not having that additional intel.
Agreed.
They just won some good gunfights. I mean, that can't carry you all the way there. So let's hope they are going to continue to adjust and continue that momentum. 3-1's not bad, as long as it's not 4-1 at this point for them. But this round could change that.
I think what we're going to see here is we're going to see I'm hoping to see a different attack from Mindfreak. I think what they need is to change it up a bit and not have everyone go the same direction, not have everyone start at the same spawn, but collapse from multiple different angles onto the defenders.
Yeah, I think they're going to need to do that. I mean, they've had that done to them, and it's not worked out so great for them.
What we are going to see, though, is, again, bomb site going back upstairs. There's only 15 seconds left in the prep phase, but we are seeing, again, a little bit of a different operator selection choice here, again, from both sides.
Yeah, both teams wanting to play this mute, using it to deny that top floor intel, but then also, like, bringing the yokai drone, but not bringing Valcams, because the Valcams, I guess, was more for when they were playing downstairs. So they are making bomb spot specific changes.
Now, like you said, one of the things that we haven't necessarily seen too much of is the peeking, but we do have Pulse. That is Ken's downstairs. He was in Bakery, rotated all the way up into red stairs now, as Flanked makes his way to the top of the Bakery.
And see, like, that's what I mean, too. Like, Lethal not just bringing camera operators, but also bringing other kinds of intel from Pulse here. I just think that's been a huge advantage for them so far, and I hope if they do win this that it doesn't carry over to the next map as well, and Mindfreak doesn't adjust.
I think what we are going to see, like I'm glad you pointed it out, is the difference in a team that's intel-based. They're trying to gather as much intel and also deny as much intel, as a team that seems to be going off of more of the feeling of the map or where the opponents might be. And that seems to be not working for Mindfreak, as Lethal Gaming is up 3-1.
Looks like they are doing at least some droning on Mindfreak. They're trying to get some intel, but some of that's going to be denied by Mute. So that might not work out as well.
Now, with that nade being thrown in from Rolfie, he knows that he's suspecting. He doesn't know, but he's suspecting that everyone is outside of the piano room. That incendiary grenade is also going to give him a little bit more of a comfort zone, so he can repel on in here. But some shots go flying into the window, going to land on the Rolfie and try to make him double think before he does anything more. He was very close to just repelling in there.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to make him hesitate and burn up a lot more time, especially shots coming out from multiple directions here. Rolfie's going to have a hard time getting in there.
Now it looks as though Rolf did have the upper hand. He was upside down, repelled, almost ready to spot the feet of Jaeger over there. However, Ken's is now still underneath inside of the train museum, working his way over to mining. He might be able to come up for a flank from behind, but right now there's still a minute 15 left to go.
Definitely going to use that heartbeat sensor to his advantage. If they manage to get in there, he'll be able to see their feet through the floor essentially, and maybe shotgun up or at least call out to his teammates to make the kill.
Now we do see flanked. He's upside down outside of the bakery roof, outside right by the minibar of Piano. He's going to have to get on in here, but Duckies is on the wall, stationed to the side, but as Duckies backs up, he's going to get into the line of sight of Flank momentarily. He think he saw him. He's going to go for another repeat. Punisher's going to come on up too. They're going to be collapsing here on Duckies momentarily. Bullets are going to go flying in, and the shots finally land. However, Punisher also gets taken out by easily on the crossfire. With that trade, it's now a 4-on-4. 35 seconds left to go, but Rolfie's going to say no, and Rams is going to get taken out, but Bones gets the trade down onto him. Again, this is trade after trade, and we are seeing here, looks like the attackers are in the lead at the moment as Aces takes down Bones and repels on into the A-bomb site. Ken's is now stuck inside of the cigar shop as he moves his way. He's going to come up right behind Bones. I'm sorry, right behind Dizzle. Puts a couple bullets into his back and makes him think twice before going in further. And now easily, still inside of the cigar lounge, we've got Aces getting down by Kent. C4 is going to get thrown on over. Can he blow it up? Doesn't do it in time. He only kills Aces, who's already been injured, so a 2-on-2 now. Diffuser has been planted. Flanks him in the top of yellow stairs. Dizzle will be killed off by the smoke. He's down for the count. Bye-bye. And now it's a 2-on-1. Last one's going to be Ash, and she was on the white stairs. C4 from underneath. I'm sorry, the explosion from underneath. He doesn't see it. He's going to have to shoot, but he doesn't have time. And therefore, it will be the round here going to the Defenders. That is Lethal Gaming able to get rid of that Diffuser.
I like that ninja diffuse there. I really thought the attackers might have had that with that hole in the floor, but using the distance on that diffuse, having just the right angle because of the beams on the floor there, meant it was very hard to actually counter that. So, I mean, had they had more manpower left, they probably would have been able to come around and shoot him in the back during that defuse, but they just didn't have it. I thought that was a round where they might have been able to take another round off of them.
They had it. They were up 3-2, and it was just a matter of once that plant went down, the collapse from the remaining two defenders all went perfect. They went exactly as they needed it to get the win. So with that, it's now what, 4-1?
Yep, not looking good for Mindfreak at all. They are on defense, which is potentially good, but they're not in a situation where they're doing a whole lot with that. So again, we're still not seeing a lot of change-ups on their defense. They did manage to win that last one, but just not in the best way.
So are we going to see the similar setup that we've seen time after time after time on this top floor from Mindfreak, or are they willing to change it up a bit? And I'm hoping. Actually, they're not on top floor. They won that. So they're down here inside of the train room and mining room.
Yeah, and we'll see if they're going to play it top down or actually try and just defend bomb site. If they just defend bomb site, I don't think this is going to go well for them. I think they really need to have that top control because you know that Lethal's going to take it if they don't.
So we are going to looks like we're going to have a top hold a little bit, maybe three defenders. Flank's going to drop on down after he reinforces one of the castle walls onto the freezer wall, and then hops on down.
Looks like he was using that to kind of seal off to make it so they couldn't use the freezer drop down the same way they were.
That's a little bit nifty. You saw both of the attackers. There were 2 drones stationed on top of the that shelving or the windowsill there. Basically, what they're trying to do there is keep on to their information. They're going to throw that out later on. So
2 drones then.
Easily done.
That's an interesting strat you don't see very often is people trying to save that initial drone and it to be picked up rather than just putting it in a position.
Now Flanks has quite of a cheeky angle there inside of the reading room, looking through the laundry room to the middle floor of the white stairs. Now that's a very unusual angle, and I think it might prove useful to him if Lethal decides to pop on through the white stairwell and push on towards Fireplace.
Looks like there's a lot of droning coming from the attackers, though.
Now Ace is being the bandit, takes down Bones, but he does get killed in the process here after Kens finishes him off. Evening out man count once again. We're in a 4-4. Still 2/3 of the round left to go.
Still looking pretty good for Lethal, though, having top control now. This is not the best place for Mindfreak to be in, given the track record on this map so far.
It seems like it's a very horizontal play for the most part for Mindfreak. Now, Rolfie is their strict roamer. He's the one that's going from top to bottom to middle to side. And what we're going to see from him is now him coming up the white stairs. Now, again, this is one of the spots that was held onto by Castle earlier. But seeing as how that drop hatch inside of Reading got opened up previously, and top 4 is no longer the control of Mindfreak, they're going to need to change it up a bit.
But that means they're going to be limited to the stairs, which is why you want to do top control in this game, is now Rolfie has to use the stairs. If they can control the stairs, Rolfie's not coming up anywhere. So it's a situation where, like, if he's their only roamer, they're not going to be able to do any kind of pinch or flank without a good distraction on them.
It looks as though easily he's going to pump shot the mute from behind, pulls out the pistol and finishes off Dizzle. This could be the end of round 1 here. It's a 3-on-3. Looks as though we're going to have Rolfie also get taken out by Easily. A peek around and it looks like Punisher able to finish down the trade. So it's still a 2-on-2. Diffuser in the hand of Thermite as Punisher is stationed still inside a Fireplace. Now Flank has come around for the flank. Will he be able to peek on down and get the shots? He's already given away his position. Now that he's fired away. Looks as though the Diffuser gets planted and Punisher will go down. Last one alive is going to be Flanked. To his left is going to be Ash. He gets the shot in a 1-on-2 right now. And there's going to be the final shots. Rams able to finish down Flank. And that is going to be match number 1. Map number 1 going to Lethal Gaming.
Definitely showing a very solid start for a team that seemed very confident in their abilities, and they showed it there. Like, just a really flexible setup that they were doing. Lots of like roaming around, feeling free to actually take control of areas and keep control from Mindfreak, because Mindfreak just didn't seem to have the ability to coordinate those attacks the same way that Lethal did.
What I felt like happened is a little bit like what Kix and Penke said, is they had a strat, they wanted to execute it, but Lethal threw in curveballs, little nicks and nannies, little here and there, and that basically made that strategy go out of whack. And Mindfreak, I don't think, was able to adjust as well as some other teams that we've seen here today.
Yeah, and assuming that Lethal have similar play on this next map, that's not going to be great for Mindfreak at all. It's going to be hard for them, and we may see a 2-0 in the case of what Kix was saying, where it's just like if that first round goes heavily to the first team, may see a 2-0 here. I mean, Canal, they were saying, plays pretty similar. So if that's the situation there, then this is very much going Lethal Gaming's favor.
Definitely. And so, I mean, with that, we're most likely going to see, we're obviously going to see the top floor of Canal. We're going to see the control tower and the servers. However, we have seen on Xbox that teams do sometimes want to go over to Red and hold down the Coast Guard office.
Yeah.
Is Mindfreak going to be one of those teams, or is Lethal going to be one of those teams?
I think Mindfreak needs to be one of those teams at this point, because they need to throw a curveball at Lethal, and if they don't, if they play it standard, we're going to try and control and split split people up, things like that. You're going to see Lethal know how to take top control, and regardless of which bomb spot you're playing, that's what you do on White Building, and if they do that, it's going to be very difficult for Mindfreak to come back from.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, they play very similarly, and so with that, we are going to see some of the highlights from today's matchup here on Cafe. And again, a lot of these matches, a lot of these kills have been going back and forth.
Very much
lots
trading.
of trades happening.
Yeah. But I mean, at the end, like, they trade a lot, and then at the end, Lethal wins.
Yep.
Like, that's what it came down to, is like Lethal could finish the round, regardless of the trading.
And round number 3 was a 1-on-1, and unfortunately that wasn't a trade at the very end. That was just a very smart echo play.
Yeah.
But I mean, all of these, you see trade after trade, orange, blue, orange, blue, orange, blue, and there it is, another trade here back and forth. So again, these two teams are very, very close. And the scoreboard at 5-1 doesn't show that. It doesn't justify it. But I think you would see a more even layout of the field if you saw, okay, it always got down to a 2-on-1 or it always got down to a 1-on-1. You took that into account. These two teams on paper are probably a lot closer than what the match that we just witnessed.
Yeah, and I think that comes down to they're both pretty smart. They both know the maps pretty well. They're both good at gunfights. But what Lethal's winning in it is the way they're playing together as a team. And that's what helps win it. I mean, I'm not sure how long Mind Freaks have been playing together outside of this game, but they've only been a team for about 6 or 7 months. So that does kind of bode well for Lethal if Lethal's been playing longer than that.
Yeah, and I mean, these, like was said earlier on the analyst desk, Mind Freak is a team that have come from competitive gaming, not necessarily together, but they have that experience, and it's just a matter of trying to get that group together and then bring that to the field today.
Yeah.
Bring that to the field today right now because they're down 1-0. And so now that Lethal has this momentum, they've got a vast momentum, 5-1 on this first map. We're going on to Canal, another map that typically has some fast-paced play to it when it gets down to the wire. And so I think this is Lethal's forte, which is one of the reasons why they chose it.
Absolutely, and it's a map they've played quite a bit in qualifiers as well. I mean, both teams have. Like, both teams know that they're good at this map, and it's a question of, I mean, it was a similar situation with Cafe, so it's, so far, again, looking like it going Lethal's favor just from what we've seen so far. I mean, we know a lot less about Mind Freak than we know about Lethal, so there could just be something totally different coming out here from Mind Freak on Canal, but I'm honestly not seeing it. I'm seeing this, I don't think it's going to be a 5-1 again, but I'm not seeing this going in Mind Freak's favor.
After witnessing what we just played and how close the rounds seemed to get, but always went in favor of Lethal, I think we're going to see something very similar. I think this might be our first 2-0 of the evening, but that's not to take away from Mind Freak's game.
No.
Like we've been saying, these matches have all been close. These rounds have all been close. It's just that when you put a little bit of grain of salt in the scale, it's going to go in favor of Lethal.
Yeah, and I think if Mind Freak does lose this 2-0, I do think we'll see them again in the future. I do think they're a team with a lot of potential, regardless of how this turns out. I just think there are some things they could work on, like the adjustments that we were talking about. We're just not seeing those. And that's something we've talked about a lot today, is being able to adjust is such an important part, and we're just not seeing it.
All right, so we are going to head on over to Canal and take a look at those bomb sites, because this is our second map for this best-of-3 series between Lethal Gaming and Mind Freak. All right, so here we are on Canal, and again, this is one of those maps that, like you said, plays very similarly to how Cafe went down. Are we going to see something different? Are we going to see Lethal either continue the same pressure or maybe change up the pace? I mean, sometimes when a team that is that good at playing fast, playing aggressive, they also have the flip side of being able to do the counter of that. And if we see Mind Freak preparing themselves for a fast push, they might bring out a slow operator such as Capcan or Frost, someone to slow down an aggressive push. They aren't choosing it now, but it's definitely something that is capable and to be in the arsenal.
Yeah, I think it's something they need to be like better prepared for how that attack's going to come in terms of like setting up and things like that. And like, for example, like Mind Freak is not bringing out Valkyrie, right? And this is a map where I do think being able to throw cameras outside is so important. We saw it in some of the matches earlier, being able to take out those repellers, so useful because they're trapped in a situation where they can't do a whole lot and they're busy working those windows.
Yep.
So having the ability to tell what's going on outside is so useful. And so, like, you know, if they're not going to throw up those cameras, send someone over to red. Have someone able to peek out those windows and see what's going on outside a box.
And this is one of those maps, like you said, where a lot of the gameplay from the attackers is outside facing in. They're not penetrating the building too much. And so having that knowledge outside, having those Valk cams outside is going to give you so much more valuable intel.
Yeah, you don't want to be face checking windows.
Agreed.
Especially on this map.
Yeah.
Not a good thing. So, I mean, we're not seeing a lot of really, especially unique setup. They are bringing Mute again. This looks like pretty much their same lineup they're always playing with, for the most part, on defense. It's not anything specific to this map so far.
Now, again, this is a little bit different. Seeing the attackers push on into the boat room right away. Now, judging by the speed of Ken's going through this floor, going through this site, I believe they've already identified that there are no roamers. He's merely just getting on through, getting pathways he's able to get on later on.
And that aggressive Ash play sometimes can really catch people off guard, especially if it's the first round as well, and no one has felt anyone else out yet. Like, sometimes you can get away with that. Even if he had caught someone with their pants down in red, he might have been able to take them out first.
And it looks as though Rolfie is going to get into it with Kenz a little bit. Kenz is inside of the red Germany hall, looking down right towards jail, and Rolfie's going to give a little bit of fire right back at him.
Looks like he's pinched a little bit between two windows here, but he's using as much of the level as possible to try and protect himself. And that rotate hole is definitely working in his favor right now.
Now Rams just called him out. He droned it out into Maps room, said that, hey, Rolfie's in here between the two windows. Stay on it, Kenz, because we need to get that kill. Easily, however, is underneath inside of the cafeteria, inside the kitchen, looking right up at the hole that's been made by, I believe that is Castle that's inside of there.
It's great how fast they took control of this floor. That's not great for Mindfreak because it means they don't have like any way to stop them from doing exactly what's happening right now because they just don't have control of this floor below them.
So what we're seeing now is Isley and Kenz, they both know that someone's inside the server, and they both know that he's on top of the drop hatch. You can see Capital already trying to just push bullets up through there.
They are just completely taking map control here, and it's surprising, but we do have someone, I think, downstairs.
That is going to be the Jaeger, however. Kenz peeks on in from map room up to jail cell, is able to take down the mute, and Bandit's going to be forced out of there. Now Jaeger has come back around. He's going to pick up one kill on the bones. That's Rolfie now peeking around. He's wants to get onto Kenz, as Kenz has managed to get inside of the map room.
Now, I don't know if that was the right time to do that. I mean, he got a kill. Now he's exposed, and he was kind of their one wild card at that point that could have done something to actually change this. Might want to have waited till the attackers were a little more focused on that top floor.
I mean, he did manage to come up the stairs and pick off Capital as well. He's now back on site. It's 3-2. Looks as though Kenz will get downed off by Rolfie. A third kill, and as he comes on through, Rams is going to pick up the trade before the final bullets go down. A little flick from Rams, though. It's going to take down Flick. A third kill from Rams, and Ace was able to take down the dead Duckies. A 1-on-2 now. A 1-on-2 still. So here is Punisher, back of control tower. Kenz is injured at the top of yellow stairs, or the top of the main stairs, as Diffuser has been planted. Now going up against a Doc with still stim pistols in his arsenal. He still has full health. This is the point where I would stim myself, get up to 120 health, then go in for that engagement. But he gets the kill, and this is going to be Mindfreak taking round number 1.
And the other guy was down and didn't even have to finish him off. So nicely done. I really thought Rams had saved that round for them. But nicely played by Punisher. That was a tight situation. He knows the diffuser's getting planted in the other room, and he could be flanked from both sides. But he did know one guy was down. So it's a situation where he just had to feel out who had made that plant and where they were expecting him to come from and try and counter it. It was a good shot. I mean, that could have gone either way in that gunfight right there as they pushed in. So nicely played by Punisher there. That was definitely very close. Like we said before, like a lot of close battles here, usually being closed out by Lethal, but at least we saw one there closed out by Mindfreak, and that was a good start to Canal for them.
I think what we're going to see here is continued progression from Mindfreak. We're going to see them continue to get stronger, continue to get their strats in order, and this is one of the things that I think is Mindfreak is bringing to the table.
Yeah.
They appeared to be off their game, map number 1. But I think the progression of them getting used to this scenario, getting used to this environment, playing on stage in front of tens of thousands of people here today is definitely something that could be overwhelming at first, but I think they're starting to get into their comfort zone, and this is what we're going to see here from Mindfreak on this map.
Yeah, and we do see them even changing up their operators a little bit now. Bringing a Fuse, for example, is not something they had brought in the previous rounds on attack. So they are at least doing something either map-specific or trying to change up what they're doing, and we'll see if that pays off. I mean, Fuse can be great on some of these windows and things like that to try and like loosen up the site, basically.
Especially if you're going to castle it. Knowing that Fuse is now a very viable operator that many teams might choose, bringing a castle to castle off the west wall, in my opinion on this map, is not necessarily a smart move, especially if the attacking team brings the Fuse and they know, okay, someone might pop out of garage. So they're going to have someone watching garage, going for the bait, and then Fuse is going to get up and blow open the windows.
And let's hope that they planned to use it that way, because, I mean, the castle windows are there for a reason, because they are very effective. Otherwise, it's stopping a lot of shots coming through the windows that could really pin down your team. But at the same time, like you said, that also protects Fuse then. And that becomes a situation where Fuse can now kind of just go up like, without just worrying about anything but garage. Nice angle there.
Easily trying to make a little bit of a better hole here from maps upwards towards the box floor.
In case they get into that box there. That's a nice angle.
Now, Kenz is going to be here inside of the control center. You can hear the yokai going around towards display. It's going to spot Flank's drone, call that on out, and that's going to allow Kenz to rotate over.
Nicely played there, using the team communication with that yokai drone to get some intel for him.
Now Flanks is going to pull the same move similar to Kenz, popping on in down here into the boat supplies hallway, and again progressing forward, getting rid of the cams. And again, this is well, what we talked about earlier today when we were watching the PC version is it's underutilized, that basement, that boat room downstairs inside of the Coast Guard.
Yeah, we haven't seen anyone playing brick today. So, I mean, maybe it's something that just no one really wants to risk isolating someone over there doing.
We can hear box has been opened up, and a hard right is where we're going to see Ken's. Bones pops on out and gets Punisher, moves on over to try to get another. He's Doc, he's going to pick himself back up, but Ace is there to take him back on down. It's a 4-on-4. Man count is now even, but a couple bullets are going to go into the butt of Echo as he scoots on over into the connector between A and B.
Nicely played. Almost got that kill on the Capitao. That would have been pretty strong there, getting those 2 kills, but missing a shot.
Ooh, Incendiary Arrow easily takes down Aces, and he also gets another kill here onto Rolfie, but we do have one member. Looks as though he got down. Wasn't finished off, though, by the Capitao
got picked
Arrow.
back up, too, so that's not really going to hurt that much. Down to 50 health, but still got those bullets and can do some damage.
Now, Flanked just saw Jaeger go back up the main stairwell. He's going to call that out. Flanked finally takes him on down. There's going to be another kill from Rams, though. Kens gets the final one, and now it's a 1-1 at the moment.
That was definitely a much stronger play that time from Lethal. That was a bit more what we expected to see from them given last round. That was them playing a bit more like they did on Cafe.
Definitely.
I mean, that first round, maybe not as much. But you know what? They're still filling out this map with this team as well. So this could go either way. We're at 1-1, tit for tat. Winning at least one round each gives both teams a chance to feel each other out without going behind. So we are going to see the kitchen projector room, though, it looks like now.
So, I mean, kitchen projector is, again, the second favorite bomb site for the majority of teams out there.
Yeah.
Now, Mindfreak choosing this kind of gives me the idea that they are following into a standard pick, a standard meta, if you will.
Yeah.
It is the favored, but judging by what we've seen so far from these, from the players of Mindfreak, I feel like we're going to see something very similar to their play on the top floor of Cafe. A very static, not very vertical, and hopefully it goes in their favor. Hopefully they've practiced this map enough, but
I hope that's not the case, because that doesn't tend to work out well. I mean, we talked about it earlier, though, too, like splitting up your guys between the top and bottom floor can be risky as well. Like, there are downsides to it. We saw Era playing just the downstairs and actually working it well and managing to pull it off. But it's not the common way to do it, right? You usually want to put 2 guys up, 3 guys down, or 3 guys up, 2 guys down. But in this case, it's up to them to decide, and they might decide on the fly depending on what they know about the attacking team.
Yeah, and it does help when you have Avian jumping out of doors and windows to get triple kills.
You can be a little risky, but yeah, there are some great moves you can pull off. You can even put one guy downstairs in the basement, for example, to come up for those flanks on the windows, because people are going to be repelling on those windows a lot too when attacking the kitchen as well. So we're seeing a lot of people rush this boat room like this. This seems to be the thing to do now.
Yeah, to me, seeing as how Kens did this a second time in a row, not even a blink of an eye, just kept doing the same thing. If they can get a Valk-Kim out there early on and spot that he keeps on doing this, that's when he can start taking advantage of that standard procedure. But easily he's going to get 1 kill onto Punisher and get a 2nd kill onto Rolfie as he wallbangs. He's going to open up the hammer here, spot another one inside a server, but he will be taken out here by his own teammate. Bones just finishing off easily after that glorious 2 kill at the beginning.
Bones definitely had some shots to take and took them at the wrong time. We are seeing, though, the defenders actually brought Valkyrie this time, so that's a nice change. They do have some cameras, I assume, outside. That's going to give them a little bit of intel there.
And Duckies gets off of the south wall and moves up to the platform of servers. Kens is making his way in here, but does he know that there's someone inside a connector? He does now as he gets the headshot onto Dizzle, taking him down. Now he's going to drop on and look towards kitchen. Looks as though Bones picks up one on the flanks. Last man alive is going to be behind the table inside a map room. They saw him. Bullets are going to go flying. One gets down. Ace is going to hit right behind the table here, try to go for another kill. Bones is now inside. DEFUSER is going to get planted by Rams. A 3-on-1 as Kens is now inside. It looks like Duckies gets finished off, and now it's a pinch. A 3-on-1 with 10 health to go here on Aces. DEFUSER planted. This is not looking good for Mindfreak. And Kens comes around outside of kitchen into maps and gets the final kill on the Ace.
There wasn't going to be a whole lot Aces could do in that situation. Having the hallway around him was just going to be like a point for them to come around on him. Being trapped behind that table when they know he's there, that's a really hard clutch to pull off at that point. I mean, I liked a lot of their defense, but at the end, they just lost too many people. I like that they at least adjusted and brought Valkyrie to get the cameras there, but I think the aggressive play of Lethal just caught them off guard right there. They weren't ready for that fast of a rush, and I think because they just gave up too much control too fast.
I agree with that. I think it was a little bit more aggressive than what Mindfreak was prepared for.
Yeah.
And that definitely played into them not executing well when it came to defense.
I feel like that was a good read by Lethal, saying like, we can take map control fast. Let's do it. Let's take as much control as we can quickly and then just pinch on them hard. So definitely looking again a little bit Lethal favored, but it has been, like I said earlier, tit for tat. So if this goes again to the attacker side here, to Mindfreak, then it can continue to go back and forth until someone changes the pace.
I think what could have aided on that Mindfreak defense hold is when they had people up top, instead of giving the north wall repel to the sledge that ended up getting 2 kills inside of the kitchen, I think what should have happened is you hit that wall, you hit the control tower, the circle monitor's control tower window facing north wall. You hit that once, just get a sound. So you can tell if someone's repelled. You can even call it out. You don't need to go for the peek. Just sit there, listen for the call out.
Absolutely. I almost always want to crack open that window just to at least put the fear into them to know that they have to watch it. They have to watch 2 directions. As we saw, they ended up with a team kill because of that window.
A little bit too late, though. They had already gotten those 2 kills. But we are here underway. This is round number 4. We still have Lethal Gaming up 2-1.
In brick, though, this time. One is actually, Ken's is over in the brick, maybe taking advantage of those aggressive Ash pushes. So this should be interesting to see if Kens can pull this off, maybe get a flank if they're just not careful.
Rolfie, though, getting that shot on the ducks from the top of red. Very nice angle there into, I'm going to say that was actually possibly a window bang there onto him.
Yeah, that might have just been lucky shot in terms of like firing on the window when someone happened to walk.
Rolfie's going to be seen here by easily. Some bullets go flying. A very nice angle, a very nice peek. However, he does not get the kill. Kent, however, will pick up the trade.
Even if he doesn't do any more damage than this, he's already going to put so much delay in their game over here by playing in brick.
Now Kent is coming around to the side. Dizzle's going to move on in very shortly. Rance is going to drone it out in the way, but right now, this all comes down to a 4-on-4, a minute 40 to go, and we do still have Kens over here inside of Coast Guard. This is a typical spot that Dick gets droned out, gets closed on very early on in the round, and it has not been done yet.
I think he's definitely going to use that to his advantage. And now he can just kind of hide for a while. Wait for them to either try and find him and counter it, or just let them forget about him. Wait for them to just be like, oh, well, he's over there. And then come around. He's a 3-speed operator. He can make it back across pretty quick and do some serious damage from behind. You see Ralphie already having to watch that now because if Ken's over there, totally worth it.
Now you do have Mindfreak trying to realize that, hey, we can now get into the top 4. We know 3 are on site. Only 1 person is up here.
A bomb has been located.
Rolfie picks up another kill onto Kens, turning it into favor here for Mindfreak. And again, still 1/3 of the round left to go. They've got the arsenal to do it. Dizzle's going to be on the north windows here, repelling into servers. He's going to be very cautious, though the floor has just been annihilated by all of those fuse charges. Drop hatch gets opened up here by Dizzle. You can see the push coming on down very shortly. Nade's going to get thrown in. 40 seconds to go. Thermite's got the diffuser. And still, you have the Yokai still alive here in Echo's hands.
I'm surprised he didn't reinforce that ad.
Looks like he's going to drop, lands right into Rams, takes one down, goes for a second kill onto Bones, but the shots go flying, and right now there's another kill. Ace is able to get Bones, though, for the trade as Bones picks off Dizzle. Now you have a 3-on-1, easily popped out. He's going to hop on downstairs. He's coming back up from garage, and the incendiary arrow is not going to be good for him. He's got to go through that in order to get onto site, or peek around where Punisher is waiting for the headshot.
Nicely played by Mindfreak. I mean, I really thought Kens was going to put a bigger crack in what they were doing, but Ralphie was waiting for him to peek out that door, and it worked. I mean, they got him. Unfortunately, it was just the rest of the team over in white just not holding up the defense and then just getting separated and annihilated there. I mean, maybe that fuse charge helped. Maybe that really put them out of position in a situation like we talked about earlier with the castle windows and the fuse charge being a situation for them. Obviously, Lethal want to do the same thing, but in that case, maybe it just backfired a little too much on them, getting them out of position, forcing them into Mindfreak's guns.
Yeah, and I think there's 2 ways to deal with a roamer like Ken's over inside in top of red. You've got 2 ways to deal with him. Either collapse on him and take him out, or forget about him and just cover your rear.
Yeah.
And I think they chose the latter, and that ultimately got them the win. They were able to get in top floor, cover it down, they pushed on down and got Bones and the rest of the defenders on site. All they had to do was just wait for the flank.
Yeah, and obviously it didn't help, I think, as well that Lethal did not reinforce that monitor hatch. They left that open, and then Sledge was just able to open it and jump down and get some kills when they weren't expecting because there were so many explosions going off.
Yep.
So it's a situation where, like, maybe they left that available to rotate, but if you're going to leave it available, either open it or just be ready to rotate when you know it's open or potentially open.
5 seconds left.
So that might have helped cost them the round as well.
So when we are back here, this is round number 5. Sides are even, scores even between the two. This is map number 2. Now, Lethal, again, Ken's just going to go right on downstairs again, the same alley. Oh, he's going to change. Oh, which way you going, Kent? Which way you going? He is going to go all the way up top. And it said not get down to his normal boat room.
Yeah, I think maybe he's a little worried because he played in the brick building last time. He's worried someone else is going to copy what he just did. Not a surprise there.
So here we have it, Rolfie pre-hitting some of the walls or some of the windows here. And we do have a very heavy top floor hold. And that's most likely because everyone's up here. And we only have one defender downstairs. That's going to be the Jaeger, trying to come around for the flank and possibly just lay a little bit more pressure here onto the attackers as we do get underway in round number 5.
Shots coming out from that window that just not able to hit anyone, but I think Easily going to be a little more wary now.
Easily will see Punisher's feet before Punisher's able to spot Easily. The fact that you have an upside down rappel, Easily knows he's there, he's already looking for the toes. He doesn't need to get the headshot. Now that is more risky, showing your bottom half first.
That was definitely a risky move when he had a nice angle, but I think he wants to force Punisher out of here because then they can take control of monitors. That could be pretty big for their attack.
So, I mean, this is wasting a lot of time. Easily is so focused on here. However, you do have Duckies and Kens trying to work their way on the west windows. So again, with all this destruction, the fuse charge is going out from server platform. Looks as though Easily and Ken's going to pick up Punisher and flank. They've managed to make their way into control, and now Dizzle going to be one of the ones that falls to Kens as well. Rams picks up 1 kill onto Aces, but before that happened, Ace was able to take down the Thatcher. A 4-on-1, Rofi trying to get back on site. A very quick collapse here by Lethal. They're going to take round number 5.
Now that's Lethal breaking the back, well, not really breaking the back and forth, they're still continuing that back and forth pattern there. So far we're seeing, as we discussed earlier, we saw defender, 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 defender. Now we're seeing attacker, 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 attacker. And like I said, Canal is one of those maps where we see that a lot. And as we said earlier, first person to break that, generally gonna win. So if Lethal wins this attack round, I'm gonna strongly favor Lethal closing out this map and winning for today.
Agreed. I think it does come down to that momentum. It comes down to breaking, also breaking that momentum of the other team. And so when you do, like you have that attack, 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 and then you ultimately get that defensive hold, or vice versa, it's just a matter of, okay, now we go back to doing the same thing. Going back and winning the map or the round that we're supposed to win.
And they're technically on the better defensive spot as well now. So they're in a situation where hopefully they can defend that, and if they can, then they break that pattern and take it home. If not, you know what? At least they won the first map, so they're in a situation where they get a chance to recover on Oregon. So Lethal's in a pretty good position overall right now.
They're sitting tight. They're on their bomb site that they want to be on. They've won it previously.
10 seconds.
Now what's going to happen?
Now they've got the intel because they get cameras out here. They just need to use that to really feel out if Mindfreak is changing something or not.
I don't feel like that Valcam's going to go through. Oh, it does. Magically.
Yeah, hopefully that's something they've practiced. You really don't want to be messing around with random cameras in a situation like this where those cameras can be very critical.
Yes.
When you see Ash is taking out that camera right there, obviously they don't want cameras up.
What we are going to have here, again, is a very similar lineup to what Mindfreak did the previous attempt here. Now, we saw Mindfreak collapse and get this win. Or, I'm sorry, they did not get this win. What I want to see here, though, is how are they going to handle a hold or a push onto the south windows or onto the east windows. We saw them try to go west. Worked out-ish for them.
There's a lot of windows to mess with, so they can definitely change it up. Ken's, though, waiting for someone to push from that red brick now that he's not playing over there.
We are seeing a bandit swap, though, inside of the box. We can hear the growling, the grunting from Thermite trying to get that charge down. EMPs are going to go out as well. Now, Ken's is coming around for this flank. No drones have spotted him yet. He's waiting to see, is there going to be a call? Is there going to be any kind of sound cue that tells me there's someone on top of red? Because right now, this is very risky. Do I open up this window? Do I jump right out? Do I just bait them by trying to get their attention? Who knows? And this is the decision that a lurker, that a roamer in this game needs to make.
Now, they know he could be playing over there.
He's like poked on out, and he's able to get that shot onto Rolfie. And there it is, Punisher trying to trade him off down. Now, Kens goes for the push, gets detected. And therefore, he's going to travel back on site, and I don't know if he's going to stick around, but it looks as though he might.
That was really unfortunate for Ken's not getting to that shot in time, but it is going to distract them a little bit now that they know he's there.
But now all Kens really needs to do is just keep on looking through that jail bar window to look up towards the west windows, which is where we saw a lot of the members here from Mindfreak. However, the Cluster charge from Fuse is going to go inside of the hallway window and get rid of some of the barbed wire, make it for a quicker entry should they need to, because right now we've got 60 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they're going to have to get set up for a pusher soon. I mean, they're both down one player, so it's a 4v4. So
Ooh, Ken's going for another peek, but none of Mindfreak is going to be on that portion of the map, so he's going to rotate back on site through bridge, through display. You can see the Yokai now disorienting one of the attackers here. Are they going to try to capitalize on that? Right there, Dizzle now knows, okay, I'm just going for the push here. He just needs to sit still. And there goes the push in. Ken's able to come back up and get a kill, but gets traded off. It's going to be a 1-for-1 there, and now it's a 2-on-3. 33 seconds left to go, and right now it's in favor of Lethal.
This is looking like they could break that momentum here.
Punisher jumps on in, but takes a few bullets to the chest to do so. Ducky's is going to rush on out, and it looks like they're going to down each other. Now with that downs, Flanked has to take this in a 2-on-1 and cannot do it. Lethal's going to take this right now, make it 4-2. It is match point, series point for Lethal Gaming.
4-2 here. As we said earlier, that tends to break it, especially on this map with this momentum, regardless of whether it's attacker or defender momentum. So this is really on Mindfreak to do something not drastic, but maybe a little more out there to really change things up, because that back and forth, it was not working in their favor for defense.
I think what needs to happen is Mindfreak really just needs to take a step back, realize that they need to have their in-game leader, their in-game analyzer, whatever you want to call it. They need to just take a step back, say, what are we missing?
Yeah.
What are we missing? Why are they getting these pushes on us? Why are they getting these angles on us? Why are they getting these just kills, basically?
Yeah.
And it's up to that in-game real-time analytics analyzer to do that.
Well, hopefully they've done that, as it would be sad to see them go with the first 2-0 of the day. Hopefully they can pull it back here and at least get one more point, if not get it up to match point. Bring that overtime.
Now we are going to see Bomb Site go back upstairs here for Mindfreak. Again, this is one of the bomb sites that they did successfully hold, but it needs to happen again.
Yeah.
10 seconds left before 3.
I mean, it's been a lot of defensive wins, or I mean one defensive win. So it's like.
Now, even though Bombsite is top floor, they are spending a lot of reinforcements here on the main floor, inside of Maps and Kitchen. So what I feel like they're going to do is they're going to try to play that vertical game. They might not be able to hold the top floor as well as they expected, so they're going to try to play underneath.
I think that's not a bad adjustment, because we saw how fast last time Lethal took control of that bottom floor and used that to their advantage. So that's a smart adjustment.
If you think about it previously, though, we did see it was a 4-1 split. 4 were on top, and Lethal still came in, annihilated all 4 in the last roamer. That was Rolfie trying to come up from Maps Room solo. Just didn't work out for him.
Yeah.
But we are going to see here, though, is Rolfie getting the first kill into easily. Now, Rolfie jumped out, looks out of the kitchen window. Before he got detected, he was able to get back inside, and now he's coming up for the side flank. Rams is going to be inside a display along with Kent. I want to say Kent is going to get this first shot, first angle here, but Rolfie moves on in. It looks like it's going to be a shot back and forth. The drop shot from Ken's, though, proves to be useful, proves to get that kill there on the Rolfie. That's tying it back into man count 4-4.
Nice drop shot, though, for sure. Like, that really saved his life there.
Now Bones is pushing in from kitchen hallway. They're coming in for the flank onto either side here of the first floor. And Dizzle, though, using that MP5 to the max and getting Ken's down for the count. With a minute 40 left to go. Dizzle's sitting on top of these main stairs, coming on over to display. He's going to spot Ducky's going for the shots, but he will get injured and finished off here. Ducky's, however, is down to about 15, 20 health. He's going to rappel on inside as Bones picks up that kill into Dizzle.
It's looking a little bit better for Mindfreak this time, as it's a 3v3, but they have the advantage in terms of health.
Now what I'm seeing here from Lethal is they're fairly spread out. You've got Rams coming outside by the plants hallway by the police car. You had Thatcher rotate around over towards the east windows. And with this, how is this going to unfold? We do see Punisher, though, able to just punish Bones coming up on the north windowsill.
We've seen him kind of clutch it from here before. So it is a good situation to at least have him, of all people, trying to make that move.
So Rams is right now outside on the balcony by server platform. You also have the Thatcher. That's going to be repelled outside on the east window, flanked, knows it. He's looking towards north. Punisher's trying to hold on. Now it looks like Rams is going to give away his position here as they try to open up the door or open up the window way. Again, 40 seconds left to go, but you can already see the push is going to come this way. They just need to know when is the right time to push. There's still 3 stun grenades in Arsenal here for Rams. Is he going to utilize them?
I would hope so. I mean, it looks like he already is. maybe hit his teammate a little bit, but trying to clear the way for Thatcher to get in there. And
oh, he's going to blind his own teammate. Flank's going to come around, get the kill down onto him, goes for a second one, but the drop shot trade right there from Rams and Flanked. Back and forth, and that's going to be it here. Actually, no.
The other way around, yeah.
Oh, the other way around. No, it is Mindfreak, though, able to win it.
Stopping that match point win there. But either way, this still could be the last round. They're still on match point.
Still match point, 4-3 right now. Mindfreak slowly coming back. They need to win this to take it to overtime if they want to have a chance to make this into tomorrow's game day.
Definitely.
Now with Mindfreak choosing attack side, they are going to go with that fuse again. We're going to see, I believe we saw the sledge coming out. We have the fuse, the capital, the thermite, and the ash. Now what we saw previously on Canal when we were watching, when we were doing the PC version, we saw Hibana. And Hibana was basically used coming up from sailboat, opening up the box hallway or box wall very early on.
Those long angles.
The very long line of sight. And that's something that we haven't been seeing from either side here today.
No, they're not as concerned with doing that. It seems like, I mean, they're not even bringing Hibana on the attacker side here. So, I mean, this is a different bomb site, but still. So, I mean, definitely differences in meta and how the teams play. So, that's a good thing, though, for the diversity of how these things work out. And that's why maybe we're seeing attacker-sided instead of defender-sided.
To locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yep, and now we're going to see the majority of Mindfreaks start out here by construction, moving their way forward, getting rid of the cans first. But what I'm curious about is where is going to be Rolfie?
Yeah.
Rolfie's kind of been that player that's been doing a lot of work for Mindfreak, and I want to see how he's going to be playing in and what kind of role they're going to put him in for this potential final round.
I think it's going to be pretty important given how pivotal he's been into a lot of these rounds.
You do have Lethal, though. Lethal is all stationed here. You've got 2 top floor. I want to say the other 3 are going to be downstairs. But we are finally going to see this drop hatch get reinforced inside of Control Tower. So with that being said, now Rams is taking his drone, his yokai, down here into the loading docks, into garage, scoping out, okay, no one's here just yet. And so that's going to allow him to get some more intel and then potentially move that back up to help out Kens. All right, and so with that, we now have just moments to go. We've got 2/3 of the round still left. The first fuse charge, or second fuse charge of the day, is going to get landing. Not get a single kill just yet, but we do see Sledge getting injured and then finally finished off by Duckies. 5 on 4 at the moment, and right now we're going to be spotting Duckies going up against Flanks right here, going onto the north windowsill. Easley's going to be inside of the control tower, and you also have Rams there as well. But there's going to be 1 kill here from Easley right onto Rolfie. That's also going to be man count down. Another one from Kens. Now you're going to see Flank get taken out. Easley still here inside the box. He's going to rush on out. Goes for the kill and gets him down. It is a 1 on 4 at the moment. If Ace can get this down, they can still be in it. If not, it's looking like it's going to be Lethal Gaming moving to tomorrow. Ace is going to be out here on top of the server platform. He's going to drop on down, head on over. Valcam's going to spot him out, and now that's going to be another bit of intel here from Aces. Ace is going to have to rotate on over. He's now on the south side of the bomb site, going to have to rappel on up. But as soon as the defenders hear this, they're going to rush on out most likely and try to go for a pick, go for a peek. But here, Ace is going to go in for a possible aggressive repel. Instead, he's going to go up top inside a box, and then he's got to make his way in. He's got the diffuser in hand. But right now, he's going to drop on in, and right there, he doesn't spot anyone, but he gives away his position by dropping loudly. You have Jaeger, who's landing above. That's Ken's right above him. He's very cautious of that, very aware. There's going to be the yokai, though, trying to disorient him once again. He's now been spotted out. He's going to rotate back over. They're going to collapse on him. And with 30 seconds left to go, it is not looking good for Ace. There's going to be the final kill from Kens. They're going to take map number 2, head on into the semifinals tomorrow. Very nice job here by Lethal Gaming, taking home their first 2-0 here at the 6th Invitational. This is the quarterfinals, the first one of Xbox.
Well played. I mean, we used to see a lot of dominance from the NA teams on Xbox until last season, and we're seeing why. They're bringing back the NA dominance.
Like I said, I mean, this has been a heck of a showing here from Lethal Gaming. They came out very strong, very aggressive, ready to just deal with whatever was thrown at them. And while it didn't look at sometimes, or at least the score doesn't necessarily show that Mindfreak put up a good fight, it definitely did come down to 1-2, 1-on-1 most of the time.
Yeah, I would expect to see more from Mind Freak.
I would have liked to have seen the score a little bit closer to kind of resemble and reflect how close each of the rounds were, because the score doesn't necessarily capture that.
Yeah, I think it was a really good matchup. Regardless, I mean, Lethal, just based off of the way they were playing, did come out ahead, though.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to see, more matches between the NA teams and the Australian teams for this reason.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, I can tell you that the bonds formed here between Xbox players and Xbox players, or even cross platforms, that they go beyond just today. They're going to be going and playing with each other. The friendships that people make here are definitely something that are going to be long lasting.
And I think it's hard for Oceania, especially because they're isolated, right? You're going to be dealing with ping issues with scrimming and things like that. It could be a little bit harder for them to be more involved in the scene.
Yeah. So, I mean, with that, we did have a lot of great plays. We had a lot of a great showing from both sides. Now, my question is going to be, did Lethal Gaming give away too much information to their opponents, which are obviously watching right behind us? So when it comes time to play tomorrow, are they going to have that much of an upper hand?
I think they're just going to have to be smart about their map picks and bans then. Say, we don't play the same maps then.
Yep. So we are going to take a look at some of the highlights from the previous map here on Canal because, we're going to head on over to Matt, who's got another player here from Lethal Gaming to do an interview. Matt, over to you.
Thanks very much, Bloodbath and Emzo, taking us through the first of our Xbox quarterfinals, and what an amazing game that was. And so far in our day of quarterfinals, got to be honest, Rams, that's the most one-sided we've seen a game.
Well, we've been preparing for this for a very long time. I've only been on 2 teams ever, and this is the second one, so a lot of work has gone into everything that we've done.
You guys have been clearly coming into this tournament with a lot of preparation. You knew you were going to be playing them. We had to switch the games around to have you guys up first. But I saw you before you came out ready to do this. Obviously, you're playing, an hour, 2 hours a bit earlier than you expected. And you guys were like, no, we're ready. We're good to go. You've come into this whole thing, like you said on your video, expecting the big W, yeah?
Yes, and, playing a couple hours before we're supposed to doesn't make that much of a difference. How much more, practice can you put in 3 hours? There's only so much. You
have also been online as a team, as an org, Vic as well, a lot of messages from you guys about how much you're looking forward to this, how ready you are to come here. And again, let's talk about that video that we played that when you guys were walking out. You're going to win this thing, we're really confident, we're ready, we're going to turn up and do our thing. So you guys are full of confidence. Obviously that match demonstrates the skills that you've got here. Was it easier over Mind Freak than you expected?
I didn't quite know what to expect, but we knew that if we came out and did our best, that we were confident that we would win no matter who it was against. And I'm hoping that the next matches will just show the exact same results. And maybe not so one-sided, because obviously we're playing against former world champions on every round continuing from here. But when it really comes down to it, we feel like we're very prepared, and we've been preparing for so long, like I've already said before.
I love seeing how much confidence is just coming out of all of you guys, but also you're all very relaxed. There was no time, obviously, during that game when there was any kind of sense of panic that this was going to be difficult. But you were saying to me just now before we went live, you found it harder to do some things in that game. Although the score says, you put them down 1-5 on the first map, you found that harder in some ways.
Yes, on Canal, we usually are able to get the box open, but they had a bandit and a mute going at it, and it was very difficult to kind of time when we were supposed to do it, and we couldn't push from underneath to get the bandits and the mutes out of it, so we had to not come up with a new strategy on the fly, but that was something we talked about, hot breaching in through the windows, and then I had to push the hallway because I had no other option, and I had the bomb, so I had to get in there, and just once we were in and got a couple numbers in our advantage, 4 versus 2, we were very confident, and we just knew that we were going to win that round.
Well, that was a decisive way to make it through to the semi-finals. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have one of our semi-final matchups done due to these guys winning that quarter-final. Lethal Gaming will be back with us tomorrow. Congratulations to you and all of your guys. Let's have a look at a replay of some of the action on that, and then we'll break it down.
Beautiful moments from within that game. Some multiple occasions, this one especially here, where we see players stepping up and going above and beyond. This beautiful play from the Havana coming out on the top here of Canal, just setting some of these squads up and apart. And yes, okay, Mind Freak are the best in the region. They qualified to be here. They did do well. Unfortunately, the score shows 5-1, 5-2. But it's moments like that too, where Lethal's practice and Lethal's experience within the North American region, within the region which has won multiple Pro League seasons, just shines on through. So when you are playing the best of the best at all times, you just bring everyone up with you.
I think it really comes down to, a lot of Mindfreaks players had a lot of individual skill, but Lethal Gaming have been playing together for a lot longer, and they have had a lot more time to practice. Like you said earlier, a lot more time to practice against a lot more teams. It's just a bigger scene with more competition, and competition breeds skill and coordination and teamwork.
Yeah, exactly, and as a result, the score's great. Now Lethal are through, they're going to go on tomorrow, and as I mentioned, they're now playing season champions from here on through, all the way to the final if they make it, and that's what they're trained for, that's what they're ready for, and yeah, I mean, in many ways, unfortunately for Mindfreak, that's what they came in expecting to play, and they've came in and brought their own game that they were using and they were expecting to use to beat world champions, and Mindfreak just haven't been able to train that hard, they haven't been able to there, and they're not quite on that same level. They put up a good fight, they had some impressive rounds, but not enough chained together to bring out a win.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying earlier on, we thought, Bloodbath was saying when he was on the desk last, we thought maybe this would be a whole competition of 3 games in best of 3s. I didn't expect such a one-sided game there. I'm not going to take everything away from it. We say one-sided, it sounds like, we're really heavily criticizing them. I think Mindfreak did okay. I didn't see as much out of them as I hoped, though.
Like I said, I think that Mindfreak, as individual players, they all have quite a lot of skill. But in a match going up against a team like against Lethal, it's just not. It doesn't come down to skill. It comes down to more over practice and strats and knowledge. And they just haven't had the opportunities that are afforded to Lethal Gaming, being in the region that they are.
Yeah,
to practice.
But that's where you're going to get those sort of things if you're taking part in a World Championships, and all credit to them for getting here, absolutely representing their region, but it's Lethal Gaming who are going through to tomorrow's semi-finals. We have one more quarterfinal to go then. Lucky 7 against Supremacy, and we'll be bringing you that just after this short break.
I've learned from experience that the place to save lives is in the field, not an office. And sometimes, the only way to save a life is to take one.
What is up, everyone, and welcome back to the 6th Invitational Developer Panel Series. I am once again your host, Justin Kruger, Community Developer on Rainbow Six Siege. And thank you guys so much for tuning in today. We are about to dive into the creative process of Rainbow Six Siege. What does that mean exactly? It means all the things that make an operator, make the map, make the game the coolest game out there right now. And join with me today, we have an amazing panel. To my left is Adam, one of the gameplay programmers on Rainbow Six Siege. What's up, Adam? How's it going, man?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. What do you think of the event?
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's great. Leroy, what's going on, man? One of our game designers, Leroy. How's everything?
Man, this is like living the dream for me. All those amazing players, it's like...
It's cool, right, to see the esports and all the fans here. It's amazing. And of course, we have Farah, one of our writers on Rainbow Six Siege. What's up, Farah?
I mean, this is amazing having a crew here in Montreal and the people watching us at home. So very cool.
Cool. So today we're going to go into a deep dive into what makes Rainbow Six Siege so incredible in terms of the creative design aspects behind it. And we're going to kick things off with Farah here, the writer on Siege. So tell us a little bit about what you do, and then also I think you have a video for us, right?
Yeah, I prepared a very cool treat for all of you guys. We have a video behind the scenes so that you can have a little peek of what it's like to make that happen.
All right, let's take a look. Damn, that is awesome. That is so cool. Now
Thanks.
explain to us what exactly was going on in there.
So basically, this is showcasing how we treat realism in the game. We try to have like a good ratio of 80% realism and 20% fiction to have a really exciting gameplay. And this was us actually working with experts in the field, having them there just to get the real details in terms of how to hold a gun, for example, how to do rappel while you're on the field. So get the.
That's really cool. So this is one way we approach realism. Now, as a writer, how do you bring these characters into the real world?
Yeah, so there's a lot of research involved, and of course there's a huge collaboration with everyone who's involved in the project. For example, the man on my right, Leroy, who's charged of the gameplay. So there's a ongoing discussion as to what inspires us equally in terms of gameplay and playstyle, as opposed to what the CTUs are famous for on the field.
So in terms of what comes first, is it narrative, is it personality, is it game design? It's kind of a mix of the two, right?
It definitely is, yeah.
It's more back and forth, you know, depending of the CTU, of the gameplay, sometimes we have a specific thing in mind and we ask Farah to find something that fit or...
Yeah, definitely.
So, Farah, how do we bring those characters to life? Because, I mean, we just saw Tachanka's voice actor out here doing his thing,
right?
blowing the roof off this place.
I know.
He has so much energy, but he's such a nice guy, too.
He's amazing,
He's incredible.
With his time, it's great. He was just walking around hanging out.
Yeah,
before.
huge shout out to Anatoly.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, you get to work with voice actors like Anatoly, and how do you work with them to bring these operators to life with just a few lines, right?
Yeah, it's all about layers, right? So we start with having a concept in terms of gameplay, and we discuss what kind of persona that could be best suited for those strengths and weaknesses. And then we layer it up with some cool factual thing from their past, and we try to create that web of operators out there to create that world, to make sure that there are some cool interactions, like for example what happened with the Tachanka buff
with Mira, of course.
Yeah, we could sneak in a little cool interaction there. So those layers really come up together and create a persona instead of just being an archetype. So.
Yeah, that's great. And now you mentioned strengths or weaknesses of operators as well, and that's when I'm bringing in Leroy. Leroy, I think you're gonna talk to us a little bit about a certain operator that might have gotten a little weaker.
Yeah, exactly. But there is one topic that I wanted to bring here is that everything related to balancing, because this is a huge part of our work, especially on the life aspect of the game. So I bring with me a graph just to represent exactly what we want to achieve in terms of design. So this is a simple graph that show you to date, patch 5.0, that is the release of Red Crow, and the patch 5.2, just after Red Crow. And you have two data. You have the dark curve that shows you the attacker average win rate in ranked, okay? And the yellow one is Blackbird win rate. So we see that the release of Red Crow, Blackbird was way above average, okay? It was a huge issue for us in terms of balancing. He was winning way too much. And so we make this modification, reducing the HP of the shield. And then we saw that after the release of this update, he's still above average. But now it's something that is more close to the position where we want to see all our operators. So that's why we don't like to use the word nerf in game design. We always talk about update and balancing, because we want to have all our operators good, you know, being close to average.
Absolutely, and it's an intentional thing where myself or Craig Epi, we don't use the word nerf or buff in our patch notes because it's more about balancing. It's more about creating that balance. And in terms of what goes into those numbers, so we saw really interesting data there with Blackbeard, where at the start of Red Crow, he was super powerful, and then at the end, after the buff, with the mid-season reinforcements, he got more average, but still powerful.
Exactly.
Still powerful, right?
That means in the end of good player, it's still a good character, but now you have to pick it for specific map, specific location, specific playstyle. He is no more like the no-brainer that, oh, you pick it and you will win every game.
Right.
So that's why in terms of perception, some players feel like, oh, now he's not good anymore and blah, blah, blah. But we see that in terms of win rate, in the good end of good player, and we see him today a lot, in specific situation, he can be really still
That's really cool.
Character.
Now, what kind of data do you use use to design these operators and also, make these balancing choices?
Actually, we have a super big team of analytic people that are working with us, that are super good and are super involved with the game. This is super important. And basically, every game that are played in Rainbow, we gather all the data from those games and we are looking at them. And for us, this is why it's important. Like it's all our balancing is based on data. So when people are saying crying or asking for nerf or balance on Reddit, we look at the data and only if there is correlation, we act on them. Okay, so it doesn't mean that you have to stop to cry on Reddit because actually it's a good thing because there is a lot of data. Yes. So there is a lot of place where we can look at it. So sometimes we look on Reddit and it drags our attention onto a specific point, and so this is still cool, but only when it's correlated with data we act upon.
So data is the key, right?
Exactly.
It is the key to all of our decision making. But you did mention the community, and how much of the community feedback do you actually do incorporate into the operator design?
Honestly, this is what I love so much working on Rainbow. It's because to me, I really have the feel that I'm making the game with the community. So I would say really half. That means, yes, we make some design, we make some decision, but half of the feedback of our decision came from either Reddit, either the data, because even the data comes from the community. It's people playing the game that tell us how to modify it, how to balance it, and stuff like that. So I really feel that I'm doing this game with the community.
That's really cool, man, and kind of beautiful as well.
Little tear.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. So we're going to move on to Adam, our gameplay programmer on Rainbow Six Siege. What's going on, Adam?
Not too much. Just hanging out.
Now, we talked a little bit about the creation process of the operators and the balancing process of the operators, but talk to us a little bit about some of the recoil and technology that goes into creating these operators.
Yeah, so I work on a lot of like the weapon systems and stuff. So I've actually got a video here to show some stuff with how we develop our recoil for each different weapon. So the recoil is basically just generated from a whole bunch of numbers and stuff in our data. So obviously being able to visualize it is helpful. So we have actually a way in our editor to simulate recoil on a per magazine basis, kind of like we do in the menus, but instead of only showing 5-shot bursts, we show the whole magazine here, and I can show as many simulations as I want all at once. So just to sort of describe what's happening in the video, I'm going to start changing in a second, like a bunch of different properties, like the camera rise and the changes in intensity in the recoil per shot, how much the gun off-centers from the center of the camera, and you can sort of see how drastically just changing a couple numbers can change the way a gun feels entirely.
That's really super interesting, and these kind of tools are the kind of tools that you collaborate on with game design, right? To help with balancing tweaks on certain weapons and items and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. They pretty much just they send me requests and I do what they ask me to do.
Yeah, nice. Very cool. And you're also you're constantly working on this though, right? It's not you're one and done. You're constantly trying to improve these things, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the recoil currently hasn't really changed a whole lot since launch, but something that's always been really important to us is to have really intense recoil that's sort of challenging and difficult to master, but based on feedback from our players, we kind of understand that we didn't quite achieve our goals, so we're actually looking at implementing some new stuff to the recoil system, sort of making it more complicated to master each weapon, making each weapon feel more unique. So an idea I had for testing, which we haven't tried yet, it's just something that we might test soon, is making it so that like the weapon's recoil will actually change its data set over time. So like every few shots will change to a different recoil pattern or something like that, so the gun might change direction. Because right now it's like each gun just sort of has one direction that you just sort of, you pull the mouse down and like down into the left and that's it. But soon we might have it so that it's more complicated than that.
That's really interesting, and obviously that's a work in progress type thing that isn't coming to the game, but is something you're working on and testing and developing, and something that potentially could come into the game, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Cool. So that's really awesome. Thank you guys so much. We have a few questions from the internets that we'll go to right now. If we could pull up the first question, and it is, Do we have plans on bringing back 4 minutes to ranked? I think this is for you,
Yeah,
right?
it's more for me. No, actually, I would say that no.
No.
We are.
That's a clear no.
No, we are quite happy with the 3 minutes. Actually, it's in terms of again of data and the win rate and stuff like that. It's really interesting for us. We feel that the experience of Rainbow it's more intense and there are more things played in that time frame. But we do understand that there is people that are more comfortable with other time frames. So we are again. Not saying something, but in the future, thinking of how we can have the best of the two worlds and having maybe different time, depending of different playlists and stuff like that.
Great. I think much of the very hardcore community really likes and appreciates the 3 minute ranked, right? Because it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's go to the second question here. How far in advance do you plan out an operator and their gadgets? And kind of what do you start with, I guess, yeah.
But how far in advance, we could say, like, for example, right now, we are working on Season 7. So I think it gives you, in terms of time frame, an idea of...
definitely.
Yeah?
So we keep talking about it as we go along. So it's a really, I would say, organic creative process.
So right now we're working on 2 seasons ahead of us. Okay,
exactly.
So yeah, that's very clear. So pretty far in advance, almost 6 months in advance, right? Okay, interesting. All right, let's go to the third question. When designing a new operator, where does the team start? So does it start with you, Farah?
Of course, no.
Always starts with you.
It has to. No, it's an ongoing process, and it can be actually we have a lot of brainstorming sessions before, and it can spark something that Leroy could find interesting in terms of play style, or he could mention something about the character that would really inspire me. For example, that happened with Hibana. When you mentioned the play style that she would have, just to have a variant for Thermite, it was a really cool thing that I could bring about with a cool connection to Jordan Trace and his training and try to link those two together. And
yeah, absolutely. In the Hibana backstory, she gets trained by Thermite, which is...
They work together on the same...
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
Yeah, it's really cool to hear about that, and it kind of breathes life into these relationships that build. And that our community builds too, because there was immediately fan art of Hibana and Thermite and Ash as well.
It was so beautiful.
Which is really cool,
I think within an hour we had a first fan art, and it was Hibana and Thermite with
sparklers.
Sparklers, for sure.
It was really cool. Yeah, great. All right, let's go on to our next question here. At one point, it seemed like the defenders were able to move the hostage around. Why was that changed? So I think this is for you, Adam. Or you may be able to answer it.
Yeah, I was there. I was when this was a thing. From what I understand, we basically it just didn't play test very well. There was balance issues and stuff, especially depending on the map. So like sometimes because the attackers don't know where the hostage is until they spot it. So a lot of the times defenders would just immediately hide the hostage in some random corner of the map or like behind a car or something. And so it just made for like really unsatisfying gameplays where the attackers didn't know where to go essentially. So because the defenders would then just spread out and the attackers had no sense of direction for where they're supposed to go. So.
That's super interesting. Cool. All right, let's go to our next question. Unless that is it. I think there might be one more. Yeah. How did you attribute destructibility to different types of surfaces, and what did it take to implement like caliber-based destruction? I think you've worked on some of the materials, right? And you might have a good answer for this.
Yeah. So we have like a ton of data tagged in all of our walls and stuff in every single map, and so like each different surface has a material sort of attached to it, and the material can define a lot of different things, like how the penetration with the works, like how many walls a bullet can go through is based on like the types of material it's colliding with and stuff, and each material can also provide different reactions for the destruction. So the artists can kind of play around with that a lot and make it and change it how it looks based on material. For the different caliber thing, it's pretty straightforward. We just have each gun has a different set of caliber set in the data, and then based on the caliber, we have a table of destruction inputs, and so we just hook up a different destruction input based on what gun shot the wall. So
nice, cool. All right, well, that is it for the creative Q&A. Thank you guys so much to all of you. You guys are awesome, and I love working with all of you. Now, coming up right up after this, we have the Xbox One semifinal 2 with Lucky 7 and Supremacy, a late addition to the competition. Any bold predictions?
No. Man, I have to say #baguette, so I have to say Supremacy all the way from me.
Allez, baguette. Great. Any other predictions?
I am not risking myself.
All right, let's just end it there. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and once again, stay tuned for the Xbox semifinal 2.
Welcome back to the 6th Invitational. We are still going here with our 3-day celebration of everything Rainbow Six Siege. We're having a lot of fun in Montreal. I'm sure you're enjoying it as well. We've had 3 amazing quarterfinals. We know one of our semi-final lineups on Xbox. Now it's time to determine the other one. We have 2 more teams who've traveled around the world to be here to compete in this quarterfinal. Remember, all the matches, this 3-day celebration, they are all best of 3s and they are all do or die. They fought very hard to get here. But if you don't win this game, this is where your adventure in the World Championships is over. 2 teams left then. We'll find out who's going to win. Here's one of them.
I think we can play passively or aggressive. We just adapt on the teams that we play on the stage or in the match. In Season 3 we finished second in the playoff and we learned a lot on our gameplay and on the other team. Now we want just to finish first and win this tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, here for the 6th Invitational, this is Supremacy!
And so here we have Supremacy, a French team that, like they said in their opening video, a team that has placed 2nd in the world during the Season 3 LAN Finals. Now they've come ready to go. They might have gotten short notice to get here as they are filling in for Santos Dexterity. But I tell you what, this is a team that can be ready to go at the blow of a whistle, and that's exactly what I'm expecting to see from these guys today.
Welcome, Supremacy. Your opponents then, let's meet them.
Our team is Lucky 7. 5 months ago, we were on PS4, but now for this competition, we are in Xbox One. This will be a challenge for us, but we are ready.
Ready for the challenge here in our last quarterfinal, Lucky 7!
So Lucky 7 are a team that went through the qualifiers and originally didn't actually qualify until the team that did was disqualified. So in doing so, they managed to slot in there just fine. They're a French team who were previously known as Imagine Esport and Savage Gaming, who've come up quite well in doing into the qualifiers here. So I expect big things from them. They are a little prepared for this.
And this is one of the teams that, again, has come out of the woodworks and, again, has players and strategies that we typically might not have seen in previous rounds. Now, this is another French team, if I'm not mistaken. So we do have 2 French teams going after one another today in this quarterfinal.
It's going to be a great matchup. We should explain again. I know I've mentioned it a few times already today, but we'll explain again. This was going to be a matchup between Lucky 7 and Dexterity, a Brazilian Xbox team who won through the online and the open and closed qualifiers to be here. We saw their sister team, the PC team of Santos Dexterity. We saw them earlier on in the PC quarterfinal. They will be joining us again tomorrow in the semi-final. They won that. But their Xbox team, unfortunately, isn't here. They couldn't make it due to travel issues. We only found out a few days ago. They did everything they could to be here, but a couple of days ago, literally only a couple of days ago, they had to concede. It just can't be done. So they couldn't join us from Brazil, and that is why Supremacy are here. Supremacy, of course, who made the finals of Season 3, runners-up in the Season 3 finals to Vitality, who we'll be seeing tomorrow. But Supremacy, a French team, a couple of their players, as I understand it, were already coming to the 6th Invitational. Of course you were. Why wouldn't you be here? Why aren't you here? But they were coming, and the rest of the squad flew in only yesterday. So thank you to Supremacy for joining us here at the 6th Invitational. And we are very pleased to have them here as well. Not only were they runners-up in Season 3, but through the qualifiers, they held their own. They only missed out on being here in their own right by, small margins.
Small margins is what it did come down to. And one of the things that I want to bring up that we talked about, or I think Panky and Kix talked about before, was the fact that when you are told with short notice, your small preparation time and how that might affect a team. And I think that might have a little bit to play in here, or a little bit to play in the result, but I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue.
It's a big, I mean, we're not going to make excuses for Supremacy. We're not going to say, well, they only found out they were coming, yesterday, kind of, or the night before. We're not going to make excuses for this team. They are a solid team. They're not just here to make up the numbers. They're not like, oh, well, we don't think we'll do well, but, let's go. It's the World Championships. No. This is a team who have turned up, and they are good. And they are Bibu, Sangral, Spark, Rafael, and Zephyr. We know these guys. These guys are good players.
Definitely.
And a good team together as well. Do you think we're going to see a lot of stuff we saw from the Season 3 finals? Or do you think, I mean, since the Season 3 finals finished in November, these guys haven't just been sat around doing a little bit of the qualifiers. Oh, we didn't make the 6 Invitational. Oh, well, we'll just take time off until March.
Well, I think one thing to keep in mind is there's 2 French teams, and if we learned anything from Supremacy and Vitality last season, they worked together, they scrim partner, things like that. So had this originally been the Brazil team, we would have had another one of those wild card situations we've been talking about all day. This is a situation where they know each other. I don't know how scrim partner they are, but I know they know each other, and I know they're familiar with how each other play. So I think it's going to be a good, tight game. Despite Supremacy not being the one that qualified, I think it's going to be very close. Not going to be like the match we just saw.
Yeah. Okay, so their opponents then, that was Supremacy. Their opponents who made it through the qualifiers as well, Lucky 7 Gaming, Skyboo, Ericor, Aprox, Amaze, and Azen. What a team we've got there as well. We've got a really good quarterfinal today.
We do. I mean, this is going back to how the teams have played in the closed qualifiers and the open qualifiers. These teams and these players just constantly give it their all, and we saw that from Lethal Gaming and some from Mindfreak previously, and I think we're going to have a much different outcome than we saw last game. I think it's going to be a lot closer. I think we're going to see this get into 3 games or 3 maps. So
yeah, I mean, I agreed with you earlier on. Last time you were on the desk during the second PC quarterfinal, you were saying you thought everything was basically going to go to 3 matches, 3 maps out of 3. I agreed with you. I was, as mentioned before, I'm a little bit surprised that the last one went down as quickly as it did, the way it did. I see this one being a bit of a fight to the death, and good too.
Well, you have to keep in mind as well, yes, Supremacy didn't have the preparation, but they have the LAN experience. They've been here before. So it's not like they were being thrown to the wolves as in like they came out like not having done this before. They've done this before. I imagine they're not going to use the same strats as last time, you're saying. But we are going to see them like playing solid. They're going to play a good game. They played good games during the Pro League season. 2 solid teams. Lucky 7 have had more of a fight. They've had a good uphill fight. They've proven they are a really good team to come and bring this. And like I said, being the French community, they all work together to an extent. I mean, as much as you can as competitors. To bring each other up. And I do expect that they will have a little bit of knowledge about each other that will come into play. You will see some people maybe like pre-firing areas or expecting people to be places. And, that can be used to your advantage as well.
Yeah. Don't miss the giveaways that you just saw on screen. Make sure you take part in those. And also, if you're not actually playing Rainbow Six Siege, you should be. It's free this weekend. It's a free weekend all the way through the 6 Invitational, so make sure you get your time on Rainbow Six Siege and see what you've been missing out on. I think it's also 50% off on all platforms during this free weekend too. So free to play now, and then grab it when you realize how good it is, which it is, and you will.
Can't forget these little guys either. I mean,
oh, you touched it! You moved it!
No, I didn't. I might have.
What are you doing?
There were 5. Where'd the 5th one go?
Whoa!
Chunk is still here, so that's all that matters, really. But
right. Is there a blitz for you? Not yet.
Not yet. It's coming. It's on the way.
No, but you can't.
He did it.
So let's go to pick and bans before anyone notices that we've destroyed the show. Yeah, these are special things. Right, okay, so pick and bans then between Supremacy and Lucky 7. Put it back on the table. Where did the 5th one go? Right, so what are we looking at here? Chalet. Nope, we're not having you. Lucky 7 are banning out Chalet.
So I was told by some players that were previously watching these teams in the qualifiers and so on and so forth and scoping them out that they believe that there's going to be some standard maps. Possibly Clubhouse, possibly some Oregon. I mean, we do see Chalet, one of the more standard maps, getting kicked off right away.
Bank is gone, Canal is gone.
That's kind of what I heard as well. I do expect maybe a Consulate or a Clubhouse. Or one of those.
Nope.
Keep
by
saying
Clubhouse.
Boys, and we'll just cross them off as we go.
That's fine,
so basically what we're getting into is going to be Skyscraper.
I'm hoping that that's the case. Like, we haven't seen Skyscraper yet today, and it is a really good competitive map.
So there's only one map left to knock off here.
Yeah.
So, if they don't knock off Skyscraper, we're going to,
we might potentially see it. I'm hoping for a Skyscraper, throw a little variety
What
in
is
there.
Supremacy right now wanting to put in here?
So...
Oh, it's not
Skyscraper.
All right, so we know what we're left with. So
we're going to have some Oregon.
Yeah.
We're going to have, Canal got taken out. We're going to have Oregon. We're going to have Consulate. Yes, Consulate's still up.
Yeah,
So Oregon,
yeah.
Consulate, and I'm drawing a blank on the last one here. Border, yes.
Border, yes, which we did see earlier. Was
Yeah, we
pretty
did.
Good.
It's nice to
good
see a
play
bit
on
of
that.
Border in serious
I mean, that wasn't on
competition.
Xbox, right? That was the PC, but it was still a
Yeah,
good
that
match.
was PC, but I feel like we're going to see Consulate possibly on the overtime map. I feel like we're going to see Oregon.
Okay.
I feel like that might be chosen second, and the first map I want to say is going to be
Border.
Border.
No, it's Consulate.
No, it's not. That's
This
not.
is fun. Let's just do this all the time. You try and guess what's coming next. I like this.
I don't think we've seen Oregon yet today, too, which is funny because that's one of the most popular
It is.
maps at the
Yeah,
moment.
yeah,
So it's actually exciting that we're finally going to get to see it between two really good match teams.
Maybe it'll be third and maybe.
Yeah, then we don't.
Yeah, well,
I'm assuming evenly
right
matched
now,
teams will see
though,
all three maps.
Right now, though, are either of those teams feeling like this pick and ban phase has gone well or not well? Or do you think they're both just okay with it and will just have to deal with it?
I have a feeling that both of these teams know each other very well and have taken out their best maps on either side.
It looks like they saved the maps that are newer, Cafe and Skyscraper, for last.
It's going to be Oregon last. There it is. Well done, server. So Consulate, Border, and Oregon. That's where we're going for our quarterfinal between Supremacy and Lucky 7. A lot of talk going on Supremacy's side up there. Lucky 7 looking okay with themselves. So yeah, okay. So that's what we're playing on. It's not screaming one way or the other.
To me, it's not. I mean, I know Supremacy is very, very concentrated. They're very good on their execution of their skills and of their strats. But I also feel like Lucky 7 is right up there with them.
Yeah.
So I don't see this necessarily being lopsided one way or the other, regardless of the map that's being played. I think, like you had said earlier, Enzo, is that these teams have scrimmed each other back and forth. They're the scrim buddies, especially seeing as how Supremacy didn't, until 2 days ago, didn't even know that they were coming.
Yeah.
You have to know that, okay, they're going to be scrim partners. They're going to be going up against one another. And so I think that's what we're going to be seeing here from these teams.
Yeah.
We're going to see very close play. Like you said, these teams are going to know each other. They're going to know how they play, how they react. They're probably going to even know what operators they're going to choose. So when it comes down to that, now it gets into more of a mind game. Are you going to stick with the same thing and just hope it works? Are you going to be able to execute at a higher level than you did previously in your scrims? It all comes down to the matches that we're going to see today, basically.
At least French having a big community, they won't have revealed everything to the other team, right? Even being scrim partners, they have multiple scrim partners. There's going to be a situation where, like, there will be a somewhat of a pool of knowledge. There will be commonalities that they both use. We'll probably see some similar loadouts from both attackers and defenders on both teams.
Yeah.
But then those variations that they've tested on other teams, that's when they really got to bring those in because they know the other team doesn't know them. Or they might bring in ones that, hey, we scrimmed against the other guy and these worked well. So let's try them, feel them out. And then, so I think we're going to see a lot of feeling out. We'll probably not just see back and forth on points. We'll probably see little 2-point streaks as they kind of feel each other out and then switch up what they're doing.
But you think it is going to go one way and then they're going to get 2 points back?
Probably.
We're not going to look like anything like a stomp.
Probably
here,
not a
are we?
4-2 kind of situation like we've seen previously. But you know, like momentum can matter. And if they're playing, they're banning each other's maps, of course, right? They're going to ban maps they know each other are good on. So we may see a situation where there's just a map the other team just hasn't practiced on as well. And there could be a situation like that where it happens to be, hopefully it's a situation where it's like the middle map and then ends up being into a third map. Still that we don't end up seeing, a lopsided thing because of that. But I do think there's the potential for that.
I still find it really interesting that we do all these seasons of the Pro League, and now here we are at the World Championships. We have a map pool, and teams have these big favourites on some maps and others. I know that happens in other games as well. I know it's quite common that, there's going to be something you're better on than other ones. But there are a couple of teams here who seem like they are strong or, of similar strength across the whole pool, and they haven't really got a bad map to play on. Or if they have, it's, one in all the maps we've got. I still find it really interesting that we're here at this World Championships. We've had a year of this game, and we have teams who just haven't figured out, that map or that map.
I think a lot of that comes down to this game is, in my opinion, the most complex, strategically heavy game that I've ever seen come to the market. And so with that being said, you do have to, there's pros and cons to, are you basically going to have enough time to create a strat for every single map? Given that you know that you're going to be given three maps to ban, that's going to automatically dwindle your pool if you choose to just ban the maps you want to ban, and then you've got 6 to focus on.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the mindset from a lot of different pro teams, is basically saying, look, we can either ban 3 maps that we know our opponents are good at, or we can ban 3 maps that we never want to play and just have our strats for our 6 maps and focus on that. Because obviously if you can put all your eggs, not all your eggs in one basket, but put all your eggs in 6 baskets as opposed to 9, you're going to have a greater chance of executing that more efficiently, more effectively.
Yeah, but if your opposition ban out 3 of your 6, then you're playing on the ones you
What
don't
you
like.
need to do is you need to take the mentality that we've seen from Era, Zissou, and Continuum, where they all do it to each other, where they try and beat each other on their best map to put the other team off. And we saw that previously. Zissou did it to Era, and then they did it back. And Continuum did it to them as well in Oregon last season. So we've seen a lot of that, and that's the situation where you know they're not going to ban it, right? So you're counting on like really coming off on a strong foot because you're letting them have that map, letting them think they have an advantage, and then because it's a map they've played a lot, you got to study a lot of their footage as well. So there's different mentalities to it. You don't always want to just be different and try and catch them on their off-foot maps. You want to kind of balance the two things, especially if you can start with their best map, beat them on their best map, and then they're going to be a little less motivated.
I mean, I think that same mindset can go into the play of what bomb site are you going to start off with? Are you going to start off with the more defender-favored bomb site, or are you going to go with the second bomb site that is somewhat less favored, or the second favored bomb site? If you can win that second favored, then it comes around for a second defensive round. Now you're on your primary bomb site, the one that you're expected to win, the one that you're expecting to win. And so with that, that's again the end of the mindset of not necessarily map bans, but bomb choices, bomb locations.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, we will get into our final quarterfinal then of our first day of the Six Invitational. We have two teams here, two really high-quality teams who probably know each other very, very well, but did not prepare to play each other today. This is not the matchup they were expecting. Supremacy weren't even thinking they'd be here, and Lucky 7 were expecting a Brazilian team with a sister team already in the competition. So this is going to be a great game. Don't go anywhere. We've got a best of three between Lucky 7 and Supremacy. Settling this means you get into the semi-finals of the World Championships. Let's go. Here we go. Quarterfinal time.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen. Into Consulate we go. Our second semi-final here for our Xbox Invitational is underway. Lucky 7 kicking us off on attack as our blue team, and Supremacy coming out to defend our orange team. We're kicking off on the top floor with a very similar lineup of defenders to what we saw on PC this morning.
But right off the bat from Lucky 7, IQ. And I could see that, especially on a map like Consulate, having a camera outside can really allow the defenders to dictate the map. And that IQ is going to obviously be counter to that. But it is still kind of an odd pick coming out of pretty much throughout the entire day. I don't think we've seen an IQ yet.
Nope.
And this is the end of the first day of the 3 days of competition, so...
I honestly expected to not see her all weekend, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I
did not expect to see her picked at all this weekend.
Right.
But I like to say...
I didn't expect to blitz either.
No, I didn't expect to blitz either, no. I'd like to see her use, and this is okay, jumping way ahead, but I'd like to see her use, you run around the outside, take out those cameras to begin with.
Right.
And then you use her to push in from either her visa or through admin. We've seen time and time again the teams that... Well, we got a great play from Euronics earlier on as they sit on those B windows, they hold that B site, and they just killed everything in sight. That doesn't always work so well, and that doesn't work against practice teams, which both of these squads are. You need to look at one end of the map, you need to control it, and you need to clear down through the map. And IQ is a great opening anti-frag operator to do that with.
Absolutely.
So, I'd like to see her used that way. Because she considered useless by a lot of people because her gadget's not great. Oh, very aggressive start from Bibu. Gets himself back in, but he is low on health to do so and didn't do any damage at all to the attacking team. Might have been a slight mistake.
Well, he's going for that early spawn kill, and you can't really blame him for it. It makes sense. But yeah, going back a little bit, what you were talking about IQ, I think the main reason people don't use her is because what you were talking about with the entry fragging is people just tend to think that Ashe is better for something like that, and she gets picked primarily over her IQ just because, again, because of her gadget, more maneuverability.
Yeah, no, and I agree. Ashe would be better in it, but Ashe can't do what IQ can when you look at the cameras. So take that for looking at the cameras and then use them in the same style afterwards.
I really like what Bibu's doing here in the basement. He's playing underneath the window, waiting for Sky to try and come in and take Visa. And it looks like they're trying to attack from admin first off, which is a sensible, common take. But it also, we haven't seen it a whole lot in the pros.
Missed that IQ inside.
We haven't seen it a whole lot in professional play as of late. Most teams have been opting to, like you said, repel on the B windows or take from inside and move their way up through the stairs.
So after that very aggressive start from Bibu, that spawn peek attempt, things have slowed down a little way. But you see there on your screen, Blackbeard is inside with Amaze's Capital here inside admin, and they are starting to push their way through this side of the map now. You've got the IQ in there with it. Didn't hang around outside too much at all. Didn't really look for cameras a whole lot. They will use these grenades from Capital to start opening up the barbed wire and cleaning out a freedom of movement in towards A. This entire push now is shaped towards an A site. They just blew a hole in the top of that staircase too, so they can sit player and admin, look towards the doorway to the A site. They haven't seemed to be aware, however, of Bibu flanking up from underneath here now, and he can do a lot of damage
still has
to the
a
floor
C4.
of this site with the C4,
Yeah.
He can completely stop the plant too if they let him get underneath them in A site. Zephyr picking up 2 though as they are trying to push in A. Zephyr on smoke, just holding this doorway firm. It's the Blackbeard and the IQ that are taken out now. He's only lost half of his health. Amaze sprints through that smoke charge down to the Visa staircase, gets him around behind Bibu, and he will trade the kill back that way. Skybu on this toilet window is traded off Sangrel, so we are in even numbers. But what a shot from Skybu. Takes Spark out inside the connector, giving the attackers the advantage, but only momentarily before Zephyr picks up his 3rd kill of the round. He's looking to keep going down. He's got the diffusers around the corner, but he didn't know it, so Ericor will trade him out and give them a 2v1 in favor of the defense. Make that a round done. Skybu darts across the top of the desk, takes out the final defender, puts that attacking win on the board. After a very slow start, that ended all in a very, very fast-paced engagement.
That was a very interesting round from both teams. The defensive team was obviously playing a little bit more aggressive than you would expect, especially considering they had control of both the sites. And all the attackers really had in that situation was admin. They had Visa, but it's not really enough for them to move on. And the defenders were trying to force it out. Smoke did get some good frags to deny them access to the site, but it was too aggressive, and ultimately he paid the price for it. But now, moving into the next round, we see an Echo coming out on a Prox. Now, Echo is something we've been seeing a lot more of on Xbox, not so much on PC, and he's been making a great effect over here on the Xbox team.
Yeah, so time now for Lucky Seven's first defense, and they doing exactly what we saw Euronics do earlier on. They start down in the basement instead of going upstairs. They are bringing themselves an Echo to the table instead of the smoke, which did work out very nicely for Euronics earlier on today, but we've seen Echo do a lot of work here on console throughout the course of our first quarterfinal.
And we talked about earlier, we've talked about it time and time again, really, about how Consulate is one of those maps where every single bomb site is technically viable. They all have their own little niches and ways of holding them. And you can work around pretty much any sort of attack with them. So it all comes down to what you as a team are interpreting the bomb site as and how you're going to handle it. Like, for example, this is interesting. They're going to be trying to hold a lobby, or at least the bathroom area, with a castle next to the front door to try and deny that piano and deny the vertical game down onto the basement.
I like it.
I think it's going to be good. I'm really excited to. I want to know if it's going to work, but I would venture a guess to say it would very well.
I like that camera. You hide it sneaky behind the sign.
Yeah.
Very rare for anyone to turn around and then down the staircase, but nice drone bait. Zephyr with a quick shot onto Skybu through the hole in the wall he made to rotate out of toilet as he just peeks his head a little bit too far around, trying to catch that drone as it scattles past, giving the attackers an early lead.
And it was a good idea, but unfortunately he didn't actually do anything in that position.
Yeah.
And it's not going to waste any time at all.
No, but they are still droning and making sure there's no one else around it. They do still have to get through the castle barricades, but they are safer in the grand scheme of things. We do have 2 hatches they may want to blow, so Hibana has a spare charge and could use it here on that castle barricade should they want to make it.
If that Valkyrie goes to Visa stairs and tries to pressure from Visa, she could still waste quite a lot of time.
Yeah, she can flank up at the right moment.
But she looks like she's going to be a little bit more passive.
Yeah, but it's always an option that she could do later on.
Right.
They are now looking to try and make their way in through the garage door, which means putting thermite nearby. Batteries are already pre-placed, so the EMPs are going to go out. He's taking it on and off as if he's like worried about a battery juggle for a second, but when you put it on like that, it was in the middle of 2 panels, so that could have been battery trade for 2 of them if he was actually doing it. So
they probably had a drone on the inside calling it or something.
Yeah, but like the caution, the pulling it off halfway through was just, I don't know, questioning.
Here we have Hibana taking out the drops. Now we've seen so far on Consulate, so today, I think the previous teams, they actually didn't run Hibana on the basement attack. They weren't trying to get those drops open. And it's really cool to see Lucky 7, they're conscious of, or sorry, rather, Supremacy are conscious of the fact that they can have all the things open. You don't have to choose.
So, upstairs, 3 remaining members of Supremacy were running amok, but Amaze peeks up and takes one of them down before Zephyr will trade him back and take him out himself. Zephyr, however, it does look was downed in the process, so right now it is only 3 active players against 3. The Capital is injured on the staircase, I believe. With 45 seconds to go, they don't have a whole lot of time to revive him, but thankfully there was one more teammate left upstairs. Ash was still on the top floor with it, so she's got him up. Now 36 seconds, back to a 4v3. Ezen is holding and covering the staircase. They're bringing Echo forward, but he will fall down quickly as Sangul picks him up. The Bandit, by the white car, gets the first man through the drop. Sangul's at the front of the white Bandit. He just stopped the plant. Raphael will trade him back afterwards, though. Valkyrie rushes on forward and straight into the open arms of that thermite without even pulling the trigger. Raphael, very nice reactions to flick back and forth and shut down the push coming his way.
That was some controlled aim. And a good attack, just really basic, nothing complicated at all. They got that pick on the player in Piano, but that didn't actually affect the round almost at all. They didn't try to take control of, or they did, but they didn't really use it to any of sort of advantage. They didn't use it to kill the guy, White Van, or Pillar, or Pipes. They just kind of pushed in through Garage and won their engagements. There was nothing complicated about that round. It just seemed lost engagements.
As many bombs as they can.
But now, Supremacy going to be defending upstairs again. Going to try and hold this one out. They did lose last time to an admin take, which again, we haven't seen so much of today. We'll see if they'll be able to handle it this time, or if the Lucky 7 is going to mix it up and try something new.
No real reason to mix it massively.
You know, we did see, we have seen a lot of teams though, like for example Envy on that Clubhouse match we saw earlier today. They do mix it up, even if their attack strategy is winning consistently. They change it every time to try and keep the other team on their toes.
Yeah.
And we'll see just right now if Lucky 7 is one of those teams, or if, like you said, they're going to go with what works.
So, Bibu once again down and underneath the Visa floor, looking for those heartbeats, looking for someone running straight on inside, looking for the quick C4 killer, someone on a window frame, if he can help him with that early advantage. Didn't jump out there this time. They're also ready for it, spawn the majority of them at a different angle, just in case. He's got Raphael down here to help him out as well, looking at the other side. So they've got Pulse covering the east, and Jaeger covering the west side of that basement, keeping track of everyone that's nearby.
All things aside, the information that Bibu is getting there, even if he doesn't kill anyone in Visa, the information he's getting is substantial. The knowledge that there is a player even on that end of the map is just important. It means that they can focus on trying to actually hold their admin this time. It doesn't look like they're going to. Looks like they're going to just let the Lucky 7 walk their way in like last time, but at least they'll be ready for that push this time.
Yeah, Zephyr has that hole of the staircase again and is sitting there with his SMG-11 looking and waiting for someone to come leaping on in, take out their kneecaps. But Blackbeard came through a different window, which means he's allowed to get around to the edge here. They have got, I think, a reinforcement on that front wall so he can't get banged through it, but they are starting to once again close in on him. Now, he did a great job with the pump-action shotgun holding this doorway last time, but they can't fall for the same thing again, can they? So picking up those 3 kills like he did before shouldn't be on the table.
No, certainly not. And this is some really aggressive gameplay here from Blackbeard. He's trying to get the angle onto the players playing on the other side of the map, but it's just, they're not gonna peek that, especially not once they figure out it's Blackbeard challenging.
Skybu then downstairs and underneath is using those grenades from below to try and clean out the A site and try and shift Zephyr from his location. It worked for a moment or two, but as soon as the grenade was off, Zephyr goes back inside and holds firm again. Supremacy holding that far side, holding the west side of the map now very, very firm. Batteries on the walls to Blackbeard's left means the Sabana charge that they're trying to fire past it and onto the wall to open it up isn't going to succeed either. He's edging his way forward, and while the damage on those batteries isn't a whole lot, every time he touches one, he's going to yell. It's going to make noise. They're going to realize how far down the pathway he's got because of that scream. That allows this Valkyrie to hide deep inside the toilet and know when exactly Blackbeard's coming forward. Skybu there goes one, grabs the second one as Zephyr will fall. Raphael will trade back, but MAs gets one of his own. The diffuser is down as Sangul peeps out from the toilet, but Ericor has taken Bibu down, leaving Sangul alone now in this room. Vash is down, Habana is low, but this sledge is still very, very healthy and coming up on the right-hand side. Diffuser has been picked up, and now they're going to run back towards the A site. There's Skybu inside the B site, and he wasn't ready for that. With a great angle, Sledge rounds out the round for Lucky 7.
Yeah, that was a well-played round by Lucky 7. They pushed in from their admin, but they also kept Sledge on the B windows to apply pressure and kill the rotations, and he did just that. When when Supremacy was trying to rotate to hold their admin push, specifically in the main hall, Sledge was there to capitalize on that, and I think he got 2 kills before the Valkyrie. But regardless, did some great frags.
Yeah, that's just... All right, we've got everyone in. We've used our 5-man to push inside the building. We're starting to get control of it. Now, you go around, you go underneath, you have some grenades, you come up from the other angle, and just make sure we have a little bit extra.
Do the harassing, deny the angles, do the unexpected. It's perfect. Lucky 7, though, having won their basement defense, are now going to be defending upstairs, which is, I think, personally, the better site overall. But I'm curious to see if the reason that Lucky 7 defended basement first is because they're not comfortable on upstairs. Maybe this is the site that they don't want to be playing on. It looks like they're going to be doing more of a typical European setup from what we can see, where they're manipulating the upstairs, entire upstairs to their advantage, and something they're used to using. I think they messed up one of the rotation holes in Printer, but I think they'll make do.
Yeah. So, in again comes the Supremacy attack. Now, this time Lucky 7 hoping to keep their castle alive a little bit longer, I'd imagine, because they've moved everything onto the upstairs. Still using that adaptation, that molding that you can do in these bomb sites through the destruction, through the castle barricades to give them some different avenues of movement, some different paths to rotate through.
And we are going to be seeing what looks like another admin attack. But this time, Lucky 7 is actually going to be defending admin. They're not going to let, unlike Supremacy, they're not just going to let them walk in.
And they're going to defend it well with Ericor picking up a quick kill.
Yeah, there it is.
Onto Zephyr as he still repels on the window. Sprays at the other window there. Bibu was actually very close to that, but he just about survived it. Bibu though peeks on up, and you don't need a heartbeat sensor to see that, Hibana. The shot's raining in as she sticks her head around the window. Bibu has to reload though and gives Ericor a chance to dart back away to a little bit more of a safe position over by the copy room. He's still staying close, he's still trying to spray on the windows that are open and make sure no one else is coming in while Bibu distracts him. A couple more drones are coming to check for him. He takes them out with ease actually, but now it's time for Spark to start repelling up by that window as well. Bringing in a friend, and that friend has the diffuser in Fail's hands. So the C4 is going to come up and over. It's going to blow a little bit too inside the window and not touch either of these repelling players. But again, every second they're spending here trying to deal with him, they're not inside the room. The pressure is not there, and Spark had a beautiful opportunity to actually kill the Pulse there. Misses out on it, but Bibu will get him seconds later.
Yeah, Ericor getting a little too antsy there. Probably could have just stayed in that corner and played a little bit more passively. But regardless, he wasted half of the round and did get a kill, so he traded back efficiently.
Yeah, and they are now still very aggressively, as far as the defense goes, holding this room. Yes, they've got players in the admin, but thanks to these reinforcements, thanks to the castle barricades, it's tough for Supremacy to get out of admin now. They've got to go through another pair of chokeholds with an MP7 waiting in one of them.
This hole that stopped Pulse from retreating also won't let Thermite through.
So, the castle now firing in from the vending machines. Starts to lose that fight to Bibu, who's now got edge forward, but again, there's an MP7 on the right-hand side now. They can't negate the check here. Bandit went all the way back, so they droned it out and pushed him away, and Spark's heading up through that room as well. 36 seconds on the clock, and the P7 players left alive on defense. It's a smart fallback that Amaze pulled off here. He's still got great control of this entire desk corridor, great control of this entire side of the map, and the A site is still in Lucky 7's hands. Hole has been, I believe, blown open the back wall, which is forced him back a little way. Amaze darts through the shots from Sangro there. Bibu is under the window, so he has to stay prone so he doesn't stand up. Aizen runs on inside, and the 2 fire rates coming his way take him out. Amaze and Aprox will immediately trade back 2 kills of their own, meaning that Sangro and Spark are the last 2 members left. Diffuser's picked up, and Spark will begin putting it down, but has to cancel it.
No,
he gets down from through the wall.
Just a little bit too much time wasted in admin.
Blind wallbang.
Yeah.
Downed him.
What a fantastic job.
Very nicely played by that Valkyrie left in the... I think it was actually the Bandit left in the corridor at that point.
Yes.
That was Amaze. That was the fall back from admin, the fall back and keeping himself alive, meaning he can come back forward at that last second.
Rushed in the last second, got a kill, ran back out, killed someone from the corridor, downed Ash from the corridor. It was a great job by Amaze. And moreover, also a good job by Pulse, wasting that time in admin. I don't think it was entirely intentional. After he got the first kill, it looked like he was trying to retreat, but couldn't make it through the rotation hole. But in the end, it ended up working out for him. So, you know, if it works.
And this is the lucky 7 that we saw in the closed qualifiers. This is how they got themselves here. They have a great handle on when to be and when not to be aggressive in their defense. Having that pulse in admin, being aggressive with that first man repelling, gives him that early kill.
Yeah.
Then just played safe, played hidden, did peek every now and again, but never to try and shoot, just to confirm he was still there, just to confirm he was still on this window, just to make sure they were still around and he still had their attention.
Right.
And stayed alive for well over a minute 30, minute 45 seconds, as you saw. And then when it came back to, all right, we have finally lost control of this admin. We've got players very close by. Let's check the cameras, let's check our drones, just make sure it's safe. No, it's not. Let's fall back. Let's fall back. Bandit kept dropping back a bit further away until, yeah, it comes down to the last 30 seconds of the round, and they still got a lot of players left alive in strong positions. Maybe tries it again with that spawn peek out towards police line this time, but again, he does actually tag the sledge up this time, takes no damage of his own, but can't succeed in anything more than that. Now they know he's on the floor below, but they're going to be checking that anyway.
Is this a B take, or are they? No, looks like they're going to admin still. So both teams have, so far, every time attacking upstairs, been going to admin. Lucky 7, though, they are the ones who mix it up. They will be putting someone on the B windows to, again, watch that rotation and keep an eye out for the players who are going to be moving from B itself to defend A.
So Prox runs across the 2.
And looks like connector as well this time.
Yeah, they are definitely checking both ends of the map this time to decide where they want to go in first.
It's worrisome a little bit that they're so spread out. It means if one of them gets picked, then they're going to be losing a lot of force on either end of the map.
Yeah, the chances of trading those kills back the other way are also very low. So Blackbeard on the B windows, I don't think surprises anyone. Sledge is on the connector window. Drones are checking out and looking at the toilet. Sangor was spotted in there by that one, but he killed it off quickly. Bibu's still on the floor below right now, running around and trying to find an opening. And if he gets out this garage door, that Blackbeard is low-hanging fruit. No one else has been around there to help with any kind of claymore or to watch that door frame, so it's possible. Rafael meanwhile has jumped straight out of the connector window, takes down one man that was hanging on there. It's the Blackbeard, took him down as he jumped out of, I think it was actually Piano, and took out the Blackbeard that was hanging on B windows. Bibu gets Skyboo, who is here waiting for Rafael to come back in through the front door. He was ready to clean that kill up, and Bibu comes up the yellow staircase to shut him out. Zephyr back on this via A bomb site, back on the Visa stairs, peeks around with the pump action shotgun to take down Capitao, trying to push in aggressively, and just like that, Lucky 7's attack has crumbled.
Yeah, Ash in an interesting position. Probably not going to be able to ace it out with you're completely surrounded, but Hiroki playing this slow game with Bibu, which is not necessarily the best idea, given that he has a pulse sensor, but see if he can make it work. Oh!
Never mind, the pulse sensor didn't show him what he needed. He sprints straight into Ericor's crosshairs. Gets one bullet off, but Ericor gets the kill at the end of the day. Sangor now inside the toilet, does begin the firefight with that Ash in the top of the corridor. While he gets downed, he gets the kill himself, and Rafael has moved downstairs to take down Hibana and seal the round for supremacy. It was a nice play by the defending team to do exactly what you said. They realized the attackers were so spread out. They realized there was like one on every window. They weren't properly covering each other. We can safely go aggressive here and pick off 1 or 2 kills without them trading back properly. And yeah, they take the Blackbeard down. Then everyone on the attacking team says, oh, there's a free man detected outside. Focuses all attention towards where he's going to come back inside. Negate anything else that might be around. So that's a free kill there for Pulse as he rotates out from below. And quickly followed by Capitao dying to that smoke inside the A site.
Yeah, but now Lucky 7 going to be defending that basement. They had a pretty good job, or they did a pretty good job of defending it last time. The mistake that Supremacy made on this last attack was they did actually use their Hibana to open up drops, and they did take control of Piano. They even got an early pick, but they did not bother to utilize that space they opened up. They didn't open any of the floor to capitalize on killing the people behind White Van or Pillar or what have you. And because of that, when they just rushed in through Garage, they lost their round.
So down into the basement again, it goes Lucky 7's selection of site. Skyboo did this before, but remember he stuck his head a little bit too far out of the toilet. That again. Got picked off from the window. Yeah, should not be doing that again in any case. So Pedro runs past, he'll let it go this time. See if staying alive in here longer will actually help them much at all, or will Supremacy have up the sleeves to flush him out this time round. As it is, Spark spawning Lone Ranger down by the Visa side of the map, down by the east side of the map, will skirt his way back across the edge before approaching that front door and follow Bibu's drone in.
You know, I think I was saying earlier about how they lost this round, but I'm pretty sure that Supremacy actually won this last attack.
Ash charge is going off.
Don't get
taking out
baited.
The barbed wire pushing forward. Skybu takes that drone out and stays safe in doing so, but he is now surrounded from multiple different angles. If you look, Lucky 7 have players downstairs, but Supremacy have players at every window and in through the front door.
Just not watching.
Yep, walks straight up behind Skybu, who's looking the other way.
I think
Aizen, though, will trade a kill back onto Spark, takes the Ash out, who was trying to follow that Hibana in the front door and also didn't pay attention to his surroundings, got taken out from that spiral staircase. Then Aizen gets away safely enough to survive it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Amaze is actually now starting to come up the Visa staircase and perform, or get ready to perform, a late flank.
To be honest, that castle, they're just giving him too many angles to watch all at once, too many rotation holes. It needs to be cut and dry, like this hole, that hole, and maybe reinforce the door, but 3 different angles into the same tiny little room where you have nowhere to hide. It's pretty hard to manage that.
Zephyr here inside piano on his own. Bibu is droning inside the toilet. Zephyr, that sledgehammer noise would have been heard. Bibu's drone is running the wrong way, won't have seen him. He's going to stand up, be very aggressive. Didn't see the sledge. Goes straight in towards the toilet. It's coming around behind Bibu right now, but doesn't even know it himself. We're playing Ring Around the Roses with ghosts. And Amaze decides it's time to hide in a corner. He is right between 2 of them. Now Bibu's going to spot him though, and he's going to win that firefight with seconds to spare before Zephyr comes around and trades him out. Goes straight 1 for 1. That could have been very, very painful for Supremacy, but they held on. Error Core inside the white van, goes very low there fighting Rafael, but gets out with his life intact after picking up a kill of his own, leaving it 2v3. That echo is incredibly low, but he still has his drone that he can sit safely and use that for this last 45 seconds of defense.
And here's Supremacy actually utilizing their vertical now, not just forcing their way into the garage. And he's going to try and get this angle on Hiroki. Oh, I think he sees the feet.
I think he sees the feet. Yeah, he does. And as he tries to step up and run away, Zephyr will get the kill, making it a 2v2 for the last 29 seconds. Right at the back of the kitchen now, Valkyrie Aizen is using the fight onto Rafael. The drop has come through from Zephyr in towards the connecting corridor as well, but he's taking that fight in towards A. SMG-11 in hand, he switched it out, and Aizen can't get the Desert Eagle off in time, so Zephyr gets the kill. Over by Pipes now is a proc, and he misses the shots on Zephyr, which allows Rafael to push up and clean him out. Supremacy will level it out with a good last 15-second 2v2 from this pairing.
And now it's 3-3, like you said, leveled out completely. Both these teams having a great showing on Consulate. It's back and forth.
Lucky 7 then back onto attack. They're going to be attacking the basement themselves. Supremacy having held that top floor last time with mere seconds to spare, just stopping the plant. Means they've now got to think again, readjust, go downstairs. We have had mixed success in doing it, as there we just saw have Lucky 7. So we'll see what they've got up their sleeves. Bibu still on their pulse. Is going to be very mobile in the earlier rounds. He's going to be very aggressive at the starting points. We'll see if one of these aggressive peaks ever pays off for him, or if he's going to keep missing by fractions of a millimeter.
Yeah, you can see on the scoreboard there that a lot of the kills on both these teams are in the top 3 players. Predictable setup coming out from Supremacy here on the basement. No castle for them, and they're not going to be trying that. And so far, I don't blame them. It hasn't been working for Lucky 7 at all. And is in fact, you could almost attribute some of the round, or both of their round losses down there to that. I mean, the castle is a good idea. I like the thought of it, but it's poorly executed. 3 different rotation holes into the site, and nothing to really stop them. Yes, the castle barricade, but that was what happened to that? It was just Ash, and she ran right into you. And there's too much to watch all at once. This is interesting. What is Bibu up to?
Bibu standing on the railing to give an aggressive peek over towards the gas station spawn. No one walks into his sights before he falls on off though, but again, it's these aggressive players that we're used to seeing from him now at the start of these rounds. One of them one day is going to pay off big time.
Yep.
Question is, what round are they going to be on when it does? How big is it going to impact the series? Because if he keeps trying, it's going to get closer and closer to a pivotal round. As it is though, the rest of his team are holding firm inside the garage itself. Spark over by White Van, Smoke and Sangul there over by the pipes themselves.
They're extremely spread out, really. They have players on the other end of the map, all the way up on the top floor. For basement defense, having someone in admin is kind of scary.
Essentially, he's holding the second thermite charge. I'm not entirely sure what or why he's doing it.
Well, sometimes if you plant a thermite charge on one panel and you start breaching it and you immediately go to open up the other panel, Bandit or whoever's playing next to the garage wall will rush out and try to trade it back.
It's true, but when you've got 2 players out there with you and drones inside feeding you info,
Yes, of course. But
I might have felt confident enough to do it, but
you'll still probably you still usually get the thermite.
Yeah. So now he heads on forward, and we'll think about doing the next one as the wall is being held. But thanks to the hesitation in it, that Bandit had a chance to walk forward and put a battery on that extra wall. So you have to wait a little bit longer for that to get killed off before we can put the next charge down. He's also got Sangral Smoke there over by Pipe still, as we mentioned, that has a huge Tom Brady arm on him these days. He can throw the smoke charges all the way over towards that door from there. And when they are looking to pressure in, when they are looking to finally get in through that door, Smoke's going to push them straight back out again.
Now, Lucky 7, similar to Supremacy, is also opening up the drops with their Habana. But Bibu with an excellent pick onto Skybu.
As always, has been lurking, roaming, looking around the other areas of the site. And, well, someone walks into his heartbeat sensor on the top floor and he'll take them straight out. Zephyr was also roaming around the backside of Visa and looking for someone else not paying attention. Now that they've already taken one out, he said, all right, 45 seconds to go. We've already got one kill. I'm going to go back and play safer. I'm going to go back and play near the site.
Great.
He's now got a great crossfire going with that Valkyrie if anyone tries to come in towards the A site in the kitchen. No one from Lucky 7 is doing those. They all in piano and around yellow and outside the garage door. So they are going heavily for the garage side itself, for the B bomb. Dropped and swapped over to a maze from Hibana as he's now looking to head down the yellow staircase. Pulse is going to come down around behind him. Ericor has been taken out inside the kitchen by Rafael. Down behind them comes as the Pulse, and down goes the Diffuser. Bibu picking that one up as Spark grabs as in elsewhere. Ash is the only remaining attacker left standing, and Rafael does not make her last for long. We put Supremacy onto match point. Nice shot. She sprints straight across the giant open wall. Supremacy then trailed a little bit for the early half of this map, and now 1 round away from going on to border with a lead. And now we talk about it briefly on the desk, and we talked about it before, like Vitality and Supremacy are very close friends. They were all the way through the Season 3 finals. They played each other in the final, but they could not be...
I remember at the Season 3
They were
finals.
rooting for each other in some ways more than they were rooting for themselves in some of the interviews. And now, as Vitality training to come here with your invite, Supremacy is your go-to training team. To me, that logically makes sense.
Right.
With their friendship. And Vitality were one of the first teams across PC and Xbox to play Border a lot and competitively. Back when it first came out, back when it was first there, they kept trying to bring in Border out and kept trying to bring strategies in. So if they are that training team, when they are working together, Supremacy are going to have great knowledge of Border.
Yeah, no, definitely, and I think that's going to give them a leg up when we get to it. But what you were talking about with Supremacy and Vitality, and especially about the cheering. I remember the Season 3 finals, the crowd was so loud when Supremacy was playing, and equally so when it was Vitality playing, and the reason being was almost always because it was the other team in the crowd cheering for their friends, and it was great to see after they played against each other. All the hugs, man, all the hugs. It was a great experience.
Skybu then looking to have an aggressive peak of his own. His is a little bit safer at the moment, so he's holding it a bit longer.
Haven't seen
Spark
this one in a
is
while.
now coming this way just as he decides to look away. Looks back. Spark, however, is pixels away from being in his sight line. And now he's too close to the building. You can hear the feet running around. He'll smash it just to make them think twice. There you go. You can see Spark suddenly
Like, wait a minute.
notice of the room above him.
Is that a broken window?
But stays close to the building to stay safe. Checks his drones and checks his admin, and once again, Supremacy looking to push in through the admin windows, looking to push in through this east side of the building, but Lucky 7 have their defense set up for it. They're ready to receive it and ready to pick off the operators that are coming on through those windows.
And this is the same exact attack that we've been seeing this whole match on the consulate upstairs, just going in through admin, and this time no pressure onto B, but straight up pressure going right into admin. There's nothing else happening here. There's Spark trying to hold Visa to deny Pulse from C4ing from underneath, but that's pretty much it.
This time they didn't play quite so aggressively inside admin though, Lucky 7, so that allowed Bibu to get inside. He's got support now from Capitao on his right-hand side, but there, as we said before, still have to get out of admin now. With the castle barricades, with the reinforcements, it's not an easy task.
Yeah.
Can see feet underneath that castle barricade and is taking his best to do some damage to them. Skyboot takes a little bit for it. It's about 50 health now after getting attacked in the feet a couple of times, but he falls back and is largely in a safe place. A maze hiding between the vending machines and the wall. waiting for anyone to peek around and then put themselves in his spot. Skyboot is still dancing through these shots. Amaze decides now is the time to fall back. Still a minute to go. They've got a lot of time burnt off this clock and no real damage done by the attacking team. Skyboot takes a bit more there as he darts across as that castle barricade is blown up, and now he gets grounded and underneath. They need to be aware that he's now escaped. They could be punished by him coming back up later on. Spark, though, is down there waiting for him, and they are having a bit of a skirmish down in Visa, but neither of them doing any serious damage or killing the other. Skyboot inside there has to deal with the Ash on the window. 40 seconds to go, and Spark will finally kill Skyboot, but they have still got the pressure aside, and there's 4 defenders left alive. 30 seconds to go. And they're going to come down to the wire. There's still a lot of barbed wire left up. There's still a lot of positions, castle barricades here, but they have to get through to get into this site. And with their, 5 players on attack, one of them has to stop what they're doing to plant the diffuser, in which case it becomes a 4v4 for a moment. So with 15 seconds to go, they've got to decide what they're doing fast. Ericor is pinned inside the site, will be taken out by Zephyr. Now in through the windows they come. The shots are coming from a distance. Aizen picks up one, Bibble will trade back another. The diffuser gets dropped, but picked up immediately by Hibana. 3 down players in the site, and it's an easy final kill for that Valkyrie to peek around and finish off.
An excellent round from Lucky 7, putting it to 4-4 now, and we will be seeing overtime on Consulate. Just barely saved that. That was extremely close, despite the fact that that came down to the wire in the very last couple seconds, 12 seconds, I believe, when they started going in.
Yep.
The defenders were still getting picked off quite a lot, and it could have easily gone in the way of Supremacy. That really just came down to trade, and one more.
So on to overtime. Supremacy are going to go and defend that top floor once more. Bibu has done work in this situation before, hanging from below, looking around Visa, checking before, coming up at the right time, picking up 1 or 2 important kills. They haven't been, neither team really has been doing a good job watching their flanks when they've been pushing aggressively in the final couple of seconds. First one to learn how to do it is going to get a nice advantage, but
I think it's interesting that both of these teams attack in almost identical ways, and yet they don't seem to be able to know how to stop each other on that top floor.
So the attack now brings a Twitch to the table, which is something a little bit different for Lucky 7. That was a Capitao on their previous ones. They've also brought Buck into the mixture, so they do have something up their sleeve. They do have something different planned for where they're going to attack this, or for how they're going to attack this. They might attack from exactly the same location, but they do have slight changes, bringing that shotgun instead of Capitao and bringing Twitch in here as well. So we'll see what exactly it is.
Bibu's still trying to get that rail peak.
Yeah, it's a bit late for that, buddy. It's
late, and it's kind of risky.
Yeah, they're all up against the building. No one spawned around that area. Now, he does decide to go downstairs and play a little bit safer in the basement, but a Prox is dropped in just outside that yellow stairs doorway. Plants a Claymore down so no one can peek on out. So they're going to put that Blackbeard up on the B windows. Something that they fell to last time was allowing a player to jump out of Piano and pick him off. Rafael jumped out of there, picked off the Blackbeard with no cover. And this time a Prox is here. He's covering it. The grenades are coming into the toilet and do tag Sangul, but can't finish him. Skybu, on the other hand, the man throwing those grenades, has taken a lot of damage already.
And this is a much different attack than we've seen so far on this upstairs. Lucky 7 spreading themselves out. And ultimately, yes, they are on... Well, actually, moreover, they're kind of... I think they're setting up for a B take entirely. There's no admin presence at all. And I'm kind of worried, though, because this Bibu is in a really excellent position to counter this, even with that Claymore. And
the Claymore, again, could have been bypassed because he'd blown open the garage door with a C4, so he could just run out and pick the Blackbeard up from below. But he steps a bit too far wide when Twitch is paying good attention. A great set of shots come through from a Prox to finish that pulse off and down below. And this attack now from Lucky 7 is going to be even more confident, not having to worry about that man downstairs. Blackbeard up on the window now means that a lot of people cannot move anymore. Zephyr is pinned inside A. Spark is pinned in this left-hand corner. Rafael, while he's going to try and rotate back through this way, he's going to be stuck very much inside this A side too. Lucky 7 going to need to do something about Spark. If they can shift him out of there, they can start making a play towards the B-bomb side itself. Skyboot on the toilet windows, making holes in the wall, and there's a good kill onto Connector from him, but Rafael actually trades it back. They go one against each other. Aizen, though, on the window takes Zephyr down as he tries to peek in. Spark tries to pressure onto the bandit in the corner, Spark grabs 2 as they repel Blackbeard inside, making it a 2v2. 50 seconds to go now, but Supremacy have clawed this back from a precarious looking position. Ericor coming in through the top of the yellow stairs, knows there's one in the toilet and is trying to pre-fire his way in, but Aprox is repelled up onto the B windows where Blackbeard was, so Spark's will be his focus. They are now fighting 2 separate 1v1s here, and Ericor needs to kill Sangreal alone to get in and help Aprox deal with Spark, and they've got to do this all in 30 seconds.
And the advantage is definitely in Supremacy's favor here. They have the 90-degree angles. They don't have to force anything.
Hibana charges go off right behind Spark, but he can hide behind the wall and not care about that. Takes out Aprox as he repels on in, and now it's a 2v1. Ericor has to deal with it. Sangreal's in the middle. Destiny gets a good flick. Spark comes around the corner. Minimal health left, but he does get the final kill. 4 for him that round to give the opening overtime round to Supremacy.
Great 4K by Spark, in the perfect position to trade out all those players who were aggressing onto his B. He just sat in his corner and he out-aimed all of them, and there's nothing more to it really. That 90-degree angle in the window gave him the advantage for 2 of those players.
It's not exactly often you see a Blackbeard repelling on those B windows and then coming inside through it. Like,
typically,
give up
no,
a strong position by doing that.
It's much better to leave the Blackbeard on the window and have another player repel in, and just have the Blackbeard either bait that player and trade him back.
Or just stay there and plant in front of him.
Exactly, yeah. But now 5-4 favor Supremacy. And we're going to see if Supremacy are going to attack Admin again, or if, like Lucky 7, they're going to try and mix it up.
Yeah,
which, you know, it almost worked for Lucky 7. It was a good mix-up. They had the advantage.
There, but then when it came to, okay, how do we get Spark out of this room, which is a very common spot, they seemed to forget how it had been done all these times. They just, I don't know, it must have been a long time since they last tried to take that room, or if they didn't feel like they had the time, but they had a good minute with a lot of people left alive, and a Blackbeard still in those windows to make it count.
Just forced it a little bit too much. 1 by 1 came on in, did not move in as a team, and I think that's really what ended up costing them.
So Ericor is now here on the yellow stair window looking out towards the gas station spawn. This is a common theme now for these 2 squads. Someone is looking at each one, trying to find an opening, find an early kill.
And they're cautious of it too.
Yeah, they're cautious of it, but Supremacy aren't even spawning up that end right now. So Ericor picked the wrong side of the map to peek. They are going to go through that admin take once again. So Zephyr's drones are coming through. The Pulse is heading his way that way. Ericor is slowly making his way through the map and checking what's going on outside these direct doorways. But again, it's nothing around.
So yeah,
gets towards Visa.
Like you said, Supremacy going with the tried and true, going with what they know, trying to hit that Visa or that admin, which looks, based on these cams, looks like the right decision.
Good outside cameras from the Valkyrie, giving them knowledge of where and what to expect. It's all currently very empty, so Zephyr up on this window will start to spray in towards the holes that were made by Castle, and picks a little bit of Castle up in the process. Does take Skyboo down a notch. He steps a little bit too far around that connector hole. Shots come rattling over now from Amaze's Bandit here too, who, as we mentioned, has been holding this very same location every round, but picks a great time to fall back and then come back in to help affect the defense, help stop the plant going down just to the right point.
And that Pulse is going to get someone when he comes into play.
There it is.
There it is.
Gets Bibu taken out straight away. Raphael will immediately trade back one though. Ericor peeks on out once more.
Skyboo gave Bibu a boo-boo.
As Zephyr, Raphael come in through admin now. Spark is downstairs in Visa, does jump on inside there. The Pulse, however, seems to have moved a moment. So they haven't quite fought each other yet. Ericor is still close by to that Visa office. Admin though under control. There's Ericor picking up Spark, uses the C4 to get it done, giving the advantage back over to defense with 1:10 on the clock. 3 attackers now in through admin and are starting to push through this middle side of the site.
And that just goes to show that you really can't take admin without keeping control of Visa. That Pulse is just going to hurt you too much.
Yeah, the Prox cautious of that yellow staircase. Ericor is still down below Visa stairs and he's giving the information over to Amaze, so he knows when to expect someone pushing up towards him. As it is, Raphael is starting to come through that small side office and push in this direction. Tangle droning from within the little kitchen area. Zephyr over by Copier. They are coming towards A now. Sangor peeks down the stairs, takes Ericor from behind, but then we lose to Amaze. He peeks in the bomb site. Rafael drop shots his way around the corner, picks up the diffuser and survives, but Zephyr will take out a prox elsewhere, leaving us in a 2v2. Not a lot of health on this Capital though, and Ezen is holding firm. With 25 seconds to go, they've got to push into him or into Amaze. And Amaze has got a very strong position on this doorway, and he already knows the Capital's low, so that gives him the kill there. Ezen picks it up. Rafael has the diffuser now in 15 seconds. Amaze is free to rotate around. They've got a great crossfire on the top of this door. Now around the corner comes Rafael. Does pick off one. Looks towards Amaze, but Amaze is on point again. His aim is great today.
That is the third defense round upstairs from both teams. Now it's funny because you want to say there's the third from this particular team, but no, it was both of the teams have had 2v4s now at the same exact bomb site, and for the same exact reason, almost from the same exact positions. And it's just, you gotta, and when you're attacking like that in that situation, first of all, don't let the timer get down that far. Second of all, move in as a team. Just go, go, go. You know, trade your teammates back. The Thermite, after Thatcher had died, Thermite challenged, but he didn't force the issue. And there just wasn't enough time to go back and play the round out slow. He needed to force that trade.
Attackers need to locate and
all right, all comes down to this. Consulate will be decided on this round. Supremacy are on defense. They're down in the basement. That's where they're looking to try and hold. Once again, Bibu begins his journey straight up to the other side of the map, up to the top end of the map, and looks to pick a spawn. Zephyr and Rafael having great games here. 11 kills apiece. Shows how these teams are set up. Their attacks are based on these guys going in first. These guys picking up these frags once the information has been gathered through drones or through other players. But it's not quite enough in a row to pull out a consistent win. Zephyr now picked a spawn as well, looking out towards one main. There we go, Bibu up onto the railing. Falls off again just before the round will begin. So if he had made it, there'd have been multiple people here watching the same gas station spawn anyway. As Zephyr tries to keep himself hidden inside, but once more, no one from Lucky 7 even spawned.
It's almost eerie how both of these teams are peeking out spawns, but almost never are there people spawning where they're peeking at the particular moment that they're peeking it.
Bibu gets droned there by Ericor, will take the drone out and then begins to move to another portion of the map. Lucky 7 are sending players in onto the top floor and are now already inside the admin office, but they've got drones to confirm they're safe, and they're right. Bibu has already fallen right the way back down and into the basement, so with only 30 seconds gone, they have actually cleared him out of the top floor. They don't, however, know they have cleared him completely off the floor.
Yeah, so Lucky 7 trying to be as thorough as possible, taking from top to all the way down to bottom, not wasting any, well, not being way too cautious, if you ask me honestly, wasting a little bit of time. Probably don't need to clear out the top floor of roamers, especially not on a basement take.
I want to make sure they get this right. There's a lot on the line with this map.
It's 5-5, you know, like you said, a lot on the line. I feel they can get a little bit too cautious in that situation.
Still 2 to go if they need it. But picking up this first one gives you a massive advantage going into our second map, which will be Border. So, Diffuser in the Proxy's hands as he is checking now through tellers over towards Visa. More drones coming around to help him out, but they are now getting more and more information and more confident that the majority of this map is safe. Pulse downstairs, tracking Amaze through Piano, looking for an opportunity to perhaps use that C4 from below, but Amaze will not stand still long enough, and in fact jumps back outside the map. So, dances into toilet, into the B bomb site and checking around, keeping an eye on what's going on. Thermite now up against the garage wall, is going to blow both sides this time over. Survives it, will back away. Now it's time for Spark to see if his aim is still there as he holds firm to a very tight angle to the white van and outside the garage. Sangol's over by Pipes with his smoke grenades. Floor is being opened up here by Lucky 7, multiple different spots. Zephyr and Bibu holding back in servers. Will be there to backstab any attackers coming down from the east side. But right now everyone's on yellow stairs, everyone's above the trapdoor.
And Lucky 7 have full control here.
There's our first kill of the round. Skyboot gets Bibu as Bibu tried to roll into sight a bit too fast. Skyboot gets a second one over towards Pipes, but Zephyr will then peek around from red corridor and trade Skyboot out. But it's a good 2-for-1 trade in favor of the attacking team that they're going to be very happy with. 30 seconds on the clock though, and if they don't start getting towards the site soon, they're going to fall into the same issue they had on the upstairs A bomb site. All coming in too late and too fast, and one of them still got a plant. Rafael behind white van, Spike tucked in on the one side. Zephyr gets the other flanker, Ericor coming around from the back. Now it's 3v3. The last three are all coming through the front door. One goes down to Spark, but Ezen will trade him straight back. Valkyrie from the kitchen takes out one more. Now Prox is alone and has the diffuser. He cannot do it, and Rafael will will give supremacy map number 1.
Lucky 7 wasting a little bit too much time on that attack and forcing themselves to rush in at the last second just through garage. Now, every time we've seen so far today, every time we've seen any team force their way in through garage, just bodies to the wall, and they've always failed. It's never been successful so far, and it really shows why. There's no thought process behind it. It's just, let's go in.
Yeah, they did great work getting that garage door open, great work clearing out the rest of the map and droning it and washing every floor, and it's all right, we've done all that, and now we're at the bomb site.
And
what do we do now?
The thing that bugs me the most is that they didn't just take control of Piano that time. They also opened up holes above white, and they were pressuring, and they had the drop open. They just ended up not using it in the end. Too many people dedicated to an outside push.
Yeah, but they did a couple of moments. They had some great points. They had some great moments on some other points in that map, but then falling down in that last moment, that 5-5, and it decides it all.
Yeah.
Now, as we mentioned, we're going into the border map. It's our second map in the series. It's a very similar kind of play to the way we saw Consulate play there. We weren't looking at a lot of verticality. They weren't using it at an up and down lot. They tried to open some holes there in that last round, but they weren't done particularly well. They weren't done particularly effectively.
Yeah.
And the players that were making them weren't protected.
I think on a map like Consulate, you typically see a little bit more of the vertical game actually utilized. We didn't see it properly, very much utilized in this matchup, but going into Border, I don't expect to see it at all. I mean, there are a lot of awesome vertical alleys that you can open up, especially on B, and you can pretty much deny all the plants on B, even on A, but I don't expect to see it at all on Border.
So a couple of highlight moments from that last map, some good flicks around from Rafael. This is why he was top of the scoreboard for his team too. Kills like that towards the end of each round, kills like that. Slap bang in the middle of some of the rounds too, to be fair. Helped pull them out towards the end. Skyboot with that late flank around, that great play. I was like, all right, we've got control of this end, we've got control of admin, we use everyone to get it inside. Now while we slowly edge forward, you go work around from the other angle, and yeah, once they picked off everyone on the way, he was just there to surprise Sangle as he came up from behind. And yeah, again, this is like the Shutex problem, shall we say. Roamers that are left alone downstairs and are free like to run around and are free, and then you have one
shift
lurking attacker that they sprint into.
Yeah.
And yeah, they will be their own downfall.
A lot of the time what we've seen attacking teams have success in the general sense, is when they set themselves up to take out the defenders who are being too noisy, too aggressive, too random. Because when you're dealing with teams that are like that, all you really have to do is just wait for them to come to you.
This is a beautiful moment. Aizen comes in, stops the planter, and everyone drops dead.
If it weren't for time, all BB would have had to do was look at that door from Connector and wait for him to come in and challenge, and he could have possibly won it. Here was a great clutch by Spark, though. A 2 versus 4, I think.
Yeah. He got 4 total kills in that round.
Right.
And a lot of them were people rappelling in and just walking themselves into his gun sight. And again, Rafael with a great kill there. He does fall down to a maze at the end, but in those quick 2v1 situations, his aim is very true.
Right.
And there, final kill then to lock it out. Rafael from Kitchen, straight back on out in towards that site. Prox, again, Ash holding the diffuser is weird. Yes, everyone else had died around him at that point, but he also had it for the entire round. He had it through clearing the map. He had it while they were droning around. It was never really in a spot that they were ready to plant. And then as they come down to the last 30 seconds, well, I've got it, and we don't really have time to swap around. It's just go and see what happens. And that's not going to work when you're charging through a small doorway like that is the garage there.
There are some teams who would intentionally put their diffuser onto Ash, but it's not a very common occurrence. She does have the smoke, so she can smoke for her own plant, but it's just, yeah, like you said, it is a little odd. Typically, you'd see someone like a Thermite or one of the utilitarians actually carrying it around.
Yeah, so looking forward towards Border then. Let's run the map flight and look at what it's like to remind ourselves what the bomb sites are. We saw some interesting new stuff from the Brazilians.
We saw tellers.
Yeah, we saw tellers.
And it worked.
Which, to be fair, on console, we've seen from time and time again.
Right.
Tellers is there. But we've never seen it played like we did earlier on. That was a new way.
Yeah, it was dexterity, and they played it fabulously. They baited ESG into exactly what they knew they were going to do, and it worked out, like you said, fabulously. But I don't think we're going to be seeing tellers too much. It's entirely possible we will, but even if we do, I seriously doubt they're going to play it like Dexterity did. That was genuinely unique.
Yeah, so Lucky 7 kicking us off on defense of the Armory and the Lockers Archive. So upstairs we go, no surprises on that start point then for them. As for their operators, exactly what we saw before. Castle, I'm intrigued to see where they do that. We're going to look at to hold off the office, that's what we saw earlier on. Lock it out, make it its own defensible location, helps hold that B site. Or is it going to be placed somewhere else, maybe downstairs, gives Pulse some room to go underneath, uses C4 from below with the safety of the castle barricades to protect it?
I think odds are they're going to probably put it in, like you said, either to help them with hold offices, or they're going to put it to help them roam in TV, but I'm really not sure. They do, yeah, it's going to be TV, there it is. So they do, yeah, they have a rotation hole into the hallway, and they're going to put their castle barricades onto the, well, the window, maybe the doors? Oh, no, both. All the things.
Yeah, okay.
Interesting. Well, we'll see where those remaining castle barricades go later on, but it is going to be a attempted hold on TV, which makes sense, or rather monitors, which makes sense in a sense, or in a way, but I feel it's like a little bit overextension, because when you're holding monitors, you're basically forcing out the entire floor. So if a team gets wise to the fact that you have 2 players in monitors, or even 1, they can just pressure from somewhere else, like for example offices, or they can even go in straight into the site. Like right now, it looks like they could come in on B pretty easily. There's only 1 player that's holding that.
Yeah, see if they can figure this out though. Drone underneath the locker's location, checks around the floor and checks what's up waiting for him before he moves on forward. Last minute reinforcements on the office door from Skyboo, just a normal one there, so he makes some holes in it to give him a sight line, give him some sound lines of people that may be rushing through that main corridor before Ericor gets droned out here inside CCTV. Push coming from Supremacy is coming from Valley and is going to start heading its way up towards that door. Ericor caught that sledge in his sight line momentarily as he vaulted onto the desk, but neither of them ready to actually do anything else about it. Aprox has joined him here in CCTV and he's checking the drones and checking the cameras, but also has holes in the floor very close by to try and deal with anyone coming underneath. Zephyr takes some pot shots either way, takes some in return from Smoke, but the first kill will go over to our attacking team as Jaeger gets taken out. Ericor quickly answers by taking Zephyr out there, who's still rappelling outside on that south balcony, but he's paid the price as Ericor from inside CCTV gets a good shot off. Aprox there to cover the backside, does exactly what he's meant to do. Bibu gets taken out as he tries to push in. Skyboo takes Sangwell down now too, and the defense from Lucky 7 is taking firm form as they have now taken out all but 1 attacking player. Spark, the last man, then propels onto the south balcony, pushes towards the CCTV door. Skyboo ran out of that east stairwell door earlier on to pick up 1 kill. He's also got a couple of teammates still in here and barbed wire in the doorway. He's coming back up to that same location. The call's going to come out. He's on the balcony. Skyboo's going to peek out directly from behind Spark in just a second. Spark was ready for it though.
Being a little bit more passive.
They are playing passive. They're not throwing this away. Ericor now pushes up towards the door and will seal round number 1 for Lucky 7.
It was very conservative by Lucky 7. They could have just all run out there and secured the round, but they played it smart. They didn't want to risk anything.
Yeah, you say there was a worry that maybe they were overextending a bit holding CCTV like that, but
it worked out
because he was coming from that way anyway. Yeah. They didn't try and go anywhere else. They didn't try and go near B, and bar the first few exchanges with Capital while it was repelling, almost every time someone from Lucky 7 pulled the trigger there, somebody died.
Yeah, but it was just, yeah, like you said, it was just a case of Supremacy not bothering to address the situation in any different way after having droned out the defending operators. They just tried to force out TV, and it didn't work out. If they had simply tried to turn around and go somewhere else, could have gone differently.
So, the selection for first defense. Supremacy are going into Tellers. So,
but will they defend it quite like Dexterity, or are they going to have their own unique method to defend this particular site?
Well, they haven't brought a Rook to the table, which Dexterity did. Not the biggest difference, still get impact nades elsewhere and still play someone else in a similar fashion, but they are looking right now in a far more old school setup. We're getting holes made in the floor here by Sangrove, someone to sit above and stop the plant jumping inside through B. We're going to have players reinforcing and playing within the office and holding that. Normally, yes, we saw Dexterity start like this. It was to bait them forward and then to make them drop, but it feels like it's more of a we will hold this upper floor and this will be our bomb site hold than it is the bait that Dexterity did.
Right.
So
I'm really curious, honestly, just to see how Lucky 7 handles this. Are they going to try and open up the wall and just go for a straight plant? Are they going to try and take offices, much like ESG?
Time will tell. The Maze is pushing forward from the west spawn, up towards the balcony and up towards CCTV. He's going to go. Skyboo's been around here in his journey inside already for him. Prox is also up here. They're starting to scout inside. Sangrel's kneecap is right on the other side of Skyboo's rounds, but there is enough of a cabinet blocking him to keep him safe for now. Has taken a tag or two through some of it as he peeks around to confirm where Skyboo's shooting from. But he's alive and safe for a little while, so we'll go back onto his cameras and start feeding more info to the rest of his team upstairs. Meanwhile, Zephyr pushing inside the passport office, ready to drop out and surprise anyone that may be coming down the east stairs.
That's a smart play. Typically, attackers don't even utilize that passport office front door, so his being there is going to enable him to come from where the attackers aren't going to expect if they try to pressure lobby.
Directly above his head, Sledge has opened up the wall. It did force Smoke to move a little way in deeper towards Tethers. Sangrel there has Rafael just up and above and using this trapdoor to help him out, but a Prox is pushing in through lockers now. They picked up the first kill onto Bibu. Spark was there too, but he has fallen down. Now Rafael's coming up to try and help save the day, and a Prox will pick him off as well. Rafael falls down, and Capital was used to finish off Spark's downed corpse to leave it in a 2v5 in favor of Lucky 7. You asked how they were going to take this, how they were going to push in towards the side above, and they have done it very well through lockers to begin with. Skyboo peeks out just as Sangrel takes his eyes off the trapdoor to throw a smoke grenade and pick himself up another free kill. Zephyr now, you said it was smart to hide impossible because everyone ignores it, but when the rest of his team is dead, he's now stuck and stranded miles away.
Yep.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Definitely not going to be getting this 1v5, but who knows? Maybe they'll line up for him.
Firebolts go off on the window. Ericor, however, is already inside. He can't plant because he needs to lean out from there to plant, but it doesn't matter because the Prox will flank around behind and give Lucky 7 round number 2.
Lucky 7 seeming pretty dominant on border so far. Is this going to be what we saw last time where they were up 2 rounds, but then Supremacy in the 3rd round started the comeback and ended up winning the match? Or is Lucky 7 going to be keeping the momentum on this map, which they're more comfortable playing?
These rounds have been very one-sided towards Lucky 7.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. They're
on border, so if that's the case, we've got to see a very different play from Supremacy to follow it up.
Yeah, I like the idea of trying to mix it up and do the teller's defense, but it didn't work out. They didn't get any trade backs, and even despite that, when Dexterity was down, they weren't getting their trades. The players who were playing outside of the site managed to secure the kills in the end anyway. So it didn't end up mattering that the people who were playing above died without trading back.
Now we do have a fuse being brought out here by Zephyr. And by Supremacy, they now are attacking in towards the ventilation room and
Fuse is a smart pick.
Workshop. And yeah, now Lucky 7 are preparing to hold the floor above. They're bringing Castle up here again. They're reinforcing in towards office. They are going to be ready for an assault onto this upper floor. But if they lose it, the bomb sites are going to be decimated by those fuse charges. And with these castle barricades where they are and on these windows, it actually allows the possibility for fuse to be used on those and help take control of these floors above.
5 seconds remaining.
Right, it looks like they're going to be investing a lot of utility into holding above. So it's going to be sort of like, I suppose, the opposite of the master chalet hold, where you hold it from a below to upwards. It's going to be holding upwards to below. And all that utility invested upstairs for the castle barricades, the barbed wire, and the reinforcements. But Castle is, in fact, going to be set. It looks like he's going to be heading downstairs, moving his way into the hallway.
Yeah.
There it is.
Darts around, picks off a couple of drones on his way, and then heads back towards the site with his team. He's still got one castle barricade. If he chooses to use it down here somewhere, we'll wait and see. Upstairs, he's left a Prox and a Maze, darting between office and lockers and holding firm. They do also have a rotating towards the toilets downstairs, so they have a very open bomb site towards A to try and hold up. Azen is upstairs as well and holding Lucky 7's firm position inside that bomb site, should it be an upstairs hold. And it's time now for Supremacy to try and find and figure out a plan of attack onto these 3. Their drones are in there and they do have information on who's waiting. All 3 have been spotted now with their rough positions called out. And Maze does take out that drone before he sees it, but now behind him, Fuse is in that area. Trying to Fuse charge in. It does come on through, but it doesn't go anywhere near Maze himself.
But the
door has been shot open now instead. Spark covering the rotate now from outstairs on top of this toll booth roof. It's keeping the bandit locked inside the lockers half of the map. Downstairs, Rafael has taken Skybu out, and now is the peek around. Sangrel takes a prox down, Vibu takes down a maze, and the lucky 7 defenders that were upstairs are starting to fall. There's one more locked inside offices though. They didn't see Azan, and he will rear his head, take down Sangrel. C4 goes over the top. Spark is on 1 HP after that explosion. So very close, but it's slowed down the onslaught that is Supremacy coming this way. Azan now looks for one more. Bibu dances across the gap. He can't land the headshot on that. Steps on up and he'll get it the second time around. Thermite charge on the castle barricade opens up behind him. Spark's low already. Does get the down onto him. Switches to the Desert Eagle to try and secure it. Misses it. Will switch to Rafael. Can't get that. Rafael does down him and singles him out. Now it's Echo in a 1v2. One of them is already down. 57 seconds on the clock, and Ericor is trying to go aggressively for this. Up towards the wall. There's a hole in it, but he doesn't stop to even try an ADS. It's a little bit too much sprinting, and Rafael claws it back for Supremacy. Started off so well, giving them in a 5v2. Nearly fell apart, but right at the end there, Rafael coming through. Tried and tested, true and faithful. Holds it around and gives Supremacy the first on the board.
Yeah, and will this be the beginning of the comeback for Supremacy? Is this reminiscent of the last map, where they started down 2 and got up 3-2? Now they're going to be defending armory lockers instead of tellers. Not going to try that again. Makes a lot of sense. It is the most commonly defended site on this particular map. Nothing special coming out from their loadout. Pretty much the same. No no rook again. Both of these teams tending not to pick up the rook, going for instead the more mobile loadouts.
So, you mentioned it. Is this the time? Is this Supremacy's role underway? Is the momentum back in their favor now? Are they going to start to take control of this map? We've seen it in the past.
Maybe the beginning of that last attack round, it looked like they had it in the bag. It was a 5v2, I think, and we thought it was looking like they were going to just have an ace to get it over with, be done. But 2 players managed to put them in a 2v2 situation, and ultimately, that's a little shaky. I mean, yes, they won that round, but it should have been much more concise than that.
Yeah. So, setup starts to take shape. Spark loses half his health to Castle's impact nade.
The health is a problem, but moreover, the argument behind it. Sometimes players can get extremely angry at each other when something like that happens.
I'd like to think these guys are more professional than that.
I would too.
Where that impact nade was meant to go, there's now no longer a hole.
Yes.
So
actually, I think he used his second one there, but that means that he didn't get to use it somewhere else.
Yes, there's one that can't be used elsewhere now. So it's like, all right, well, they lose out on some of their mobility, lose out on some of the rotation they were looking to have.
Yeah, the issues are plenty with something like that.
For a small thing.
And looks like we're going to be seeing Lucky 7. They're going to be trying for an offices take, which is good to see. Last time on the armory defense, I think we saw an attempt at monitors that didn't work out from Supremacy.
So upstairs, Azan comes in from this east balcony and starts to pressure on towards B.
Bibu's going to be trying to stop Asian on the window here. He does have that shotgun, so that is going to be effective at countering Blackbeard if he decides to come in.
He's holding that shotgun inside. It's been a while since we've seen a Valk shotgun there. Zephyr steps up that back staircase, sidesteps the Claymore, and will take down the Thermite before his teammate Sangrel will trade out Skyboot, giving the defense a stronghold. Zephyr is low from that exchange, but gets away without the trade, and this Alokka's hold is looking good for Supremacy now. Shots rattling in from outside as Sangrel starts to fall back a little way. Amaze is over by CCTV. He's got the Hibana there to support him, but now Azan is cautious of Zephyr stepping up the back here. He knows he's in the staircase. He's already lost his Thermite to here. The Claymore is gone. He wants to pressure inside office. He wants to push inside B. But now he has no one to watch his flank. Now he's exposed, and yeah, okay, Blackbeard shield is strong, but not when you're being shot in the back.
Only 1 minute left here for the 3 attackers from Lucky 7. The round is looking good for Supremacy, but there are 2 players who are lit. It's entirely, but then the C4 onto Asian. That's gonna, I don't think he knows he downed him. He doesn't. He has no idea.
Yep, they can't be 100%
But he's alone as his teammate is on the other end of the bomb site. And I think this is testament to the reason they lost this round is a little bit too spread out unsure what they're doing exactly. I understand playing Blackbeard. Like, for example, we saw earlier today, we saw Blackbeard on the B window try to cut off that.
Oh, nice flick from Aprox. Takes Zephyr down. Admittedly, he was low, but it was a brilliant shot nonetheless. Now he's starting to push his way over here. Remember, Blackbeard being down can be revived. Another great one onto Bibu. He's only got 25 seconds. Can he get this Blackbeard up? He does go for it. Goes on outside and will pick up the revive. 18 seconds to go. Going to be about 15 by the time it's done. Everyone is low health left now on the defending team. Blackbeard jumps inside office. One was over by East Staircase. He is going to be spotted. It's Spark. He gets down by the Blackbeard. We may have ridden him off too soon. Rafael has finished off a Prox. And he's inside now. Double the shots coming his way. Lucky 7 momentarily looked like they might have a dream still alive. But Rafael shots that right out.
Those shots from a Prox, that was insane coming out from Supremacy. And an excellent try. But again, ultimately, they got picked off because they were a little bit too spread out. That Blackbeard wasn't really doing anything on that office's window. Again, we saw earlier today, Blackbeard on the B window cutting off that rotation through the B site. But what is Blackbeard doing on that particular window? Absolutely nothing. And I'm guessing what the thought process might have been was for Habana to come to that window and help him by opening up the B wall just one time so he can then have line of sight all the way into the site, and then they could push in through the A wall. But that didn't happen, and Habana was one of 2 people left alive, including Blackbeard at the end, so it really didn't matter.
Now, Lucky 7, they're back on the defense of that very same spot themselves now. We've seen some changes, we've seen some adapting from either squad and trying to bring out some new stuff, which is, as you say, just slightly overextending, just slightly spreading themselves too thin. They're looking now, and I was hoping to see it, back to the basics, back to what we saw in the earlier rounds, back to the original defenses, which gave Lucky 7 that 2-0 lead originally. And that's how things are taking shape right here. So, rotate holes into CCTV, reinforcements.
So they're going to be doing
Castle
exactly
barricades going to seal off some side of the map. And yeah, the first round they did this, they won the first round with
It was because Supremacy forced their way close to CCTV, and they just got peeked out on.
But now, Supremacy are switching things up and bringing themselves Montaigne.
Yeah.
Now, this would normally suggest we're going to push towards B, we're going to try and plant from the balcony, and we're going to hold it from a distance. That defense setup here from
That's a camera, dude.
7.
That's a camera. No.
Yeah, you still want to kill it.
No, the other one. The one he just... the one on the wall right behind him.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see that. The defense setup here from Lucky 7 is heavily over towards the west side. It's towards the A site. It's towards CCTV.
Right.
And as you talked about, as soon as you know that there's 1 or 2 players committed to CCTV, a B push is a great rotate. Supremacy took that entire gamble by bringing the Montaigne before they'd even seen where the roamers were going to be. And it looks like
Good
it's
prediction.
pay off for them.
Yeah. I wonder if they're just going to try and work their way straight in through the B door and just, they're doing exactly that.
It's already down. The bomb is already down inside B because they knew there was no one close by. They got themselves quickly inside. Now, Azen inside does get 1 kill, gets a 2nd kill onto Rafael, so Bibu is now gone. Sango, though, is just trying to stand on top of the diffuser. Out on the balcony is Zephyr. The grenade will bounce off Valkyrie's face. He tries to vault over the edge, but he can't, so he just stands on top of the grenade. The Maze gets around behind the Blackbeard. Behind the Montaigne, sorry, as Spark picks up 2 on the balcony. A 3rd onto Azen. It's now 1v1 with the Prox, who is inside the site. He's got to get this 7-second diffuse on. Spark is just hanging off the edge and knows he can throw the drone open over the top. The Prox pushes forward, but he was far enough down, he couldn't get the angle. The smoke grenades come out. They are going to hold Spark away. He doesn't have enough time to hold this now, though, anyway. And it's a 4th free kill for Spark to get Supremacy in the lead. Beautiful attack from Supremacy.
They completely read, as you were talking about at the beginning of the round, they completely read that defense from Lucky 7. Lucky 7 doing the same exact thing twice in a row, and they didn't even know that they were planning in B. They had no clue. There was no one there for the sound cue.
There was nothing to stop it. No one could hear it. They just opened the door, walked in, planted straight away.
Lucky 7 a little bit too used to an A attack, not ready for that B attack. And now it's 3-2, as you said, Supremacy in the lead. This is 3 rounds in a row now for Supremacy, and they're going to be defending Ventilation Room Workshop. And the way that I think they held this last time, looks like we have a disconnect, so we will be doing rehost. But I think the way they held, they held that last time was they actually had people mostly holding upstairs in offices.
Yeah, so they did spread it out. They had people holding upstairs in offices. It's Supremacy now that are clearly learning from what Lucky 7 are doing. Their first couple of rounds surprised them. The first couple of rounds caught them by surprise, and they weren't ready for it, and they lost it since. They lost those 2. But everything since that point has been completely flipped on its head. We've seen some great rounds coming out of Supremacy. A couple of moments of hiccups where some, like Aprox had some great rounds and picked up a
Well, that was Aprox being
kills.
Aprox.
Yeah, just great individual skill, but when you're up against a coordinated team of 5, it's not going to take you a full round. So Supremacy have clawed it back, and then there at the end, it's like, all right, we've got Lucky 7's number. We know what round it is. We know they're going to be back in this bomb site. We know they're going to hold it exactly like this, so we're going to play into B. We're going to bring ourselves over Montaigne, and we got a free round there. Now, if they're looking at this, all right, well, by that tracking, you're going to do this on your next attack round, so we can set up like this, and it should be another free round from put them on match point. We'll see whether they have as good of a read on the attack round Lucky 7 are about to throw their way as they did on the defense round previously.
I'm mostly just curious to see if Lucky 7 are going to be adjusting their defense on Armory, because it's not just about the fact that, yes, okay, most people will be attacking A every time on Armory. That's the majority of teams. But it's moreover, Armory is the site that you are supposed to win on defense. It is typically considered the most easily defended site. So if you don't have another plan other than force out TV, then yeah, your B is going to be exposed for a long time. And it's not as simple as just let's stack B. It can't come down to that. They need to have something up their sleeve that will really genuinely allow them to hold that site, especially against the Montaigne. And it's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be a bit of rock, paper, scissors. Like, are we going to be taking A? Are we going to be taking B with our Montaigne? Because Supremacy seem competent enough to make that decision-making on the fly.
Yeah, from round to round, and sometimes even within rounds, they've been making that decision as and when needed. And well, they do have a moment to look at it. We are looking at slightly different things again. All bomb sites seem to have been used and played here, bar the customs inspection one. We have 3 that have been built out by the different squads to varying levels of success. While we saw that Teller's location get picked, again, play completely differently to what we saw Dexterity do it earlier on.
Didn't work.
Didn't work. Maybe we could take some cues from what Dexterity did. Maybe they can start bringing that in, because that was, again, really, really nice to see.
Good defense. I mean, it was well thought out.
And to be fair, not particularly complicated.
No.
In the way it was actually executed.
They used the site as a bloodbath, and they just threw their C4 in there. They denied them as the plant.
Use the site's weakness as its strength, right?
Exactly.
It's very hard to defend that site because the attackers can just
they can just walk in, open up the wall.
Yeah. So, all right, well, we'll bait you up top by having strong roamers, which Supremacy have strong roamers. They can stick some strong guys upstairs that force Lucky 7's attention.
Yeah.
Come and get us. If you don't, we will kill you later on. So you have to come and get them, and then you've got no time to go anywhere else. You have to drop down through the site, and now you're inside that meat grinder.
Right.
And we've seen people like Raphael excel in such situations. You put 3 or 4 people around him, and he will sit there and spin in circles and pick off headshots.
Right.
So it does feel like a style which, okay, if you've never practiced it, it's a risk, but it does look like it's something right up Supremacy Street from what we've seen so far today. So, all 10 players back in the lobby. We will get this game underway again in just a second. Currently 3 rounds to 2 for the first time here on board. Supremacy are in the lead, and of course they are 1 map up after having won Consulate. So, with this lead in their hands, with the 3 rounds run on a trot, the confidence and the morale has got to be running high. So they are looking to shut this out very, very quickly, and let's just hope that that doesn't fill them with a little bit overconfidence. Let's hope that they realize that they can still lose this if they don't take it so seriously and they slow down a bit.
Yeah, and again, we are going to be seeing ventilation, just as we saw before the disconnection. They are going to probably be holding it again from above, almost as if they're holding Armory with a little bit of a vertical effect to it. And again, no Rook, and we haven't been seeing any of the 1 armors, or sorry, the 1 speeds on either of these teams so far. Seemingly, both of these teams like the ability to move around quite quickly.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
So, ventilation workshop again. Spark once more bringing the shotgun on the Valkyrie into the mix. He's been doing great work on Bandit with the MP7 and the Hollow Sight for a couple of rounds. In Consulate, he picked up 4 or 5 kills in some rounds on it. It was very, very effective. Not sure why we're seeing him switching to the shotgun right here. Look at where he's going to play. Is he going to be upstairs inside office again? Because yes, he used it there before. But again, he got his 1 down on the Blackbeard with his C4, and the shotgun never really came into play.
I think the reason a lot of people don't like the Valkyrie SMG is specifically because it just doesn't do enough damage, or DPS in general. It's great if you can land those headshots, but then even that's a little bit more complicated than some people like, because he doesn't have access to that ACOG. Now, I don't think that that's really making much of a difference in their decision making on Xbox, but I know a lot of players who don't use it specifically because of that on PC.
So pushing forward now, Lucky 7 attacking largely from the east side of the map.
So
they
it's
are
going to be a B take.
Yeah.
Or
at the very
least, it's very confusing because it's not actually a B take. They're defending Armory, but they're not actually defending Armory.
Yeah. So it's an Armory B-side take. It can still be a B-side take once they do clear Army, once they've cleared the direct floor above it.
Technically, yeah.
Then, all right, we'll switch down and start going in through toilets and just plant across that toilet doorway sort of thing, you know? Like, we'll hold in tellers and bathroom, and we will plant right on the edge, and we'll cover from that way. But they have split it up a bit more now. They actually bring the diffuser around the top side. They're going to come right into Spark's position. He is on the other side of this door frame. He has a shotgun in hand, but the wall is about to be blown out right next to him, so he's going to be forced to move. Lucky 7 is playing this smart, as you say. They're holding the armory and lockers as if it's the bomb site. So how did Lucky 7 take it? Well, they take it like it's the bomb site. You thermite the wall open, you push on in, you drone on first, and make sure you clean it out.
Not only does it waste a lot of time, though, it does also waste a lot of resources.
Yeah. One of two very, very vital thermite charges to get that wall open.
Right.
They haven't had a kill for it yet. In fact, they have all rotated away from that top floor now. Spark successfully getting downstairs, Zephyr as well, down and in towards customs inspection. So now once the push starts to come in, they're going to collapse in from the other side of the map and get around behind the attacking team. So Pulse underneath. Zephyr is taking out one of the first defenders to be locked over. He is down but not out, but there's no one close that could safely revive him either. So he might stay down for a little while. Ericor, the man to do the damage, but is low himself because of it. So we'll see whether or not that plays out. Pulse is still underneath, tracking through the floor as well with his heartbeat sensor, looking for an opportunity to throw that C4 up. And there it is. Zephyr's back on his feet now, managed to crawl himself across to Valkyrie through Spark. And get back on his feet, he can take Ericor down through the window. You downed him, but you couldn't finish him, and you pay the price for it. But from above, Amaze is there to take him straight back down himself. And Proxus grab one too, and Aizen takes down Sangro. Two defenders left alive, as Supremacy will finally get one back. Bibu takes down Aizen. 3v2 in favor of attack. Bibu is very, very low, but he's on the run again. He is slippery at the moment, and they cannot lock him down. The bomb sites are in the attacker control. Blue names are all over either of those sites. The plant's going to go through in just a moment. Spark is still cautious of above. There's the plant started inside B now. Supremacy have to slowly start to think about taking control of it. Do they have cameras inside it? Do they know which site it's been planted on? Up and above comes the Pulse, straight into a drone, so his position is going to be called. They know what drop he's coming through. The castle barricades are now locking Supremacy out of their own bomb sites. Spark with his Desert Eagle looking to check outside the front door. Bibu going up towards the toll booth to look outside the window, make sure there's no one there. Jumps on back in, but he's been detected now. That's going to hurt him even more. In through behind one comes the C4 breach from Spark, and that makes a massive noise, and he doesn't even turn around for it. And Prox is on the far side of the A site and didn't see him till the last second. Took a couple of shots himself, but then Bibu drops down behind him. Bibu with a great shot with no health of his own onto a Prox. Outside the window, no Capitao is gone. He's already fired the firebolt down, and Bibu walks straight into it.
Didn't see the firebolt in the rush. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. Didn't have enough time to defuse that bomb. A great round from Lucky 7. Now bringing it to 3-3. Evened it out again. Now this is a little bit more pressure on Lucky 7 again, because if they lose this map, it's done. It's over. They go home. And Supremacy, the team brought in to replace Dexterity, makes their way forward into the semifinals.
So the two roamers that went down there, the fall down on that round. Two roamers that dropped down late, being stuck far away from the bomb sites once all their anchors were gone. Yeah, they castled themselves out again, couldn't get back in. They didn't even know which bomb site the diffuser was on until they started to get inside of it. Not playing such a spread out game, but that's exactly what you open yourself up for.
It wasn't even, it was the spread out game. That did hold them back quite a lot, especially on a bomb site like Tellers. I feel like it's just not one of those things. It's such an easy site to just anchor in and hold. Yes, they can get above you and open up above you, but neither of these teams have been doing that. So it's kind of redundant holding above, almost. And, it's just, you can't do castle and roam if you're locking out your roamers in that situation. Like, yes, it can be useful sometimes, but other times it's just going to hurt you. I honestly think those two castles, the one to the site and the one to the server room, are worse for the defenders than they are for the attackers, because it means the attackers can come straight in through the front door without any challenge from the site, and they only have to watch one instead of 3 angles.
So Last time we saw Lucky 7 hold this site, remember they spread out too far and opens them up to a very quick Montaigne plant. Supremacy dropping the Montaigne, going back to something a bit more standardized now, realizing that that same lightning will not strike twice. Brox has gone downstairs and is underneath in bathroom and tellers, holding office from helping office from below. But other than that, they are looking more standard here, Lucky 7. They are on the bomb sites.
Yeah,
they
not holding TV anymore. Which is, I think, the right decision to make. Lucky, it worked for them one time, but Supremacy is not going to fall for that again. And, you know, it's great to see both these teams evolving off of each other. They both adapt every time they lose a round.
Skyboo spotted on the drone, couldn't figure out where it was, didn't move fast enough, and it gives Spark a nice and easy wallbang to take him down. So the attack get a quick early kill in this round. A minute has gone. Taken out one of the roamers that was downstairs. Pulse is still in the same floor, but is pinned over on the far side of the bathroom right now. Supremacy's attack is focusing on A, and they have got the locker's wall open now to help with that. Zephyr, just outside it, tucked around the right-hand side, is going to have to fight with Amaze and Error Core as the pressure comes up. Raphael, they're repelling on the edge. Might just have an angle there on that Amaze peak.
Extremely aggressive peaks from Amaze. Pretty unnecessary. All you need to do is stop the plant. You don't need to force it out.
Well, when he gets shot through the floor underneath like that, he needs to do something. Bibu, great play with that Ash charge, then follows it up with some shots of his own. One more going to go into the, almost in the small office. He picks the doorway instead, and it's a great shot. It is going to find him Error Core in a moment if he is patient enough. Error Core gets fired away from the wall. The plant's going to come across as the smoke grenades come in. Raphael gets taken out by a good spray, but inside the smoke now he's actually hidden through the floor peak thanks to the smoke grenades. Asian picks up 2 here as Spark goes down as well, and the attackers are back to a 3v3 when they started out with a large advantage. Sangirl outside with that black windshield, not going to be enough, and Error Core is on fire, picking up 2. Asian takes Bibu out at the last second, and Lucky 7 managed to hold on and get themselves a lead.
That was an unfortunate smoke and play by Thermite. He smoked the wall to try and run in, but he ran in too early. The smoke wasn't blocking the FOV at the line of sight at the time, so he got picked off. And then the Ash couldn't trade back onto Error Core because of the smoke, which ended up giving Error Core the ability to later on, of course, get those last 2 kills, which was fantastic gunplay by him. And now we're looking at 4-3 in favor of Lucky 7.
So on to map point, and remember, map point here for Lucky 7 hold themselves in this. It will take us onto our 3rd map. It will take us onto Oregon to decide this series if they can pull it off. Supremacy though, still looking with a chance. Lucky 7 bringing their own Montaigne to the table now. They're going to bring that out, see if they can make it work here on this upstairs bomb site. Supremacy have chosen. Supremacy don't leave their resite quite so exposed compared to the way Lucky 7 were doing it in that early round when it first worked. And they also like to run their pulse downstairs and underneath, which again is a great place to sit a C4 and double kill onto that Montaigne and Planter combination. So
do you think it's going to be straight into B though? Do you think it's going to be the same thing that we saw from Supremacy?
I hope not.
You hope not?
No, because I don't think that's going to work.
I don't think it'll work either.
I think Lucky 7, if that's their plan, have not been paying attention. The way Supremacy's defense would not let them do that.
The specific way that Supremacy did that anyway, it could be easily stopped by Lucky or by a C4 from underneath. So specifically, the pulse is underneath B at the time, which is server room, I believe, or no, I think it's called workshop.
Yes, workshop.
Yeah, if he's in workshop, he's gonna get C4'd, and it looks like that's exactly what they're gonna try and do. No, wait. In fact, they might be working their way in through offices and the B wall. That'd be fantastic.
They are definitely slow about it, which is smart. They're opening the wall in towards B, and so they will give Blackbeard a peek through that angle.
And there
Montaigne is heading up towards the door.
Underneath.
Pulse is underneath, because they figured out what's going on. There's also a C4 right next to him in the 4-point Valkyrie. He does manage to turn and block most of that blast with his face. But inside, he now peeks forward. He's actually going to get taken straight out by a team kill from behind from Error Core. Bibu will take Error Core down quickly himself to follow it up, and a Prox does trade out Raphael elsewhere. The attackers do still have 3 players left alive with a lot of health. If you total up the numbers, technically they have more health than the defense. But the defense have shotguns held in. They still have a pulse underneath, admittedly now with no C4, but he's there.
He's got the pulse, he's got the gun, he can stop the plant.
So the attack has to slow down a little bit and take stock. They've still got their sightline into B. They no longer have the diffuser.
From Amaze though.
Amaze does get a good pick onto Zephyr, takes the Jaeger out of the picture himself now, helps even up the numbers. Bibu cautious of 1 man on his right, 1 man on his left. The Diffuser still down at the moment. He's also got support here from Sangro. Drone does confirm that he's in that corner, but Aprox is not ready to pressure onto him yet as Sangro has the crossfire. Aprox cannot jump in here without being traded straight back by one of them. He either looks over to Sangro, takes him out, gets traded by Bibu, looks in for Bibu, gets traded out by Sangro. Needs to wait for some support for his team. Capitao coming up on that balcony may just be able to fire a firebolt at the right angle to get Bibu out of that corner. 1 tick is all it would take to down Bibu if there are firebolts left in Capitao's arsenal. 52 seconds to go. Spark deciding now's the time to start heading back up towards the site. Make sure he's around here for when that final push does come in from Lucky 7. Being underneath is not going to help much more. Aprox has gone up towards CCTV now and is taking the focus away from the B site to try and flank from a slightly different angle.
Castles.
Castles are keeping Spark out, but it might have accidentally pushed him around behind Aprox here. Aprox, the door is not open, he's going to punch it now. Spark just suddenly realized who does react faster? Aprox does. We've seen it from him all night. Asian grabs one, now Sangro's alone. Asian's inside B. Lucky 7 could be on the verge of finishing this map. And they are, as Amaze picks up the final kill to take us on to map 3 and Oregon.
A great reaction there from Aprox to lock out that round. It was 3-3, and really that first engagement is what ended up deciding the map. First engagement of that round. And now Lucky 7 moving on to the 3rd map against Supremacy. Now that was a surprising final round. I honestly expected Supremacy to be able to continue their momentum. It was. They did win 3 rounds in a row.
Yep.
But Lucky 7 managed to force it out.
Yeah, it's a very topsy-turvy round. 2 rounds at the start for Lucky 7. 3 rounds in a row for Supremacy. We come back, and it's 3 rounds in a row from Lucky 7 to take us 5-3 and end the map. Now looking towards Oregon, after having seen Consulate play, after having seen how Border plays, Oregon plays nothing like either of them.
I wouldn't say nothing
Oregon
like either of them.
plays nothing like either of them.
Yeah.
Once you hit the master bedroom, once you start getting upstairs, then you're seeing the similarities again. Then you're seeing lots of window play, then you're seeing lots of vertical play.
Yeah. I'd say that all 3 of the maps are very dynamic. They're not super heavily strat based, and both of these teams seem to. Overall, you would use that normally to say, oh, this team's got the advantage here, but both of these teams are extremely similar in the way that they play. And honestly, it's really going to come down to who. It's going to come down to a lot of luck, and it's going to come down to a lot of singular engagements. I feel these teams are extremely similar, like I said earlier, in almost all respects. And I don't know. I'm curious to see who's going to take it.
Yeah, the way they've been playing recently, the way the holds are going through, we've seen a lot of teams now start to mix up their basement holds on Oregon. They're playing 3-4 roamers in some occasions, spreading out and defending the upper floor. Is that the way they hold the basement, bringing down the late rotates, coming down through meeting, coming down through the back tower. The way these guys have been playing, I feel like they may be inclined to do some of that. They've been playing very spread out for some of their defenses in the last couple of very spread across Consulate, very spread across Border. But I don't feel like that's going to work more than once. Because they have
both these teams make extreme adaptations based on every single round. As soon as they lose something, they realize, okay, we cannot do that anymore. And let's see, what are they doing? Okay, let's counter that. And I think that which is why that Montaigne round at the end there, I'm amazed that Lucky 7 won that, because they shouldn't have by all rights.
As soon as they lost their Montaigne to a team kill, and then they dropped the diffuser with the thermite guide afterwards.
For the fact that Supremacy would anticipate that and know how to react to it, and they did. It was unfortunately in the end, after the Montaigne was dealt with, they didn't secure any of the kills, and that it cost them.
Yeah, they got it there. They did manage to get a couple of lucky trades back after losing the Montaigne to bring it back to a 3v3, but from that point out, it just became, as we saw, like Aprox and Spark running into each other in CCTV.
That Aprox
pure
pretty
surprise,
much won that
and
round.
just Aprox's reactions, Aprox's speed to get those kills, which we saw him do multiple times throughout previous rounds, was enough there to help secure that and help swing their 3v3 into a 3v1. But more.
This was a really unfortunate round for Supremacy, I have to say.
Yeah, that could have been.
Sorry, rather for Lucky 7.
Yeah, I think it was could have been a nice easy double kill there. This is what I mean by Aprox. His quick flick reaction shots are incredibly accurate. And yeah, once they accidentally ran into Spark in CCTV, this is what he used. This is what he dug into.
And that's how he won that last round.
Secure that last round, yeah. So there were a couple of high moments from multiple players. This is that very explosive round where Lucky 7 left this exposed, left the B side exposed, and allowed Spark to hold this whole site with this 4K from rappelling on this balcony. And yeah, Prox obviously has to just hold the diffuser on that one because he did not have the time to pull off it before Bibu accidentally runs himself into a firebolt inside that B site.
And again, he could not have defused the bomb at that point, so it's not that big a deal. This was some excellent gun handling from Aircore. And again, he shouldn't have been able to he shouldn't have been alive in that situation. He should have been traded back by the Ash, but unfortunately that smoke didn't let that happen. And there it is, the end of the map. Amaze locking it out.
The final round. So as you can see there, the players are filling up the lobby to come into map number 3, coming into Oregon. So it's completely out there.
I have no prediction at all for this match. This final map, I cannot tell you. Both of these teams are played too similarly. They're both extremely skilled. They both have good strats. They both make good adaptations. I mean, what do you want me to say? You know, I can't make a prediction based off that.
Yeah, no, I got that. But I want to look at the way we've seen border played. We are seeing 3 of the 4 possible bomb sites. We have 4 possible bomb sites here again in Oregon. We have seen teams in the past bring out one of the 2 lesser played ones, the towers, bring out the dining rooms. Looking at what these guys have been doing here to try and throw each other off, I'm honestly expecting to see 1 or 2 of those.
Yeah.
We'll have a quick look at what those maps, those bomb sites look like as we get loaded on in, as Lucky 7 versus Supremacy is about to take place on their 3rd and final map. Our final quarterfinal will be decided right here on Oregon, and we'll look to tomorrow and see who has to go on to face Vitality, our world champions.
And if Supremacy does manage to actually get that win in here and move into play Vitality tomorrow, that will be a rematch from the Season 3 finals.
Yeah. Supremacy Vitality was that Season 3 final point. Lucky 7 have reared their heads since then. They weren't in that Season 3 finals. They weren't a force to be reckoned with there. Then they came out of the qualifiers and
relatively new team,
and displayed massive skill, which is why they were here originally before Supremacy came in as our last stand-in. But Supremacy did not let that phase them. They've clearly still been training over the last few months.
Definitely deserve it.
Clearly still been playing and keeping themselves fresh. And now they come out here with a day's less rest, so to speak. Everyone else, we had them all here a day early to fight jet lag and all that. Supremacy came out, landed last night, landed late,
protect your bombs from being defused,
and they're putting on a great show.
Yep, definitely.
So, top floor bomb site, their first selection. Rafael begins the setup to this walk-in wardrobe. Defending, they are going to reinforce completely. We do see some teams leave one open and use it as a rotate, use it aggressively. Not what we're going to see here from Supremacy. Locking that up completely and holding it firm. Valkyrie cameras inside master bedroom so they can get an eye of where and when the thermite will be coming in. And they are using the castle barricade to hold it a bit firm.
Yeah, defending upstairs is become more of a typical thing from all teams. It used to be the case that every team decided to try and defend basement first, but
5 seconds remaining.
It's a lot more difficult to hold now when people have started figuring out that it's really simple to take. All you have to do is open that drop down, lay down some smokes, and plant in the corner, and there's not a whole lot that defenders can do to stop you. Whereas with the upstairs hold, you've got a lot more room to play with. It's a very dynamic hold. You can have your roamers and you can have your anchors, and they both work together in great unison. And you can even, which is what they did here in this case, you can even open Skybridge and give yourself even more freedom to move.
Now, they've opened Skybridge, but I didn't quite see there if they'd reinforced this side.
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh, Spark.
Yeah, well, by reinforcing it, that means they need to get Thermite in here. They need to bring his attention over to open it up. Thankfully, they drone far enough down the staircase. They will find Spark waiting for them underneath. Otherwise, he could have done a serious amount of damage. But he doesn't fall back too far. So if they come hunting for him now, he's still got this very tight engagement where a shotgun will excel. They are, however, not looking to hunt for him. Aizen sending down his drone and stops it at the bottom of the staircase. Someone we have to keep an eye on that now and see if and when Spark comes up to it. But they are safe to open up the attic crawl space now.
I wonder if you'll see the laser sight projected onto the wall.
Possible. Prox coming down. The drone didn't go far enough. The laser sight is now peeking around, but Prox turns to run and goes straight back up the staircase before he has a chance to see it and before Spark can see a Prox. So stays down. Bibu's at the same time they're peeking into the front of the meeting hall, and the Prox starts to have to fend him off. Turns around now and is cautious once again of what may be lurking below. And Spark is still very, very close by. He's also cautious that Bibu could have gone back down that staircase there. Now they've got the attic open. he can move on from this tower location. They do not feel like they need to have him in there, as they're putting a lot of pressure on the B bomb site through the windows and starting to move Thermite actually with that diffuser over towards the A window. Grenades being thrown in through connector, through this corridor from Sledge up top. Cleaning up barbed wire, allowing a push from the front site if they can get past Bibu to be possible. Prox picks up the first kill of the round, then onto Zephyr. Takes down Jaeger as the firebolt lands right on top of Smoke's head. He's now on 1 point of health inside the kid's bedroom, holding firm. Taking those smoke charges out of the picture on this map can be incredibly strong because of how powerful they can hold windows. Ericor grabs another one for the attackers. Raphael will fall. Castle out now with still 5 attackers left, standing and healthy. Spark finally takes one down, and Maze is taken out of the picture, but as Smoke stands up, Ericor's already inside. Manages to finish off the last bit of health Sangor had. Castle barricade there has locked the corridor off, and the defenders have got one player locked outside. It's Bibu now trying to come up the back staircase. Valkyrie's down here with that Spark has come up from below, and with the C4 and a quick double from Bibu, Lucky 7 are actually once again on the back foot. Spark's coming up now behind Thermite, and he's got the range on this shotgun, but he can't quite get the third shot off. Thermite now 1v2, and Bibu will come up the back staircase, seals it around, and Supremacy once again pulling out 3 or 4 clutch kills in the last few seconds.
That
turn around on his head.
That round was looking entirely in favor of Lucky 7. They got a number of picks early on, and then once they started forcing their way in, just winning their engagements one after another. They traded out one person, but in the end it didn't matter because Frost came up from behind and pulsed with that C4, managed to put themselves in the lead and in terms of players, and yeah, it was just kind of, I felt like they got a little too bunched up, a little too focused on one particular lane. They could have maybe applied a little bit more pressure to the B window itself rather than trying to go straight up through the stairs.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
They paid the price for it as is, and Supremacy get themselves a lead. Lucky 7 then choose to go downstairs for their defense first. They do make a rotate hold between the laundry room and the B site to begin with the C4, and the rest of their reinforcements will start being placed in pretty standard locations so far. They don't have a castle, so we're not expecting to see a crazy strong meeting room hold. I expect we'll see those trapdoors all reinforced normally and as expected early on. But there's still a possibility they try and light hold it. They'll leave one open, they'll play in there and try and get one quick pick and then sprint away to safety. Skyboot, who has played aggressively and spawns in previous round, has opened up a couple of doors and opened up a couple of angles towards some spawn locations. One out towards that front street, Sangor was close too. Bibu dodges through some shots of his own. Spark gets a quick kill onto Ericor, who stayed at his window a little bit too long. Mute has been taken out of the picture with less than 10 seconds off the clock. So Bibu looks to head forward now from the back of the green silo, and up in this top tower, Prox is there. Skyboot does pick up one. Bibu exposes himself, but gets inside quickly without taking a single shot of damage here from a Prox. The aim wasn't quite there. With Capitao down, we're back to a 4v4 now.
I understand the use of Hollow for general purpose use, but when you're trying to peek out the tower onto probably one of the farthest parts of the map that you can, maybe use an ACOG?
Yeah, that was their plan all along. The operator setup wasn't right for him. Bibu being pulsed through this meeting room wall inside the kitchen now then. He is droning in this direction. Skyboot's just keeping an eye on him, making sure there's no one else around him. Making that his focus. Bibu has now moved. Skyboot actually turns and runs away from it as well. He goes back. He's going to notice the heartbeat is no longer there. He's not sure where it is. Now Supremacy have taken and moved their attention to the top floor. So despite picking off all those roamers from the early peaks, despite losing one of their own, they're not confident in the rest of the map being completely clear, and they still haven't cleared Skyboot from meeting here. So they're not even close to being ready to actually pressure the bomb sites yet.
Majority of teams in this situation, what they do is they drone out upstairs and they push in with one guy and okay, we've confirmed upstairs is clear, now let's move on with our lives. These guys are taking a little bit too long with their methodical clear. And unfortunately, that means they're not going to have enough time to set themselves up on the site and just slowly push their way in with smokes and get the bomb plant. They're going to have to rush it.
So Heartbeat's being picked up again by Skyboot as they get closer to the meeting hall again. Minute left on the clock, and yeah, they're going to have to start rushing down the front staircase. Raphael is on the hatch. Oh, Skyboot gets a little bit too aggressive. He can peek around and doesn't get the hatch in time. And gets back into safety. If he didn't go for that person in garage, the person that didn't actually know he was there, he could have killed that Thermite while he was planting the charge. As it is, he's tracking a bunch of Heartbeats in the lobby now, but they also all know he's back here. He's got help now, though. He's got Jaeger in there with him, so there's two of them in the meeting hall, and they have control of it. It's not that they're at the door at the back. It's not that they're far way out. They are right up front and looking to push into the lobby in seconds' notice. Bibu is trying to hold the angle and knock them off from one side, cover his teams as they rush on in, but Aizen is picking up the kills downstairs. Sangreal has fallen. Lucky 7 have got 20 seconds left that they need to hold this site for, and that's it. Spark gets picked off as he's trying to hold from the front staircase. Bibu tries to rotate away from meeting, and that's a second for Skyboom, while Rafael got downstairs to finish off a prox. Aizen's got a shotgun waiting for him to lock out the round.
Skyboom gave Bibu a boo again. That was a great flank by Skyboom, really well calculated. I was thinking to myself, well, what is he going to do now? He's stalemated in meeting hall, and he can't stop his teammate, or he can't stop the enemy attacking straight into the site. And he found a way. It was a good job. And now, not a super heavy roamer strat. What we've seen from a lot of teams on Oregon is instead of just defending all the way into the basement, they'll try and hold all the way upstairs and force their way out in armory and, you know, be a little bit too aggressive. But that particular hold, they kept control of meeting, but pretty much nothing else. And because Lucky 7 never actually really pressured into meeting, the Supremacy never really pressured into meeting. It gave Lucky 7 the ability to just easily hold and eventually explode with their aggression and deny them the site. And again, they wasted a little bit too much time trying to clear upstairs.
So, we lost a couple of players very early on to spawn peaks, and successful and unsuccessful spawn peaks on both sides for the last defense of this basement that Lucky 7 just went with. Supremacy, while they were the first one, or Bibu was the first one to make these aggressive peaks on Consulate, while he was out there in the very first round jumping through windows. They are playing a little bit more reserved here in Oregon. They are staying inside. They are looking for these cameras to figure out where these attackers are coming in first, as he has Zephyr on this upper floor with him, trying to find an opening. Brock's pushing in from construction alone at the moment. Has a long way to go without actually coming across any defending players. We'll see if and what kind of impact he can make from this angle. Zephyr and Bibu now starting to get droned, now starting to be pressured on the upper floors, and well, we'll have to start thinking about moving a little bit once those drones come and find them. Bibu ducked deep in the showers, will be safe for a little bit longer, but Zephyr having a little bit more of an issue.
And see this, 2 minutes left on the clock, already lobby drop open. They don't have control necessarily of lobby completely yet, but they didn't waste any time this time. They're not roaming, or they're not trying to clear out roamers that don't exist.
Prox rotates from his position in blue to the back staircase, darts around, and as he survives the shots coming out his way for a little while, does one back towards that echo, but it's nothing too serious. Now the pressure is pushing from the B side, and Zephyr has an opportunity to step up and take a maze out from the front side of the map. Supremacy's mobility is starting to show. Lucky 7 spreading their attack over two different halves of the map too. Starting to become a little bit of their downfall, as we saw.
Bit of miscommunication there on Lucky 7's part. It looked like he tried to get that wall open to vault through it, but the sledge would not come back.
Yeah. Rafael checking the Valkyrie cameras and looking for what might be coming their way. Zephyr still running free upstairs and gets a second kill onto a prox this time now, so the roamers that Supremacy have had weren't found and were not dealt with properly by Lucky 7. Erico there does a lot of damage to Zephyr but can't kill him. He will be assisted by Skyboom to get the kill though. They don't seem to realize that Bibu is still around here. There's still a pulse on this floor. They're happy with killing their Jaeger, who has already killed two of their teammates, but they have gone straight back to focusing attention on the site below. And Bibu is still free roaming upstairs.
Wow. Now Bibu...
Skyboom takes down Spark from this back hatch. They are now switching up, and it does look like B is going to be the focus for Lucky 7. That does make it harder for Bibu to actually impact them now, because he's got to come all the way through meeting hall. There's no one in the lobby for him. So it's a 3v3, and right now Bibu is a null factor. He needs to get closer in these last 40 seconds. But there's a smoke and an echo on the site, and those two can hold people outside for a long, long time. Charges being popped by Sangreal right in the side. Aizen was in, and he has to sprint through the smoke and gets a good kill onto Sangreal in return for it. Now Rafael up the front side of the site is alone. He does get a good kill on Skyboom, who's stuck in barbed wire in the corridor, but Aizen's there on his right-hand side. Misses the shots as he's going for the reload, but the plant's coming down inside the site. Aizen's low. Bibu has dropped through the meeting hall hatch. Does kill the planter, and now Aizen is alone against two. Taking the fight into the corridor. He's very low, but he grabs one. It's now a 1v1 against Rafael. Can't quite get the reaction in time, didn't know where Rafael was coming from, and Rafael will get the defuse and the round for Supremacy.
As he said, the not clearing the roamers from Lucky 7, in fact, actually costing the round there. I was expecting it to be just an efficient take straight into the lobby drop.
and just to wait for the roamers to come to you. But instead, they tried to force their way in through the meeting hall for some reason, through the meeting hall drop into box, and it just ended up costing them. They forced that Jaeger out of meeting hall, which was where he was initially roaming, but he just went into garage and kept trading. There wasn't enough of a decisive idea coming out from Lucky 7 to win them that round. And now we're going to see exactly what you predicted at the beginning of the match, a rear tower defense, which we don't see a lot, but it comes out from time to time.
Comes out when you're trying to just throw someone off, just trying to surprise them a little bit. I don't think it'll be the go-to defense for every choice Lucky 7 have here without the basement, but they'll play it once, they might succeed. If they do, doesn't matter, they get around, great. They'll go on to meeting hall next, they go back downstairs next. But, sorry, bedrooms next and downstairs next. If they don't succeed, alright, they've still got a couple of rounds, it's only 3-1, go back to normal defenses and try and claw it back. Right. It's rarely seen as that consistent go-to second choice.
And it looks like Valkyrie's going to try and get a camera out there somewhere. About to find out where.
Yeah, as soon as the round starts, she'll sprint out that back door, throw a camera somewhere, and then dart on back in.
Looks like on the tower.
Yeah, looks like she'll throw it directly onto it. Up nice and high. Supremacy then spawning over towards Junkyard, going to clear through this entire half of the map first. Yes, attacking the tower can be safe, but it requires a lot of repelling, it requires a lot of window play, and if you haven't cleared this half of the map and there's someone hanging around here with an ACOG, there's a few free kills for them to pick you off as you repel. So they need to make sure they've got this side under their control before they really can attack the tower. Once again, there is a Pulse lurking around and checking the nearby. He doesn't have to go too far when they're holding this because the 9-meter range for that hobby, since it covers almost all of the back end of the tower.
So they've opened up both of the drop downs in the meeting hall, but they don't actually have anyone in position to utilize them as of now. And they also reinforced that skybridge, so their bandit can't just rotate through skybridge. All the drones.
All the drones do come and find him inside master bedroom, and Bibu will be there afterwards to trade with Ericor, actually straight 1-for-1 on each other. Capital has lost half of his health in that exchange as well. I believe there might have been friendly fire evaporating past the bandit. But either way, they have got control of the master bedroom area now. As I said, they now might be a little bit more free to repel inside the tower when they're ready for it. But here's a maze dropping into the basement.
Prox is in position in meeting hall to actually utilize that retreat and deny them access from the inside of the building. Now, it looks like Supremacy is playing right into Lucky 7's hands here with this attack because they're coming from inside. And the way that Lucky 7 is set up to hold this particular bomb site is from, well, inside. With all that utility spent on meeting hall, I'm not sure it's the right decision from Supremacy. Maybe go trying for an outside attack, and it looks like they're doing just that now.
Yeah, they're going up and over now. They've got control of the floor above, or at least trying through, possibly through attic. Yeah, they're on top of the attic now, and they are going to give these windows play a go. So, lower level being opened up there by Sangrel. Spark is on top and grenading through the upper levels. The upper levels, as they are occupied by a castle, I believe, looking at the icons.
Yeah, Supremacy realized, okay, they're defending me from meeting hall. We don't need to pressure from meeting hall. Let's try taking it from
Spark
inside.
takes a prox down, but then Asian trades wreck on Rafael. Castle is up there on the top and is going to be the one that Spark has to deal with. He's still 3v3 with 40 seconds on the go, though, and Amaze with his shotgun in hand can take Zephyr out. There is a lot of shotguns on this defensive lineup, but this small 30-second engagement, they're going to come out on top. Spark will fall as Sangor is now the last man standing. Skyboo's above, but he's completely ignored what's happening below, and that allows Amaze to flank up with his shotgun and take the round for Lucky 7. Keep us in a 2-2 scoreline.
Good adaptation by Supremacy, but ultimately they forced themselves in through only 2 lanes in particular. Well, 3 lanes, I guess, technically. Through the outside door, the window on the 2nd floor, and that's it. 2 lanes. So yeah, they just didn't spread themselves out quite enough. They couldn't deal with the guy who was playing at the balcony at the very tippity top. Especially, he applied too much pressure to the guys coming inside. They had to look up, and there were people down.
So, keeping it at 2-2. Fuse back in the mix here for the attacking squad of Lucky 7. They know that they're going to be back breaching this top floor. They know that Supremacy are going to be up here. And with castle barricades in some of these spots, that actually gives them free fuses.
I'm assuming that they're using the fuse specifically because of castle, because it is nice when you have a fuse on that big window to be, because obviously there's going to be a frost trap, as we can tell, and barbed wire on the other side of that window, and just one fuse charge and it's all gone.
Yeah, these guys will go and also taking control of the kids' bedroom, the B-bomb side, the big site. They can put a fuse charge on either window and empty that room largely too. Does require a little bit of control of big tower and a Vatic, but it's not the toughest task in the world. Supremacy's defense then wrapping up in the last couple of seconds as the few reinforcements have finished off and the drones start to come out. Zephyr still aggressively peeking the back towards this tower. Skybu is heading in that direction, but he's going to rappel up the tower before he comes into sightline here for that Jaeger. Oh, can't see the hole in the window. Gets it above, and he does go for the fire. Skybu picks Zephyr off while mid-rappel.
Well, that's just
out of the picture.
That's just evidence that these two teams know each other too well.
Yeah. So, Miracle's drone inside 8 starts to scout through the room itself. Now covers that to be clear. The big window has been opened completely. Barbed wire and frost trap still there underneath it.
Interestingly, the fuse charge did not get the barbed wire, and I'm assuming it was a fuse charge based on those explosion
the explosion marks. Yeah, it's a fuse. As it is, fuse is now rotated around. I think he's on the kids' window. Spark picks off a kill onto a Prox down in the basement. Oh, Prox was solo pushing him. Capital trying to find this Valkyrie, trying to flush her out of this basement alone.
If you remember last time, a Prox decided not to push into the Valkyrie shotgun wisely. This time, since he did that, it's one man off the board for the attackers.
Yeah, so that advantage they picked up, Skybu picked up by taking out Jaeger is gone.
Yeah.
He does drone straight into kids and is immediately killed off. More fuse charges coming through now. Jumped into the A window to defuser straight into a bear trap. Confidence in that fuse charge to have cleaned the room out should not have been there. Fuse charge goes into generator room now, decimates the floor of that, but there's again no one close enough by. Raphael had danced down the back stairs, so no serious damage to players. And it's now 3v4 with a minute 15 on the clock. Drones are starting to run low here for the attacking squad. Fuse charge, there is one remaining. These windows are not reinforced though. The Maze does put it down. Starts to put it off. Shotgun shells coming out, but not going to be there in time. Smoke has to turn and run. But again, nothing too serious.
Still barbed wire on that window. It's going to be very dangerous for Skybu vaulting in here.
He does vault in, stuck in the barbed wire. The shots coming through from behind the bomb by the Raphael, though you're going to miss. May is now prone outside this connector window. The diffuser's been picked up, but the man is still stuck in barbed wire. Nice play there from Azen as he flanks around on the window. Sango tries to push towards B. Wasn't expecting Skybu to aggressively push inside the kids. He's now still got the diffuser in here, and with 30 seconds on the clock, might want to start putting it down. Bibu stuck in master bedroom. The connector is covered by fuse. Thermite was there too, but gets taken out by Spark shotgun from below, I believe. Yeah, Spark now coming up the back staircase. Bibu coming from master bedroom. They are pinned quite away from this diffuser itself, and one of them only has a shotgun. Bibu shooting that drone does give his location away, but Fuse is unsure of whether he needs to check this window to attic or the window to connector. That is, Spark has darked into generator room. Skybu does trade a lot of fire with Bibu and eventually wins that fight. Spark though picks around, does down him, but Skybu's SMG-11 headshot gives Lucky 7 the lead.
An excellent round by Skybu. I think that was a 3K. A great job by him. Entered into the site, just didn't care about the barbed wire in the window, and oddly enough, wasn't traded back on. When you're stuck in barbed wire, it's incredibly easy to kill you, and I would have expected a little bit more aggression from the defender, especially playing behind the B-bomb.
Lucky 7 up at 3 and 7. 3 and 2 rather, as they're now looking to head downstairs, back to a more standardized bomb site.
Yes.
They did pull off that victory in the tower, but now it's time for something more familiar, and if they are as confident there as they are before, we could be looking at map point, series point.
I think it was really that tower defense that gave them the confidence to push into the, to win that upstairs attack. And look at that Skybu up there at the top of the kill board.
Skybu's on fire this map.
Absolutely destroying right now.
So, as their defense for downstairs begins to take shape, they also have no castles, no solid, strong meeting hold with those reinforcements, those lock-ins are there, but we did see it well executed from Supremacy in their last attempt without the castle. They still had a pulse in there, they still used his information, they still used some reinforcements for it, and while he couldn't quite make an impact into the lobby the way they wanted, he could still rotate down later on in the round.
Interestingly, for the most part, throughout this entire matchup and all the maps, when we have seen castles, he kind of feels like he's more a detriment to the defenders, the way they're using them, than the attackers. They're not really wasting any time because the attackers tend to take areas where the castles aren't actually in place, and then they use them in the end, to their advantage.
So, Bibu up towards this top floor. Ericor did put Mute Jammer underneath the window, but the drones were already inside. They already had sight of him. They already were clear of that Mute Jammer. So they've been chasing him around this upper floor for a little while now. And in a moment, they'll give Bibu the all clear to jump in through that A window. Ericor pinned deep inside this kid's bedroom at the moment. They want to make sure of that, make sure there's no one else lurking around to try and trade him back before Bibu goes on in to try and take that fight. Drones up and over, wants to confirm for himself that Ericor's still in there. He has picked off a couple of kills on the drones. Now Rafael will send one more up and confirm it again. He's got to rotate down into the kitchen, but Bibu's in. Sparks at the back staircase now too. Spray's coming through the wall. Does tag him with one bullet, but nothing serious. They don't want to push straight through this doorway. More bangs are coming through the wall. Spark gets a great shot just as he tries to drop down the hatch to take Mute out. Only took them 1 minute and 10. There's not a lot of time at all. So Supremacy can now continue droning and clearing the top floor and start to look to pressure the site. Or rather, the meeting hall, which is what they have to clear first.
Still a lot of hurdles for Supremacy to jump over here. With Skybu playing in the meeting hall, he's gonna, if Ash pressures that wall, she's gonna get C4. Actually, he doesn't have a C4 anymore, rather.
So, Maybe loses the heartbeat at the top of the staircase, looks to head on up here now. The wall is still closed. Zephyr's grenade will take a maze down inside the site. That's the smoke gone too, and smoke on this Oregon basement is a very, very powerful operator, as I'm sure everyone knows. So to have him gone at 1 minute and 15,
yeah,
it's going to really challenge this lucky 17. They've still got 3 up, 2 of them on the middle floor in the meeting hall. Pulse tracking the heartbeats around the lobby, does get spotted by a drone and has to fall back. Valkyrie alone downstairs, but I do believe she is holding a shotgun, which can be very powerful while solo.
It looks like we're seeing an attack that we haven't really seen a whole lot of this match so far.
Zephyr wins the firefight onto Skybu, and Supremacy are looking stronger and stronger to level this out in 3v3. Prox thinks about rotating down the back staircase, but knows it's too late to do that. Comes back up into meeting. Supremacy do send Spark in to deal with him. Spark will lose that fight and drop. That gives him a chance to come down. Firebolt into Laundry, but Azen can sneak around it. Looks for the planter, does stop the plant, but immediately traded out by Rafael. The Prox now has 3 to find. One of them is very low, one of them has the diffuser, is inside the site. Zephyr's though, they line up! He takes down the diffuser. Did he see Zephyr still pinned in that corner? He didn't, he takes his eyes off it. Zephyr will peek around and get us on 3 and 3. Supremacy do successfully attack it down to the wire.
Now that attack, again, we haven't seen a whole lot of. We've seen the lobby taken, we've seen the lobby open, but we've never actually seen the lobby drop and stairs utilized to the fullest. And that was an excellent take from Supremacy. They got rid of the roamer that was in their way, the mute, and then they isolated. They denied meeting hall and ultimately just pretty much cut off all the rest of the roamers and moved their way into the site, winning their engagement with the anchors. There was not much more to it. And that's really what you want to see. That's a systematic take that you want to see from any team.
Your bombs from being defused by attackers.
So 3 rounds to 3, and it's time for Lucky 7 to attack Supremacy's basement again. Supremacy similarly played it to the way Lucky 7 did before, to a big success. Their upstairs roamer, however, wasn't a mute this last time round. They also have that double site hold of Smoke and Echo. Again, 2 very similar operators that have great area denial, great area control, and can lock off the 2 ends of this site, A and B, in some situations solo.
Yeah.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, Smoke can do either of the sites solo for about a good minute by himself.
Moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So,
attackers
last minute reinforcements done, locked off and rotated on down, leaving Pulse and Jaeger upstairs again. Right now they're in the meeting hall as before. Zephyr and Bibu locking themselves in there. Like that for Prox. They've noticed that they've started to 2-punch the classroom window. They've done Bibu, what a shot! Takes down the Ash as he peeks in and out from behind that white van. Bibu going to be happy with that. Starts to head towards the back tower. Will have caught that heartbeat sensor onto Skybu on the staircase. Skybu ducks just far enough back up the stairs as Bibu's spray helps to come through to survive it. Tries to return some of his own. Does see Bibu there, but will not land any serious damage. Skybu, as we saw, 10 and 3 right now, has been putting in the hours for Lucky 7. Does see Pulse on that drone, quickly gets off of it, does some more damage to Bibu, but can't pin him. He's got him locked in the corner, but can't quite finish him off. There's no one else around able to support this either. They're still cautious about the rest of the map. Zephyr was up on this floor, but Zephyr has fallen down to the basement now too. They're going to soon realize that this Pulse is alone, and while Skybu doing a great job of moving him around and tagging him left and right, someone else could be helping, and they could have got the kill by now. Cautious of the hole that Sledge put in the wall means he does try and fall back and sprint away, and Skybu came through the doorway instead. Finally does get the kill onto Bibu. Minute 37 to go then. 4v4. Meeting Hall lost and in control of the attacking team. You can start to hedge forward. As before, they opened up that front lobby hatch very early on, even if they didn't have full control of the area.
They're not actually utilizing it though. They're just deciding to try and take Meeting Hall and dominate the entire upper floor of the map instead of pushing their way in isolatedly straight into the side.
Well, it has kept the attention of this Valkyrie that is now stuck underneath it with her shotgun.
Yep.
Keeps Echo up that front end too. So having it open, just the threat of someone being there is doing something.
Absolutely.
Jaeger stuck out in blue now then, playing with his drone, keeping an eye on it for a little while as Ericor is blowing hatches above his head, dropping a Claymore in Meeting. Fuse is up here too, and Maze, I haven't seen him use any charges yet. There's not many places he can charge to actually make an impact on this bottom floor. There's a lot of indestructible floors. So Ericor tempted with the idea of dropping down that hatch, but there's still a Jaeger inside blue, 35 seconds to go, and Lucky 7 haven't picked the site they really want to pressure here. Looks like we've decided to go up front now as Skybu takes down Raphael. Shotgun here on Spark, still sitting right underneath the hatch, and they don't seem to have droned this out properly. They don't seem to be aware of it. Asian rather comes around the corner, sees the top of his head. It does get shotgunned, but nothing serious. He dances away from the C4, and now he has to fall back towards the back of the site. Reveals himself to the hatch so that Amaze is above, and as he drops down, he picks up the kill. Sangor brings his shotgun around to kill off that dropper. Ericor picks off Zephyr, but now Sangor is alone, and they've come down the front staircase to put Lucky 7 in the lead again.
In the end there, Spark had every opportunity to kill at least 3 different people, but just unfortunately couldn't take them. Got a little bit unlucky in the end there. And now, like you said, Lucky 7 in the lead. Looking pretty bad for Supremacy. 4-3, and they will be defending, I think, upstairs? No, rear tower again.
They're looking to give it another shot. They were confident in its success. Not doing it as a one-off surprise pick, not doing it as a ace in the hole. Giving it another go. They're bringing that castle back to the table, who was very important in how they held it earlier on.
I think overall this is probably the wrong decision. Supremacy is a team that is known for their adaptation, and if they're gonna play this again, I think Supremacy is gonna catch on to it. But we'll find out in a moment here.
So the setup towards Meeting Hall starts to take shape. The setup above Meeting Hall starts to take shape. Lucky 7. They're going to have been spotted out. The spawns from Supremacy all started over towards Junkyard. They all cleared the master bedroom. They cleared through their top edge, and then started to pressure the site. But they couldn't deal with the 3 shotguns that were waiting for them once they got inside the tower itself. Have they learned from that? Are they in a better position to deal with these 3 shotguns? Do they realize now how to deal with them? Do they know where to sit to stay at range and keep them away?
Defender has left the area of operation.
Those are very, very, very predetermined cameras.
Yep. So Bibu heads straight across and up towards the building. Will move his drone through Kid's bedroom to check there's no one in there as he rappels on up. Upstairs on this top floor, over on the attic and over by the tower, Valkyrie does sit. But the actual master bedroom and the Kid's bedroom, the big sites, are empty. And Supremacy should not have to worry too much about how long it takes to get through that. Most of the defending team are still very close or in the main tower now this time around, as we talked about how small and confined that space can be. You'll often see teams spreading out far from it, but they're leaving everyone close by with shotguns.
Supremacy is making the adaptations, but maybe not for the better. Lucky 7 do have cameras on every outside part of this tower, and they have complete visual around it. And given that Supremacy is playing the outside angles, especially on the top of the tower, that might be a disadvantage.
Ericor down in the basement, and just like before, the 2 Meeting Hall hatches are open, so if someone wants to come down and join him, they can do it in a heartbeat. But for now, he's just waiting for someone to step out of it too far. Minute 45 and Supremacy.
They haven't decided on anything really yet.
Don't know where or what they're doing.
They have someone on the roof of tower, and they have a couple of people addressing the inside of the building.
They're heading up to the top of Armory. Has some sights on the window. Ericor has moved towards the south side of the map. Could come up the front lobby staircase in a few moments' time when they're ready for it. They are now starting to actually pressure the tower itself, but
I think a lot of it's going to come down to whether or not they can get this castle on the balcony, or rather the scaffolding, or catwalk.
Yeah. And also, of course, fighting these fights on the windows with the shotgunners is going to be a challenge. Spark throws his grenade up through the window and it bounces down land next to Bibu. Does a significant amount of damage to the Ash here instead. She has the breach charge on the window, but is not ready to blow it yet. She wants to drone and see what's inside as Zephyr repels up the other side. Prox thinking about peeking up into the lobby, but he already has a bandit there who walks straight into that Claymore.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And get charged down. So Ericor's patient rotates. Do not pay off. Breach charge opens up into the middle of the B site, and Amaze immediately is there with his shotgun. The drone gets thrown straight in, and he did not see him at all. Amaze jumps out, free kill onto Bibu, and then gets back inside to safety. As the trade kill comes through, Aizen picks off Raphael because he stands on his head. Zephyr, however, did win his fight as he goes into the top floor, so it is a 3v3. Top floor of the site is in now control of Supremacy, and that's really powerful. The fire will go down in the back corner and take down Aizen. Zephyr gets another great kill onto the staircase. This is great for Supremacy, and the plant's going down, but Spark is not aware of the attic. Sangul, however, is there to trade it. Supremacy take us into overtime.
We will be seeing overtime, like you said, on the third map, 4-4. Both these teams trading back and forth constantly. Both extremely skilled teams, oh my gosh.
See how important it is to get control of just that top ring of that.
Yeah, you get control of upstairs on tower, and it's pretty much over.
They lose 2 and 3 people in that middle floor jumping in through his windows, but as soon as Capital had control of that top floor, those shotguns couldn't touch him. He had complete control.
Now, the thing is that Supremacy, or rather, was it Lucky 7? No, yeah, it was Lucky 7. So the thing is Lucky 7 knew that as soon as you get control of upstairs that you lose control of the entire tower. And they put those cameras out there to try and counter that, but unfortunately I'm not sure what happened. Castle still could not win the engagement with the Capital repelling upstairs, and as such, even with the cam help, and as such, that's pretty much why they lost that round.
So, 4 rounds to 4. And Lucky 7 choose to go to the safer, more practiced basement defense as their first outing in overtime. Supremacy's attack lineup is looking very similar and very familiar. Nothing too crazy coming from here, nothing surprising out of it. The question is who and where do Lucky 7 put their non-site defenders?
They're going to be holding
have been very mobile.
Again.
Yeah.
Pretty much the same as they did last time. And they will be having, it looks like Skyboo playing on the other end of the map.
Okay.
Now the thing is the players who are on the kitchen end or the upstairs, bedroom sort of side of Oregon, as soon as meeting hall gets cut off from lobby, they are stuck. They cannot go anywhere. There's no way for them to get back to the site. So the best that they can do is waste some time.
So, that's exactly what they're trying to do. Skyboo and Meeting holding firm. Jaeger in the back tower making a few kill holes towards the front of Meeting as well to try and help out from a distance while he goes up the tower and also possibly maybe peek out from the top tower windows. But again, he's doing the hollow site, so like we saw before, not always the easiest shot to land.
There have been some incredible hollow site shots though today, especially that one leading onto our white van out front earlier.
So, Spark coming through the west side of the map very quickly. Drones leading the way for him, gets through the kitchen, gets through the showers and the toilets pretty proficiently. And then with only 2 minutes left to go, they can start pressuring onto, again, the site and the meeting hall itself. They've got information on the meeting hall. Raphael's drone just went all the way through it, does spot Skyboo out and get out safely. So once again, they know he's in here. Nothing too crazy surprising. But how do they do it? Capital coming around the backside now. Sledge still coming through from kitchen. Pulse just happily sprinting around the site, checking everything above and below and around him. Raphael's going to use one of the 2 thermo charges he has on the kitchen wall. Going to take that out. Skyboo does catch his heartbeat just as he gets up to there. Now he's going to hear the thermite charge actually start to... No, he didn't even hear it. He doesn't even realize that wall behind him is right open now, and he's going to pay the price of it if Spark can land the shots, and he can. Skyboo, so focused on looking for those heartbeats, they didn't realize the thermite charge was going off right behind him. And they get a free kill onto him. It has taken them 2 minutes to still make that happen though, so the basement Still only got a minute to be held, and as we said before, with Smoke and Echo down there, a minute hold is very easy for those two guys to do.
But I think we're going to be seeing this, again, the standard take on lobby drop. They're going to lay down their fire arrows, they're going to lay down their own smokes, and they're going to try and go for that plant. Now it is, again, like you said, it comes a lot down to the Echo drone and the smokes on whether or not they'll be able to stop the plant.
There's the firebolts going down, and they don't seem to realize that Aprox is still in meeting too. The plant is going to go on through, but the Echo drone is there. Easy cancel. Goes for a double shot, does lose the Echo drone though. Aprox appears up through meeting hall, picks up 1 kill, looks for the second of the Bibu and loses out onto that, but Zephyr has already picked up one up in the site as he trades with Asian. Ericor pushes forward to take out Zephyr, but the plant has gone through. Sangreal is still stuck on the plant spot because he's inside smoke charges and will be taken out by Ericor, who can now sit right on top of the diffuser. Pulse is dead, but Smoke is down there with it. They pick up the front staircase. Ericor will fall. Ash now has sightlines onto Asian. Can't quite land the shots. It's a maze, sorry, as he picks up the front staircase. Lost track of where Ash went. Falls down as he strands himself in the lobby, and Supremacy take the lead in overtime.
Bibu playing just as far back as he needs to, just as safe as he has to clutch out that round. I think that was a 4K.
Yeah,
impressive round from Bibu.
Amaze made the call to sprint up the staircase aggressively. Luenti to go find the Ash. He just killed the Ericor in the staircase. Going to be low, going to be scattered, going to be low on ammo, went for the reload, but Bibu, as you say, fell back just far enough that he had the time to get back if he'd gone for an instant defuse, but also drew him that far up the staircase that he was out of cover, that he was in the open, and when Bibu was ready to re-peek and take the fight, completely open and exposed.
We actually saw earlier Bibu was thinking of going down that drop, but Capitao decided to take his place, and because of that particular decision, because of 1 extra second being ahead by 1 extra second, Capitao dropped. He died, but ultimately Bibu was then allowed to clutch out the round. A bit of luck and a bit of good reasoning by Bibu there.
So, Supremacy now for their defense and possible map-winning round also get to hold the basement. Near identical operator setups from them.
Now we have been seeing from Lucky 7, their basement attacks have been way more spread out than Supremacy. They take every single drop, they even pressure from construction. And it's been it has worked, but for the most part, it's been a little bit more shaky. Even if they do win the round, it's always been down to the wire. Whereas we've been seeing from Supremacy that just that lobby take works for them every single time.
Deploying sensor.
The attackers are on their way. Bibu nearly takes Zephyr out as he starts to make this kill hold towards the back staircase, but Zephyr gets up reasonably unscathed. Attackers are making their way forward. Skybu's already at the back tower. Prox has now come to join him. Amaze is going to head this way as well, over from the west junkyard spawn. And Zephyr is already dead, taken out of that back tower by Skybu. Again, definitely the MVP for this map for Lucky 7, regardless of the result. Skybu is on fire here on Oregon. And now Bibu has to hold the meeting hall room alone. Bibu already picked off and owned out by Skybu before. Exactly, yeah, this is not the first time we've seen this. Skybu came out on top that time. This time Bibu, however, goes up into the attic. He doesn't have a rotate hole out on this floor, but I do believe he's still holding onto his C4.
That wall is not reinforced, is it?
No, neither wall are reinforced.
Which means that Sludge could easily have just gone into attic to try and take control initially. But now he's at a disadvantage because if he tries that, Pulse is going to trade him on, or trade him back as he hammers.
It is Lucky 7 have pushed into meeting with more than just Skybu this time. He's got help from Aprox. They do get in much faster.
I don't think they realize where Pulse is.
No, they're cautious. Now they do. They're keeping an eye on it, but they don't seem to know for sure. They think he may have dropped. He has got this sightline through the drop. He does see some feet. If he gives this away, he's going to go for Ericor. He does get the down, but can't get the kill, and now he's given his spot away. Grenades are being pulled. The Prox is spraying in from the back tower, tagging at Bibu's feet, and he is very much pinned in here. Minute 23 to go. He's burning some good time keeping them here for a little bit longer, but he needs to keep it up. Aprox pushing up. Amaze is going to go. The wall's been blown open, and there's the kill for Aprox. Bibu is down. 3 defenders left up with a minute 10 to go. 5 attackers, all very healthy. Ericor's been revived and has that near 50 health to go with. Rafael on his drone in the front site can stay where he is because the hatch has not been opened. The pressure is looking to what it's come to be. Now the hatch is going to open up. Lucky 7 have angles on all kinds of spots downstairs. They just need to pick the right one. Sangreal going to try and hold the backside with the smoke grenades and more or less solo. Spark throws his C4 up through the front hatch. He's low, took some damage trying to do it. And is dancing underneath it with that shotgun in tow again. Gets back into the laundry now. 35 seconds and the attackers looking like they're shaping up this front side of the site. The diffuser is in Hibana's hands. Capitao has already dropped. He's in the back corridor on the floor. Aprox takes Rafael out, and that's the Echo drone gone, no longer an issue. Hibana takes the drone, then the diffuser down towards the B site, takes the kill onto Sangreal, as Aiden finishes off Spark for a perfect round for Lucky 7, all 5 still alive.
Oh boy, third map, 5-5, final round. And I think we're gonna see a defense on upstairs coming out from Supremacy.
Now,
I'm all but certain we're gonna see an upstairs defense from Supremacy.
I'm not, because it's
Or sorry,
7
rather,
defense.
Lucky 7.
Yeah, they've tried the tower. Once it worked, once it failed, I would
You think it'll do tower?
expect a safety of upstairs,
Laundry
but
room.
they didn't succeed in their defense of the basement, so they can go straight down there again.
Now it's interesting that I think, okay, Lucky 7 started out their defenses with tower, and then they opted for an upstairs defense, and then their basement defense. So it's interesting that Lucky 7 has decided to default to the basement defense as, you know, their side of choice. Now again, Skyboo having a wonderful match, 14 kills, absolutely fantastic. Like you said, there have been some fantastic players all throughout this match, getting some amazing frags, and we're down to the very last round that could possibly get to. The longest match possible.
10 seconds to insertion.
It looks like we're going to be seeing from Lucky 7, they're going to be trying to hold Meeting Hall. This is pretty much the same thing we've been seeing from both teams. They're going to put a lot of barbed wire, a lot of reinforcements up there to try and deny access to Meeting Hall from lobby. That's going to force, I'm going to expect Supremacy to just do their lobby take, which has been working for them. I think 2 times out of 2 they've won that lobby take. So again, a little confusing that Lucky 7 decided to try and defend lobby. Maybe they have a trick up their sleeve. Maybe they're trying to make an adaptation, and they've realized the way that Supremacy is making their attack.
For their sake, I hope they do. But we'll find out whether that's true or not. Top floor being droned out then here by Bibu, by Ash, making sure there's no one lurking in these far corners, making sure it is as empty as it seems and sounds. And it is. Skyboo is in Meeting Hall once again, like he's been multiple times, but he's no deeper in. Checking and looking for these different angles. This time around, I'm sure he's going to pay more attention to that thermite sound if he hears it. The batteries are on the wall there as well to help keep them out of his room even longer. Help keep those thermite charges off that wall. And Jaeger has come to join in there as we just jumped away. Bibu, though, confident the top floor is clear, is now making his way through the bedrooms and towards the front staircase. Does catch sight of people moving around towards Meeting. Confident that he can continue on to pressure the downstairs site, though he'll start to open up the floor and look at this front staircase. Skyboo still has Zephyr nearby. Zephyr up on the staircase looking towards the top floor through the attic. Does spray left and right and it's close to Bibu but not on target. Neither end being reinforced. Means this possibility Bibu takes one by accident as